Yeah. Did you get vaccinated? Yeah. Did you get vaccinated?
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was Put It On Me. I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a string for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without room might break me. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
Never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it'll not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But God did it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Woo! Good morning, America. It is 7:27 Central, 8:27 Eastern, Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. This is Gone Trucking with your host, HB2N and John Galt. You are at the Urban Landlord on YouTube. Please hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new here. And of course, if you want to help sponsor this episode, hit the Cash App, $HB2N. As you guys have noticed, Kamala Harris and the deep state, DNC, they have been striking our page, throttling the StreamYards and the YouTube page. They're trying to get us out of here, people. They are trying to get us out of here. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, I think even Sasha Obama. They're trying to get us out of here. They want us gone. They keep stopping these lives. I don't know what's going on. Biden, he's been in contacts with Palantir, and they've been ending our lives prematurely. As soon as we start talking about the occult, mysticism, how it's all connected, pull out a dollar bill right now. Turn it over. What do you see on that back of that dollar bill? You see the Eye of Horus and a pyramid. Is it all a conspiracy? Or is it the truth in plain sight? Is this all some big psyop? Or are they telling you exactly what it is? I don't know. I'm currently in Virginia, riding past some cows right now. Hey, cow, what's going on? Why would America have the Eye of Horus, the all-seeing eye, on our dollar bills? You guys seen any pyramids lately? I haven't. But anytime we start talking about the occult, anytime we start talking about God, witchcraft, good and evil, they tear the stream down. This is a direct attack from Kamala Harris, Jill and Joe Biden, and Hunter Biden. He's using his laptop to get us out of here. So I need you guys to hit the like button. It's the only way we can combat this, if you hit the like button and subscribe. Kamala Harris is currently at a dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce is a Luciferian witch doctor. They were at these Diddy parties performing rituals, sex magic. Jay-Z is a warlock. That's why he tries to look like a gay painter. There's nothing new under the sun. We were talking about how Moloch in the ancient world women would sacrifice their firstborns to Moloch. And even to this day, women are sacrificing their firstborns to Moloch. Nothing changes. They just change the names. The game is always the same. It's just the players that change. So now they call Moloch women's health. They call it an abortion. It's the same deity that these women are sacrificing their children to. Same deity. People think Black Lives Matter, BLM, stands for Black Lives Matter. But actually it stands for Baphomet, Moloch, and Lucifer. That's the real BLM. Baphomet, Lucifer, Moloch. There we go. That's the real BLM. That's who they're really worshiping. Say her name. Say her name. You're chanting. You're invoking spirits when you bring up the dead, when you worship the dead. That's what this is all about. Worshiping the dead. Worshiping spirits, invoking them, inviting them in. You think you're in a relationship, but you're actually in a poly relationship with a spirit you invoked. Stanley doesn't believe the esoteric. He doesn't believe in the spirit realm. But these people, these market makers, these hedge funds, these politicians, these warlords, they all believe in the esoteric. They do believe. I am 100% against all of that. All of that witchcraft, Aya Newt, a frog, a black cat. I'm not with none of that. Pull a rabbit out the hat. I ain't with none of that. But good morning, everybody. God bless America. And of course, God bless the chat. There are rumors that Joe Biden and Jill Biden stole panties from Melania Trump and smelled them. They stole panties. They sent the FBI to steal panties to have a panty raid on Trump's wife. And they stole Barron's boxer briefs. These are just rumors. This is all alleged. I'm not sure if this is true. Melania Trump surely believes it. And they went into Trump's underwear drawer and it was empty. Apparently Trump freeballs it. God bless America. They went into Obama's underwear drawer and there was nothing but thongs and boy shorts in there. I don't know why, but apparently Obama wears thongs and boy shorts. It's very interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, we are under attack right now, you guys. YouTube and StreamYards, along with Mark Zuckerberg and Hunter Biden, are trying to get us out of here. I believe Stanley may be a mole of some sort reporting back to Kamala Harris. Everything that we talk about over here. So keep your eye on Stanley. I'm not sure why and how this is happening, but it is happening, ladies and gentlemen. Please be patient with us. We are having some issues, some technical difficulties. Don't listen to Maverick G. He's going to tell you that we're unprofessional and we don't care about the people. But Maverick G, he's been wrong about a lot of things. He's been wrong about a lot of things. God bless Maverick G, though. We are trying to be as professional as possible. Try to keep these streams running 24/7. But the Luciferian left, they're attacking us. They're trying to get us out of there, people. So let us know with a simple like on the stream that you support the John Galt universe at the Urban Landlord on YouTube. Please let us know. It's a lot going on right now. Me and Stanley earlier we were watching this this Jamaican woman with the camel toe doing deep sea fishing. And I heard some friction noises over on Stanley's mic. I don't know what he was doing over there, but I think she was turned on. Oh, Jesus Christ. This truck just flew off the road. I don't know what he's doing. Anyway. But yeah, it's a lot going on right now, you guys. I really do appreciate everybody. I hope everybody is getting to work safely this morning. I know Kimmy Cakes, proud Jewish princess Kimmy Cakes. Apparently they are kidnapping Jewish children and women in New York right now for ransoms. Hezbollah have went to New York and they're trying to kidnap Kimmy Cakes. So please keep Kimmy Cakes in your prayers. She is a proud Jewish woman. Please keep her in your prayers. Please keep Portia in your prayers. She still has to teach a bunch of migrant kids until Trump can get them out of here. These kids don't even speak English, ladies and gentlemen, so please keep Portia in your prayers. Roz Girl, please keep Roz Girl in your prayers. Roz Girl, she's gone into a deep depression because Kamala did not win the election. And, you know, Roz Girl means well, but she's taking this loss really hard. Now, there are rumors that Kamala wants a recount. She wants a recount. There is rumors also that Kamala Harris has totally denounced her blackness. She doesn't want to be associated with you niggas no more. 90% of women voted for Kamala. Black women voted for Kamala. And 15 to 20% of black men voted for, or actually 80 to 85% of black men voted for Kamala. But that's not enough for her. She's denouncing her blackness, From now on, she is 100% Indian. And not Angel Indian, Red Dot Indian. She is done with you niggas. You lost her the election. She's not cooking collard greens no more. Curry chicken from now on. Jasmine rice from now on. No more black-eyed peas. No more fried chicken. Only curry rice, jasmine rice, curry chicken, and she will start pooping in a hole once again, ladies and gentlemen. She's done with you niggas, and I don't blame her. That's why she got her a white man, and I'm happy for it. This just in, black women are officially done with black men, and they are turning lesbian. They're done with Brad, and they're done with Tyrone. They are officially turning lesbian. All black women are turning lesbian. So if you are a man that loves black women, you better get used to when you kiss her, it tastes like sardines. You better get used to it. You better get used to sharing your girlfriend or wife with a bull dagger, carpet muncher. They are officially done with men, white men, black men, Asian men, Hispanic men. They're done. Black women are the backbone of society, the cornerstone of life. The black woman birthed every race of human on this earth. The black woman birthed Asian men. The black woman birthed Latino men. The black woman birthed white men. You guys turned your back on the black woman, the queen that she is, and she is turning lesbian. She will only love herself from now on. This just in. She's only gonna love herself. Also, in headlines, Johnny Somali is now facing 28 years in a Korean prison. I'll say that again. Johnny Somali is now facing 28 years in a Korean prison. You may have seen him on this channel. The beautiful Portia curated that interview. He came over here. He was an absolute gentleman and showed this channel respect. But he now is facing 28 years in a Korean prison. Johnny Somali is dim sum you win and dim sum you lose. He was over there twerking on a statue of a comfort girl. And a comfort girl is a very touchy subject when it comes to Korean women. Apparently these were women back during the First World War that were forcefully raped and made to have sex with men that they did not want. And Johnny Somali went over to Korea and desecrated the statue. He twerked on it. He wrote it like a cowgirl and then he kissed it in the mouth. Also, he did a deep fake of a Korean woman video of him kissing her in the mouth. And apparently in Korea, creating deep fake sexual acts against the women is considered it's pretty much considered rape. You know, luckily in America, making deep fake porn of people is not a crime. I've watched a lot of deep fake AOC porn. And just in case you guys don't know what deep fake is, it's where they computer engineer somebody's face onto somebody else's face. So I've watched porn where AOC, her face is actually digitally placed on porn stars and she's taking it up the asshole. Luckily in America, I have my freedoms, I can enjoy that. But in Korea, they do not appreciate that. That's actually considered a sex crime. So Johnny Somali may be locked up for years. Years, ladies and gentlemen, years. I am watching this closely. Maybe Trump can get him out of jail, but honestly, he is kind of a bad representation of a streamer, IRL streamer. You know, it's easy to go to some Chinese country and act a fool, knowing that they're not gonna do nothing over there. But ironically, there's been a bounty put on Johnny Somali's head in Korea. So you got a lot of Korean streamers pulling up on him and smacking him around, kicking him around, doing judo and all types of ancient Korean martial arts on him. That's why it's never a good look to get smacked around on camera, because now the world knows you pussy. Now the world knows you pussy. That's a bad look. We don't want Americans going to different countries and getting treated like pussies. We got Trump in office. We're returning back to toxic masculinity for the next 4 years. And I don't know about you, but I'm kind of happy about it. I think we need more toxic masculinity in America. Respectfully, fuck what a bitch think. It's kind of what I feel like. Fuck what a bitch think and fuck what a bitch ass nigga think. I don't give a fuck. We need more toxic masculinity in America. I know a lot of you guys have been you've been browbeaten. You've been beaten down for the past 4 years. You've been told that being a man is a bad thing. You've been told that a woman born with a vagina that takes some TRT is also a man. Woman that cuts her titties off and posts on TikTok, you gotta call her a man now. She got a little 5 o'clock shadow. Now we can just be out front with it. No, bitch, nigga, you are just a bitch, nigga. You're not a man. You could tell those guys that transformed into a mutant woman, hey, you're not a fucking woman. You're a dude with an inverted penis. turned into a fucking, you cut your hot dog in half and you're a goddamn freak. We can get back to toxic masculinity and being honest. You don't have to hide anymore. I know a lot of men have been beaten down so much that they just troll behind an avatar on YouTube. It's time to come out of your shell. Hit the link. Pull up. Pull up. Hit the link and just burp into the mic. Hit the link and say, fuck her right in the pussy. We're bringing back toxic masculinity. You go to Walgreens today to pick up your prescription for erectile dysfunction. You see that hot lady in the aisle, say, hey lady, you're hot. You're pretty hot. Don't feel ashamed of it. Kimmy Cakes, good morning, Kimmy Cakes. How are you?
Good morning, HB. I'm good.
How you doing?
Don't be encouraging these people to burp like that lady we saw with all that colorful hair yesterday. Oh my God! You remember that thing with the colorful dreadlocks?
Yeah, that was disgusting.
Ooh.
That was disgusting. That lady was a goddamn demon. She was a damn demon. She was evil.
Like
But
if Gooder was a person.
I'm glad to see it though. You know, I'm really glad. You know, I think the beauty of this is everybody's able to live their truth now. I think everything is wide open. So these demonic entities that have been hiding out these last 4 years, now we can see who they really are.
You know,
Let
that's
it
a
out.
fact. That is
Let
a
it
fact.
out. Tell us how you really
She was
feel.
crazy. The way she was talking about white women, I was like,
Yeah.
oh my God, what would she do to me?
Yeah. She was calling for the rape of all white women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let us know how you really feel. And you know, that's why, you know, there are a lot of black people that really just hate white people. You know?
But they're not racist. How?
Yeah, but they're not racist. I don't even think it's racist. I think it's a deep hatred for white people.
But where does that come from?
I think it comes from insecurities, honestly. I think it's taught too. I think it's taught. And I think also it's because I think a lot of white people just accept it. They don't just come out and say, hey, you know, well, you know, go fuck yourself, you know?
Right.
And I think too, it's because a lot of black men, you know, I always say this: black men are the biggest simps in this world, and there isn't even a close second.
But what does that got to do with white women and black people hate, or black people hating whites?
Because black men will still fuck her. That's the problem. That's really the biggest problem. Black men,
it's a man.
They don't understand. Everybody else understands the power of the black man except the black man. When you abstain from fucking these demonic women, they don't have any power. But she feels since she's taken 100 black dicks, she can just speak on it and use it as a weapon. Yeah, I'm gonna get Tyrone of rape Becky, you know? And it's like, bro, why are you fucking these fucking demonic ass women, man? These women
Men do
are
it
crazy.
all the time, though. Men do it all the time.
They do. They don't know their own worth. That's why they do it.
It's wild.
They put these.
But I mean, we can't really be mad at a man for being a man at the same time. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. But I also think being a man is having some pride in yourself and not fucking the scrags of society. And if you do fuck the scrags and the slums of society, you got to treat them like one. Gotta treat a
All,
hoe like a hoe.
all my life, I never had a problem with white people. I think
I've
most of
never either.
my
I've
issues
never
have been
either.
with from people that are black and look like me.
I've never
But for
had
the most
issues with
part,
white
white
people
people
either.
never been like that's something I don't know what. But also, I'm not from the South. I don't know how crazy it gets. You know what I mean? Like I don't live in a
Yeah,
rural place. So I don't really know. But
yeah. Even I just I think too that I think the real thing too is that a lot of black people, they put white people on a pedestal. Like that whole idea of white supremacy, they believe it. They actually believe white people are better than them and more superior
oh,
than them. So they hold them to a higher standard. That's why, like, even when Be Brave goes into his diatribe and shit, it just doesn't it doesn't phase me
me
because
either.
like who really cares? But then
Right.
you got some black people that are so offended and
They
angry
get
with him and
emotional about
stuff.
it.
Yeah, and it's just like who really cares what Be Brave has to say? Like who really
Right.
cares? Like he's not gonna solve our issues and our problems. No president is gonna solve our issues and our problems.
I mean, half of us can't even solve our own issues and problems. If we keep it
Thank
real.
seriously, seriously, seriously. That's why the only person that's gonna save you is yourself. You gotta save yourself.
Exactly.
You gotta save yourself.
Yeah. As someone who practices therapy, I tell my clients that all the time. Nothing is going to work unless you want to work. Unless you want things to work out for you.
Amen. Amen. Are you worried about being kidnapped, Kimmy Cakes? I'm hearing
No, not right now. Not
I'm
right
hearing
now.
they're kidnapping Jewish people. And
I was just shocked they had Iranians on the loose in Brooklyn ready to shoot up the place. I'm glad they told us that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Are you looking forward to this war over in Israel to be over?
Yeah, I just am not with people dying and children dying. I don't know, it might be an unpopular opinion, but if nobody wants Gaza, apparently they say Israel don't want it, Palestine don't want it. They try to give it to Egypt. Egypt doesn't want it. Let America have it. I think that'll be perfect.
Yeah,
Let us stay
yeah,
up in there and see who's gonna play games.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah,
right now the protest in Israel is I'm kind of in support of that because I think Bibi is going too far, and that a lot of the Israelis are not agreeing with him and what he's doing. You bomb the amount of bombs he sent to Gaza is crazy. It's a small little thing.
yeah, yeah. I personally think that Israel needs to bomb the shit out of all of them. Unfortunately, even the kids. I saw a video over there.
Nah, I don't believe that with the children. Why you say that
I
though?
I saw a video where it was a bunch of Palestinian guys. They had their AKs, their ARs, and they were just shooting up in the air with a
That's
bunch
what
of
they do in the
kids.
Middle East. That's what they do, and in Africa, that's what it is.
Yeah, but I think that shit is like barbaric, and I honestly think it'd be better off for these kids to just go to Allah right now. Just go straight to Allah. Go.
No hope for the future.
No, there's no hope for the future. Because if you kill their moms and their dads, they're just gonna grow up with the same hatred for the Jews. As it's a never-ending cycle. I think they just gotta somebody's gotta die. Somebody's gotta go. You
Dang, it's an
know,
interesting concept. I never thought
yes,
about that.
yeah. Somebody's there. I think it's too much blood for there to be any peace at this point. So somebody's gotta go. Unfortunately, and I hate to see kids get bombed into oblivion, but nobody's gonna learn. I really do think that that religion and the way that they go about things is very barbaric. And
I just feel like this. If you really believe in an Islamic State, then stay in an Islamic State. Like you don't have to come to parts of the world where that's in question for you. And I realize a lot of these people they don't go to Dubai, they don't go to Jordan, they don't go to Kuwait, they don't go to Saudi Arabia, they don't go to Abu Dhabi, or the UAE in general, I should say.
Yeah.
And I think it's because those people don't want them. I'm be honest. I don't think they want those people there.
No. Those are the more civilized Muslims. Qatar.
Right. They don't want them people there.
Yeah. That's why. I mean, you talking about a 1,000-year war? They need to just end this shit and move on. You know. And plus, in my conspiracy theory bag, I do believe the small hats are funding Hezbollah too. I do believe that. I do think they're playing both sides. So, yeah, I think they're ratcheting up the violence just so they can end it in a spectacular way. It's gonna be very spectacular. We might see it from over here once they start lighting that shit up. Oh, hey, Portia. I didn't even see you come up here. How are you?
Good morning, HB.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am good. How are you?
You know, just holding it down. We are under attack. Hunter Biden and Jill Biden are attacking the channel.
You think Kamala too? Maybe Kamala too a little bit.
Kamala. She doesn't like that that song we've been playing, that Party with Beyonce song. She doesn't like it. So
Figures.
You know, yeah, they've been attacking the channel. They've even been attacking John. You know, John blew his pause, but he blew his back out. Pause. Hey, yo, pause.
What?
Somebody put a spirit on John's back, man. I don't know. He threw it out, man. I don't know what's going on. Matter of fact, can you guys in the chat, can you guys send some prayers to John's shoulder and his back? Can you guys please send prayers to John's shoulder and back?
We're gonna call Kamala Shaman.
Yeah. I need to see prayers in the chat for John's shoulder and his back. Whatever one you want to send a prayer to, but he John he's not going to the doctor. He ain't taking no damn medicine. So he needs prayers. I need to see some prayers in the chat. Please throw up the prayer hands for John Galt. We definitely need him. I don't want any of his tenants, seeing him limping. You guys remember at the end of The Wire when Omar jumped out of that window and Kennard saw him limping? That's when Kennard was like, "Oh shit, this nigga ain't Superman. We can try something. I don't want one of his dumbass tenants to try something." So send him some prayers to heal as soon as possible, please. But yeah, thank you guys. I'm seeing some prayers in the chat right now. Thank you guys. It's yeah, Kimmy Cakes, you might gotta send John one of those Asian masseuses to his crib. You might gotta send one of them over there, Kimmy Cakes.
I might have to.
Yeah, he don't believe in none of that.
I'll see if I can find an Ethiopian one.
Ooh,
I think that would be more his preference.
Yeah, see if you can find an Ethiopian masseuse that makes house calls, because John, he don't believe in none of that shit. I ain't getting no goddamn massage. John Galt, the fuck? Get no damn massage. You gonna massage me, nigga? I'm from Alabama.
I'm in the meeting. I'm gonna come back soon.
Okay. Thank you, Kimmy Cakes. Portia, did you send prayers to John's
See you later,
shoulder?
Kimmy Cakes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I actually,
Yeah, thank you, thank you. We gotta get John a masseuse. Ethiopian or Asian, preferably.
you know, they have those apps where you can do like house calls,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sure in
and
New York they got all types of shit.
so it wouldn't be hard for us to do. Uh-oh.
See if
You
you
know,
can. Are you on your computer? See if you can Google something real quick. Ethiopian masseuse, DC area, DC area. Maybe we can yeah, man,
Oh,
we can't have and Portia, I can't really read the chat right now, so if you see anything in the chat, please don't mind, or if you don't mind, could you read it for me? Let me know who it's from. I can't really read the chat right now.
of course, of course.
If there's anything
Well,
that go ahead.
Bla-
Go ahead.
Black Manta said it's probably the same spirit that went after Azvaroon.
Don't say that, Black. Come on. Nah. Damn.
Synthetic Future says he will sacrifice a goat on John's behalf.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you. We might need some goat's blood to fix John's his neck and his back and his shoulder. Thank you, guys. Wow. Yeah. We might need all of that. Wow. Yeah, it's been a lot going on, Portia. It's been a lot going on.
Yeah, it really has been, and a really huge thing happened yesterday.
How
Us,
huge is it? Bigger than me?
well, uh, you know, I'd say that it's a really huge breaking news story
Okay. All right.
from
So he's bigger than me. All right. He's bigger
well,
than me. Okay.
I mean,
All right.
I mean,
That son of a bitch. I'll kill him. He's bigger than me.
well,
Okay. All right. What news story is it?
I'm
Get to it. Just get to it. What news story are you talking about?
So, do you remember how the stories came out from FEMA about them giving the money to the migrants, and also the money to the migrants and also skipping Trump supporters? I don't know if
She's
you
gonna
can still.
snitch. She's about to tell on everybody.
Right.
She said,
So
the lady said that she said, from what I'm hearing, she said that this shit came from the top, the tippy top.
right. So she decides to reach out to Roland Martin and do this exclusive interview. And so, it's one of those, oh, y'all finna fire me. So let me tell y'all. But have you seen clips of it at all? Have you?
No. Let's see what she's got to say.
Yeah, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say. This is gonna be great.
Lots of conversation over the weekend after the Daily Wire published a story that said a Federal Emergency Management Agency employee told folks there in Florida not to go to the homes of folks who had Donald Trump signs on their property. About 20 Lake Placid, Florida homes were skipped over. It did not receive door-to-door service. Now, This, of course, led to lots of outrage. You had Republicans like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis calling this discrimination. You had MAGA folks saying this is shameful and despicable. You've had FEMA apologizing for this. Well, Marn'i Washington says the homes were skipped due to political hostility aimed at the workers. Now, you remember, in North Carolina, some federal FEMA workers were met with guns from folks in that particular state. Marn'i Washington, who is that employee who was fired, joins us now from California for this exclusive interview. Marn'i, glad to have you here. So,
okay, so before we get into it, because we're definitely going to have to pause every minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes for this one. However, what do you think she's going to say? Do you think it's going to make sense? Do you think it's going to be outlandish, over the top?
Well,
or simple?
First, I want to say the movie Lake Placid is, I really like that movie. I don't know if you ever saw it, but it's about a giant alligator that some grandma was feeding, and the alligator was eating people. So I'm just glad Lake Placid is getting some recognition. But honestly, what do I think that she's gonna say? I have no idea. I'm really looking forward to what this lady has to say. Now, what she did is disgusting. It's un-American. It's undemocratic. It's evil. It's demonic. And honestly, it's treasonous what she did. I think she used the government to go to war with the people. And I think if you openly go to war with America and you're an American, that is treason. And treason is punishable by death. So honestly, I want to see this black bitch dangling. I want to see her feet swaying in the wind. I want to see some strange fruit. Strange fruit. I want to see that. I want to see this bitch feet dangling, because what she did is the worst thing. It's one thing for some goddamn sand niggas to hijack a plane and run it into the towers. That's one thing. But this woman was born in America. Her mama was born in America. Her daddy was born in America. So on and so on. For her to think that she can deny FEMA, and that's another thing. Niggas always get in a position of power, act like it's their money. Nigga, that ain't your money, nigga. Niggas always want to get in a position of power, acting like that's their money. Nigga, the fuck, nigga? Nigga, you a fucking worker, nigga. That ain't your money, nigga. The fuck out of here. But yeah, I want to see this bitch hanging. I want to see this bitch on was she down in Florida? I want to see this bitch hanging from a mango tree. They need to use Virgo's mango. They need to use Virgo's mango tree to hang this bitch. Wait, what do you think is gonna happen? What do you think she's gonna say?
Well, so from what I've seen so far, and it's just the idea of, you know, the stereotypical black woman trope of, oh, y'all ain't gonna fire me, you know, y'all ain't gonna get away with this. And so, you know, trying to throw the company under the bus, but thinking that she's potentially getting a W by doing this interview, but it might not go the way that she anticipates it's gonna go, because you just said the word. They're trying to get this woman with treason. Yep. And maybe she doesn't realize what that is or what it means, but the fact that this happened yesterday, and I was just like, there's just no way that this woman is coming out and doing an interview and she doesn't have counsel. There's no counsel there with her.
Yeah, I think that's the arrogance of the black woman, and you know, especially with Kamala losing, you're seeing a lot of these black women crashing out, and that's just the arrogance that every American has sat back and watched and just let go on. We didn't say anything. We let this happen.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
this is what happens when you just let these women run amok with no type of you know, pushback. They're gonna eventually do something treasonous. I mean, I'll say it. A lot of black women, they're treason. They've already committed treason to the black community. But you see, white people are okay with that. They don't mind. They don't mind black women raising these goddamn serial killers that shoot up the black neighborhoods. They don't mind that. But now you let these black women get too out of control to now they're committing treason to all Americans,
Mm-hmm.
to good folk, to good white folk. These some good white folk. These some good white folk.
Good folk, good white folk around here. Yeah.
These some good white folk. And this is what happens when you let evil get out of control. Evil has no allegiance to anybody. What you thought she was gonna have allegiance to you just because y'all fed her and bathed her? She ain't even got allegiance to her own people. So, like Brother Malcolm said, the chickens are coming home to roost. Go ahead, play the video portion. Play the video. Play the video.
Let's walk through this. First of all, when were you notified? Because the Daily Wire said there was a whistleblower who made this point. Go ahead.
I was notified after I demobbed. The next morning, they told me verbally I was fired, but they never provided me anything in writing stating that I was fired. They all alleged that these actions were made on my own recognizances and that it was for my own political advances. However, if you look at the record, there is what we call a community trend. And unfortunately, it just so happened that the political hostility that was encountered by my team, and I was on 2 different teams during this deployment, they just so happened to have the Trump campaign signage. FEMA always preaches avoidance first and then de-escalation. So this is not isolated. This is a colossal event of avoidance, not just in the state of Florida, but you will find avoidance in the Carolinas. Senior leadership will lie to you and tell you that they do not know. But if you ask the DSA crew leads and specialists what they are experiencing in the field, they will tell you. Demand for FEMA to give you those incident reports. They will substantiate what is happening to us in the field.
Okay, so let's go through that. And you also sent a text message to folks, and you said, my civilian job has severed ties based on their core values, which is based on FEMA's determination of firing me. You laid the core values. You said, which of these did I violate? You said, I did not vote for Kamala. I'm nonpartisan. FEMA did not give me fairness. They violated their own values. They know homes are being skipped due to political hostile encounters. So when you say you didn't vote for Vice President Kamala Harris, did you not vote at all in this election?
Correct.
That's a goddamn lie.
Have an opportunity to vote at all in this election.
Pause it. That's a goddamn lie. She is lying through her fucking teeth. You know good and well you voted for Kamala. Stop lying. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
She knows she voted. She knows she voted.
This whole story, this is all in her head. I'm not buying none of this shit. Oh, the Trump supporters were violent and they didn't want any FEMA help. Are you stupid? Who do you think is gonna buy this shit? These bitches think they could just lie and people just gonna believe that shit. We don't believe y'all. This lady is insane. You think we believe that shit? 92% of black women voted for Kamala Harris. 92. Now she about to tell us some lie about how she didn't have time to vote. Are you crazy? That's your number one job. Kamala told you. Your black job is to vote. That's your black job. All right, keep going, Portia.
Election due to the amount of deployment requests and the high demand of help that is needed with FEMA.
So, okay. So you normally do vote. You simply didn't vote in this election.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go through this. And again, they say you skipped the homes. And so when you talk about the incident reports, have you released those publicly? Have you released the report saying this is where I notified FEMA executives of these particular homes and how they were hostile to our workers?
So I have not relinquished any reports. And any time that we relinquish reports, we do not state specific homes due to PII. What we do is we discuss community trends. So if we are noticing, for example, on Mary Street, you'll find 3 or 4 homes that we tried to canvass and we were greeted with unwelcomed arms, or people are coming out guns blazing or he's screaming at us, then that's a street we need to avoid altogether.
Okay, so let's so first and foremost, is you work with, is it Avanath?
Oh, that's my civilian job, Avanath. Yes.
Okay, all right. So I'm sorry. So explain us civilian job and fired from FEMA for folks who don't understand.
Yes. At home, I have a regular job like everyone else. I have an executive position. I take care of things there for that job. I'm in contract with them on their terms. And then for FEMA, I work as a reservist. So my time for them is on call based on deployment orders that I receive. So
explain that when you say the deployment, FEMA's not military. So what does that actually mean?
Deployment means that they are asking you to leave your resident of records and to respond to a natural disaster on United Nations land.
Okay, and that, so how long had you been working in this capacity with FEMA?
Since 2019.
Since 2019. So you had worked other disasters around the country.
Correct, and I always exceed the expectation, and I come highly recommended. Okay,
so when they say a FEMA employee, are you technically a FEMA employee or contract?
I am an employee. There's different forms of hire with FEMA. You can be a reservist, you can be a PFT, which is a full-time employee, or you can be part of the Corps where you work 50 weeks out of the year. You can also contract with FEMA as well. So there's various forms of employment with FEMA.
So not only were you fired from FEMA, go to my iPad, your civilian, so your other job with Avanath, you've been fired from that job.
So this says, Dear Marn'i, I regret to inform you that your employment with Avanath has been terminated effective November 15th, 2024. However, your last day working with Avanath will be effective immediately due to violation of the company's core values and workplace policies. Due to the nature of your absence, I will work directly with you for the return of all Avanath equipment and community access items. Your benefits will terminate on November 30th. COBRA information will be sent via email by WEX. So So, you know, FEMA said that they fired her, right? But then you heard her say, they didn't fire me, I quit. And now her other job, they fired because of the whole thing that came out. But did you catch when she said guns blazing?
Yeah. I don't believe her. I don't think people that just experienced a natural disaster came out to some FEMA workers, probably with these FEMA workers probably got on, you know, vests that say FEMA on it. I don't believe these people came out and said, yeah, we don't want help. Are you crazy?
You know, this is incredible to me. Like, this is so rich.
And of course, she has no evidence of any of this. No evidence.
None. And she's saying this on a platform that, of course, has gone extremely viral, and she does not have any counsel with her, none whatsoever. And you hadn't even, like, we were barely into the video, and you were already, like, calling cap on her, you know? So
Yeah, because
just imagine.
she doesn't have any evidence. Who doesn't keep evidence of that type of stuff? Oh, we don't talk about the specific houses. If somebody comes out and pulls a gun on you, guns blazing, you're not gonna keep record of that? You're not gonna call the police?
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Oh God, we're gonna watch like a few more minutes and then pause again. And I'm glad you said that. You keep that thought.
Two.
They actually did that in writing, yes.
Okay. So what did they say you violated? First of all, what kind of company is this? I've never heard of it. What kind of company is it?
It is a property management company. They are nationwide. I am a regional manager. Well, I was a regional manager for that property. I took care of their portfolios for various different acquisitions within it. I'm not sure what core values I have violated there, because my actions with FEMA have nothing to do with them at all.
Yeah, so I'm reading this, and this is from a Pat Gaudin, Gaudin. It says, I regret to inform you that your employment with Avanath is being terminated effective November 15, 2024. However, your last day working with Avanath will be effective immediately due to violation of the company's core values and workplace policies. Due to the nature of your absence, I will work directly with you for the return of all Avanath equipment and community access items. Your benefits will terminate on November 30th. Then it goes to final payment, things along those lines. So this is Pat Gaudin, Executive Vice President, Human Resources. So they never explained to you what you violated?
No, they haven't. And this is all because of FEMA's doing. They allowed a partnering company to leak internal communication and then relinquish all of my personal contact information. So FEMA didn't just jeopardize me. They also put my own company that I work for at home in jeopardy, because all this information's on LinkedIn. And FEMA has not gone after these people that has leaked this information, that has breached our policies.
So you talked about hostility. This was a text message that you sent us where one of the folks out there said, good morning, LeGros Road is politically hostile. We are not canvassing this street any further. Moved on to North Lakeview Road. Great decision. Thanks for the update.
Exactly. So my senior leadership was aware of the amount of encounters that was going on in the field. Again, this was my second time and a second crew in Florida, and experiencing unwelcomed behavior from the residents. Now, not all Floridians have been unpleasant, but for the most part, the ones that are very passionate about their disdain for FEMA, they have no problem expressing it.
So walk us through this. You also sent us this, and it says how it works. Purple paint marks. Property owners can paint vertical lines of purple paint on trees or posts along the perimeter of their property. It said why it's important for safety, clear boundaries, avoiding accidents. The purple paint, it said why it's important.
Okay, so purple paint marks. Property owners can paint vertical lines of purple paint on trees or posts along the perimeter of their property. Placement. The painted lines must follow specific rules to ensure visibility and clarity. The bottom of each paint mark must be between 3 and 5 feet from the ground. Marks must be 8 inches long. Marks should be no more than 100 yards apart along the property boundary. Why it's important for safety?
Important for safety, clear boundaries, avoiding accidents.
Clear boundaries. The purple paint clearly communicates that entry onto the land is prohibited without permission. Essentially, a do not trespass, reducing the risk of trespassing related confrontations. Avoiding accidents. Unauthorized access to private property could result in accidents, especially if the land is used for activities like hunting, farming, or lodging.
Purple paint clearly communicates that entry onto the land is prohibited without permission, reducing the risk of trespassing related confrontations. So explain to us what this means, what this is.
It means they can shoot you. If they don't have the sign up that says that they will shoot you, purple rocks and painting of trees means that you are likely to be shot. It means.
Okay, so let's hold there for a second. Have you ever heard of that before?
Have I heard of white folks shooting niggas? Yeah, I've heard of that.
No. During it's been a natural disaster. Okay. And it's really ravaged the community and you really need assistance. You put a purple line up, or FEMA's in the neighborhood and a FEMA employee gets shot. Have you ever heard of anything like that coming out of any news stories that you can recall of?
No, I've never heard of any FEMA employees getting shot. No.
It just sounds, it sounds insane.
I'm sure it's a possibility, but I've never heard of it. I'm sure it would have been national news if it did happen. But what I'm gathering from this is she's the one saying which neighborhoods aren't safe or not. She's the one saying this.
Yes,
she's the one reporting which neighborhoods aren't safe. And so this really is some rogue shit. She's seeing those Trump signs out there and she's saying, you know what, I'm not even gonna service these people because, you know, I'm a sister and, you know,
I'm strong.
They're all racist. They're all racist.
And then mind you too, so she's like the manager. Okay, so she is training people to do this as well. So that first message that we saw, it's one of her employees, or she's a supervisor, whatever. It's one of her employees telling her, hey, this is a high danger zone. We're not going down that street.
Right.
So let's say you're going down Channel Road and 2 houses have Trump signs. They're just going to skip the whole street.
Yeah.
All right.
You're unwelcome. Do not come.
So
and they mean that by force.
So if the purple paint is there, that's giving you permission to come onto their property?
No, you do not enter. That's why the word avoidance is down there.
Okay. So,
yes.
So again, for people who don't know, so these are FEMA's rules, correct?
Yes.
So if the property owner uses purple paint on their property,
you stay away.
And first of all, how does the property owner even get this information?
So this is something that FEMA has learned over the years from responding to natural disasters under the Stafford Act. So from community trends, you start learning when you take these notation from field intel. If a community has the purple rocks or painted trees, they learned over time that you are met with aggression usually, or they do not want you on their property at all. Instead of just simply placing a, privacy sign, no trespassing, they would rather paint purple.
Okay. So I get what I kind of understand. So if you turned in reports to your supervisors that state political hostility for the people in the field, those reports exist.
Yes, hence why I also sent you screenshots where they're deleting files now from my computer. So FEMA says they fired me, but I still have access to the systems and their applications. And while I was in an interview yesterday, I noticed that my files were being deleted in my name, and I could not have been doing that while I was talking to Madison. So FEMA is very well aware of the incidents that take place, not just with my crew, but with all of the crews in the state that's declared. And instead of just saying, hey, this is how we're going to mitigate it to protect our people, they decided to fire me and make sure Donald Trump knows that they are loyal to him because they fear retribution.
So, okay, so you said, so explain.
There we go. Now it's starting to, so obviously, she didn't save any of her emails that had her doing pretty highly questionable behaviors. And clearly she has some animosity towards Trump. Clearly. So it's all coming out. Now we're seeing the deep hatred. That's what I'm saying. White people are racist. Black people are hateful. It's a difference. It's a difference. You can get along with a racist person. I told this story. I had a car in high school, a piece of shit, but I used to race it and shit. And I met a guy at white guy at like a car meetup. Now I'm from Detroit. This guy is from Taylor. Taylor is redneck central. It's outside of Detroit. Super rednecks live out there. The dude offered to fix tune my engine for free. And all I had to do was bring my car over to his garage. This motherfucker had a Confederate flag in his garage, tuning my car for free. Yeah, he's a racist, but he ain't hateful. There's a difference. There's a difference. I don't mind racist people. I'm racist. But I can't live around hateful people. People that have hate in their heart. I want to make up lies just to hurt other people. This lady's alive.
Right. And so, synthetic future, just to give people some context, because purple paint laws, of course, they are different in every state. And, constitutional carry states, those of you that live in a state like that, you would be more familiar with what the purple paint is, or the purple paint line or law. Synthetic says the purple paint defines a clear boundary. I do not believe it gives you the right to shoot someone for walking on your property. A lot of law enforcement officers use the purple paint on their personal property in Texas. Now, the purple paint is a pretty big thing here in Texas. It's just a simple, instead of having like those big old red no soliciting signs, that sort of thing, no trespassing, that sort of thing, that does not mean that someone is just going to shoot you. But more importantly, in a natural disaster, you would think that the purple line is not going to be of that person who is suffering from said disaster, that's going to be at the top of their to-do list. And Universal says, so she thinks she's big enough of a scapegoat to signal loyalties to Donald Trump. This is crazy. So this woman is sitting here, again, I say, from all of the things that you have heard this far, HB, she does not have counsel. For me, you know what? If you want to snitch and be a whistleblower, ma'am, go ahead. Okay. But where is your counsel? Because now you think you're doing something by running your mouth and telling them something, right? You think you are, but you're going up against FEMA. That's the federal government. And let you not forget, the Biden administration is still in office. So for be it Trump or for be it Biden, everything that you're saying right now holds zero cred. And then she just said that they deleted her files because she still had access. Is that a form of evidence?
No, it's no evidence. It sounds to me like a lie, like she never had evidence in the first place. And even if let's just take it at face value and say she is being honest. If your superior is telling you to do some questionable shit, you I'm sure she's got many degrees. I'm sure she's super smart. Me as a fucking truck driver, I know I'm taking screenshots of all of that shit. I'll give you a situation. I was overweight. It was early in the morning. I was talking to my fleet manager. She was like, listen, you got one scale you got to get through and you can make it there. I'm overweight by like 500 pounds. Now that's highly illegal. We're texting. I took a screenshot of that shit. Even though in trucking, I'm still going to be held responsible. I still took a screenshot because if I get a ticket, you guys told me to do this, so you're going to pay for the ticket. But I don't want any confusion on my fleet manager is telling me to do something illegal. I took a screenshot of that. I had to.
Yep.
Now, what I ended up doing is I just went around the scale house. I took the back roads, so I went around it, and I made it there. I made it to my destination. Momo knows what I'm talking about. Sometimes, hey Momo, sometimes you gotta take a load that's overweight, man. It is what it is, you know. So you're gonna skip those scales. You're gonna skip those weights. But it is illegal. You're not supposed to be out here driving illegally, and that's what happens. But me as a truck driver, I know to protect myself. So this highly educated sister, how would she not know? And she's just playing the victim. You're not a victim. We all make decisions on our own. Can't nobody force you to do nothing.
Right.
You ain't no goddamn victim, lady.
And you know, even to that, and I know you remember this very vividly, and I won't go into too much detail, but earlier this year at my job, when I just felt like letting them have it. But I had that moment, we talked about it, and I said, you know what? Because you know I record everything and I screenshot everything. I don't play none of that. None of it. Especially for her, because the way that she's making it sound is, you know, like the white man, Donald Trump, white folks, they got guns ablazing, Trump supporters, whatever. Well, if that's how you really feel, ma'am, you are going to make sure that you have everything on you for salacious claims like this. Anybody that does not do that, you're really not worried about nothing. So for me, I feel like it's more of an arrogant thing she's doing, because you don't do that. You make sure that you have all your receipts.
No, I agree. And to Lily, I'm talking about my truck weight. I'm not I'm not 500 pounds overweight, Lily. Yeah, my bad, Lily. My bad. I'm talking about my truck weight. Just in case anybody's listening, I'm not talking about my personal weight. I'm talking about my truck weight. I was 500 pounds over the limit. you can carry up to 80,000 pounds, but I was the way my trailer was loaded, it was overweight by 500 pounds on one of the tandems, and I couldn't adjust it. So I had to just I had to make a new route. I had to go around the scale so I wouldn't get a ticket. So yeah, my bad. I'm not talking about my personal weight. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah,
That's so funny.
yeah. All right, let's get back into
So,
this video.
really quick, I wanted to read what Universal wrote earlier. Deleting those files are normal. She got terminated. She's no longer an employee, and she should not have access to federal documents. They had every right to terminate her access. Also, she has no case because if she's in a leadership role if she's in a leadership role, that responsibility falls on her. She is no victim.
Not at all. Not at all. Oh, we got Boston in the building.
Explain what this chart here is. So you sent us this map, and it has these dots on it. So,
sorry.
Wait. Hold on. I want to see what Mike from Boston's got to say. Boston, you been listening?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah. What do you think about this so far, man? You down in Mississippi, man?
I don't know.
Kind of close to.
But cause I've been driving, but I haven't really.
Well, just
yeah,
I can hear you. Just as a quick summary, this lady is she's a FEMA manager. So she's in charge of like canvassing out in affected areas that were affected by the hurricane down in Florida.
Yep.
She's being accused of purposefully avoiding houses that have Trump signages and paraphernalia, and she pretty much somebody snitched on her in the company, and now she's coming out the day after to speak on it, and she's being accused of treason, and treason is punishable by death.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a very, very serious thing. Are they really gonna? Are they talking about charging her criminally with that?
Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes.
I mean, she could be hung for that.
Yeah. No, seriously. Like, literally hung.
That shit. Yeah, that's foul, man. That's some shit.
Now, Boston, I know if she gets hung, would you be there to watch?
Well, let me see. Hold on, I haven't seen her yet, so let me see what she looks like. Oh yeah, I'd be there.
God damn it, Boston.
For sure.
All right, let's get back to the video.
You know I'd be there.
Oh wait, we got Sam I Am too. Sam I Am. I want to get your. So Boston, you want to see her feet dangling? You want to see her feet dangling in the wind?
I mean, yeah, above my head, like
above your head. Wow. Like.
No, I mean, yeah. I want to see. Just get hung. They they kind of like hang there, and their feet are dangling around. But it's not a race thing. It's just like, I like to see people getting hung. That's all.
Yeah. Of course not. Of course not. It's not a race.
It's not a race.
Of course not. Yeah. Come on. Come on. You're not a staunch racist. You just wants to see a.
I'm not like the most racist person you've ever had on.
Yeah. No. Of course not. Come on.
No.
Come on.
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't think she should be hung. I think she should get a strong she needs an alpha male type figure to slap her in the face, and that'll be the punishment.
Nah. I honestly think she needs to get hung, man. Respectfully.
Okay, well, if you insist, then yeah.
I'll go with it. I really do think she needs to get hung, because this really is treason, man. Like I just can't I can't believe that the Trump neighborhoods were more violent than the Kamala voters. I just can't believe that.
I mean, did anyone die as a result of this?
No. Well, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're not
I mean,
sure.
what did happen though?
You said
so they
what
could
did
have
happen?
possibly died as a result of this.
Right.
But they could have.
Right. So the thing is that there's, of course, as more information comes out, now that she has done this whole whistleblow thing, there's very high probability that people did die, Boston, because they skipped whole streets. So what they were supposed to be doing is relief and rescue efforts, but they just didn't go down the street.
Yeah.
At all. They just kept it pushing, no matter what it was.
So they did that all based on someone's, if they had signs in their yard supporting Donald Trump.
Yes, and they did this in Florida and North Carolina. She said that this is happening all throughout FEMA,
Christ.
throughout these hurricanes, and that's what they did specifically.
Yeah.
Well, I hope she got fired at the very least. I mean, she's fired, I'm sure, right?
And
yeah.
Yeah, they fired her. And honestly, I would feel the same way if it was the other way around. If some crazy Trump supporter was working with FEMA and he saw,
hell yeah.
Yeah, no, I would want him to get hung too, because that's taking it too far. This shit is just politics, man. Like,
yeah,
it don't affect you working
but the
every
thing
day.
is that that's not a Republic. Like, as conservatives, we wouldn't do something like that. That's a liberal move to do to there's Trump supporters there. We wouldn't do, like, I can't see a conservative doing that shit. It's like an emotional liberal doing that shit. They just wouldn't. Like, I just can't see it happening, because, like, most conservatives aren't thinking about that shit that seriously.
Nah, they're not. And she kind of exposed herself.
Like, to skip a whole street and people are dying there? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And she kind of exposed herself by saying that FEMA is trying to show their allegiance to Trump. Like, you're showing your bias right there. Boston, you got a little bit of an echo. You got a little bit of Boston, you got a little bit of an echo.
Hold on, let me change my let me mute.
Could I jump in real quick, y'all?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know how much y'all have talked about it. I just kind of jumped in, but I had watched this video yesterday, and one of the things, or a couple of things that stood out to me, is her body language was very off. I noticed she kept rocking back and forth, and I noticed, like, looking at her chest, she was like breathing real heavy for some reason. And I get maybe she might be a little bit nervous about this or that, but to me, it was coming off as nervous about, I got to make sure this lies together. And she was just doing this weird rocking back and forth. Her facial expressions and her lips were giving off liar vibes to me. And then also, too, I happen to work in government with sisters like this, and I know how they are, and I know what type of BS they might try to pull. And see, because you got to understand, in their minds, this is justified because Trump's Hitler. That's the frame of reference they're coming from. So anybody who supports Trump is Hitler, and therefore, whatever we do will ultimately be justified because we're on the side of righteousness, and as opposed to being more practical about it, which is everyone needs help no matter who they support. And then, did y'all get to the part where she was talking about they were painting the trees or something? So
Yeah. We just passed that part.
Yeah, so a lot of that just sounded like complete bullshit to me. Now, I will say, to be fair, there are sometimes I encounter, it's not often, but there is a such thing as a crazy dumb conservative who is always shooting from the hip and hates everything about government. So if you came to give them a lollipop, they would want to look at you crazy and pull their gun out. But
Yeah.
that's honestly not the common thing. So I wouldn't doubt that they had some sort of off confrontation with some redneck with a Trump sign. I don't doubt that it's happened once. But
Yeah.
to be like, well, every time we pull up to a house with a Trump sign, they just start waving their pistol and say, get the hell. They're not like that. And if you're not even making some sort of a tip, or if you reach out, if people need help, man, they're gonna be waiting for you no matter what. So I think she is trying to oversell some of this other shit to cover her ass, but she's grass. That's my 2 cents.
I agree. Portia,
This
let's get back.
chart here is. So you sent us this map, and it has these dots on it. So what does this actually mean?
So what that means is that shows you every home in that area. Each dot is a home.
Okay.
And that home, that dot gives you intel of if I was able to register that person, if I was only giving them resources, if I wasn't able to access the property. There's all kind of things in that data for that one dot. So when someone says that, oh, there was at least 20 homes missed, or we didn't do this, or we didn't do that, we have to put that into context, because this was a breach from a partnering company that FEMA hired, the surge capacity team, which are usually just TSA workers. They took it upon themselves to say, we want to go and register these homes, knowing that it is hostile and it could possibly endanger the rest of the team. So because they didn't get what they wanted, they went and sent this information out and misled the people that we just bypassed these homes. We omitted these homes for safety precautions, not because of political plight. Like, no one cares about that. We want to make sure people can register.
So when you say for political, so describe for me what political hostility means. Is it
people will tell you, I don't like FEMA. That's part of the Biden-Harrison campaign. You guys are lying to people. You're not helping people. You don't even give people the essential needs funding, the $750. A lot of people think
so when the people, so again, I just want to understand. So when the people who out in the field reporting to you, they were they approaching these homes, knocking on the door, or people out there in the yard saying this? And so when that homeowner makes these statements, then what then does the worker do? Does the worker say, sir, ma'am, thank you very much? And do they then notate political hostility? Do they move to the next house?
Yes, they are to de-escalate and disengage immediately, walk away from the home, complete the notation of what the encounter was, and move on to the next home.
Does FEMA have that documented, that this is the way it's supposed to be done?
Oh, yes. Ask them for it.
So FEMA has documents that show that, oh, field worker, if you run into anyone who is politically hostile or is hostile to you as a worker, you're saying they are to de-escalate, thank you very much, and keep moving, and then make a notation of that particular home of whatever that specific encounter was.
Right. You put down in the notes, hey, this was an unwelcome encounter. They affirm, do not return. Whatever you need to get the message clear, this is not a home we need to go back and canvass. You have to understand, when we go out here in the field, we don't have security detail. We do not have police detail. We are all we have in the field. And FEMA will tell you very quick, if avoidance and de-escalation does not work, please call your local authorities.
Okay, so what we're talking about here is, so first of all, how many homes did the team that you were over, how many homes did they survey?
Oh, I don't have that number. That's why I showed you the map. That map gives you an aerial view of one specific area.
So what you sent us were all the homes that your team processed.
Yes.
So we're talking. So this is one map right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a second map right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a third map right here. This is the fourth map right here. And look, that's the fourth. So all those orange dots, those are all of the homes your team's processed.
Yes, sir.
So out of all of those homes, your teams encountered 20 homes that were defined as politically hostile.
Mm-hmm.
Did the teams under you, did they note specifically the addresses of each one of those homes?
No, they do not. Again, we do not do PII. So when you drop a dot, it just shows logistical coordinates, and then you just put the details there. But it doesn't show the street.
So I'm curious, why not? So for instance, if I encountered, if I'm a worker and I encountered this, I need to be able to say it was 2550 and not 2552.
FEMA does not do that. They do not allow you to disclose personal information.
Okay, so the problem now is, how then are you able to track the homes that were politically hostile?
So again, we do it based off of a report. So for example, there were 2 gentlemen on my team. They had an uncomfortable encounter. For example, they were told drain the swamp and some other kind of crazy statements. So I know that house was on this street, a specific street, and I know what color it was. And then if I have another team member tell me on that same street that they had another incident, it's like, okay, this is starting to become a trend. We probably need to pull out, because nobody needs to work in a hostile work environment.
Okay.
Drain the swamp. That's Republican, Trump, if you will.
Well, I think she just said a few buzzwords that she's heard. I really don't think, because if you notice, she's not saying or giving like any specifics on an encounter. It's just like they said these buzzwords that from MSNBC we've seen that Republicans say. So
right.
I don't know. I'm not believing.
And you know the crazy thing too, Sam. No real MAGA voter is saying drain the swamp. That's 2016. We're not saying drain the swamp no more. Trump already drained the swamp. That was 2016. That's what he ran on. So ain't no Trump voter saying drain the swamp in 2024. We already did that. We already drained. The swamp has been drained. We know who is who now. That was the whole point. So she's completely lying. She's completely lying. And you're right. She's not giving any details. And this whole, we don't take any addresses down. We have one bad encounter, then we just say we just fuck the whole block. I'm not buying this. I'm not buying this at all.
So you can see how disingenuous she's obviously being, but as you're listening and paying attention to this, and because all of this information, again, Universal says, I don't understand the significance of showing any of these maps. Absolutely nothing. What the F are we doing? Well, the thing is that we are now talking about internal documents from FEMA now being released to the likes of Roland Martin on air with no counsel. And you are saying things that quite literally make no sense. Nothing that she has said thus far has any credence. And then too, going with the drain the swamp. Yes, these are terms, but it is heavily implied, again, that these are white people that are violent. And if y'all caught where she said 2 of her employees said that they felt uncomfortable. They felt uncomfortable. So imagine the police, firefighters, first responders, the United States military. Do they not go into a house that's burning because they saw a Trump sign, or?
I'm going to say this too. Sorry, Portia, were you there?
No, go ahead.
No, I'm going to say this too. And we don't have to look any further than that video from last week when that white dude got into it with election workers, and there's I've noticed this a few times when you have a system and a position of authority, and she's
It's a
got what she.
it's a lot of background. I can hardly hear you, Sam.
Sorry, it's windy over here. How about now? Is it still bad?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying when sometimes you have a situation like this where you have a sister in a power position of authority, and so any little, if the white guy blinks wrong, she's gonna start flexing her muscle. And I think this is a lady who probably had an encounter like that, or somebody on the team had an encounter like that, where they already don't like Trump people, this, that, and the other. The guy didn't come out with roses and kissing their feet for their FEMA debit card, and so they decided to show their asses. But that's my 2 cents.
Do HB and Sam, do y'all believe she's bitter?
A bitter black woman, or
Bitter
just
because
bitter in
she got
general?
fired, or bitter because she got caught?
Oh no. I think she's bitter in general. I think
Yeah.
she's just a bitter person in general. You can hear it. You can hear it. She's like just the recounting of the events that happened. You could just tell that she has an agenda, and she told her workers to do it, because none of that shit. Like, there's no reason to even bring up drain the swamp and stuff. She's making shit up. Nobody's saying drain the swamp anymore.
She's literally
Nobody's
just
saying
throwing out buzzwords.
that. Right. She's just making shit up. This shit is so
They said
obvious.
FJB, so we had to hightail out of there.
Right.
Some bumper sticker she seen.
And who doesn't want to take a $750 FEMA debit card? Who wouldn't want to take that?
Oh, I'm
And
glad you said that. So you do realize that whenever Kamala Harris went to Florida and she did that little press conference about FEMA and everything, and she was saying whatever Trump is saying, what the Republicans are saying, it's all lies. None of it's true. It's not happening. This map that she's showing us, he asked her, how many houses did you skip? She said, I don't know that number. So yeah, of course you don't, because it could have been thousands of houses between Florida and, or hundreds of thousands of houses between Florida and North Carolina.
Yeah.
But when they skipped the house, that means that they didn't get money. They were handing out boxes of food, water. They were supposed to be helping with the electricity and getting these people back connected to the internet. Because you remember Elon Musk, he went on ahead and gave them Starlink in both states for free.
Yeah.
Whenever you skip those houses, they didn't get anything. They didn't even get the little $750.
Yeah, I don't think Virgo got anything from FEMA. So they just totally skipped over Virgo.
And she's admitting
this
to it
lady
right
skipped
now.
past Virgo's house.
Yeah.
Virgo, get mad at this lady.
And Virgo was
skipped
there.
you.
Virgo was there the whole time. She didn't leave. She didn't
Virgo
get
had a
nothing.
Trump sign, so this got skipped.
No, I bet Virgo, see, this is the fucked up part, because Virgo doesn't have the Trump sign, but I guarantee somebody in her neighborhood does.
Yes, Florida, that's a given.
Yeah, so now Virgo has to suffer because they don't feel comfortable in that neighborhood.
And that's all it is. I saw a Trump sign. I don't feel comfortable. She literally just said that that uncomfortable feeling.
Yep. Yep, just because some bozo said drain the swamp. In your head, they said that. Yeah, this is a act of war on America right here, guys. I'm starting to feel
So
like be brave,
again,
man.
I'm just
You said you feel like what?
I'm starting to feel like be brave now. Like this is not kid shit right here. This is real deep hatred type of stuff right here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the type of stuff I wouldn't wish on my enemy. Like, seriously.
It's just, for me, listening to this, for you to imply the purple line law, and for you to suggest that people that just literally faced a crisis. She lives in California. She's fine. Her house hasn't been impacted by those forest fires yet. So these people, I don't care what experience y'all had in the past, because I'm not going to discredit her. Some people really don't want you trespassing. I get that, but this is different. This is different. You think that they just gonna pull a gun? Because she said they'll shoot you. They'll shoot you. So they're just gonna pull a gun out on you during some of the most devastating hurricanes that we have had.
Yeah,
back to
and
back.
I think her being from California definitely is gonna skew her opinion too. You know, she not from down there, so she already thinking everybody is just some backwood hick. You know, she in Cali. She in Cali. One of the 2 states that went blue.
One of the 2. I'm gonna play some more.
Okay. So again, I'm just trying to understand. So let me pull up here. So if I zoom in on this map right here, and let's say, okay, so I'm looking at one of these streets. So let's say there are 30 homes on that street. And let's say one of your field workers encounters hostility from 3 homes on that street. Do they continue to canvass each home on that street, or do?
That's when I make an executive decision and I send a report over to my TFL.
I'm sorry. What's a TFL?
Task force lead.
Okay.
And I'll let you know that we've had now several, because 3 is several from me, poor encounters on this street that have made the team uncomfortable. And I will let him know we need to move on from here. But the important thing is here, once we start seeing a trend, for example, if they just so happen to have these Trump campaign signs in front of their home, and that's the characteristics that's coming along with that, we have to proceed with precaution. So avoidance first and then de-escalation. And that's the thing. Our superiors know that. We have constant conversations about keep your people safe. If your people are uncomfortable, then just don't go.
So explain this to me, please. Explain this to me. Okay. So I'm just trying to understand what that means. So again, if I'm on a street and it has 20 homes, and there are 8 homes on that street with Trump signs, and my team has faced hostility from 3 of the homes that have signs, what happens next?
I inform my TFL, my direct report, hey, we're again experiencing hostile encounters. We're moving on to another street. We're not canvassing those homes.
So again, only for go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And that.
Yo, Portia, pause it real quick. Is somebody in the back?
Yeah, it was MFB, but he fell off again. He's probably gonna try.
You know, it's really fucked up. It's really fucked up when Roland Martin's not even buying your story. That's how you know she's fucked. Cause he's not even buying this. He even sees what's wrong with this, what she's saying right now. And that's where a lot of people are starting to go now, where the most, you know, liberal people, when you say some illogical shit, they're just that light bulb flicks, and they're just like, wait a minute, this shit really don't make no sense. So you're gonna punish the whole neighborhood because of 2 houses. And she's saying it. He had to make her repeat it because it was so crazy.
I don't know if something's wrong with her, or like whenever I asked y'all earlier about the bitterness, but also the arrogance, because you have to really ask yourself, what in the hell is wrong with you? You see, the thing is that the left, they have told us all of this was a lie. FEMA's not doing that. I did my breakdown of it, right, on the channel. And then I know Stanley did a breakdown of it with you, HB, I believe. Shout out to Stanley. But whenever you say over and over and over that this is a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie, and then it comes out, and not only did we have whistleblowers that they sent it to the Daily Wire, but the person that they're talking about, she comes out on her own. Nobody forced her to do this. Nobody. She comes out on her own, and she is saying all of this stuff. All of it. But she's saying it freely, all willy-nilly, like there won't be any consequences from this. And as if she's, I think that maybe she's thinking that she's getting back at FEMA. Is that what you think it is? Like, you think she's trying to get ahead of it, and she's trying to pull this black woman victim like card? I can't be wrong.
I just think she's evil. Honestly, I really do. I think this woman is just pure evil and insane, and she's really hateful, and she didn't think this through at all. She didn't think any of this through. So this is just all hate fuel right now. This is what she's trying to do. This is like, I don't know. You probably never experienced it, but like when you back a woman in the corner, she can do some really evil shit. And that's what this is. This is just a reaction to what's happening. This is no foresight, no thought. This is straight ego right here. And this is this is ugly right now. This is really ugly. Even Roland Martin can't believe this shit. He can't believe what he's hearing right now. He really can't.
Yeah, this is the most grilling I've ever heard Roland Martin do on anybody.
Yeah.
This feels different than a regular Roland interview.
It does, because he can't take her side on this, because even he knows that this is wrong. Like there's no.
Which that's pretty low if even Roland knows it's wrong. You got it to be pretty low.
Right. That's what, and she doesn't even see that. That's how you know she's just completely bugged out. She's crazy.
I think too, at least from the view of Roland, if you're legitimately thinking, Democrats, we're the good ones, blah, blah, blah. He's hearing this, realizing how bad this makes Democrats look when they're supposed to be the party of the higher morale,
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
the directive too. Like, honestly, he has called me multiple times and says, your job is to keep the team safe.
I'm sorry, when you say he, who's he?
Oh, Chad Hershey.
Okay, who's Chad Hershey?
The TFL my assigned TFL for this deployment.
So Chad Hershey has told you what?
That if your team is uncomfortable and they do not feel safe, do not go to those homes. Go and canvass the other homes. Your job is to keep these people safe. They need to be able to go back home safe.
Okay, so now I have to ask this, because again, I use the example, 20 homes on the street. 8 of the homes have Trump signs, and they face hostility from three of those homes, which means there are 17 homes left.
Right.
So
we will canvass the ones that do not have the community trend with the Trump campaigns signage and let it go. If any of those residents come outside that have the Trump campaign signage and they say, hey, I want to register, we'll welcome them arms. We will let you register. Great, wonderful. But we will not subject our people to continuous verbal abuse or hostile encounters.
So
that's not what we do.
That's what I need to know. So, but again, though, this is what I'm trying to understand here. If there are 20 homes on the street, 8 have Trump signs, and you encounter hostility from 3, how do you then, and if you say, I'm moving on from this street, what happens to the other 17 homes on that street?
So the ones that do not have the trend, you got to watch what you're saying, because you're saying the ones without the Trump campaign signage. If those are the ones that we have experienced the consistent hostility from, then those are the ones that we're going to avoid. Our equity in DSA is canvassing and registering, so we're going to take care of those other homes on the street, but we're going to avoid the ones that meet the community trend of political hostility, and they just so happen to have campaign signages in their front yard.
So I'm going to go back to something, because you said you first started in 2019, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for all of these, it's always these people who run their miles in our chat here. Trump was there in 2019. Did this, what you're describing, did this happen in 2009 or 2020 when we had federal disasters?
I can't speak for that because I wasn't deployed on those disasters. You would have to ask those people. But what I am here to do is to tell you that homes are skipped. The American people need to know that if we are approached with hostility or our people feel uncomfortable, we do disengage.
And when you say with hostility, that's from anybody, whether there's a Trump. Well, I'll ask you this way. Have you ever noted any hostility from people who had Biden, Harris wall signs, or did you report any hostility for people who had no signs in their yards?
There you go. Yes, that is the whole point.
On both counts?
Yes, on both accounts.
So,
yes.
So let me just get me clear. So you're saying that there have been times when your teams went out and someone may have had a Biden Harris or a Harris wall sign in their yard. Your team felt uncomfortable and faced hostility, and they reported it back to you, and y'all said, skip that home.
There have been, yes, not on this specific deployment, but yes, there is record of that in the past. What you have to understand is everybody is not happy with FEMA, because if their applications are not approved or something didn't go the way they expected it to go, sometimes when we come back around for another disaster, they don't want to see us, and they passionately let us know.
So
yeah. You see how
You
he's
might have a point there.
No. But you're not seeing how Roland Martin is leading these questions. Yeah,
mm-hmm. You see how he's feeding her.
He's leading this questioning, and because if that's the case, why would she be doubling down?
Grilling.
Right? No. He's trying to give her an out. He's trying to make it seem like she's unbiased about who she's passing. But in her own words, she let you know exactly who she's passing. She's passing the people that are saying, drain the swamp, the Trump voters. She already told you that's the people that she's passing. She even doubled down right now and said, this didn't happen, the Kamala voters or the independents, this didn't happen this time. It was only the Trump supporters. So we avoided them. He's trying to give her an out. Because he can't even believe it. He can't even believe how crazy this bitch is.
She's been hanging herself this whole time, and so you can see in this last little bit that we just watched, he goes into this thing where he says, so in 2019 that was Trump, and y'all saw that facial expression that she made.
Yep.
Probably the same one she got now.
Oh, get me? Like, what in the hell does that have to do with today in 2019? And then he goes on to ask these follow-up questions just to try to give her out to see if it would be the same for these other Kamala, Biden, whatever.
Yeah.
This is insane.
They're talking about hitting her with like federal charges, like prosecuting her. Why is she doing interviews? Like, did her legal team not tell her to shut up?
Kimmy, that's what I said. She did this on her own, and she does not have counsel. She's just up here talking.
Oh, she wilding out. She's wilding out.
That's that arrogance though. She really thinks she's morally right. And what she did. She doesn't have any she doesn't have any what's the word I'm looking for, Portia? Like remorse. She doesn't have any remorse for the shit that she did. She
And
doesn't think that anything she did. Because if you know you did something wrong, you talking to a lawyer first. Hey, let me talk to
period.
let me talk to my lawyer. Shit, yeah, I was there, nigga. I ain't telling you shit. Yeah, I was there.
Right.
Let me talk to my lawyer first.
And I think from like a professional standpoint, like if she was doing professional decision making, she should have just had them write down, okay, this location, that location, this address is refusing service.
Right.
And all you got to do is keep going back and documenting that they're refusing service. You don't. What she wrote was discriminatory. Period.
Yep.
Y'all do
Yeah,
realize that Congress is filing articles of treason against this woman.
Yeah.
Right, and she's running her mouth.
they better file them against a whole lot of other people too. But do you notice how she keeps trying to crowbar in if you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, I
To
did notice
me,
that.
her with this uncomfortable, that's a very vague word. And you got to
It's very
understand,
it's very broad. It can mean anything.
it
I
can
mean,
mean
Right.
anything. And from
right.
the perspective of this woman, she's like, you know, when I pulled up to a house with a Trump sign, they weren't bowing down to me and kissing my feet. So I felt uncomfortable. You got to understand
Right.
what uncomfortable means to someone like this. It means
Yeah.
you weren't kissing my ass in the right way. And so, therefore, I know how these people operate.
To be honest with you, I don't even think it's about some sort of hierarchy that exists in her mind. I think it's like she's a communista.
Right.
No,
That's
she has the
straight.
power in this particular situation. It's an election. She thinks she's doing something
But she
kind
doesn't
of
have the power to do
justified.
that. But this is what happens in
She
communist
doesn't,
societies.
but
And she's a communista.
in
She showed who she is.
Yeah, she did.
yeah, but I'm saying in that moment, the same way the crazy black lady at the DMV, you didn't taken your whole day off work, you stood in line this whole time, da, 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 and now she gets to say whether or not this trip to the DMV was successful. There's these people, they'll hold that over you if there's something about you they don't like, or a lot of times they just have a bad attitude, and so anything's gonna set them off.
Yep.
And I've seen chicks like this where they're kind of like indifferent to everybody, except if a black woman walks up. Then it's, hey, sister, girl, this, that, and the other. I see it all the
I
time.
don't believe that because they don't ever greet me like that, and I don't know why. But I think I think her angle right now is to rile up Black America, get them to go screaming in the streets, crying outrage. Maybe Fonnie Willis is going to show up, and then she has the support. But what she doesn't realize is that that fanfare is really cooling down. People are backing off of it. People are backing off of the heavy rhetoric. People are not calling half the nation Nazis anymore. You know what I mean? People are kind of falling back off that.
She's waiting for Ben Crump.
Yep.
And you know what? I'm so glad you just said, because I was just about to say that, Sam. I was about to say, Kimmy, like, can you, whenever you just put all of this together, and whenever I was watching, some of this yesterday, and I wanted to, show it today, I'm asking myself, where the hell has Ben Crump at? Because I've been seeing all on social media, like from YouTube videos and reviews and stuff like that. I've been seeing where Black people are saying that they're just trying to set her up and protect Black women, and this is a scam, these are all lies, none of it is true, you got to protect. And I'm like, so Ben Crump didn't reach out to you like he reaches out to everybody else?
Nah,
You could.
this is out of Ben
Hey.
Crump's realm. This is treason right here. That's out of his realm. He ain't touching this. This is above his pay grade right here.
Right.
You
Had it been
going
like a
to
shoot in or something, or then he would have.
yeah.
He
Nigga
has his
dead in
own
the
limits.
street. Yeah, nigga dead in the streets. Yeah, now we can talk police shooting. But
Well,
now
if
you're
she had
talking
gotten beat, if she got beat by a white Trump supporter on the scene, maybe
right,
he could have pulled up.
right. Now he could have pulled up, but treason, nah, sister,
That's above
you
his pay grade.
yeah, sister, you on your own with this one. You gonna
That's
have
what I'm
to
trying to
fight that one.
say. People are not
Yeah,
going to tear the streets for this woman.
nah, not at all, not
And I
at
think she's
all.
banking on that. I think she's banking on her Black privilege right now.
I didn't even think about that, Kimmy. You do make a really good point though, because I didn't even think that's her angle. I'm just thinking she's insane, you know. But
No,
they,
I'm
I mean,
co-signing
clearly.
Kimmy, I agree with you. This lady
yeah,
thought
Yeah,
yeah,
Kamala was
definitely.
about to win. She thought Kamala was going to give her a pardon because she did the right thing, which was stand against Trump and all his supporters and all that. And that shit backfired like a mug.
And in the worst
yeah,
way, like not everybody knows who you are and that you ain't shit.
yeah, yeah.
I want to see. I can't wait to see, like, the Al Sharptons, the Joy Reids, the Mark Lamont Hill, like those types come out, in defense of her. But she's definitely pulling this whole trope of, you know, the black woman this, and especially, with the rhetoric that we've been hearing from black women since the election, protect black women at all costs, forget the black men. And I think she's really playing up on this because she really believes that this is going to save her.
You know, I might be a little off topic, but I don't understand people, specifically women like Joy Reid. Like, you don't like white people, da 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 da, but you have this crusty looking blonde hair that don't even fit you. Like, you look
The Trump
crazy.
wig.
Why does she have blonde hair? And it's so ugly. Like, it don't even go with her aesthetic. Like, she needs like a burgundy looking. She needs like a deep burgundy or a dark brown, but
Hmm.
not blonde.
But
I
that's
don't get
just
it.
another point of her delusion. The same way she's delusional about the state of affairs, the same way she's delusional about how that white woman's hair looks on top of her head. Extra crispy black woman with a blonde wig on makes no damn sense.
And her hairline looks crazy too. She's got her hairline is
And she
crazy.
don't, she don't even have the blonde for black people. She just got like platinum, like Baywatch.
Yeah,
Like,
Right. Pamela Anderson's hair on her head.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I'll play some more.
Let me go back to what I just said. So, there are examples as well
Yes, sir.
of individuals where there were no Trump signs, there were no Harris Biden signs, there are no signs at all, and your teams face hostility, and y'all made the exact same decision to move on.
Yes, sir.
So when you look at how Republicans and MAGA is trying to play this as, oh, she skipped the Trump vote, how do you respond to that?
I respond to it in the same fashion that I'm going to respond to you now. If you greet any of our team members with hostility or aggression, we will de-escalate and disengage and move on. We cannot take that risk to deal with that type of behavior. It's just not ethical for a work environment for anybody.
And again, you're saying here that those reports were turned in. You're saying that your supervisors or your team leads, they are aware of this. You're saying that they are aware that this is not politically driven. It is driven based upon the hostility shown towards FEMA workers in the field.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like, now again, FEMA has not released these reports. They've apologized that they're going to fix these issues. Would you like for the House Oversight Committee, Congressional Black Caucus, and others to actually call you and say, oh, if y'all want the truth, call me to a hearing and let's put it all out there so folks can understand? Because clearly FEMA has fired you. Your other job has fired you. That's cost you significant amounts of money. You're unemployed. And so you're being made out to be this evil anti-MAGA person.
Yes, I take all help and assistance right now. And I also have FEMA employees that have called me and said they will come forward and they will tell their stories and they will share with you all their truths about what it is we experience in the field every day.
Where they
You,
at?
They
you
all
talked
gonna
about
be black
what
women
you
that
are
she
going through.
calls.
Do you have a family?
I do. And
Where
I
they
have
at
people
though?
calling me saying that they're going to rape me and that they're going to.
Okay. Alright.
Now she just went off the deep end. She just jumped the
Yeah.
shark right now.
Yep. Now here we go. And I guarantee you, those workers that say they got your back, man, you better.
They all sisters.
Nah. They don't hold your breath waiting for that shit to happen, because they ain't gonna have your back, sister.
Yeah.
Nah.
They just said that to keep the peace as she walked out the door, but they won't be picking up no phone calls.
Did she just tell them that she needed money, like donations?
No. She just said what Kimmy said. She wants Ben Crump and the Black Caucus. She wants all the race baiters to come to her aid. Kimmy called her.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly what she up here doing. Yeah, she's not saying she wants donations. She's saying she needs help from the black race baiters. She needs them to come solve her problem.
Yeah, but that well is running dry, so she might not be quite aware.
Wow. Okay, let me rewind that 5 seconds so we can make sure we heard what she just said clearly.
I do. And I have people calling me saying that they're going to rape me and that they're going to give me a proper nigger lynching. I have people calling me, telling me that I am a horrible person, saying ungodly things to me.
Who is calling her, telling her that they're going to give her a proper N-word lynching, HB?
No. I could kind of believe that. But I think what she's not understanding is what she did in this situation. And she just admitted what she did. She purposefully didn't stop at, potentially thousands of homes because of one or two people in that neighborhood. So people weren't being helped. So this is a reaction to that. These people are saying, you know how trolls get online. They'll say all types of crazy shit to you. But she's not hung, she's not raped, so it's just trolls. But their sentiment is coming from a real place. Like you left people out there to dangle. They're mad about it, and you don't even see anything that you did wrong. You're not taking any accountability for what you did wrong.
That's insane. This is crazy. This just keeps getting worse.
And all of this started because once this story, when the Daily Wire was published.
Because FEMA allowed the search team to leak confidential information to the newspaper that went national, and there is no protection for me. FEMA sent me an email with 10 sheets of paper and said, this is how you are supposed to protect yourself. There are people in my family and in various residents that we own where they are receiving pizzas so they can try to pinpoint where I actually live or try to locate where I am.
This was one of the emails that was sent to you here. And this person said, who the hell do you think you are to do what you did? You MFDEI hire. How dare you tell your employees to not assist hurricane damage homes if they had a Trump sign in front? You stupid bitch, racist. Tough crap now, you miserable jackass. Trump won by huge numbers, and there's not a damn thing that you and your sick Democrat friends and colleagues can do about it. Your whole crowd is done. Only a stupid lefty company would hire a pathetic loser like you, dumbass. And you said you've got more emails like this since this story went public?
Wait, pause it real quick. Yeah, I think that that email really summed it up, because I think anybody that's competent would not skip up those homes. Only a DEI hire, lazy ass motherfucker would say, all right, we have one bad
Are y'all
encounter.
still there? I can't hear nothing.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Kimmy, you can't hear us?
Oh gosh, is it happening again? Let me.
Nah, tell Kimmy, Kimmy, you gotta refresh.
Okay, we're still good.
Yeah, Kimmy, you gotta refresh. Somebody type in the chat, you guys. Kimmy, refresh. Type in the chat. Matter of fact, I'll type it in the back chat.
I put it up on the screen too.
Okay. Yeah, but I thought that that email is she's literally taking no accountability for what she did. Only a DEI hire wouldn't take the time to come check out every single home in that neighborhood, even if one or two people, you know, presented some bad behavior. You don't take it out on the whole community just because one or two people were acting a fool. So I thought that email was honestly brilliant. I thought it was straight to the point. They couldn't have said it any better. I couldn't have said it any better, honestly.
Yeah, it's
Kimmy,
just
Kimmy, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Wait, did someone
Okay.
send her that message? Is that what
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
looking
yeah,
at?
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. You wanna read it real quick?
Yeah. It says, "You stupid bitch racist."
let me rewind it for you,
Okay.
Kimmy, so you can
No,
get
no,
the.
no. Let Kimmy read it. Let Kimmy read it. Let
No,
Kimmy
no,
read it.
I said I'm going to rewind it so
I
that she
think to
can
the
see the top
beginning.
of the message.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Kimmy, this is where it starts.
Okay. Who the hell do you think you are to do what you did? You mother effing DEI hire? How dare you tell employees do not assist hurricane damaged homes if they had a Trump sign in front? You stupid bitch racist. Tough crap now, you miserable jackass. Trump won by huge numbers, and there's not a damn thing that you or your sick Democrat friends and colleagues can do about it. The end.
What do you think about that letter? That message?
I mean,
And
she's
Kimmy,
lucky
that's
that's
the end of it. That bottom one right there. That
it's
last
probably the
paragraph.
first of oh, okay. Your whole crowd is done. Only a stupid lefty company would hire a pathetic loser like you, dumbass. The end. I think that's the first of many. I think she's gonna get a lot of hate mail.
Yeah, yeah.
People have gotten hate mail and death threats for far less.
Way less. Way less. So I think
And I don't know how she gonna survive in the public. She better be careful. I don't know what state she lives in, but she better be careful.
well,
I mean, she ain't
she's in
safe nowhere, really.
she's in California, so she might actually be safe out there.
Oh yeah,
But
that's actually a good point.
yeah, she'll probably be safe. But yeah, I wouldn't travel outside of California, man, because yeah, you don't know how many of people you really affected with this shit.
For real. And then like, who's gonna hire her now?
I wouldn't. She's untouched. You can't fuck with her now. She's like, I don't know anybody that would hire her. I don't even think Kamala would hire her.
No, because it's gonna bring a level of scrutiny that people don't want, especially if they don't have good practices.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. This is Portia. What'd you think about this letter?
Sometimes I err on the side of like I'm cautious with a lot of this stuff because sometimes people have other people send emails for their defense and it might not necessarily be real. But then on the other end, realizing how crazy people are on the internet, they do exist. It is to be expected. But if she's worried about her safety and things like that, I wouldn't have come out and did a interview that went national and international with Roland Martin yesterday. I
How'd you
wouldn't have done that.
Roland Martin of all people. Roland Martin of all people.
how'd you feel about the what was said in the letter though?
I feel like it was on point, like what they said in the letter. I mean, there's some language that I wouldn't have used to speak to her, but I think that what they said is correct. And how the whole crowd is done. Only a stupid lefty company would hire a pathetic, hire a DEI person. Only
Yeah.
FEMA would do something like that, and then put her in a position that high up
Power.
within the
Yeah.
in the organization. And then she's not contracted. She's not TSA or the other acronym she used. She's hired directly through FEMA. And
Yep.
you know, we know people do work for the government, but it is not easy to get a government job. And she had a great one at that, you know.
Yep.
And this is a perfect example of what you get when you're doing this DEI stuff.
Yeah.
Because look at her now. Now she running her mouth
Yep. Yep.
with no thought.
No thought. Nothing. And this like it's like she doesn't even get that she's proven these people right. And not just because she's a black woman in a position of power, because of how ignorant she is and how much damage she really caused to people. Like it's we just don't even know. We don't even know how much damage she actually caused.
And it's kind of like, who are you? Like, who the F are you? Like, you know how people always have someone they can blame on, like the person who blew the whistle, she told us to do this. Who told her to do that?
Yeah, nobody. This is all like her interpretation, and she used it to basically neglect people just because of their political beliefs. And it's sometimes it's hard to believe that there really are people like that out there, but she's proof that there really are people like that out there.
Yep. And they just, you know, the expose is just going to keep coming and coming and coming. Now that they know that Trump is on his way in, and especially with him, you know, building his cabinet and his administration, it's just going to be more stuff coming out, and more people realizing again that the country, I do not care about the whole idea that it was not a landslide. It was 110%, 1000% a landslide. Why is that? Because he won in places, and well, not only did he not, whether he won or not, the increase percentage-wise of voters in places like New York, especially in Chicago. Chicago saw the biggest Republican surge that they have in over 60 to 80 years.
Yep.
It was a landslide. Yet he might not have won it, but that says something. And with the video that Kimmy shared with us,
Chicago said over and over again, we're voting y'all out. Chicago didn't. They were over. First of all, Chicago doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with migrants like New York does. To be honest with you, having been to Chicago several times myself, there's something that they have them sleeping in a police station. What a disrespect.
Yep. You gotta
and
step
Kimmy,
over migrants just to talk to the police. You gotta step over migrants.
And then Kimmy, you too. Yeah, the video that you shared with us, with the neighborhood, and the guy going through and talking to people in the neighborhood, even in New York. You know, it's a trend that is going in the way of the right. So this idea that she has here, thinking that this is going to work, it's not going to work.
No. And I'll be honest, New York is not as blue as they portray it to be. Each and every time, when you look at the New York voter map, it's a lot more red than blue. It's just New York City is so over-concentrated, and a lot of electoral votes come from here that it flips it into blue. And I don't even trust half the shit that goes on here with the elections, because they're not allowed to ask us for ID in our state.
Like here, Synthetic said she just made every Trump house that was skipped lawsuit rich.
Yeah.
Can y'all imagine the amount of lawsuits that are about to rain on the heads of FEMA?
Yeah. Right.
Because of this.
It's going to be really our dollars that pay for those lawsuits. Hope y'all know.
Right. Our dollars, tax dollars. We're paying for this.
They should take her pension away. Let her pay for something.
Well, let's watch some more.
you miserable jackass. Trump won by huge numbers, and there's not a damn thing that you and your sick Democrat friends and colleagues can do about it. Your whole crowd is done. Only a stupid lefty company would hire a pathetic loser like you, dumbass. And you said you've got more emails like this since this story went public?
Mm-hmm. Yes, people
We
are
are not
quite cruel.
sympathizing with you.
You said that FEMA employees have reached out to you.
Yes, sir.
And these are folks who, your field workers and others who are aware of this type of hostility.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Anybody that's worked with me knows my ethics. They know I do my job well. They understand the integrity that I work with, and everybody knows this is not me. And they are saying that they have no problem coming forward and speaking and telling the truth on FEMA.
So folks like Congressman Jim Jordan and other Republicans, they love, with the House Oversight Committee, they love to investigate folks. And so I'm sure they may try to throw out, oh, let's investigate FEMA now. You're saying, oh, I welcome these Republicans holding a congressional hearing so you can come present your information.
Please do. They will find this is not isolated. Again, I state this over and over again. This is colossal. This is not just isolated to Florida. Check out what's going on in the Carolinas. There's so many news articles where we have been.
She's about to leave this world talking like that. Not, no, and it's not a threat. It's just, I know how these people are. If she's saying it's that colossal,
Yeah, she
Jim
doesn't.
Jordan ain't no joke. Jim Jordan is no joke.
Yeah, Kimmy, she doesn't understand how many bodies the Democrat Party got under their belt. They get people out of there.
Yeah,
I mean,
and who are you?
Both sides really do. And honestly though, like, I really feel like she's put herself in a position to where nobody's gonna be able to speak up for her, and she doesn't have any proof.
And honestly, Roman Martin really cared about his community, his black community, the way he claimed he does. He would have never put this woman up to doing what she's doing right now. I believe.
Yeah, I mean,
I would have declined her interview. Like, sis, you need to lay low and wait on counsel.
Yeah.
But once you do, I'll be the first one. But you
need to go to a country with no extradition. That's what you need to do. Because this.
Yeah, and I think everyone kind of knows that. Right? No one has ever. That's not an agency that's ever been praised for doing great things, right? So she better just sit down. So all that's gonna really change is not good. She's not thinking about her own safety. She's just like, F it all.
This is brutal. I honestly feel kind of bad for her just because of how ignorant she is. Like she really doesn't know what she's going up against. But I mean, that's the arrogance. It could have been played
so many ways. Had she kept quiet, she kept quiet, she could have played it like, well, I didn't mean it like that. Those were the addresses where they didn't want service. Maybe I wrote the wrong thing. Maybe I said the wrong thing, and issue a public apology. Like, she could have played it so different.
Yeah.
I would have.
Yeah. I would have used this opportunity to apologize. Honestly, I would have pled my case, but you gotta apologize for what you did, though, because this is not right, and she doesn't even see it.
She could have said the whistleblower misinterpreted her message. There's a lot of ways she could have went, but this ain't it. And it's almost like she's doubling down in a way. Like, oh, you think I'm dirty? Wait till you see wait till they find, like, girl. It doesn't make it right. It still don't make it right.
Coming after FEMA employees with guns, targeting us to kill us, not realizing that we're just fellow Americans like they are. We want to go back home to our families too. Their issue is with FEMA's infrastructure and how they implement duty. It does need to be revamped. It does need restructuring. And it's going to have to start with the truth. No matter who is in that office, there is a problem with FEMA.
I don't know who your member of Congress is, but will you reach out to your congressman or congresswoman and say, I am a constituent, this is how I've been treated. I want you to lead an investigation and call me.
I will do that.
You should have told the city council to call you.
You talked about the threats that you've received. Have you had to leave your home for your safety?
Oh yes, I'm in a secure location.
So as a result of these threats, you no longer living in your home.
Correct.
Your family is impacted. You've been fired from your civilian job, and you're simply out here just dealing with this day by day.
Correct.
Anything else, Marn'i, like that?
I do implore you guys to talk to the DSA crew leads. I do implore you guys to talk
One second. When you say that, you said the DSA crew leads?
Mm-hmm.
What is DSA?
It was disaster survivor assistant, crew leads, and specialists. They will tell you the truth. And I do implore you all to ask FEMA, why is it permissible for their partnering company to go and breach confidentiality and to leak documents to the public? Why is that relationship so important that they have not gone after them and held them accountable for their egregious actions?
Do you regret working with FEMA?
No, I enjoy the work that I've done for FEMA and for this country, but I do regret for believing in a system that did not care about me the way I cared about them. Clearly, the way they've mishandled me, the way they have exploited me, the way they have mistreated me, clearly shows that the relationship was one-sided. And a lot of us feel that way.
Regarding your civilian company, Avanath, that's how it's pronounced, firing you, are you considering suing them for wrongful termination?
I'm open to explore all options at this point because I don't even know where to start. So if there is someone that can help me, this is my cry to help. This is my call to help. If there's someone that can help me legally throughout this process, please contact me.
Nathan Wade, where are you?
Let me know what are my real rights in this situation. Where do I go from here?
All right. Marn'i Washington, I appreciate you reaching out to us, joining us to share your side of the story. And we certainly will be reaching out to FEMA to get some answers to the troubling issues that you certainly have raised.
Thank you so much for a voice and an opportunity to speak.
I appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
So we got all of that. We heard all of that, right? We're all on the same page. We all pretty much agree.
Yeah.
So after this interview took place, statement from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell on employee misconduct. Is John coming up or is he staying in the back? Hey, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, John.
I'm not here. Okay, now I'm here.
There we go.
Yeah, you are here.
Hi, John.
What's going on? What's good?
Hey, welcome back, John.
What's going on?
So
John,
this.
man. You've been hearing this, John?
I heard a little bit with Portia mentioning it yesterday. I started looking it up.
So after this, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Could she really go to her local council people as a constituent when she did something in her federal job?
I'm sure she can. She can. Her constituent, her, be it her senator or her congressman, of course, I'm more than sure she can reach out and extend some sort of invitation to assist her or to look into this. Now, whether they'll agree to work with her, that's one thing, but she surely can do that. She should have reached out to council though first.
Completely.
Because I mean,
And the
everybody in the
entitlement,
country knows now.
the entitlement is what got me. Oh, they left me hanging. They show me how much they don't care about me. Like, girl, who? If they left you hanging, you better say who told you to do this. She's in hiding right now. That's how bad it is.
Wait, the black lady, what's her name? Marn'i? She's in hiding now?
Yes, she had to leave her home because of, threats and being harassed. And so she said that she's in a secure location at this time.
And I feel like her location is unsecure because she don't know who's threatening her. The same people that's hiding her could be threatening her. She don't know it's her. It's not a last matter, but she don't know.
So she's saying, I guess she's intimating that the people threatening her are white people. Is that right?
Basically, yeah. Basically.
In other words, she said she could fuck over the black people. They ain't gonna say shit. But well, I guess you can only fuck over the white people in that sense, right?
Yeah, the Trump supporters.
Yeah.
That's who she's really going at.
And whoever would have thought.
Yeah, nah, and she, when you're a federal employee on any level, you don't have the same rights as a civilian. Like even a cop doesn't have the right to remain silent when he's up on charges. Nah, you don't got that same right as a civilian. So I don't think anybody's gonna reach out to help her, man. She on an island right now.
Yeah, like the damage has been done. If they were actually doing this, the damage is done. And then they have the fingers to point at this one lady, but someone had to be above her.
Especially because she didn't seek any counsel before coming out. Wrong of all people.
Nobody even reached out to her though. Can you think about that? None of these race hustlers.
People are not touching for a 10-foot pole. And then she doubled down. She should have been like, they misunderstood my message. That's not what I meant. I meant these specific addresses. They refused service. She could have been very inventive because we don't know. We really don't know.
Is it that she's more or less protecting the people that told her to do this? At this point, is she seemingly
That's the vibe
protecting?
I'm getting.
No, she said the white guy's name that she was reporting to. But John, I was thinking that this was like up top. I was thinking this probably came from Kamala herself. But I really don't think that's listening to her speak. I really don't think that's what it is. And then you got to look at it too. I think they learned from that Jussie Smollett situation. You can't really trust these niggas, man. They gon' it's just like in Goodfellas, man. Like niggas, when you trust a nigga with the getaway car, niggas is gonna fall asleep with the getaway car. You can't trust these niggas to do no dirt.
The thing is, go ahead.
I really think it was just her, like her interpretation of what's an uncomfortable or unsafe situation. Basically, a Trump supporter made her say, you know what, fuck this whole neighborhood. We're moving on.
Right. I think she's dumb enough to where if you just leave it vague enough, she's stupid enough and got enough hatred in her heart toward white people. She'll just go along with it. Yeah. And she'll protect the person up above because he'll be saying, I didn't tell you to do that. Yep. I gave you vague instructions in case you feel threatened or something like that. And she's, well, hell, every Trump flag threatens me. Right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, that's how they use these, a lot of times minorities, the blacks, they just don't even know what the hell they're doing, but they're fueled by anger and they'll just do anything without asking any questions.
Yeah, John, they're talking about bringing her up on treason, man.
She need to go up on some kind of charges, man, because you're going to break down the trust of FEMA. Even come out and help people. If these are the type of people, we definitely going to not trust the black FEMA workers.
You can't. You can't.
Because I don't believe the Trump supporter would do this to a Kamala.
No, I don't think. No, we were saying that earlier. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. I don't even think a Trump supporter would do this to a gay LGBTQ person. They're not even
going to be looking at them. They're not going to be trying to fit them through some lens. right?
None.
We're proud to serve our nation.
Yeah, yeah, that is very interesting.
I think it's interesting. She went up there with no representation. Roland Martin didn't even say, "Let me phone a friend to try to help you."
Shit, Roland Martin, he got to make a living, and he drop her black ass down backstage. Shit, he still got to make a living. You seen how he dance? That nigga dance for a living. That nigga dance for a living. He probably just brought that black woman up to spite these white people. That's probably why they brought her up. She'd probably be just like Ruby and her daughter down in Atlanta, if I had to guess. The Democrats may make heroes out of the motherfuckers. Anybody criticizing, they fuck around and get their shit taken like Giuliani. But leave that black woman alone.
John, Latino for Trump wants to know how you feeling.
Oh, I'm better today, man. Better. Lady Eddie, get me better today.
You got that. We were looking for some me and Kimmy
Ethiopian masseuse.
Yeah, we were looking for Ethiopian masseuse, man.
We're gonna send over to
my finger, man. I might have to go to the doctor for this. Because it won't go down. It's swelling.
Yeah, take care of yourself, man.
Wait, you said you're gonna have to go to Libya?
I may have to go to the doctor for this one because the swelling won't go down. I can't even close my hand. I can't even shoot a gun with this hand. You know what I mean? My finger trigger.
John, that happened to you before. Please go get checked.
That shit happened to me at what was it? What was
in
that
summertime.
Yeah, what was it? The old St. E's.
Kisser.
It's a kissing there. That's right. We did a live stream from there.
So John, you think she's done? She's fried?
Nah, hell no. Like I said, she got plausible deniability. They told her what to do. They told her to do these things. So she can point at the white man, whoever. He might get fried, but they're not going to do anything to her.
Before you came up, I said maybe she's banking on the black outrage to save her, the black public outrage.
I don't know if there will be any, but it's probably a bad bet. As you've seen the black outrage, the black hostility sentiments seem to be going by the wayside here. She may be in one election season too short in it.
That's exactly what I said. I said the fanfare is going, it's cooling down.
She'd have done this last election season. Her and Ruby could have gotten together and done this shit. She'd have been in Atlanta. This lady been in North Carolina, Florida. You remember the lady?
Wait, John. Can Portia read the message from FEMA? I wanted to hear what FEMA had to say about this. Because I think Portia, you still there? Oh, okay, there we go.
Statement from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell on employee misconduct. This was released the other day, November 9th, more than 22,000 FEMA employees every day adhere to FEMA's core values and are dedicated to helping people before, during, and after disasters, often sacrificing time with their own families to help disaster survivors. Recently, one FEMA employee departed from these values to advise her survivor assistance team to not go to homes with yard signs supporting President-elect Trump. This is a clear violation of FEMA's core values and principles to help people regardless of their political affiliation. This was reprehensible. I want to be clear to all of my employees and the American people. This type of behavior and action will not be tolerated at FEMA, and we will hold people accountable if they violate these standards of conduct. We take our mission to help everyone before, during, and after disasters seriously. This employee has been terminated, and we have referred the matter to the Office of Special Counsel. I will continue to do everything I can to make sure this never happens again.
So she's been fired.
Oh yeah, no, they definitely got her. She even got fired from her other job.
She was two jobs.
Yeah, John. She the outlier. She one of the sisters that got two jobs, man. She the outlier. But
tell me what her other job was.
They
We
said the
might
name of
have.
the company. We might have to run that
Yeah,
back.
yeah. They said the name of the company, but I'm not
She
sure
worked
what
for
it.
a private company. My goodness.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember now. It was
Let me look it up.
a property management company.
Mm,
Oh,
I wonder what kind of property she managed.
So if y'all take a look at the screen here, just to give you some insight on what the Office of Special Counsel is, it is an investigative and prosecutorial office that works to end government and political corruption and to protect government employees and whistleblowers. So she has been referred to them, right? Did she reach out to them or
of
did she
course.
reach out to Roland?
Well, I think the way it works is that they reach out to her once they collect all the evidence and they lay it out on the line for her. And then at that point, I don't know if federal employees have unions, but usually that she's supposed to have someone represent her at that point.
No.
Yeah, no.
Portia, FEMA saying they reached out to them.
Right, but what I'm
so
saying
now
to
it's an
y'all is that,
investigation. They reach out to her at that when it's time.
but also as a whistleblower, she can reach out to them as well. So
she
FEMA can
If
reach out
if
for
she
her,
got
but
something to
she
report,
can.
she sure can.
But she can reach out to them, and she does have something to report, and she reported it to Roland Martin. She didn't report it to the Office of Special Counsel.
Oh, I see your point.
It is true.
Right.
Yeah,
See what I'm saying?
She could have been a whistleblower.
Mm-hmm.
She could have been a whistleblower. She would have been protected.
She could have been a whistleblower, and she would have been protected.
She still could be.
She would have been protected, but she spoke out already.
Oh.
So, I'm not saying that it's not too late, but I'm just saying, whatever it was that they could have done, because their job is to protect.
It might look funny
the
though, because
whistleblower.
she should have first went to them. Yes,
Exactly.
Right.
That's where she should have went first, but she didn't. She went to Roland Martin.
And I don't think you can commit the act, then whistleblow, right? If I'm not mistaken.
But if you're saying what you said, Nate, about if she was told to do this, yeah, she could blow the whistle. What you think?
But I don't know
Juan?
if you could go through and do it.
I honestly don't know either. I don't know either, but I know with these investigative boards, at least in New York, the first thing your protection is making sure, even if you lose your job, they're trying to make sure that you don't get legal charges. If they can't save your job, they're going to try to save your job and protect you from the law. And if they can't save your job, they're going to try to protect you from the law. So I would hope that she does something in response to this, because they are going to approach her. It's just a matter of time.
Blacks is saying she can. He's saying that she can commit the act and then tell on the people, be a whistleblower. That's
what the guy did at
Okay, so there you go. Blacks just said it. Yes, you can. He said you can whistleblow and then be retroactively covered as a whistleblower. And so whenever Roland Martin asked her, so are you going to reach out to your congressperson? Or if she was like, I will do that. So even something like that, you would think she would have done anything. And so my thing, she did say a lot of crazy stuff in this interview. I get it. It's ridiculous. Everything that we already knew, she just proved it. But ma'am, no counsel. You've not done anything. Nothing.
She needs to reach out, like you said, Portia. OSC, like yesterday.
Where she was smart.
Hey, Portia, this does kind of remind me of the WikiLeaks guy, though. Like, he was kind of a part of all the shit that was going on. So I guess in Black's argument, you could be a part of it and still whistleblow afterwards.
HB, real quick, I don't think it's analogous to the WikiLeaks guy. I don't think it's similar to Julian Assange. I think it's more analogous to Edward Snowden, the gentleman that informed all of us literally a decade ago next month that we were being spied on by our own government illegally. I think that's more than I think that's more analogous to the Edward Snowden situation.
Yeah.
I think what she did do that was smart was she got ahead of the narrative, because I think if she would have reported it to OIG or whoever's in charge of investigating this incident internally with the Department of Homeland Security, specifically the subdivision of FEMA, then they would have found a way to spin it to make it look bad on her. And so by her going out and spilling the beans and with Roland Martin, now they're back on their hind foot. Does that make sense? the arguments that they could use to spin this went out the door.
I think it makes sense because she did say that this is colossal. It's like Nino Brown when they arrested him. This is bigger than Nino Brown. She hit us with that. Like, that's what to do. I looked up who's in charge of OSC, and it's a guy named Hampton Dellinger, who's attorney, graduated from Yale, went to Yale and Duke and University of Michigan. White guy, Democrat, has a lot of legal experience, and he's the oversight for the Office of Special Counsel or the Special Counsel Committee, whatever they call it. And he was appointed by Biden.
You know, it's just very interesting. Like a Yale graduate working in the government, like, couldn't you do better?
You would think.
Working at FEMA with this woman up under his, like, can you do better? I mean, maybe it looks better at the higher end, but
It's a power play. You start somewhere in order to move up in the ranks, or while you're starting at the bottom, you're hobnobbing politically so that you can move up in the ranks. Nina Brown did that when she graduated from Tufts University, and then became, I think it was consul general for Mozambique, and then after that, she moved to Matamoros, Tamaulipas, where she was consul general there, and now she's current consul general in Rwanda. So you're at the low end of the totem pole, but you're hobnobbing to move your way up, I think, is what she's
I totally get it. Damn, Yale though.
Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, John, they got Beyonce classes at Yale now, so maybe it ain't as prestigious we used to think it was.
Beyonce.
Yeah, they got Beyonce Black History now.
I worked at someone, Larry Legends 22. He said, "Have you ever worked for any federal organizations?" I worked at a couple. Shit, I worked for the International Division of Postal Service, Department of Justice. I worked at Department of Justice. Actually, this might be interesting to you guys. I worked at the Department of Justice OIG, right? And so I was building out this system. It was just me alone, really. Building out the system, they would get faxes in, literally faxes. Hey, prison guard fucked me in my ass, and I just want to tell on him so I can get out of prison. Like, you get a get out of jail free card. If you can flip a guard, we ought to get mid on him one day. Talk about it.
The PRIA, the good old PRIA.
It's a fucking get out of jail free card, damn near. If you can have sex with a guard, if you're in prison, they're gonna let you out, or they're definitely gonna punish that prison card because you're basically in custody. You don't have rights to have sex.
Yeah.
And so the prison guards, that's their goal, is to flip a officer, correctional officer, so they can get out of jail. So I built this system for the Department of Justice, OIG. And I tell you, this is on New York Avenue, like 14th in New York. And then I also worked, I built the COP system, Community-Oriented Policing Services. I think that's the name of it. It was actually Joe Biden's baby. If you look it up, you Google cops and Biden. And when I was working there, the goal was to put 100,000 cops on the streets right when Obama came into office. And so I developed, so I have some experience of government agencies. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I was looking on. Oh, go ahead, Kimmy. Was that Kimmy? Did she?
May have been her.
I don't know. So I was looking online for different responses to this, and I went to Reddit. And there's been, past FEMA workers, making posts regarding this. So this one person says, regardless, don't do stuff like this. Even if all the other employees are doing it, I don't care what my leadership says. I'm not discriminating against anyone for just about any reason except threatening physical contact. And there's a lot of people in here that actually work for FEMA. So this person says, working closely with IA, I've heard the opposite of this message. What I have heard is that they travel in pairs, they leave if asked, they de-escalate the situation, they notify the crew leads and security of any issue, be aware of your surroundings, such as no soliciting signs and such, but do not let that deter you from the initial outreach. So a lot of times, these are the people that need to be most aware of the services available through FEMA, or available at DRC because they aren't paying attention to what is available. What this lady did was just backwards. So there's a lot of employees that work for FEMA kind of saying, hey, I hear what you're saying, but that does not mean just don't make any outreach at all. So make an attempt to outreach, try at least, you know, and then if they tell you to leave, then you leave. But she's clearly admitting to the fact that they didn't try at all.
Yeah. Yeah, she admitted it on national TV. So, you know, I really do think they're gonna charge this woman with something, especially
Ron DeSantis ain't letting this go.
Especially with Trump in office too. Like, he can make an example out of this woman, honestly.
Ron DeSantis is not letting this go.
Not to get conspiratorial on you guys, but I hope if she doesn't get charged, as you're predicting, I hope that she has a book deal coming because she is now unemployable. Good luck getting even a job at Whataburger or McDonald's or Hardee's.
She's unemployable back home.
I didn't hear you say that again.
She's unemployable and she cannot go back home.
Yeah, no, she's done. She's done.
A lot of people are gonna be angry at her. You know, a lot of people are gonna be angry. That is for sure.
Yeah. You know, John, you know, Virgo, she didn't even get any FEMA help. So, you know, Virgo lives in a neighborhood that, you know, there's a lot of Trump supporters in her neighborhood. She may have been affected and doesn't even know.
Yeah, and I think that's the way a lot of these things really, you know, turn out, man. It's like, do you really know if you were affected? You don't know. And all that does is like break your trust of FEMA. Next time there's an emergency.
Well, to make it worse, I have a buddy of mine that lives in Western North Carolina, right on the North Carolina-Georgia line. And he was telling me that over there, it was backwards. FEMA went into Asheville and they did some stuff in Asheville. It was basically like token bullshit, pardon my language. And but where they lived in these rural enclaves in the mountains, they didn't do anything. And then for the people that actually went into those neighborhoods and helped them, FEMA did go to block them from going into those neighborhoods, you know. And so it was, I don't know, it was backwards and sad all around, in my opinion.
Like this one says, my humble, perhaps unpopular opinion, she was the only one dumb enough to not only verbally tell her crew to skip the houses with Trump signs, but also put it in writing. Everyone else was smart enough to use words like politically hostile in their directives. At the end of the day, well, he says, as a federal employee, you need to be smart enough to understand the difference. At the end of the day, if you are DSA, then dealing with emotional, frustrated, volatile survivors is a part of the job and will be, regardless of where you knock on doors or what political party the survivor belongs to. If that's too uncomfortable or scary, then don't do DSA. And before anyone says it, that is exactly why I don't do DSA. It's not for me. So, you know, you would think that if you step into a position like this, these people are emotional, they're hostile, they just lost everything, they're mentally frazzled. There's a lot of different things going on. Of course, they're going to be in a stress, you know, maybe response, you know, but that comes with the territory, doesn't it?
That's what we expect of the police.
Yep.
John, I said that earlier. If a house is on fire, for the first responders and the military, if it's a firefighter or a fire department and they see a house that's on fire and it has a Trump sign, do they skip it and let it burn?
I mean, like, it's a crisis, and we would hope that people in emergency management positions or crisis-related positions are able to have some sort of training on how to de-escalate situations.
Well, if the house is on fire, the bad news, unfortunately, and this is general, hashtag not legal advice, hashtag consult an attorney in your area, but generally there's no duty for law enforcement to act. So generally, if my house is on fire, but the whole neighborhood's on fire, they can go to your house portion because your house is bigger and could cause a bigger issue and basically sacrifice my house and to the ashes my house go. They could use that guise despite the fact that I had a Trump flag in front of my house. Does that make sense? So they have plausible deniability.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's why she should have shut up and not did that interview. See what I'm saying? I know there was wiggle room for her.
Yeah, why did she come out? Was someone alleging this and she just confirmed it? Or did she just want to get this off her chest?
I think she just wanted to get it off her chest, and I think too.
That's it.
I think too. You know, probably seeing all the negative. You know, FEMA put her out there pretty much. They threw her out there. So I think in her mind, she wanted to kind of get ahead of the situation and speak up for herself.
So FEMA put it out first that their workers were like, how did the story break? Did she not break it?
No. FEMA, I guess it was so it had been rumors for a while. You know, even Trump was saying it because there had been rumors about it. So I guess FEMA did their own investigation, and there were people in FEMA saying that, you know, and there's evidence where she's like literally telling people, you know, don't stop at the Trump house, the Trump
oh shit.
Yeah. So she's literally telling these employees not to do it, to avoid it. So FEMA fired her and, you know, put all her, basically blamed everything on her.
You know, that's a very quick firing by the government. Was she like an employee of the government, or was she like a contractor or something?
No, she was an employee. She said that in the interview. She was an employee. So yeah, they got her right up out of there.
She works with FEMA. Like she's not contracted. She mentioned like DSA and TS something and P something, but she is one of the ones that got hired on directly with FEMA. And you know that that's not always easy to do when trying to get these government jobs. So she was in there. She had a pretty good job.
What is a DSA?
I have to look it up.
Black saying she's a contractor.
A DSA is no. She said that she's not a contractor. She said that she works directly for FEMA. That's what she said.
Yeah. She said in the interview she's not, because Roland Martin asked her specifically, like, "Are you a contractor?" Or you know, that was the craziest thing about the interview. I could tell Roland Martin wasn't even buying her bullshit.
This is DSA is Disaster Survivor Assistance.
Yeah, so she works for FEMA, but she oversees those people. So those people are the contract workers. She works directly for FEMA. And that's like the third party that she oversees them. So she's the one telling these people, you know, don't stop at the Trump houses.
Yeah, and then I just read y'all the response letter from FEMA saying her name.
Yeah.
And that they fired her, not the outsourced company. So Roland asked her, like, are you contracted? Are you this or that? She's like, no, I work directly for FEMA. I was hired through FEMA. And then of course she says, what is it, the housing or landlord or project management that she does for a totally different company.
Yeah. So she's working both of those jobs, because that would have been like a full-time job, it seems, right?
Well, not necessarily, because you know there's not always disasters. So I think she's kind of like a full-time employee, but just kind of like on call. So when there is a disaster, she's working. You know, she's working that whole time. But if there's not one, then she's just chilling, working her other job.
It's interesting. Roland asked her that question.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, John, if you saw the interview, he wasn't buying it. He literally had to ask her like 5 times in a row, did you purposely pass up the whole neighborhood? So he kept asking her, like, so if you had 1 or 2 incidents with a Trump voter that they gave you a bad, it was a bad situation, you didn't feel comfortable, did you then decide to ignore the whole neighborhood? He asked her 5 times that, and she said yes.
Not only that, HB, but if you look at that interview, I think you guys played it before I came up here. He actually looked serious. You know how when your dad looks at you when you're bullshitting and he can smell it a mile away? That's how Roland looked at her. That's the first time I've seen him actually serious instead of, clowning around, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no. He looked like she was she was fucked, basically. That's how he was looking. He was like, yo, you are fucked. That's why he kept asking her these questions, because it's like, yo, are you that retarded? You don't know that just because you got one bad experience, that doesn't mean you throw away the whole neighborhood because of that.
Why would he bring her up there to like basically self-sabotage herself like that? It's
I
interesting.
asked the same, John. I asked the same question.
Because these pro-blacks, John, they don't really give a fuck about black people. They could care less. And
No, it's all a freaking grip.
Kimmy made the comment too that if he really gave a fuck about her, he would have told her, get some legal advice. Don't talk to me. But he don't give a fuck about her.
It's a grift. If he told her what you would suggest that he say, HB, how the hell would he make money for that day? I mean, it's all bloody hustling or race hustling.
He could be the first interview once she contacts an attorney and know what the freaking say.
It's more to it than that. He could have talked about Trump or something. To let that black woman just, more or less lose her job and shit, that just doesn't seem like the rolling we would, the race hustling rolling we would expect. Weird.
Mm-mm.
Well, you guys, if y'all remember, I think maybe it was earlier this year, maybe last year, but I believe this year, Roland Martin sat down and he did an interview with Tiffany Henyard, and he went with everything that she said. He ate all of the cake that she served, and he took everything she said as fact. And then, of course, the following day, all of the backlash and all of that, and he came back and did the apology to, kind of clear it up, because he just took everything that she said as fact. And so I think that now that he's dealing with this woman, he's probably wanting to be less, biased towards her.
But I think Portia is because who it really affects. Tiffany or Henyard, all she affects is about 20,000 black folks. This lady, she affected a lot of good white folk. It's a little bit different. That's a little bit different.
So you're saying that he had to be different because of the racial demographic?
Yeah, and like who it really affected and how it really affected these people. This shit is serious. This shit with Tiffany Henyard, like, her spending money on parties and shit, like those people voted for that shit. They love Tiffany Henyard out there. So, but this is like negligence on a whole nother level. People could have died. People probably did die because
I was going to say people probably did die, or they got severely, their condition was severely worse because of it.
That's interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what to make of that one.
Yeah,
You
that
just
lady.
got to keep watching, see what happens.
Yeah,
I was worried about her safety because she's naming people bigger than her. She said it was colossal. And I was just like, now you going there, girl? Like, I hope we see you again.
We are going to be waiting. Of course, whatever we talk about, we do. But just so you guys know, Joe Biden, he invited Donald Trump to the White House for ice cream. And so they can talk about things. And so that's happening very soon. And Melania said that she's not coming.
You know the reason for her not coming, right, Portia?
Yeah, but go ahead and tell the chat again, just in case people don't know.
From what I understood, it had something to do with the raid in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, they from what I heard, Juan, they put a bounty on some of her panties and brought them back to Biden. Yeah, so he can sniff them.
You know, as funny as it sounds, HB, as funny as you are right now, there is some truth behind that, because they actually, and they talked about this, they actually raided Melania's lingerie drawer. I'm like, dude, how stupid can you be? Yes, I'm going to hide classified documents in the Victoria's Secret. Mind you, classified documents that I have the right to declassify because the rules don't tell me how I should declassify the documents, mind you. These people are nasty. These people are sick.
They said that Biden signed off on it for them to go through her panties.
He had to. Ain't no way in the world he did that without his approval. Ain't no way. Ain't no way them people went in his house without his approval.
Yeah, nah, I'm telling you, John, there's a bounty on a pair of those panties, man. He wanted a pair of those panties, man.
You know, if I was Trump, I don't think I would go to this meeting.
I wouldn't. I think it's a trap. I'm conspiratorial here. I'm wondering if they're going to shoot missiles at the Trump plane coming in. Well, he's already in Washington D.C. according to the bottom article. Wondering if they're going to fire a missile as he's leaving from Washington D.C. back to Palm Beach, Florida. If they're going to do some other bullshit, I don't trust these people as far as I could throw them. After all the shit that we went through over the past 4 years, I just don't trust them.
Yeah, you definitely couldn't telegraph your move, but I would just be more or less worried about. Well, I guess I wouldn't be worried about it, but they're not going to be telling you the straight. They're going to be spreading misinformation, their own term, and they're going to be using that. You know, Russia's a big threat. This, that. You know, I wouldn't even pay these people any attention. Remember when he was presidency, I think he stopped taking the presidential briefings because he felt like it was all bullshit. And everything he hears from these people, more or less, he's going to have a bullshit meter with them. Latino says don't drink or eat anything. Yeah, hell yeah, I wouldn't eat anything either.
Yeah,
remember when he came into the White House and he said we tore the place down to the studs?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think he did that for bugs, wires, cameras.
Yeah.
Remember, John?
I just want to say this one thing, Juan. I wouldn't go either, but Trump wouldn't be Trump if he didn't go. You know, he ain't backing down from nothing.
I'd take a phone call. What can you need to tell me that a phone call wouldn't suffice?
I would go to I don't know if Florida's a two-party state, but if I were Trump, since Texas is a one-party state, I'd come to Texas and I'd take that phone call while I'm in Texas and I would record that phone call. I don't trust these guys.
Shout out to Texas, but the thing about Trump going to this, I don't recommend that he eat or drink anything, but I'm not sure if y'all have been seeing where they said that Biden sabotaged Kamala's campaign because of the coup she staged against him and all of that. Are y'all thinking that they might have some conversations on the back end about that, about how she kind of played him?
I could see it.
I could see Biden bitching and moaning about that. Pardon my language.
You know,
far-fetched to imagine that.
So it may be kind of friendly, Isn't that right?
I just don't like how they
like that.
For sure.
What did you say?
I thought we all thought you were saying something.
Oh, y'all didn't hear what I said?
What did you say?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I don't know if I'm cutting out or not. Because we've been getting kicked out. But I was saying, do y'all think that because the whole idea and the different talks about Biden trying to sabotage Kamala, because she was telling Biden, "Don't campaign for me, don't this, don't that," because they staged the coup against him. Do y'all believe that it'll be a friendly meeting between Trump and Biden, and that they may discuss the coup and him being glad that she didn't win?
I think in large part it will be a friendly meeting, and I do see that coming up as a topic. I'm just concerned about his safety, like everyone else mentioned, especially because no one got fired from what happened in Pennsylvania. Like, no one got fired, which is crazy to me.
The CIA director got fired.
No, she resigned. She
left.
No, Miento. I'm sorry. It was the Secret Service director, Cheadle, that resigned. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I'm incorrect. And Larry, you're welcome to join us, buddy. No, we're not getting paid by Russia. Matter of fact, I'm not getting paid at all. I'm doing my day job while I'm up here talking and bullshitting on this panel.
No. Larry's right. I'm actually getting paid by Russia. So,
hey, HB, split us, break us up a
Black Russian.
Yeah, no. I'm the star here. Russia's paying me.
Come on, man.
I'm getting paid by Putin. Yeah, we're all Russian spies up here, man. Yeah.
Nah, but I wanted to add to Portia's sentiment. I do agree that there might have been some sabotaging with Joe Biden and picking Kamala Harris because it took what was it, Obama and the rest of these clowns to come out and endorse her. And I just found that funny because I'm like, damn, Biden came and endorsed her because they kicked him to the side, and Obama didn't come out for another 3 days. So it gets you thinking, did he do this intentionally? And this is probably why they're meeting to Trump to shake his hand and thank him.
Well, regardless whether that's a yes or no answer, what I find funny about this is that Kamala Harris is trying to get a hold of the Obamas, and according to staff members at the vice presidential office, the Obamas are not returning their phone calls, and they're not returning her texts. So they completely ghosted the both of them. So Kamala, you're on your own. That's one hell of a thing to be on an island all by yourself, basically.
And I have one more thing. You think that Trump is meeting with Biden because, I don't know, he might want his son out of trouble, and they might be working a deal right now as we speak.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
No. So wait, if Larry's trying to call us broke, why do you think we getting paid?
Hey, Larry Legend, we allow everyone to come up here. Anyone. Let me put the link in the chat. You can come up here. And
but
it's on the pin.
Larry's contradicting himself.
Right? And you
he
can
said
do
we're
it
not getting paid, but we are getting paid.
You don't know who.
Which one is it, Larry? Are we getting paid or not?
You don't know your motivation.
So I'm wondering why HB hadn't broken you guys off a piece a little bit. Right. I got to I'm good.
You can come
and let John speak.
Whatever you got to say, right? And maybe someone's paying you to say it or not, but you'll get to come up here and say it. So whatever you like to say, you can come up here and counter any of the propaganda that you think that you're hearing.
John, I didn't mean to overtalk you. My thing lagged, and so I didn't realize I was overtalking you until the very end. My apologies, buddy.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry, too. It's just a bad habit on my part.
Yeah, I never said that. Like, if you don't like what people are saying, like, this ain't like TV. You can come up here and have it back and forth.
And for that, I want to thank you, HB, John, and Portia, and the rest of you guys that are not on here right now. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I think Larry's just I think he's mad because
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Damn, man, you crazy. I was about to just say that.
HB,
oh no, we got to come before the audience.
HB, do you think Larry cried Kamala tears?
Do you think? Oh yeah. Larry was he's probably first in line to vote for Kamala. He's probably first in line.
Too bad Kamala's not at a dance party no more.
Messed up his mascara, huh?
Yeah, he probably put a parlay on her. You know how many people lost money on Kamala?
Oh, that's a stupid bet.
I know.
Like the market was telling you that Trump was going to win.
Dude, there was a guy. There was a guy in your neck of the woods, HB, that freaking made a killing. Some
yeah,
dude
he betted $40 million.
Chicago put $1 million on Trump winning, and he actually got the over/unders right. Turned that bad boy into $15 million overnight.
Did you hear about the guy that put $40 million?
Which you gotta have some some balls to bet on politics, man.
Yeah, dude, this guy, he hired an economist, and the economist broke it down for him, and off of that, he paid the economist, I think it was like $1 million for the work, and then he bet $40 million, and he got back his money and some. Yeah, crazy.
Ignorant says
that's a lot of money to invest when it's a 50-50 odds each way. Right. You got a 50% chance going either way.
It is.
That is good odds though. 50-50 is kind of good odds. 50-50 is good odds. I don't know if it's 40 million worth though, but it is.
I don't know what he got back because Trump was favorite, so
$1 million, but yeah,
that's what I'm saying. The $1 million he spent should have driven his odds down to nothing, where basically held at 50% without an economist.
Shoot, if I had $1 million, I'd betting on Bitcoin, which is on its way to hit $100,000.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Black
Crack
mentioned that.
said before the summer. I think it's going to be sooner than that. It just hit 90K.
93 right now. I'm looking from what I'm looking at, damn near 94 right now.
Hey, that Trump winning, you know, we talked a lot about Bitcoin a while back. Remember HB? And one of the articles, the streams we talked about was Trump was very, you know, he turned his opinion about Bitcoin. Initially, he thought it was bullshit, and then he said, you know what, I got with JD Vance, and someone convinced Trump to change his mind. A 78-year-old man, maybe it was Barron.
It was his son, yeah, Barron. Barron is a dark horse right now. That 18-year-old is something else.
Yeah, his son is a prodigy, bro.
Did I not say that yesterday? I said that boy there gonna be wherever he want to be.
Barron is not only is he making Trump a lot of money, he's making a lot of Americans money already.
Dude,
I bet you he won't drop his last name, HB. Would you think, Warren, you think he'll drop his last name like Malia?
Oh, hell
no. Hell no. He's proud of that name.
You can't run from that. Who would want to run from that last name?
Why would you? Look at his daughter. His daughter's married and she still carries the last name.
It's actually the opposite. This is one of those, you know, this family has such true prestige that, you know, you have, you know, the prestige is so real that they have that one rule before anything else: never disrespect the family or never embarrass the family. That would apply like times
sure they got a crest
here in some case.
I'm pretty sure these people got a family crest or something.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well, that there's a crest somewhere.
But he was the I'm sorry. He was the one that,
it is kind of interesting. Go ahead, Latino.
He was the one that made him get on those streamings, the podcast. His son, he was the one that pushed his dad to do these things with Aiden and the rest of these guys. He was like, "Yeah, Dad, you should do it. These people are popular," and that's why he did it.
Yeah, I was talking to Stanley about it earlier, and he was just trying to say that Barron is, you know, he's not as talented as he really is. I'm like, man,
he's autistic.
Yeah, I think he is autistic, but he's like that brilliant autistic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like that 200 plus IQ autistic. You can ask what 17
like Ben
times
Affleck on accountant.
While we're calculating it, they come up with the answer like in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
You know Ben Affleck, the accountant. You guys ever watch that movie?
Rain Man. Speaking of which,
I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, I'm just sitting here listening to you guys thinking. We might see a run like we've never seen before in America. We got Barron coming up the rear. We got a strong foundation laid with Trump. Below him, his son seemed to be on the level, no drugs, like the Biden boy. Seemed to be clean level guys. They can more or less run the race till Barron is ready. They can quarterback the team until Barron is ready to get on the field.
I would argue his daughter's next.
Man,
I agree with John.
Won't be part of that. She won't be part of that.
You don't think?
Nah, this is a man's game right here.
It is,
he got some men. He got some real men out here. Yeah, Obama got women.
His daughter.
He only want his last name. He only want his last name.
They're like, we don't claim this man.
It looked like Trump to me, like, yo, he got a team, a foundation that might last another 25 years, man. Seriously, easily, easily. As I look out on it.
Well, John, did you see the new agency that Trump wants to set up?
I can only imagine.
What is it, Juan? Please tell me.
Something.
Say what?
The Department of something. The Department of Governmental Efficiency.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. With Elon.
Yeah. With Elon and
Vivek. Yeah, it's gonna get nasty, man. I think that's why FEMA. That's why FEMA's like, listen, we gotta cut the fat now, man. We gotta get these DEI, these crazy black bitches up out of here, because once Vivek and once they get up in there, start looking at these budgets for this stuff. It's gonna get dark for a lot of people, man.
Yeah, Trump didn't have all those people with him. And he had pretty good people. He had some bad people, clearly.
Exactly. He learned.
This time, I think he's going in with a stronger team, and it's going to be very interesting to see, what he's able to do.
SNL even had a skit apologizing to Trump.
For me, there are two things that are interesting to me. Number one,
they're afraid, man. You saw what they did. They had Kamala a week right before the election, and then they didn't give Trump any airtime, so they had to make it up by putting him on Sunday night football commercials and stuff.
Wait, I want to get Ryan in here. Ryan, what'd you think about what'd you think about the whole FEMA scandal? Did you watch any of that while we were watching?
About what scam? What are you talking about? What scandal?
The FEMA scandal. The FEMA scandal. Did you see any of that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of conjecture. I mean, can they prove it? They said don't help anybody with a Trump sign.
They proved it with one person.
Well,
I mean, they got one person to substantiate it. They need a couple.
Yeah, she admitted that she was doing it though. That's the crazy part.
I think it was 20 homes. I read about it the other day, but and then they're saying it's more than that. But I think you need like maybe 5 or 10 people to come out or some emails, to really get any proof, any conviction or anything,
Yeah.
So,
you don't think they'll be able to convict her at least?
I mean, I think they probably can for the 20 homes, right? Like if and I think she'll get fired. But was it a large scale? Was it one person being an idiot, or was it a systemic issue? You know what I mean? Was it multiple people?
I think it was one person, but I do think that it was kind of one of those things where the way that you kind of present it to somebody.
Yeah.
Where
I mean, look, I just took my nieces trick or treating, and I said, we didn't go into anybody's yard that had a Harris sign. I just passed them. I'm like, nah, I don't want to. I'm not going to the Harris house, And I mean, so like that's me, right? Like, but was it a large scale effort? Was it or was it just like one person being stupid and with with 20 homes or something? That's the question. So.
No,
or 100 homes.
She was over Florida in South Carolina or North Carolina, and
it was that big. Was that big? I didn't know it was that big.
Yeah, she was basically telling people to avoid these Trump homes because they had some incidents.
Huh.
So if you see,
that's a bigger issue. I thought it was a lot smaller than that. I thought it was a few. Like I thought it was 20 to 30 homes. That's what I originally read. But if it's an entire state, there's going to be some trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I missed your guys' report on it. I had a couple things going on my end.
Oh man, yeah, it was.
So it's a large scale thing. It's a wide scale thing. You're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. I believe it though.
Ryan, how are you feeling, man?
I'm okay. I have some health concerns, but I'm back on track.
Yeah, that's why I asked you. So, are you having any symptoms or anything? Are you feeling just normal, or are you just?
I'm feeling okay. Yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah, I had a. I mean, I got to get like a phlebotomies and stuff, but I'm okay. No real issues at this point. So.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
How did you find out? How did you find out, Ryan? If you don't mind me asking.
I went to. I got a blood test, and it was the white counts were high, and then they were like, "That's weird," and then they said, "Well, it's probably nothing." They sent it back in, and then they said, "Your red counts are high." Some of the blood was all over the place, and then when I went back in, they were like, "Look, yeah, there's some bad news, sir." So, and I was like, "All right, well, I mean, what do you do?" So, I got good chances. I'm pretty healthy. I take care of my health. So,
were you feeling like some ailments or something?
Originally, I was like sick with like I had like a cold, like a bad cough for like 6 weeks. And I said, man, I can't shake this. but it was going around, like it was going around. I said, well, I might as well get checked. So he checked it, and then he ordered blood work, and then he's like, hey, you have a form of leukemia. I'm like, fucking hey, rock on, So,
Wait,
but
can I ask Ryan a question?
Sure.
Did you take the snake bite?
Snake bite. What do you mean by that?
You
mean the I got the first. I think I got the first one. There was a lot of pressure at my company, and then so I did, and but it's not. I thought maybe there was a correlation too. I was freaked out about it, but do some research. It's not. There's no correlation to it. A lot of people didn't get it, and
I only mention it because I have a student that has a very similar diagnosis.
okay,
She's standing on the fact that she was fine until she took that thing.
huh? Yeah, there's. I mean,
Did you
I'm
get vaccinated?
conjecture, and hey, if there is, it's probably going to be a big lawsuit. My kids will win, so I'll probably be gone, but it's all good.
I think they're indemnified from any lawsuits.
But at the end of the day, like I mean, I think I'll just tell everybody to get their blood work. They can tell a lot of stuff through the blood work, crazy amount. So
yeah,
but
I'm a big proponent of that. Like, how you want to treat yourself is your business, but at least find out what's going on in your system. You have no other way. You can't tell that on your own. You got to get work done.
Yeah.
And then how you choose to proceed, that's between you and God, but at least know what's going on in your body.
It's crazy. I can't believe all the. I should have studied and I should have paid attention in health because there's a lot of stuff to know about all this stuff. So but yeah, it is what it is. So yeah.
Yo, Ryan, I don't mean to scare you, but I read about this, man, and so I'm gonna share my screen with you if you don't mind, right?
Sure. Rock on, Bo.
Information is information, right? This is from the NCBI. It was the NIH. Let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Can you post the link?
Yeah, we can see it.
And read it, John.
Yeah, for portion. Let me make sure I put. Thank you, one. Give me 1 second. Okay, you guys can see the screen, right? Let me put up on my books.
Yeah.
I can see it. Yeah. And this is from the NIH, some division of the NIH wrote this article, case mistaken for leukemia after mRNA COVID-19 vaccine administration, blah, 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 blah.
Oh boy.
And give me 1 second. I'm going to read the rest of the story to you. 1 second. And so it goes on to say, I'm going to read down to you. Complaints, a healthy 77-year-old woman with no known comorbidities and no medication use was transferred to the emergency room due to severe thrombocytopenia.
Wow. That's high white. That's high white count.
Prior to vaccination, the patient had no history of disease, including malignancy, and there was no medication administration. There was no history of any infectious disease, including COVID. And it went on to say, let me see if I can find it, blah, blah, blah. I won't bore you guys here. We reported a case with an adverse reaction that was mistaken for hematological malignancy due to an increased proportion of immature cells along with severe leukocytosis after COVID-19 vaccination. Leukemia reaction is a rare clinical condition defined as leukocytosis, blah, 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 blah. Now, I want to see if I can find adverse reactions of vaccination, COVID, they're talking about, could be mistaken for hematological malignancies, including, what's that say? What's that word? Leukemia. We reported a patient with leukocytosis following COVID-19 vaccination. I'll leave it right there for you guys. It's in the back chat for you.
That's interesting.
It is very interesting. Encouraging indeed. That is very interesting.
Yeah, I
Well, it
think
would be great if they were like, "Hey, we really made a mistake."
right,
Yeah,
That would
that'd never
that would be
happen.
awesome. Like,
right.
Yeah.
I had
We'd
told
be
John about it.
overnight millionaires if that happened, right?
I think
Yeah,
Plan B said I was reading it with too much vigor.
Yeah, you did your best though, John. It was a little bigger in there, but you did your best.
You gotta be for everybody.
I do my best. I do my best. I keep that in
yeah, if they
mind.
screwed
I
up, that
had
would be good. Like, hey, you missed it. I'm cool with that. Like, you made a mistake. I'm fine. That would really be great, you know. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. You know, mine is high
it'll
red
probably
count.
put Big Pharma out of business
Well, geez, I don't.
if they
You
took
know,
responsibility. You know.
well, they'll never do that. But I wouldn't doubt that they're. I think over time they'll start to draw, you know, connect the dots if there is, and if that's the driver of it. So, like in other words, if there's an uptick in leukemia cases, and leukemia is not like the old leukemia, like with Greg Louganis and shit, like where he had AIDS and he was just dying. It's you can survive it a while, and sometimes I mean there's people like
Yeah.
30 years, you know, they make it 30 years, you know, but unless it's acute leukemia, and then
Hmm.
you got like 3 years, you know. But
But
Hey guys, before I
but
get
some
out of
people
here,
live in a while.
let me say we're 3 hours 40 minutes in. 26 people in the audience. Please support the channel. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of you guys being here. Step away for a bit.
I'm looking at the
Yeah, my
abstract.
student said that. Oh, go ahead.
No, you first. Damas primero. Women first.
I have just a quick anecdote. I did tell John about my student when it happened. I was so heartbroken for her, and she misses so much school. And I thought it was just because she had a long commute and didn't want to come. She's like, no, with me. And
Yeah. Well,
she said like a
is it
month after
leukemia?
she took it. Yeah, she said a month after she took the bite. She said that like from that day on, she always felt lousy.
Hmm.
But she said like a month after, she just couldn't move. And they had to pick her up and carry her to the ER. And they kept checking. And like 2 weeks later, that's what came out. She said, Miss Watson, everything was fine. I had no problems before that. And I don't think that,
Yeah.
I mean, she's 14. I don't think she would make that up.
Yeah, no,
She's
my
not the
sister.
only one. I have friends. My ex-girlfriend told me, and when she was in southern Mexico, that some of her friends and then other acquaintances that we knew, they would lurch up and just drop. That's it. And some of them survived it. Some of them, you know, were rushed to the hospital. Nobody knew what the hell was wrong with them, and other people didn't make it from that. And this was after their second and sometimes their third dose.
Hmm. That's crazy. I mean, I'm pretty healthy. I exercise. I go to the gym. I eat fairly decent. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna make it probably about 40 more years. So
We have prayers up for you. So,
yeah, and you know,
you
my
know,
family's all supportive and stuff. So everybody's praying.
and you have
Everybody's
support here too.
praying. The people are praying. So you know, we'll see how it goes. You
Sidebar.
know.
Sidebar.
Yeah,
Bitcoin just hit 92. Is on his way to 93.
That's crazy,
yeah.
man. That's crazy.
It's gone. It's Get Crack called it months ago, man. He said it's gonna hit 100K before the year's up.
Well, if
Yeah,
Trump
my
won,
dad
what if
was
he
telling me
lost?
about that yesterday.
What if he lost? Then it would be worth, you know, probably worth nothing.
But that,
If
Yeah,
So,
but
yeah.
if
I
he were
ran
to
into
lose,
my dad yesterday.
go ahead, Kimmy.
What's
I'm
your
sorry.
point,
I ran into
Montana?
my father yesterday because we, like me, my mom, my dad, my whole family, we live in the same neighborhood, just in different places, like different
that's
spaces.
awesome.
And I ran into my dad, and I was like, Dad, how do you feel about the election? He said, I feel great. My Bitcoin is lit. I was
Mm.
like, I can't afford Bitcoin. He said, why didn't you buy when it was low? I don't understand. But he said he's really happy with his Bitcoin.
Yeah, I got a buddy of mine that's like, man, you need to buy some Bitcoin. He was beating me up like 2 months ago. I wish I did, but you can't go
My
back, you
dad said
know.
there's another one called Shinu. It sounds like the Japanese dog, the Shinu Ibu.
Yeah,
He said that one is still relatively a fair price.
I'm going into Doge
yeah,
after the announcement yesterday.
Yeah. But the thing is, there's so many companies based around Bitcoin. If you can't afford Bitcoin, just get like you know, a Bitcoin miner company or
They're a refractory company, yeah.
yeah,
Partial.
yeah.
I have a theory on them. I got a couple of them, but I don't know what they are, and I can't even get into the account now. So
Like
it's like I lost the password.
Well, the thing is if Bitcoin,
I'm serious.
if Biden were to win a second term, hypothetically speaking, he had already said that he was going to make plans to basically get rid of Bitcoin. They were going to bring in somebody else to head the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission. I think this is my theory. I could be wrong, but my theory is that he would break it off into two parts. The coin portion they would get rid of because he would say that that's a scam, but they would keep the blockchain portion, which I think is awesome. You can basically, you know, I could send money to HB with the tap of my phone without using those little post machines and what have you. But that in effect would bankrupt El Salvador because the currency for Bitcoin, what a lot of people don't realize, Bukele, one of the things that he did in 2019 or 2020 was he switched the currency from the dollar to Bitcoin. That's their national currency. So if Bitcoin,
I thought they were on the dollar more so now. I thought that he kind of was going away from that.
Well, he's on Bitcoin right now. The person that's more on the dollar than Bitcoin would be Javier Milei, the president of Argentina.
Malay, okay, I got you. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know, man. I mean, how high is it going to go? And then what? Right? So it's going to go to a million, or I mean,
well, I know for me, they said a couple of years ago, and I could be wrong, but they said a couple of years. Some people said a couple of years ago, the moment Bitcoin hits $100,000, that's it'll just shoot up, like it'll skyrocket at that point. And that the same thing would happen, I think, with precious metals. I have silver, so they're saying I think when silver hits $100 an ounce.
What's it at now? What's it at now? 25. It was at 25 last time I looked. Yeah. What's it at now?
I can't buy silver for less than $28 right now.
28. Okay.
But I'm not buying silver at the market rate. I'm buying it, you know, from like Amex and these other third-party places.
Yeah, well, you pay the vig on those companies, you know.
Well, yeah, that you do. I actually buy the physical product. I actually have the physical silver with me, you know. So
yeah. Well, you got to pray. You got to pray for the minting of it, right?
I didn't hear you
the packaging of it. You got to pay for the minting of the silver.
Yeah, the minting, the packaging, and the shipping. Yeah, for all of the above. But I'm lucky.
And the safe.
I'm lucky because I'm lucky. I'm sorry. I'm lucky because they minted in Austin. So I mean, it's not as expensive for me.
Yeah, it's not bad. Well, I know the stock market's going pretty well, but it's not going anywhere near what the Bitcoin's going. So.
HB and Porsche. I was also gonna mention about the stock market thing. The corporations got rid of their DEI departments yesterday. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, they've been doing this now for like 2 months.
Yeah, they've been waiting. They've been waiting until Trump gets in. Tell you, man, it's everybody's gonna start to be able to make some money now, man, because you don't gotta worry about that DEI shit. You could just hire the best candidate.
Damn right.
It's go time. That's the thing. It's go time. I mean, I'm even getting calls because people are nervous. You know, well, with the wall going up, how is it going to affect me?
Call ICE on them.
Great that you asked. Let me go ahead and take your information so I can do an executive summary to get your case.
get the money first, Juan, and then call ICE on.
No, I can't do that, man. Come on, man.
I heard that Biden is literally just trying to spend every penny that he can right now of the budget, like just burn it all, so Trump's got nothing to work with when he comes in.
Well, yes, because of the Doge department that Trump is going to talk about setting up yesterday.
The efficiency department isn't setting up a new department in government for efficiency still expanding government?
No, he's not. The thing is there's the necessary and proper clause of the U.S. Constitution, and then under Article 2 for the president, he can basically set up agencies to delegate his to work under him to in order to get the stuff that he needs done. That's why you have like the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, and things like that.
Afuera.
The Department of Interior, Department of Exterior,
Safety Board. What I don't understand is how the hell we have Customs and Border Protection in Guatemala, and we have Customs and Border Protection, I shit you not, In Colombia. And this is not at the airports, because at the airports, that's one thing. Like you run into Customs and Border
Same reason why we have New York PD in London, France, Brazil, and all other countries.
Yeah.
To me, that's a waste of money. Like,
It is.
Well, the budget last year was $7 trillion, and the economy's 26 trillion. That's one in every $4 is going to the federal government of the whole economy.
Yeah, not to mention the $1 trillion discretionary fund that the president has access to. But that's neither here or there.
We need to get rid of that.
Yeah, we do. I mean, $1 trillion. Whose GDPs? Anyway, he could fund whatever he wanted. Go ahead.
They're going to talk today. They're talking about Trump's freedom. He's out of trouble, and Hunter Biden's getting a pardon. Biden and Trump are going to do the deal today for.
I don't want Hunter Biden to get a pardon, because the gun case, his legal team's arguing the Second Amendment, and so I want there to be precedent, because that actually could affect us. What he did could actually get rid of the National Firearms Act, which means I can get an M16 for $4,000 instead of $30,000 and $6,000 worth of stamps and paperwork. And all this.
Well, hasn't he proposed to do some sort of referendum on concealed carry within all 50 states?
Yeah,
within all. Yeah, so I mean that may cancel out many firearms bans, but I really came up here to talk about Bitcoin and blockchain. I was going to say Bitcoin already hit 93K. Its resistance point for Bitcoin right now, when it drops, is 89,000. So that's the point where anybody else can start to get in. It'll be back up. Just look at the Fibonacci line. You'll probably be able to get in at 88,000, 89,000 somewhere today, end of the day, beginning of tomorrow. And then it's poised to hit $100,000 by the end of the year, probably sooner. Ethereum is around 3,400 right now, but you can still get in. That's still great to get in. So Solana coin's at 215. They're looking at it going up to 10,000 sometime next year. Then you have Dogecoin. Dogecoin is probably going to hit $1 somewhere by the end of the year. Then you have XRP and a couple others that Pepe, a couple others I'm looking at. But right now is the year of the coin. I mean, next year is the year of the coin. Get in one of these altcoins. Altcoins just means any other coin other than Bitcoin. Get in now and get rich.
I agree. This next 4 years, there's going to be a lot more millionaires in this country. This next 4 years.
That's a fact.
Well,
especially,
I feel it.
Especially $1 million reserve Bitcoin wallet for the United States government. We already have around 200 and some odd thousand Bitcoin that the government holds, and they're talking about increasing that to 1 million. But you were about to ask me a question, Kimmy. What are you about to say?
Yes, and I noticed that man was wearing a candy cane sweater, but I digress. The Inu, do you think that's? My dad told me that last night. He was like, "You need to open a coin account and get that."
Yes,
go.
I would. This isn't financial advice. I'm just saying, just what I am doing. I have a position in Shiba Inu as well. Shiba Inu is set to pump here soon as well. So Shiba Inu, Doge, Ethereum, Solana coin. There's one I'm also looking at called Myra coin. Pepe is still looking good. XRP is still looking good. And the point here is you're looking at coins that pretty much have provenance, you know what I mean? That have websites behind them, that have transactions behind them, like how many million transactions can be had within several seconds. Ethereum has that backbone behind it, and so does Bitcoin, Shiba Inu, etc. They actually use these coins. So I'm just saying it's a real good hedge for bets. And no, it's not a gamble. Okay, It's definitely not a gamble. If you're basing your ideas or machinations on Warren Buffett's ancient behind, then you're beyond saving right now. Anything's a gamble, okay? Anything you do is a gamble, but Bitcoin right now is solid because it's a proven model. Bitcoin and all the altcoins are proven models. And if you're looking at the charts daily and you're just watching the support and you're watching the when it pulls back and you're watching where the resistance points are, then you can pretty much plan your entry and exit. Okay. And then if I were you or anybody else here, I would definitely just put something in Bitcoin. Something. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Blacks. I took notes, by the way.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm a little bit different on Bitcoin only because I feel like if you kind of miss the boat, you should look at the Bitcoin mining companies instead. Now, we know Bitcoin is pretty much going to get bought up by the government. You're going to have a bunch of, the government's going to start pumping Bitcoin.
Which is good.
Still gonna need, which is good. It's going to pump the price up. But you still need those miners to mine the Bitcoins, all these transactions. So the transactions are going to go up. So I think, the Bitcoin miner companies like Mara and micro strategies that, pretty much a company that just bought a bunch of Bitcoin. I think those are probably, because I don't know. I feel like with Bitcoin,
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't disagree, but you have to think about it like this. This 80 grand, I'm sorry, when it was at 80 grand or 88 grand, where it just was yesterday, that's our 40 grand because it's gonna double, period. And that's why you're holding. That's why you buy and hold. So I'm not saying hedge all your bets on that. You'd be a fool to hedge your bets on any one singular thing. Just let it be a tool in your toolbox, just one portion of what your portfolio has. This Bitcoin right now is only 20% of my portfolio at any given time. And I have several different wallets with it. So in one wallet, I might have 10,000, another wallet, I might have 2,000, etc. But all I'm saying is that people just put something in it, couple $100, and let that money grow over time, especially since the government is poised to take a bigger position in it, and they're not trying to lock you out.
I made 150 when it was It was 70, and I put I put like $50. It's already at like 150. It's crazy.
Yeah, you're gonna make some money. This is the sort of money. Like, what's your FU number? The FU number, it being whatever yearly you need to survive, divided by 0.04. Okay, and so my FU number is 4.5 million. That's what I need to be able to live comfortably. What's 4.5 million? That's 180,000 divided by 0.04. Okay, that's $180,000 a year is what I want, and to live comfortably. Being able to pay for whatever, children, whatever, and you just have to figure out what your number is, and so that's my goal. That's what I'm doing this for.
Oh.
Yeah, Kimmy, whatever you do though, Kimmy, this next 4 years, make sure you start investing, because I don't know what the
What the
next
hell?
4 years.
What does staked mean? What's staked? Oh, sorry. I got Ethereum staked. What's staked mean? Staked. Ethereum staked. Yeah, I don't know what it means.
It could just be an offshoot of Ethereum. You have several offshoots of several coins.
It says I got it staked. I can't get it for 2 weeks or something.
Oh, what wallet are you utilizing?
Coinbase.
Oh, so you have a stake in? Is it telling you have a stake in
It
Ethereum
says
and
it
they want?
says it's staked. STAKED. I don't know what.
Not familiar with the terminology.
Where's
Yeah.
crack at? Where the hell is crack at?
I need to just. I think I should sell it though. I don't. It's only $500. I'll just do the cash.
Leech B, the other
Oh,
rule.
wait. Did you just get a Coinbase account through somebody's code?
No, I've had it for like 3 years. I always lost money on
Okay.
Bitcoin. I'd buy high and sell low, like because I'm stupid with it. But now I'm like maybe I just buy it. I had Bitcoin at like $6,000. Okay, which
Oh,
Oh
Ryan.
Lord.
I bought it at
Jesus
like look, I
Christ.
bought it at like 13, and I'm like I gotta unload it. I gotta unload it at 6. It's going
Yeah.
down. It's
No.
crashing, right?
Wow.
Yeah. But now I have Ethereum, but it says it's staked. I don't know what that means.
Just hold it. Don't
Says
sell anything. Keep it. Don't do anything to
well,
it. Just
but
hold
am I
it.
still getting the interest if it's staked? I don't know if I get the money. I mean, do I get?
Yeah, you will. I think it might be some terminology meaning you have a stake in it and you're holding, and it
Okay.
you can't fully realize it until whatever that timetable you said. I wouldn't sell anything. I hold that.
What's
Yeah,
funny is
hold, bro.
I deleted the Coinbase account off my phone. I was like, I deal with this. I deleted it. I just downloaded
I've
it.
done that several
All right, so
times.
I'll just keep it here. I'll just keep it. I'll
I
just
also
see what happens.
I also have several $1,000s in the stock Coinbase. So
Huh.
I also have several $1,000s in Coinbase stock. So what I'm saying is there's like what HB said, there are several ways to skin this puppy.
Real quick, the other things that I'm noticing for next year, HB, and this actually impacts me being visually impaired to my advantage is a lot of the professional licensures starting next year because of this administration are going online for 2 reasons, specifically in
That's
California.
wonderful.
Specifically in California, where I'm trying to sit the bar exam, California ran out of money. So because California ran out of money, gee, imagine that, they're doing everything that they can to downsize. So as of yesterday, I got an email from the California Supreme Court allowing me to sit the bar exam online remotely. So I'm like,
what?
Yeah. So instead of trying to come up with $3,000
Congratulations,
to
Juan.
bar exam again, and I only have to pay $850. That's it. I'm like, dude, that's a hell of a savings.
That's amazing, man. That's amazing.
Not only that, but Texas, the same thing. Texas, this morning, I was sending
You can take the bar exam online now?
Starting 2025 in California, yes, I can take that.
I'm gonna be a lawyer in California anytime soon.
Yeah,
well,
it never rains in Southern California.
What would stop you from cheating?
The thing is when I take the bar exam in California, I have to be in a place where it's all blank, like there's no photos, there's nothing. And they have the webcam on you, and there's a proctor in San Francisco monitoring you. And that the mic is also turned on, and there's a proctor monitoring the mic. And so if I do anything, the way that their rules are set up, if I do anything like there's rustle of paperwork or things like that, then I'll get what's known as a Chapter 6 violation. And if I get too many of those, I'll get blacklisted. I can't sit the bar exam anywhere at that point. And then, of course, like if the webcam catches you looking at flashcards, that's cheating, and that's a criminal offense.
Well, yeah. This is in 1995. People, cheating is it's kind of evolved.
It's a relative term. It's a relative term.
Yeah, just ask Joe Biden.
Cheating has evolved since flashcards, Juan. It's I'm not telling you to cheat
on the bar exam, because here's the thing: when I took what was called the baby bar, and for some of you guys that pay attention to what was it, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, Kim Kardashian had to take this same exam. It's called the first year law students exam, and since I went to law school online, to the way that California works is to make sure that I'm not getting a degree from some bullshit Cracker Jack box or what have you. They require that you go on campus and take this bar exam, this baby bar, the first year law students exam. And it's so hard that Like when I was a 1L, there were 200 of us. When I made it to 3L and got my internship and things like that, there were only 20 of us. Because the thing is you have 1 hour to do an essay, and the way that the fact patterns are written, there's no way in hell you're going to be looking at a book trying to figure out the rules and how the rules are conflated and how they apply to your set of facts. And then when you do the multiple choice questions, you have a little under 2 minutes to answer each question. It's just impossible to keep.
How many multiple choice questions?
For the baby bar, it was 100. So it was a 3 hour, 100 multiple choice question test. And then for the morning part, it was a 4 hour, 4 essay test.
1 page per hour?
No, like 10 pages per hour.
Did you have to write it via pencil? Like, here's a pencil and pen. Or did they say, here's a computer, type out your essay?
Well, the way that the bar exam works next year will be only computer. But what I paid for when I took the baby bar blacks was the handwriting, because I noticed when I did my time, when I would write on my laptop at the time, it took me an hour and a half to answer each essay. But I noticed that when I wrote it by hand, it took me 45 minutes.
Well, yeah, it's easier to write via pencil versus trying to get your hands. Yeah.
Yeah, so I always did the handwriting part, but here's how difficult that exam was. It took me 2 times to pass that exam, blacks. Kim Kardashian, it took her 5 times. She didn't pass it until her 6th try. That's how hard that exam is.
My God, man.
I mean, she's a bimbo. Yeah, I just wanted to drop this in the bucket. Listen, I'm telling you guys, it's a stock you gotta vote for, because we basically can't stop spending money with these guys. So you just gotta invest all your money into anal sex, right? Because all the fruitcakes, listen, all the fruitcakes in Starbucks, your boss, your VP, your CEO of the company, even the head Republican in your county, he's a fruitcake. So I say just put your money in the butt sex. Anything to do with butt sex, you won't lose. These freaks are made every day. Let's be honest here. We're in it to make money, right?
This is more stuff to clip to use against you.
No.
Yes.
This is really, you got to think about it. Let's take the freakiness out of it. Anal butt sex. The Greeks been doing it for years. This is something that's never stopped. Wouldn't it be a great investment? It's like investing in water.
So, Ignorant, is it an NFT? Is it a altcoin? What is it?
What is it? Bitcoin base?
Anything anal butt sex. It's like investing into a tampon company, but you're investing in the anal butt sex company.
Yeah, but we're gonna call it what? Anal coin?
They probably call it buttocks are for you. I don't know. We just gotta look it up. Anything that produces anal beads, anal gel, anal lube, anal whatever these freaks use. We can't lose. Listen, man, if you want to win, I'm just giving you the code right there.
Game is game.
We can't lose. Yeah, it's like investing in water. You can't lose with water. People always gonna have to drink water.
Funny guy.
Blacks noticed that HB just disappeared once Ignat came up here and brought that up.
Yes, I did.
HB, come back. We need you.
All right, so we are waiting on the meeting to conclude between President Trump and President Biden. I'm gonna keep watching out for that. It looks like maybe HB got disconnected, but I am most sure that he will be back. In the meantime, we have some news. We were actually talking about maybe, not sure. We were talking about that lady from FEMA and Roland Martin. Well, Roland Martin also interviewed this very special young lady not so long ago. And let's see what's going on with her.
Everybody playing this little tug of war.
Oh, I saw this.
Calling anybody. I'm like, I just work here. No, not I don't even know. I know. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, Superman.
This was back in
Superman was caught on
September.
body camera trying to stop her posters from being removed by the village. And we also get to see the Superman's new police chief working in uniform.
Nathaniel Brody.
State says he's doing it illegally. We got a lot to talk about.
Hey, before you continue with this portion, I wanted to ask, who ended up winning the spread for the football?
For y'all's picks, I'm still waiting on Universal to send me y'all's picks.
Oh, you don't have the picks yet. Oh, I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah. I was told that they would be emailed to me. They were last time, so I can update the list. I know I have you, HB, John, Crown Reese, and Universal, but I haven't gotten the picks that y'all made online on the show. I haven't got the email for those yet, so I actually reached out for that. So I'm just waiting on that so I can put the scores up and y'all see who wins. So that will be at some point today.
Cool.
Yes. Oh, Snowman's in the chat. Hey, Snowman. All right, let's get back into this.
This is the worst mayor in America, Tiffany Hinyard, and she is full of self-promotion. She makes sure that her face and likeness are paid to be put all over the village of Dalton by the taxpayers because she wants to promote herself. Here are a couple of news reports talking about the super mayor's self-promotion on taxpayer dollars.
Hanyard's picture and name adorn virtually every public posting, both from Dalton, where as mayor she makes $46,000 a year, and in Thornton Township, where as the elected supervisor she collects more than $200,000 a year. But for all that money, Hanyard's tenure at both has been chaotic. Tiffany Hinyard certainly isn't shy about attracting attention. Here she is starting a Dalton Village board meeting dressed like the Wesley Snipes character in the movie New Jack City, later punctuating her political points with the help of her own DJ.
Every single resident. Pay me what you owe me. Thank you, DJ.
Now, Tiffany Hinyard wanted more of these posters to go up to show how great she was and to, again, self-promote. The village board said no, but Tiffany Hinyard got the people to actually put the posters up anyway. And then when they didn't get paid, it became a problem.
New at 4:30, more money troubles in South suburban Dalton. New welcome banners recently went up in that village.
But the company that created them says it has not been paid.
They're a new addition on a busy Sibley Boulevard. Bright new welcome banners with different messages and a picture of Mayor Tiffany Hinyard, her self-titled Super Mayor, written underneath. The banners cost about $19,000, but the vendor says they have yet to be paid for them and other items totaling more than $85,000. Mosca Design emailed us a copy of the unpaid bill. It dates back to November 2023. Trustee Tammy Brown says the banners were never approved by the village board.
They don't make any sense at all. They're all of the mayor. It's okay to have a banner that says welcome to Dalton, but you don't need to have the mayor's face posted throughout Sibley Boulevard.
Trustee Jason House in a statement told us it's deeply unfortunate that the administration has chosen to squander funds on self-promotion while our fire department has gone without a contract for 5 years. This blatant disregard is a slap in the face to the hardworking individuals and the creditors burdened by the millions of dollars of debt incurred by the mayor's reckless spending. Our community deserves better.
So the village of Dalton said, we're not paying $20,000 for these self-promotion posters. So they ordered that the posters be taken down and returned to the company. And this order was signed by village administrator Keith Freeman. Now, Keith Freeman was Hinyard's right-hand man, but then he got indicted by the feds and then flipped on Hinyard
and Hinyard wanted to fire him from that position. Then a court sided against Hinyard and said that she didn't have the legal authority to fire Keith Freeman from that position. The court then ordered that Keith Freeman immediately be reinstated to his position as village administrator. And the court forbid the mayor from removing Keith Freeman unless the proper legal procedures were followed. So now that brings us to the body cam footage. The posters are coming down. Hinyard sees them. She calls the police and tries to get the crew arrested for taking down the pictures. Remember, they're lawfully ordered by Keith Freeman to come down. And listen closely, because Hinyard is going to tell the officer that Keith Freeman doesn't work for the village anymore. She knows that's an absolute lie.
Did you guys call for someone? You did? Okay, they're sending another unit. What else did you guys want to do? Oh, no, inglés. Hablo español. ¿Qué está pasando?
Pagaron porque está las banderas.
Okay.
Y en la mañana con el que hablé, me dio el número de un policía que tenía un problema que le habláramos. Le hablé y me dijeron que iban a mandar a alguien. Porque nos están diciendo que si seguimos quitando, nos van a meter a la cárcel o nos van a dar algo.
¿Pero quién les dio a ustedes el permiso o la orden de que los quitaran? Something's going on with these guys?
Yeah, they basically taking down my sign.
Yeah, he
I just asked him who told y'all to take them down. He called his boss for it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just...
So I told him to send, Keith don't work for the village no more. He's not the VA, Michael Smith is. So I said, who gave y'all the order to take the sign down? How y'all getting paid?
Oh, okay.
They're our signs, well, you know, they're my signs. So why are you taking them down?
Señor.
Okay, so ella lo que me explica, ella es la mayor. Y me dice que él ya no tiene derecho a dar órdenes, él ya está despedido.
Es que la verdad a mí no me mandan a hacer el trabajo.
Sí,
yo no, la verdad yo no, ¿a qué puedo decirle?
So how many had they already taken down?
They took all of them. All of them.
So everything from White Castles all up to Siggo.
Keith that gave him the...
Yeah, I'll press the charges on Keith, just so you know. You might have to write a report to me. Press the charges on him. And they just in the middle of it, but if I got to press charges on them too, because they taking government property down. I didn't give that order.
I didn't even know you were involved in this. I just heard about signs. Yeah. It wasn't even my call, but I stopped.
Yeah. No, they taking down signs. For what? Who paying them? Wait. Y'all gonna do
so ya le pagaron a usted?
No, yo mandé a mi patrón a hacer el trabajo.
¿Quién es su patrón?
Ya con ella.
He said his boss spoke to you already?
Yeah, he did. He put him on the phone.
Oh, he
sent him the email that whoever gave him the order.
Oh, okay.
About the sign. Because I want all my signs. He got all my signs in his truck.
Pero me dicen que me pagó, que no se las dé yo. O sea, yo no sé qué estoy haciendo ni qué puedo hacer. O sea, a mí me pagan nada más por hacer el trabajo.
Sí. Pero esos banners de signs son de ella.
Okay.
Entonces, a usted le pagaron por quitarlos, no por llevárselos. ¿Sí me entiende? So, de igual manera se los puede dar a ella, pero le van a mandar ahorita el correo electrónico.
Sí, van a
para que
hablarlo con él.
Okay. I'm like, well, you're getting paid to remove them, not to keep them. So, you know what I'm saying? So he could very well give them back. So, ¿se los puede dar para atrás?
Como que vengan, que van a mandar a un señor.
Oh, they said they're going to send someone, and then they're going to... Okay. Okay, he needs to remove the quitar. Eso, okay. So, okay, ahorita que venga, he's calling someone, I don't know who's coming. I don't know.
It don't matter. That is my property.
Es su propiedad de ella. Dice que nada más quiere sus signs. Did you say sí, los puedes, ya. Somos ustedes, ya hizo su trabajo, los quitó, ¿verdad? Si quiere ya ahorita pare, pero porque va a haber más problemas. Esto van a querer demandar. Pero entrégueselos porque a usted le pagaron por quitarlos, no por quedárselos. So, de igual manera, sí, déjela. No se meta usted en medio porque estos se van a querer demandar para hay un pedo.
Yo la verdad nomás.
Sí, hay problemas. So, nada más déselos, ella sabrá lo que hace con ellos. Usted le pagaron por ahí hizo remove quitarlos, no por destruirlos.
No, a mí no me mandan por destruirlos.
Okay. Nada más por quitarlos, nada más. Está bien, pero ahorita que manden el correo electrónico para que usted quede al margen.
Sí, porque ahí me mandan para...
No, yo sé. Pero ¿sabe quién es ella, verdad? Es la mayor. Mayor, como la está arriba de la mera cabecilla del gobierno de Galt. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I'll write you. Don't worry about it. I'll write you a report. Okay. So what's his name? He's Freeman.
Okay. No, my kid's the new VA. Everybody playing this little tug of war. Who in charge? But no one's calling anybody.
I'm like, I just work here.
No, not you.
I don't even know.
I know.
I don't know what's going on. You have a chief, you have another.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my thing and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so as long as you get your signs back, I'll read right to the report and
Right.
I know, that is.
Yeah, all on time.
But I told him, I'm like, well, it says remove, not destroy. So give him that. That's her property. So give it back. And sí ve las fotos, ¿verdad? Es ella en la foto. Es ella. Sí, es ella, es la mayor. Es que ahorita andan con un montón de chismes y todo. So, yo le voy a hacer un reporte a ella solo para que trate de, se ve que demandar a él. Pues déjelo usted para que usted no quede. No, ya no, ya. Cuando lo manden a hacer algo, entonces ya no venga. Porque...
Yeah, I got this now.
Okay. I'm like, whenever they send you to do something for Dalton, don't do it.
They gonna do is say I'm not the same. They keep paying.
It don't matter. We entitled to it. And we can lawyers involved. That's fine.
I hope that Trump has the FBI investigate this woman.
She's actually already being investigated by the FBI right now as we speak.
Yeah, but they're not taking it as serious, too.
So you want Trump to speed it up? I'm with you on that.
Yeah, like he's gonna actually, you know what I mean? There's gonna be accountability now.
What I can say is her attitude right now. Congratulations, Henry. You just ruined it. You're not going to see another black mayor in that area for the next 25 to 30 years. Congratulations.
Where did everybody go?
I don't know. I was actually waiting for Portia to play the remaining 5 minutes.
Let me just start my like. Go ahead.
Two down there.
What?
Down there. I was trying to call you, but it's not there.
Yeah. Hey, TX. He gave you all of them?
Now, I'm stopping the video right here because you can see this man in the white shirt. He is the new police chief of Dalton, Henyard's hand-picked police chief. But there's a monster problem. The state has told him that he can't be in uniform, have a gun, or present himself as a law enforcement officer because he's not qualified to be a law enforcement officer.
More drama in Dalton tonight. The state agency that regulates local law enforcement in Illinois says Mayor Tiffany Henyard's hand-picked police chief is not right now legally qualified to run the department or even serve as an officer. In the letter, the deputy director of the Training and Standards Board tells Henyard that Burge is considered inactive because Dalton has not submitted the proper paperwork on his behalf, and because Burge has not completed a requalification shoot since 2021 when he was with the Dixmoor Police Department. For these reasons, he is currently not authorized to exercise law enforcement authority or to carry a firearm publicly, the letter says. We strongly encourage you to remove him from public service until an appointment is submitted and the board determines if he is eligible for reactivation and a training waiver.
But as you can see, here he is in uniform serving as Dalton's police chief.
Okay. Good point. Okay. You say I'm gotta go?
He told him to just go. Keep going what?
Why are you going to
Oh, for him to leave. I thought keep going, yeah. So for him to leave. Okay.
So what an email at?
El correo electrónico.
The email, I don't know.
Lo pueden mandar el correo electrónico, la orden que a ustedes les llegó. A ustedes les dio su patrón, sí. ¿Correcto? ¿A su patrón quién lo envió?
La verdad no sé decirle, pero ya hablan con mi patrón, que va a mandar el correo de ellos a ellos.
¿A ellos? He said he spoke to his boss, and he said he was going to send it to you. No ha mandado nada. He says he doesn't know, so it's just... No se preocupe, lo más tengo que hacer. No se preocupe. So, yeah. You don't want to let me take se lo doy para atrás. I'll give it back, but I want to take this for the report. They were still in their van, but I'm like, since this says remove banners, if that was the order, I'm like, well, it says remove, not destroy, so he gave them back to her. Okay, she has her signs.
Correct. Okay.
So it's like that. So I'm going to do a report for her.
Correct.
So he's leaving.
Have a good day.
Ándale, que les vaya bien, ¿ok? Ándale, se pueden ir. Que les vaya bien. Ándale, bye-bye. Bye.
All right. All right, everybody's clear.
All right. I'll do that report. All right. Yep, sure, you're welcome.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen. It looks to me that the police chief is impersonating a police officer because he's not licensed by the state, unless they somehow got everything right before this occurred, which seems to be unlikely. But we will know soon, because at the next Dalton board meeting, we know this is probably going to come up. So tell me what you think about the super mayor and her need to put her face on everything. Don't forget, like, share, subscribe, do it.
So do y'all think she's going to get locked up?
Absent any federal indictments, I doubt it, but
in time.
I don't think she's going to get locked up, but I do not believe she's going to retain her mayoralship or her township position for Thornton Township. She's done.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, buddy.
No, I'm done. I was just saying she's done.
I hope she gets locked up.
I hope so too, but I doubt it. I don't see at the local level anything that she did wrong. The problem with the police officer of Dalton that she got rid of, that they ordered to reinstate, is he didn't meet all of the qualifications. So it's a procedural issue. It's one of those, okay, you can fire him, but do it the right way, is basically what they said. But
well, yeah, majority rules. I forgot what the split is, but she needs her trustees to approve. But she thinks that she has totalitarian rule, which is crazy, man. The things she says, the things she does, it's insane.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. She's not. You're not. I'm not.
People, Little Wayne.
But I'm gonna pull the race card. You're not gonna see a black. You're not gonna see a black female mayor in that area for a while because of her. Thank you, Tiffany.
Nah, you would see a black.
You will. You will. Dalton is extremely black. But I'll just say, having grown up right down the street from there. But the problem here is she's left a soured taste in everybody's mouth, and it will be a very long time, before you see another black female there.
She looked like the female Lil Wayne.
What did Thomas Jefferson say? Governments were not instituted among men to help secure such rights.
Also gave those men the right to abolish the government if they didn't conform to the will of the people. I'm paraphrasing.
That's right. You're absolutely right. And that's what's going on now. Spendthrift, theft of municipal funds. I mean, I don't think they need a federal indictment to put her in jail, personally, because she illegally used funds that you needed signatures for. That's the problem, and that can be proven. It was not just Gen X. Oh, let's listen to the crazy African woman.
And it was not just Gen X, because while 91% of black women voted for Kamala Harris, 53% of white women overall voted for Trump, despite the open disrespect and demonization hurled by J.D. Vance and the Supreme Court stripping women's bodily autonomy, courtesy of Donald Trump, who closed his repulsive campaign by dropping the B word on Nancy Pelosi. The breakdown by education was stark. Harris won 57% of white women with college degrees and lost 63% of white women without them. It was also men. Trump won every age group of men, including 60% of Gen X men and 6 in 10 white men. Also Latino men, who despite the utter disrespect shown by Trump and his promise to deport some of your mixed status families, most of them voted in a 55% majority to make the deportations happen. Y'all voted with Stephen Miller and David Duke and against your own sisters and chose Kamala Harris with 60% of their votes. So you own everything that happens to your mixed status families and to your wives, sisters, and abuelas from here on in. However, we only have so much time for blame. We now need to make a plan.
And that, ladies and gentlemen,
I can't stomach her.
So
I can't stomach her, man.
Sorry, she's going to get fired within the next week, probably.
Maybe.
Well, she keeps acting crazy on TikTok, I think. I heard that. I saw that.
They don't care.
She is going to get fired in the next 2 weeks, because the thing is, she lost about 55% of her viewership since Trump has won. And if this continues at that rate...
Yeah, she has.
If that continues at that rate, then there's no point of having her there.
Yeah, there's a referendum out now with this. Like, these ultra liberals are too much. They're too much.
People are tired of it, man. Even the young kids now that are finishing high school and setting off to go
especially the young kids.
Yeah, they're fed up with this shit, dude. Like, they're just like, what?
Well, I think even I mean both. I think there's a media problem in these far fringe, right? Like, she's a fringe. She's appealing to a fringe of like divisive. I think Hannity's the same way. He just whips up this fervor, whoa, look, like it's an hour of just going in on somebody. And I don't know why people like that. It just gets you irritated, Sean Hannity, I've always said he just loves to sow discord, right? Just every night it's discord. And I think people gotta be tired of that, man. So propaganda.
She's 10, 20, 30 times worse
than Hannity. I mean, I think I just it's more of a shock jock thing, right? Like where they're just going to go and go and go and talk about the same stuff. And I mean, we have them on the right. They got them on the right too, man. It's not just
no, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as the left. The right
Well, it might not be
fear
as
monger.
bad, but they still have this thing
The
where
right
they
may
just
fear monger, but these people advocate for death. That's the problem.
well, they advocate for like just ripping the country limb from limb. Like
Yes, they
they're
advocate for it.
communists, you know.
Yeah, they advocate for death.
I think Joy
Yeah.
Reid should stay. just if for nothing else, the crash outs. Let her go after she finishes crashing out, because when it comes to Democrats, reading is fundamental. So let it happen, man. Let it happen.
I actually got to meet Maggie Kelly. I used to work at Boston University. She spoke at the commencement. Nice lady.
Somebody's talking.
Spend another minute on Joy Reid. It's a TikTok situation until her ass is fired. It's just, there's no way MSNBC, which is in a full meltdown now about how bad their losses were, there's no way they can keep this woman. I realize they're in the same problem that the Democrat Party is. Like, they have a base that they need to keep. But she and her little friend, Ellie Mistal, are truly the most racist people on television. And here's her latest messaging, as some groups, indeed, are reportedly planning some march, like the Women's March. Now they're trying to get a march ready. That'll do it. They're going to bust out their pea hats again. Okay, all right. They worked out so well the last time. And listen to Joy Reid's reaction.
Hey, I just want to give some free advice to the white progressives, particularly white progressive women who may be thinking about marching against the Trump victory, maybe putting back on the P word hats and doing that thing. I would just say probably don't send any of those invites to any Black women you know. I'm just going to tell you right now, they're not coming. I'm pretty sure Black women have resigned from the Save America Coalition, Save Democracy Coalition, and definitely the Save the Democratic Party Coalition. I think that's probably not happening. I would just keep those invites maybe among your own friends, because I don't think they're coming. But yeah, I think Black women are now on the Save Black Women, Prioritize Black Men, and prioritize Black communities, Black businesses, and the Black spaces. But Save America, Save the Democratic Party. Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
She said she's joining the Republicans.
Where is your hair? What happened to your hair, Joy Reid? It's gone. Like, it's gone from it looked like Trump's hair. And now it's gone altogether. Anywho, this is what happens when you get bitter and bitter and bitter. And we've seen all these women shaving off their hair online. Have you seen this? This is like part of the resistance effort to telegraph that you hate Trump. These, somewhat okay looking women are shaving off their hair. So I don't know if that is what she did there, but we already knew that you were a far lefty. You didn't have to shave your head. Second of all, the nerve. Like, this is what happens, right? Emily, she looks at the white progressive women as it like, what more self-flagellation could white progressive women have done to earn the little pat on the head from the Joy Reids of the world? Ladies, pay attention. It doesn't get you anywhere. If the conservative women or the more moderate white women let you down, you will be lumped in. Your whiteness comes first before your progressivism does in this battlefield. You will be diminished. You will be rejected by the Joy Reids of the world until what? Until Joy Reid gets her way at the ballot box, Emily.
Well, and Joy Reid is really speaking on behalf of elite progressive Black women. She's not speaking on behalf of Black women as a whole, because what we've seen over and over again in polling is that the sort of Democratic Party and its activists are far further to the left of actual Black voters, Hispanic voters, than they are themselves. So on issues like policing, on issues like economics, like they tend to be cultural issues for sure. The people like Joy Reid, who are in elite media spaces, are further to the left. And so her sort of going and giving this free advice as though anybody should care about her free advice after what just happened and her performance as a journalist over the course of the cycle is hilarious. But I am curious what MSNBC does about like overt racism coming from Joy Reid and Nellie Nostal, which happens all of the time on their shows. Do they now recognize it as toxic racism? Now that it's sort of been clear, it's been rejected by voters, it kind of gives them license to say, all right, this is not working, this is too far, this is radical, this is extremism, we're platforming it. You know, those are executives in the C-suites who are thinking through these questions. Do they now say we have to stop platforming this extreme racism and acting like it's constructive and healthy? I'm actually pretty curious about that.
Me too. Here's a little bit more from her warnings post his victory. Eliana Sot 20.
Don't think because you have a green card and came through the right way, if you're brown, you may not stick around. I don't think they care whether you have a green card or not. They're pulling people out and taking people out of this country, whether you like it or not, or whether you voted for them or not. Surprise.
So he's going to deport all brown people, even if you're here legally. Like this, NBC owns MSNBC, and this organization is allowing her to spew this racist hate on their channel, that he's going to deport all brown people, even those here legally, Eliana. Truly, how long can they allow this? And can that party with that kind of thinking survive?
Can you pause it real quick? I'm sorry.
There have been a couple news articles that have.
What MSNBC has said regarding what they're doing regarding spewing the fear that even people that are lawfully present in the United States, living in the United States as lawful permanent residents, will also be deported is nonsense. And the reason why is because for a person to receive, for a person to get expelled from the country as a lawful permanent resident, they have to actually go through a due process, just like we all have to. They are entitled to the Fifth Amendment right to due process. So they actually have to present themselves to an immigration court hearing first, and you have to do something really, really stupid in order to present yourself to get that notice to appear. So, for example, if you got arrested for domestic violence, if you committed drug trafficking, if you committed some really, really horrible felonious offenses. If not, you're just here and you're living and you're a good boy, so to speak. Nothing is going to happen to you. So there is no reason why MSNBC should be distilling that fear amongst the Latino crowd. And you know what? A lot of the Latino people, the Hispanic community, they're seeing through the lies already. And as a result, in my opinion, that's why more of them jump ship to the Republican side.
Of course. How would he even do it? Like, how would he, like, is he going to do it himself, or? It's just so ridiculous. So it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't even think the people that have come in the last 3 years, he's going to be able to deport a third of them, 20% of them. I mean, it's a very challenging logistically. It costs billions of dollars.
Well,
I mean, how's he going to do it?
Here's the game plan.
You know,
Here's the game plan. It's not that complicated. It's simple. So the people that have been locked up, listen, the people that have already got locked up, they're in a system. We'll grab those people first, and then all the benefits and everything that they get that we have given them, we take that away. So we don't incentivize them to actually want to stay here. So we pay their trips to go back if they want, because they'll be much better off living back in their country than they are here suffering with no benefits or nothing.
But so most of the people that have come in they don't even, like the asylum seekers, which the system was designed for a small number of people, not 8 million people, right? So, like, a lot of people don't have hearings for years. Like, they still have to go to court. They got to go to a hearing, right? Then there's appeals. I mean, Juan, you know about this. How many people that have come in, I mean, what is it, 8 million is the number? How many have seen court and been deported so far?
Well, again, you're not going to deport all of those types of people, Ryan. So, for example, if you have somebody that's running from Nicaragua because Daniel Ortega is locking up people because they are Christians and they put their faith over their allegiance is more to their Christian faith over the government, which we also have here in the United States. those people aren't getting deported. Once those people have a court hearing and they can prove their case during trial, they're going to get asylum. Or the people that are the most recent Venezuelans that have entered the country in the past month that actually might also have a legitimate asylum claim as well, because Maduro is headhunting for people that actually voted for Machado in the Venezuelan elections. Those type of people, they have their hearings, they might actually be granted asylum, and those people could stay. And like I mentioned,
I mean, there's 12 countries on the list that are asylum countries. It was 2 prior to Biden, now it's 12. So of those countries, are I know there's a lot more people. There's people from China, there's people from Vietnam. I mean, all over the place, right? But what percentage of people are going to be allowed to stay and what aren't?
It's not a numbers game. That's where I'm getting at. The 4 countries that you're talking about, that wasn't asylum. That was parole, because we gave them basically a 2-year reprieve because their governments, for all intents and purposes, don't exist.
I got you.
Government doesn't exist. Nicaragua, again, they're locking up Christians. In Venezuela, Maduro's locking up people.
It's political.
Yeah, it's all political. So you get a 2-year reprieve. And I think in Venezuela, because some other BS happened, they actually received temporary protected status on top of that. That's different from asylum. Asylum, you have to prove that you are under persecution. That persecution is either directly by your country's government, or your government is turning a willful blind eye, and it's because of your race, religion, sex, political affiliation, or membership to a particular social group. If you can prove that, regardless of the country that you're from, you get asylum, and that's anywhere. I mean, that's
so. With the TPS though, didn't he expand the TPS program
for Venezuela? For Venezuela, he expanded TPS, but TPS and asylum are not the same. TPS just simply says you can stay here temporary. It's like a hurricane, like I've mentioned before.
Temporary. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, it's like a hurricane.
Okay. So a lot of the people in here are actually kind of have a right to be in here then.
For the most part,
I would think.
People that can't prove
it's also not complicated, because Mohan 316 was already doing this when Obama was in. Tom Mohan is the reason. I'm sorry, Tom Homan is the reason why Obama is referred to as the deporter in chief. He was the one who he was the one who supervised and ran all of that. So he's just gonna pick up where he left off. It's not complicated to him, because he was doing it for I don't know if he was doing it the whole time, 8 years, but he has the experience to do this. So he already knows how all of this is gonna go. Another thing I want to say
isn't that interesting? Like, Obama escaped all media scrutiny, and he deported a ton of people, like more than any of the other presidents combined. Because the media was
he didn't fully escape criticism. That's why the whole DACA thing became a thing during his term. So he did get hit with some criticism, but he just kind of put the DACA thing out while still backdooring it, deporting all of these people. So he didn't really change anything.
He deported 6 million people. That's the number, 6 million people. That's what I read.
That he deported, and he also got thumped legally when he tried to implement an extension to DACA. It was known as DAPA, Deferred Action for Parents of Childhood Arrivals or Parents of U.S. Citizen Children. And on that one, he got thumped royally, because for the same reason that Biden just got thumped last week on the parole in place for the spouses and stepchildren of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents. The reason why is because you can't use an executive order to go ahead and implement your own program like that. Congress actually has to pass a bill.
Yeah.
I also think there's this misconception. I think that how can I say this? I think that the Dems have done a good job of convincing people that a lot of things that government does has to take this long time, when it actually doesn't. As you can see, like, as soon as Trump was announced that he won, he started assembling quickly. So I don't think that a lot of this is going to be, there might be a couple points of hurry up and wait, but I think a lot of this is going to go down pretty
but certain
swiftly.
things they shouldn't be able to, like, there's 60 executive orders. Like, that's insanity. Like, executive orders aren't even supposed to be for wartime. Biden's using them for, like, the insane stuff. Like, not wartime at all. Like, just student loans. I mean, that's not wartime. So they've expanded, these. I mean, George Bush took off with the executive orders, and there were a few of them. And then Obama had more, Trump had more, Biden had more. I mean, they're crazy. It's like kingly privileges,
Well,
It was
going
never
back
supposed
to
to be that way.
Well, you know what's crazy?
What's that?
Guess which president, because I looked this up the other day, guess which president signed the most amount of executive orders when they were president?
I think Trump did.
Nah, you ready?
I thought Biden did.
You ready?
Who?
FDR.
Because
yeah, I can see that.
Supreme Court, you're absolutely.
Yeah, bro. I was shocked by that answer too, but I think FDR was responsible for the whole New Deal and all that stuff, I believe. So in order for him to make all that happen, he signed a bunch of executive orders. So a lot of what we're seeing isn't too unprecedented because FDR already set that precedent.
Yeah, it's still, I mean, it's too much power to one office, like the president's job is supposed to be to execute the law, not make law, not have his own plan. Like he's just supposed to execute the law, So I think it's interesting that they want to do this. I mean, they take office, they want us the first day they sign 20 orders.
Yeah.
I don't think
As a matter of
Trump
fact,
should be able to do it. I don't think any of them should be able to do it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I just pulled it up now. It said that FDR signed a total of 3,721 executive orders,
How
most of
many?
which 3,721 executive orders.
Oh my God. Good
Yeah, because
Lord.
it was. You remember that was during the time of the Great Depression,
And the
World War
war.
II. Yeah, so
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on, but it's still just, I mean, it's one guy shouldn't be able to decide all this stuff. It's supposed to be the people deciding, which is do we are representatives, not just one president. I mean, the one thing that they were always big on was they hate the king. We can't have a one person ruler. So they divided up power in as many possible places and ways that they could. They got a House, they got a Senate, they got a Supreme Court to decide stuff. They got the president over here. They split up the military between some of the military is your state military, some of it's federal. They're different things. They wanted to divide power, and now we got the president that wants to. Oh, let's forgive $1 billion for the student loans. Let's forgive a. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, Like just one guy shouldn't have all that power.
matter of fact,
supposed to be that
hey,
way.
I'll do you one better, bro.
Go ahead. Yo.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. So the top five, right? FDR and this is the difference, right? FDR signed 3,721, right? The next president was Woodrow Wilson, and he signed 1,803. Huge jump, right? Then Calvin Coolidge, then Theodore Roosevelt, then Herbert Hoover. So our modern presidents, the amount of executive orders they signed, they don't even make the top 5 list. I'm sure if I expanded it out to top 10, they probably squeeze in there, but
maybe they changed the litigation on it or something because, like, in other words, maybe it was more common back then. I don't know the history of it, but I do know that most of the modern presidents aren't doing these, the first day, 60 executive orders or 20 executive orders for no, just stuff they want. So, and most of them get challenged, don't they, Juan? You know the law. Don't most of these executive orders get challenged like immediately?
Well, Obama's got challenged literally a week later. Biden's the parole in place got challenged. Good Lord, like a month in. Matter of fact, some of the parole in place applications were approved before federal courts blocked it.
How about the student loan? That got challenged quick too.
I got challenged immediately.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is media programming, where they say this particular president signed so many executive orders and it's so bad. But when you look across the span of history in our country, it's not really uncommon for presidents to sign a bunch of executive orders. I mean, Trump had, like, I'm looking at it here. If you were to put Trump on the list for top 10, he probably squeeze in number 9. You know what I'm saying? Under Ulysses Grant, Chester Arthur. Joe Biden signed 123. Barack signed 276.
So Woodrow Wilson was World War One. FDR was World War II. Coolidge was pre-Depression, right before the Depression. Teddy Roosevelt was the Spanish-American War. I'd imagine they're probably most wartime. I don't think Arthur was. I don't think he was wartime, but
Spanish-American
probably
War.
mostly wartime presidents.
It wasn't just Spanish-American War. Teddy Roosevelt was breaking up these monopolies. He was the trust buster guy as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay.
Yeah,
that's right.
But it does just show how like the news just be lying. Like the media lies. Like, I mean, we're not shocked that they lie, but to the extent that they lie, because people don't really know much because they don't, do their due diligence. They could just say something and be mad at how many executive orders that Trump signed while completely ignoring the historically the amount of executive orders that he signed is actually pretty low compared to the rest of the presidents.
I think the thing is, like, what I read was it was something to give the president power to, so when you're at war, like things get done quickly and you don't have to wait for Congress to pass stuff. And so I could get that part, but we're not at war. Even C-19 wasn't a war, It wasn't a war. It was just a thing that happened, So
right.
I don't know. My feeling is we're now using them for, just fun. Like, hey, let's do this, So I feel like they abuse it. That's all.
Let me see. George Bush Jr. Because George Bush Jr. had the Iraq War and he didn't sign 291 executive orders.
He kind of started it with the Iraq War, and then because I think before that they didn't do many. From what I heard, I could be wrong, but then but that was like, so okay, we're going to go to war. We got to do executive orders for production or for buying whatever arms or whatever the hell it is. But I feel like you're not supposed to be doing it for student loans or trans rights or some. I don't think that falls under executive order. That should fall under Congress. So just my thought on it. But. Well, after much investigation, I haven't been able to figure out what to do with this Ethereum or staking Bitcoin, staking Ethereum. I've been messing up. I don't know what it means. I've been reading on it. I don't even know what it means to stake this. I have no idea. So I'm just going to not do anything with Ethereum. Just keep it. Just sit on it. So, since I don't know how to operate the app. So that's fine. It's not that much money. I'll just leave it ride. I'll let it ride. Hopefully it'll go up. We'll see. So we want to keep playing this, Portia? This Megyn Kelly program?
Floated the idea that NBC, that Comcast may sell MSNBC. And I do think that's being floated for reasons like this, because although the cable news network, the cable news arm of the network makes money, it does cause some problems for the larger enterprise. And I wouldn't be totally shocked to see that happen. A lot of the headlines they make are for clips like the ones you just played, and it's now intentionally being floated in the press that this thing may be spun off into its own orbit. And Joy Reid will be a big part of that, but also, some of the stuff that's on Morning Joe and elsewhere, it is all over the network, which has intentionally defined itself as a resistance network. You recall the absolute hysterics over the fact that Ronna McDaniel was brought on as a contributor, where it was MSNBC hosts that torpedoed something that NBC was trying to do. She was supposed to be a contributor for NBC, and things like that. So I actually wouldn't be shocked to see it be sold.
Because why? Because she was a paid liar. Because she
it's
attacked the media. And it's like that. They're worried about her being a paid liar from a woman who's saying Trump is going to deport all brown people. even those who are here love. But they care about honesty, Eliana.
Because it's a constant public relations liability for the larger NBC News Comcast enterprise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, indeed. And look, the stuff that she's peddling, like if she wants a race riot, that's really what you take away listening to Joy Reid. She actually does want some sort of rioting in the streets, some sort of race revolt. She had on this person, again, this is just on Friday. This is an ancient history, to counsel people who don't want to be around their family members who voted Trump. And sadly, this actually may have been necessary, because if you go online, you will see a ton of lunatics who actually are talking about disowning family members who voted Trump. Listen here.
You know someone voted that way. Do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question, because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm, that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going to a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood, and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me. And I actually talk to, adults as well as advising parents for children. I mean, I think, I don't think that you should force children. I don't think you should force adults to be around people just because they're your family. I think there's a level of, need to establish boundaries. And if you feel like you need to establish boundaries.
So Lou, do you think that they are going to get her up out of here after this Megyn Kelly claim, or like her assuming or making the judgment?
Ask the question again.
Do you think that they are going to consider getting her out of there after this Megyn Kelly interview? Because Joy Reid, she's been doubling and tripling down on all of this. And it's like it just grows every day, it seems like, in her rhetoric.
I would say yes, and I think that she knows it. That's why she's doing it. Kind of,
okay.
Yeah, kind of like a self-destruct button, something like that. Even in some of the words that she, the phrasing, because I kind of like pay attention to that stuff. Even when she was going on her rant about white women, she was talking about, resigning and stuff like that. So it seems like she's kind of, maybe I'm looking too much into it, but she's kind of like telegraphing, or what's the word? She knows it's coming down on them, on her, so she's trying to bring the same thing down on white women. It's something like that. She's kind of projecting, because I think she knows that she's out of there, because their ratings are plummeting. It's nasty work.
Yeah, and then I saw the the LA Times, they fired all of their quote unquote woke staff because they don't want any biased reporting going forward when it comes to national media, just the news in general, So I don't know if maybe she got a talking to, because what you're saying could be plausible, that they're like, hey. And so she's doing what the other lady did, the one that we saw earlier, the FEMA lady. And she's just doing, she's just talking all her trash now.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that, have you seen the thing about the Trump effect, about everything that's happened ever since Trump has taken office?
No.
Not taking office since he just
since he won. I'm sorry. Yes, since he won. I'm gonna have to send that. I'll have to send it to you, because it's actually pretty amazing.
The list is wild.
Oh yeah, y'all gonna have to share that with. So I just need to search like the Trump effect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to Portia and Lou.
What up?
Hey,
What up? What up,
Snowman.
Snowman? My bro.
You know
I'm
what?
dropping it in the. I dropped it in the back for you.
I think a lot of what we see going on is just people's response to being tired of woke culture in general. And that's my personal. Everybody's tired of this woke nonsense.
Yeah, I mean they've been
it
they've been
is.
tired of it.
It is
They-
annoying.
you know.
It is like, and I guess it's just nice now that people feel comfortable enough to actually come out and say that, because although they may have been feeling this for a very long time, now we're starting to see them come out and say it publicly.
Nah, pussies are still pussies, man. There's a lot of them out there.
Well, yeah, but for the ones that have, so this
No,
is the
but
Trump
you know what it?
effect.
Yeah, yeah. You know what it is, Snowman? It's they are still pussies, but when you are in a position to where you don't have to be, because everybody else, you see what I'm saying? So it's something like that. It's like
I feel that
Trump is giving people a reason to not be one, and at the same time, Kamala gave a lot of those people a reason. There's no incentive to not stay a pussy. You know what I mean? Like it's just as simple as that. Because she just ran on such a horrible campaign that it's like
dude, it was
it's
awful.
obvious. It's obvious.
That
But
was
go ahead, Portia.
Dude, that was the biggest spectacle I could ever say I've witnessed in my lifetime. That was worse than when Bob Dole ran for president.
Uh-oh.
Okay, let's see here.
Because Portia, you're old enough. Portia, you're old enough to remember Bob Dole when he ended up getting paying MTV to co-sign his fucking campaign. Remember that shit?
Bob Dole?
Yeah.
No. When was?
This was back in like the shit. I want to say the late '90s. It was. I think it was during he ran against Clinton during Clinton's second term.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know anything about this guy. I'm looking at him right now. Well, he died at 98. He lived for almost forever, it seems. But I'm not familiar with him. Let's play this Trump effect so I can hear about this and y'all can tell me a bit more.
Donald Trump's not even president yet. Have you seen what's happened in the last 48 hours? The misogynist appoints the first ever woman to be chief of staff. The Taliban announced they want peace with America and to be taken off the terrorist list. Putin came out and said that Western civilization is not an enemy. Mexico has started securing the border in, of course, response to tariff threats. Saudi Arabia is kicking out all of their Hamas leaders. New York is cleaning up their illegal migrant crisis. Xi Jinping came out and said he wants to peacefully coexist with China and said that they respect American people. The European Union chief finally came out and said, hey, America, can we start buying LNG from you so they stop buying from Russian gas? Putin says he takes Donald Trump's plan to end the war with Ukraine very seriously and Russia supports it. The Houthis are stepping back. The Hamas called for an immediate end to war. He's calling for term limits and from Congress so that way people like Nancy Pelosi stop being forever members. Stock markets and crypto hit all-time highs. He sent Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton into depression. Because of all this amazing news, white, liberal, ugly women are now refusing to have sex with men. America is in fact being made great again.
I didn't even know that about Iran.
Yeah, that's just pretty wild, right? Like nobody wants to continue on with the conflict now that Trump won the presidency.
Wow.
Okay, worldwide ceasefire, folks. We got a man running shit now, not a potato.
Wow, that's interesting. You know, he hasn't even got sworn in yet, and they're already like, all right, okay, let's
chill out. Let's get
yeah. Let's change the tone.
And you know what's crazy too? Because I've been, I move in different circles. I'm not just in one space. And y'all are religious minded somewhat, right? So they're using this to say that Trump is the Antichrist.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So this is gonna be an interesting 4 years, man. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, if you think about it, how they're framing it is they're saying legitimizing because there's a scripture that says that it'll be struck on his head, but it'll still rise, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they're also saying that I guess when the Antichrist comes, his name will be on everything. So you look at Trump Towers, Trump this, Trump that. It's I don't know what to think of it. I really don't. Because to me, what he does is no different than what any other politician does. Like he's not. I don't know. To me, he's not any different, other than the fact that he may be slightly better than a lot of them.
Lou, if you want my opinion of any of the presidents, Obama fit the description of the Antichrist more than any of them. He really did.
Expound on that.
Well, they say that the Antichrist he's going to be someone that rises up from out of nowhere, right? And he's going to rise to such power and such greatness from not having any power and greatness and be in control of all the nations. And they say that he's also going to be of Middle Eastern descent. Was not Obama all of them things?
That's a good point. That actually is a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Me personally, I don't really. It's not that I don't agree with that. I think that a lot of this is cycles, right?
Yeah,
like when they talk about Revelations and we living in the last days, wars and rumors of wars. I'm like, do you not realize throughout history, this exact scenario has played itself out at least 4 to 5 times?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's all it is too. Honestly, it's just cycles that we go through.
That's it.
Why do you think the deeper we dig, the more we find old civilizations we didn't know was there? I mean, let's be real.
Right.
That John Thune is going to be the new Senate Majority Leader.
Who?
John Thune.
Never even heard of.
Senator John Thune. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm familiar with him either. He's from South Dakota. He's been in his seat since 2005. This is his 4th Senate term. And he is 63 years old.
He's a biker from South Dakota.
He's huge. He's 6'4". He's a pretty tall guy.
Yeah, he's a Hell's Angel.
Oh, really?
I'm just saying. I'm speculating if he's from South Dakota. South Dakota is like biker mecca.
Yeah. So they're supposed to be having this hearing. There's so many different things. Like the White House press briefing is getting ready to happen, and then they just released a little bit from Trump and Obama in the White House. I don't know what happened to their press conference afterwards. However, let's take a look and see if they tell us a little bit about Mr. Thune here.
Who's that?
Our Senate Majority Leader.
Senate Republicans will vote on the future of its leadership, with Florida Senator Rick Scott a major candidate to succeed Mitch McConnell.
The next leader needs to be somebody that is just hell-bent on getting Trump's agenda done. That is the most important thing. We know what we have to do in the Senate. What we need to do is have a plan to get it all accomplished. That's what I've done my whole life. I was governor of Florida. I know what to do. I will get it done. I will make sure Trump's agenda is done, and I think that's why I'm going to win.
And this as fellow Floridian and Senator Marco Rubio expected to be chosen for Secretary of State, leaving his seat vacant Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody, reportedly a candidate to take that seat. She joins me now. AG Moody, are you interested in filling that Senate seat? And if so, what would your priorities be as senator?
Well, let me tell you what my priorities are right now. Last Tuesday, the American people said, we are back. We are ready to take the government back on behalf of the people and really upend some of these agencies who've had their own priorities in mind, these bureaucrats. So you're going to have people in these high offices working with Trump, even leaders in the Senate like Rick Scott, who have a history of getting things done. I think his tagline has always been, let's get to work, that can drill down into the morass of these bureaucracies and make sure that we're, doing these hard U-turns that we need to do in this country to get us back on the right path.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't press you one more time. Do you want the job of Senator A.G. Moody?
I am, as some of your stories this morning are following some of the things we're doing in Florida. That means holding a FEMA accountable, making sure the FBI is allowing Florida to investigate the assassination of Trump. I have my hands full here as Attorney General, and I'm incredibly focused on this job, working on behalf of Floridians, making sure I'm protecting the autonomy of this state and pushing Washington out of our business and holding them accountable. Of course, I have loved being in leadership, working with President Trump, working with Governor DeSantis, and I hope to continue working on behalf of Floridians.
Understood. Do you support your fellow Floridian Rick Scott for majority leader?
Well, let me tell you, he has a history, like I said, of getting things done. And this President Trump, he's given a mandate, and the people want change. Status quo is no longer acceptable in this country, especially in these agencies. You have had people come in these agencies for decades, set up a structure. We move people in as the agency heads, but they can't get a lot done because they won't get in and dig in and disrupt the foundation. And so the president is going to need a Congress that works with him to allow these leaders to change policy, really disrupt how things have been done, and returning these agencies to agencies of the people. Again, last Tuesday showed us that the American
You know what?
people
Let's
do
keep
not
it
like
real.
the
This is the
direction this country
same
is
fucking
going in,
rhetoric and
and you've got
bullshit
to
we
have
hear out of
strong
these
leadership
pundits
in all
every
branches of government to make sure we return this country in the hands.
bunch of fucking, it's just nothing but word salad and garbage. Rinse, wash, rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. Let's keep it real.
Well, it seems like, so they're losing Marco, they're losing her. She's going to replace his seat in the Senate, and then they're going to have to get someone to replace her seat in Florida. So that's a lot of moving parts. But I don't really feel like she actually endorsed him. Uh-oh, they're live now. They're here. They're here. Let's see.
For American energy dominance, not just our energy security, but energy dominance, which will lower costs and bolster our national security. I'm excited to get to work with this team right away. And I want to thank my colleagues who placed their faith in me to serve as leader, and to those who were supporting another candidate. I promise to be a leader who serves the entire Republican conference. We'll have an ambitious agenda, and we'll take each and every Republican working together to be successful. With that, I want to turn things over to Senator John Barrasso, the newly elected Republican whip.
Thank you. On election night, America saw the remaking of the Republican Party for the better. This election was about the answering to the question of, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And the American people said no. Only 1 in 4 Americans thought that the country was heading in the right direction. And you've seen the Republican Party grow in terms of hardworking middle-class families, in terms of minorities, in terms of young people, in terms of families struggling to get by. The last 3 weeks before the election, I was all over the country, with President Trump, with J.D. Vance, as well as a number of our Senate candidates. One of the stories that stuck with me was a woman in Michigan who talked about the fact that she was embarrassed to let her husband know that she had to go to the local food bank in order to get by. Republicans listened to those stories. Democrats were focused on President Trump. Republicans were focused on the needs of the American people. People who wanted to get prices down, wanted to secure the border, wanted us to unleash American energy. People wanted to make America look and be strong once again around the world. That's what the Republicans listened to. That's what we're responding to. And we are now working together to make sure we can put America back on track.
The newly elected Republican Conference Chair is the Senator from Arkansas, Senator Tom Cotton.
Thank you, Senator Thune. I'm looking forward to working with Senator Thune and the rest of this leadership team. I'm very grateful for the confidence that my peers placed in me. We all remember what it was like when President Trump was in office and we had Republicans in charge of the Senate. We had low prices, we had high wages, we had a secure border, we had a strong military, we had a peaceful, stable world. Starting on January 3rd, that's what we'll all be working to build again with President Trump, with Mike Johnson and the rest of the House Republicans on behalf of the American people. Thank you all.
Thanks, Tom. The newly elected Republican Policy Chair is the Senator from West Virginia, Senator Shelley Moore Capito.
Thank you, and congratulations to our new leader, John Thune. He will be a strong voice as he has been in the past as the whip, and I look forward to serving with him.
What's a whip?
All of our leadership team, I want to thank them.
What's a whip?
It's what they crack your ass with in the field when you ain't listening.
Yeah, let me get Angry Man out of here. No, I'm just playing Angry Man. Pull it back up, Portia. My bad. I'm driving. Pull it back up. Pull it back. Pull it back up.
Okay.
Pull it back up. Pull it back up. Pull it back up.
Okay. So a whip is like an assistant to the Senate Majority Leader, and they're responsible.
What's the acronym mean?
I don't know what the acronym means. I just know that whips, what they are like party enforcers. They are responsible for rounding up the party members for votes and quorum calls.
The WHIP acronym stands for Whipping Hotep Indigenous Peoples.
Oh, come on. All right. Let me get Angry Man out of here. Get Angry Man out of here. Jesus Christ. All right.
And they stand in for the Senate Majority Leader whenever they're unavailable, whenever they're absent.
Is this video almost over? Because I do want to share something with you guys.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
So just real quick, H3, it's not actually an acronym. It's just a word. It doesn't stand for anything. It's just
okay.
Yeah. It says here, an official of the political party whose task is to ensure party discipline in the legislature.
So Angry Snowman was kind of right then. Okay, all right.
Yeah. You ever seen Shatas?
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
You remember the big guy with the shotgun?
Yeah.
That didn't say a word. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, that's the whip.
Gotcha. I wanted to show this picture real quick. Can you read that portion? I don't know if you can read that.
Yes, I can. Extremely debated posting this. First two photos I got from an old TikTok account. I was 220 pounds, liberal AF, and a they, them on antidepressants, all that good stuff. This was probably about 2020. Now, almost 4 years later, I'm a Republican, which turned me into a functioning human being. Look how much better and happier I am. I literally want to throw up looking at these pictures. I just wanted to show everyone what a difference being a rainbow freak makes and how miserable they truly are, because I know from experience.
Wow.
I don't know if you guys can you guys on the YouTube, just zoom in a little bit. You could see the before and after. I mean, it's like.
That first picture, you can tell she isn't happy.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of looks like you in that first picture, but that last picture, I mean, she looks like one of Trump's granddaughters in that last picture. She looks gorgeous.
Hi, sissy. Yeah.
Ah, hey, baby snowman.
Hey,
Baby snowman.
hey, don't you be talking to my fucking snow daughter with all your horrible.
Oh, baby snowman. Nah, HB loves the kids, man. HB loves the kids. But you know, I think a lot of this next 4 years, you're gonna see a lot of people either choosing choosing the crazy liberal side. You know, they're gonna be on antidepressants, looking crazy, look like this lady on the left. But just know, like, you don't have to pledge your allegiance. You can come out of that psychosis if you choose to. You know, that they them stuff, all of this is mental illness. All that.
Just remember, folks, any one of your kids could turn into that too. Any one of them.
And I think this girl is showing, though, that you can turn back.
Damn,
also.
that's the same woman?
Yeah.
That's the same woman, John. That's the same.
Yo, is that the same woman?
Yeah, that's the same woman. Portia, can you read the title, or can you read the post again for John?
I extremely debated posting this. First 2 photos I got from an old TikTok account. I was 220 pounds, liberal AF, and they, them on antidepressants, all that good stuff. This was probably about 2020. Now, almost 4 years later, I'm a Republican, which turned me into a functioning human being. Look how much better and happier I am. I literally wanted to throw up looking at these pictures. I just wanted to show everyone what a difference being a rainbow freak makes and how miserable they truly are, because I know from experience.
You're hearing it from the
Damn.
mouth right there. She looked like
Damn.
yeah, man. She looked like some sort of golem on the left, and on the right, she looks yeah, she looks beautiful on the right. You know, I think
Damn, that's amazing.
It really is. It really is. I think it starts, you know, true beauty. I think it really does start from inside, and then it works its way. It manifests on the outside. You could tell this girl in the fat pictures, she was ugly. She looked ugly. She had an ugly disposition. She felt ugly. She voted ugly.
She lived ugly. She ate ugly. She
Yeah,
drank
she ate
ugly.
ugly.
She smoked ugly. She breathed ugly.
Yeah. Now she's
Yeah, that is amazing.
yeah. You know, I'm not saying
You know what's crazy about that point? Go ahead.
No, I'm just, you know, I'm not saying voting Republican is gonna, you know, change your life. That's not. You still gotta put in the work. But I do think, you know, the disposition that you have, that'll sway you more than any political party.
Damn, that's Beetlejuice.
You know, Portia, I think, you know, as a woman, Portia, as a woman, like, the Democrats have to, like, it's almost cultish, like, you have to really brainwash someone, a pretty woman like that, to get her that far away from where really her value lies in society, right? Yeah. And she, you know, got back to form, but imagine how many people, you know, go too far, right? Transition, and they can't go back, and they're stuck with the Democrats at that point, angrily, but they're stuck, you know.
Yeah. Or they don't. They're like 45 and they just now figured it out. This still figured, you know, she's still young. She still got her youth.
Right.
Somebody would marry that, you know.
I don't know.
Now
That's
Do you think? Do you think that's why, like there's so much anger on their side? Like, bro, just imagine deep down you knew you had that in you, and you done destroyed yourself 220 pounds.
Yeah.
You know, and you can't pull yourself out of it like this one did.
I'm telling you, John, those really gorgeous women, like they not angry like that, man. They might be crazy, but they not angry. They not mad at the world. When they get their body in shape, they get their mind in shape. It's just like, what can you really tell a beautiful woman? You know, I mean, as long as she's not, you know, doing OnlyFans, but it's like a beautiful woman got her mind right, educated, smart. What can you really tell her? What's she really got to be angry at? But you cut all your hair off, you're dyeing your hair, you're referring to
Damn, bro, your
yourself
man
as
look
they,
like a
them.
woman right there.
Yeah, man. It's the same thing, man. Just like that. That's what's so.
She look like a
That's
woman.
yeah. That's what's so crazy about women, man. When they really want to just let it all go, it's like night and day, man. They don't even understand how much beauty is really, you know, just hidden under there. You know, this doesn't even look like the same lady. She cut she gave
All I think
herself
about
a
now
buzz
is her
cut.
in that too big.
Yeah.
Did she cut her hair off like they're doing now, right? Like they're telling people, cut your hair off.
Yep. She was ahead of the curve, man.
Right?
Lori Lightfoot looked like a
Ain't that what
she
the
looked
liberals
like
telling them, man?
yeah. She looked like a prom queen right here, man. Look at her. She looked like she could have joined the Jackson 5 right now, man.
Yeah, I never looked up Lori Lightfoot before young, but like before politics, but this was a pretty girl.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't gonna hold you. It may sound crazy, but if you look up pictures of Joy Reid when she was younger, it's like night and day as well.
Hey, you know who else? Stacey Abrams wasn't a bad looking woman, 200 pounds down. You know, somebody would get with her 200 pounds down when she was expelled. The liberalism blew her up. Do you remember what Kanye West said about, it was Lizzo? Does anyone remember what Kanye West said about Lizzo?
Nah, what'd he say?
Remembers what he said. When he was going through his rants, he said that when Lizzo started to lose weight, that's when she'd get criticized. Does anyone remember that?
I've never
Lizzo or Megan Thee Stallion.
No, I haven't heard Kanye speak in a while, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because
it's when he did.
Yeah, because
I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Portia, do you remember
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, no, he was going on one of those crazy rants when he said that. Yeah, he was out of there when he said that.
But I think he was hitting on something though.
Yeah, no, he was.
But listen to this shit. Let me show you this shit to you boys. I don't know why my screen is so slow. You see it? Can anyone see this?
Nah, it's still loading.
Yeah, I don't see it just yet. Oh, there we go.
Oh, here we go. We good now.
Let me see if I can maximize it for you. I'll read it for you, HB. In a recent interview on Fox News, Kanye said that what he believed was the promotion of obesity by social media companies was demonic. And he went on to say something else, man. Like he said something to the effect that when she started talking about losing weight, so he said this was good for. I think they shared the same trainer or something. You guys want to hear this? This is Kanye with Tucker.
Yeah.
You want to hear it?
Yeah.
All right.
Harley Pasternak. About Gabby and my good friend Lizzo. Lizzo works with my trainer, a friend of mine.
Yep.
Harley Pasternak. Harley Pasternak.
Oh, hold on. Before we go in for it, anyone I know is Daniel Nixon in the audience? HB, that motherfucker over there, he jumping up and down right now. HB,
Wait,
I
say that
guarantee
again.
if Daniel Nixon is in the audience, and who else? Maybe it's Richard. It's some bitch jumping up and down. Say it. You know they want me to say it. You know what they want me to say, HB, right? Yeah, Harry Pasternak was a Jew. And a lot of people think he was the manager, the handler of Kanye West. And this is who Kanye West is talking about. I hope they don't take this stream down. Let me make sure the volume's up. All right, you ready? Let's go. You probably already done took us down.
I think we're still up. I think we're still here.
They won't let this shit load here. They're like, fuck this, can't let it load. What the fuck is going on, HB? Won't let Kanye load, huh? What is? God damn. Let me stop and pause again.
Yeah, you might gotta refresh it.
Yeah, let me refresh it. All right, Ed.
And my good friend Lizzo. Lizzo works with my trainer, a friend of mine, Harley Pasternak.
Pasternak is the Jew from Canada, MK Ultra like motherfucker, CIA type shit. Is Daniel Nixon in the audience? Because this is for you, Daniel Nixon. Let me see if he's in the audience. Daniel Nixon's not here. HB, look out for Daniel Nixon for me. Motherfucker, if you missed this Daniel Nixon, you have to watch it on replay.
Harley Pasternak. When Lizzo loses 10 pounds and announces it, the bots, that's a term for people like, it's like telemarketer callers, like on Instagram, they attack her for losing weight because the media wants to put out a perception that being overweight is the new goal when it's actually unhealthy. Yes. Let's get aside the fact of whether it's fashion and vogue, which is not. Let's just, or if someone thinks it's attractive, to each his own. It's actually clinically unhealthy, and for people to promote that, it's demonic. Now,
HB, you know, before we get into this shit, a thought on my head, man, really get on my head, real HB. There was some bitch in the chat. I can't remember that nigga name. He's like, y'all niggas only make $100 a month or something. And y'all spraying propaganda. You remember that nigga? I can't remember.
Oh, the Jeffrey or whatever his name was, Larry.
Laughing at Larry, whatever.
Yeah.
And then we offered the nigga to come up here and tell the truth.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nigga,
nah, Ye is right, man.
It's YouTube streamers that make money in your eyes, that make more than us. Mm-hmm. But they scared as a motherfucker to play that right there, nigga.
Yep.
They won't play that.
They'll never play it.
They never play that, nigga.
And they gotta do gay shit too. They gotta take showers with niggas and stuff, and interview transgenders and stuff. We ain't gotta do none of that.
Nigga, we ain't gonna do. I ain't doing this shit. Leave you niggas up here by yourself, man. I ain't doing this shit, right?
Yeah. Like, what, you ain't gonna have Nev up here for an expose?
Chill out, bro. Chill out.
You can be what I call him. I might fuck around and dead name him. You know what they call that shit? Dead name a motherfucker, right? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Call that guy his old name or boy, man, right?
Just keep switching the name up, you know. Call him.
I ain't even trying to figure out that they them shit, right? To make money, nigga, I ain't trying to figure. Nigga, I make them motherfuckers call me by what the fuck I want to be called. That's just how I'm gonna live, right? I'm not switching up to this liberal bullshit. They, them, her, him, right? Stay in line with YouTube, nigga. Fuck all that shit. It ain't worth it. That's how these motherfuckers. Yep. I can't live like that.
Yep. But it's people like you and people like us on this panel that have held the line, that have gotten us to this point.
Now that
People
nigga
are.
other channel said, "Why the fuck y'all don't show none of this shit? Is that because you dancing, tipping around YouTube to make money? Nigga, you ought to be shaming yourself."
Dude,
Oh
it ain't
yeah.
from them trying to shut us down though, Lou.
Say what?
What'd you say?
It ain't from a
Nigga,
lot of them trying to shut us down and silence us though, Lou.
the people don't show.
Oh yeah.
The people just spoke.
They've been going hard for a while now.
The people just voted against all their propaganda, right? You'd have to say, man, look, we heard Trump was everything. Heil Hitler, fascists. They threw everything at this man.
So the H's up.
Really, they were throwing it at us because he's a billionaire. He can escape all this. He can leave this country tomorrow. They really were throwing
it at 88s in the chat. Let's see them 88s.
Oh yeah. But I don't, you know what's crazy? I don't think this thing, man. I think people are responding to the economic situation that we're in, not necessarily the social aspect. It's like we could deal with racism and sexism. We could deal with all that shit later, nigga. I'm broke. I'm hungry.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And you're not you when you hungry. That's why you should grab a MAGA hat.
Yeah, I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of eating ramen and tuna.
I think some people are eating good, but they just still have lost their voice, and they don't like that shit. They don't like having to lose their voice just to make a living. A lot of people. That's why the people like Be Brave get up here on the channel and talk shit all day because he can't talk this shit out in public.
Yo, Be Brave is what Be Brave does is actually kind of genius. I ain't gonna hold you because it's one thing when blacks say there is no white supremacy and all this stuff, and they can fight all that all day. But it's like the moment a white guy says there is white supremacy, they accept it with no question. It's like I see the play. I see what he's doing. It's funny as hell, but I see it.
Look, man, if he's going to go that far, he really needs to find a way to monetize it, though. The fact that he's doing it, not making no money off of it, is crazy.
Well, I don't think that's Brave's motivation. He's always told you he's a deadbeat loser, right?
And I recognize that because I recognize him from the trailer parks I grew up in, man. Fuck people like him.
Some people are not motivated by just money. Their voice is worth more.
I mean, Brave hates Rush Limbaugh, and I love Rush Limbaugh, and I understand what Brave is saying. And I had those same sentiments, but I understood that Rush Limbaugh wanted to, build a legacy and empire. And there was some lines he just couldn't cross, right? He had to draw between lines, you infer from there, right? You knew where he stood, right? But he's trying to stay on the air and still have some sway over public opinion. Brave wanted him to cross those lines, but if he crosses those lines, the government can basically shut him down. You don't hear him anymore. And I think that's the conflict between, say, Brave and the politicians and the people that the Elon Musk of the world. You feel like, go for it, bro. Just speak your mind.
Well, see, that's it, though, man. With John, with Brave, and the way I look at it is he's just another fucking ignorant white dude pushing out more of this ignorant leftist propaganda, thinking that he's doing anything, and all he's doing is making other people around him rich. And that's ignorance.
Yeah. You know what? Tom is right. I probably shouldn't have put genius. That might not have been the right word to use.
Wait, Snowman, who are you talking about?
Brave.
Oh, well, yeah. But I think in this day and age, we're tired of the super educated, know-it-all. Sometimes you just need an ignorant motherfucker to just say how they feel.
HB, go ahead.
You don't have to agree, but I just think we need more ignorant motherfuckers.
Well, maybe for you, but I grew up hearing ignorant fucking old white dudes like that talk that shit my whole life, dude. It's nothing new. It's just ignorant lefty white boy speak while you're just propagating fucking leftist ideology and watching all these people in suits get rich pushing their fucking narrative. That's all it is. It's nonsense.
I don't think that's Brave's message, honestly. I think I don't agree with his message, but I understand the sentiment of his message, though.
What's the sentiment of his message?
White people are better than black people.
don't think that's necessarily it. I just think
Dude, that's 100% it. If you don't
it's-
think that's what it is, you ain't been listening to that ignorant old motherfucker long enough.
I think it's more so black people need to get rid of their hateful disposition. And I think if you just take black people out of it, that girl that I just showed, she was the epitome of that. She's a girl that not only hates herself, she hates society. She hates her place in society. She's just filled with hate. And I think you could see it with a lot of these liberal lefts, especially the black women. They're full of hate.
Hey, HB, let me ask you this. Do you think that shit is, in the young people terminology, is like a cult, right?
Yeah.
Like if you got a segment of pretty women, attractive women, but most women ain't pretty and attractive. Like you'd be better off making them all ugly and fat, kind of, it would be a cult, right?
Yeah.
And once they break out of it, that's when they're really are a threat or a problem because they break through the whole narrative. Men start looking at them differently, treating them differently, right? And every woman wants that. But they want to vilify the men and make the men, kind of unimportant. And that'll make a woman blow up if she don't care how a man feels about her or thinks about her or looks at her. She'll eat a couple extra Twinkies, right?
Yeah, she'll eat herself to death. She don't care.
I would almost argue to you, man, women ain't working out. I mean, listen, women may work out to try to look good for themselves, but they compete with other women.
Yep.
Men's attention. Right? Am I wrong?
100%. 100%.
Right. And the Democrats have made them more or less go against that narrative, go against that nature, human nature, to keep themselves fit for a man. Right.
That's why Kanye's spot on. That shit's demonic, man. That shit is straight demonic. You telling women to stay fat and ugly. What type of man would tell a woman that? But an evil man, only an evil man would tell a woman, you don't need to lose any weight. You need to stay ugly. Only an evil motherfucker would say that.
I don't think a man can get away with saying it.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
And was out here telling women, get fat and ugly, cut your hair off. First off, it wouldn't be sincere. You had other men shouting them down. Nigga, what the fuck you talking about?
Yeah.
And they wouldn't buy it.
Yeah.
It just ain't, it wouldn't be natural for a man to tell women to get fat and ugly. And we ain't looking for that. Right? We want more. Hell, what do men on Pop the Balloon complain about? Fake shit, fake eyebrows, and fake hair. Right?
Yeah.
So there's got to be other women telling these women to do this shit. It ain't the men telling them, bro. It ain't us. This is a woman crafted message in some ways, right?
Yeah, it is. But I think too, the men being kind of silenced about it, that kind of adds to it too.
Yeah. River of Hate saying he wants, man, I tell you, everyone wants people to do the Jewish question. Like, I mean, it's saying Rush Limbaugh, he just couldn't do it, man. He could go so far, he let you know what's going on, but he just couldn't do it. Hell, the reason that he couldn't do it should have told you everything, right?
Yeah. Everything you hear is true. That's why they can't talk about it. It's all true. It's all true.
Go ahead, Portia. I'm so sorry.
Wait, is Portia talking? I can't even hear her.
Now she's on mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I didn't say anything. I'm just listening to you, y'all.
We let you get us back on track, Portia.
But yeah, it is it is a really demonic message that they're telling women, you know, and it's unfortunate.
I got a question for Porsche. Porsche,
Go ahead.
are
Yes.
you familiar? Are you aware how much money Kamala paid Al Sharpton?
Up $500,000, 500,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, Porsche, the more and more I look at this shit like a money laundering scheme.
You know,
Win, lose, or draw.
the reports came out, so it's public information now because the election is over. And her spending report is insane. I mean, the whole of the 1 billion and everyone else, you know, like that worked for her in her campaign, like her campaign manager, staff, you know, companies to set up, you know, these different rallies and stuff. They haven't paid these people back, but Al Sharpton is the latest one to get the, you know.
But he got paid, I'm sure. Like, he ain't letting
Oh no, he got paid. Oh yeah, he got paid. I'm just saying, like everybody got paid except for her staff, you know, her staffer. So
I tell you, it's a money laundering scheme, Porsche. It may never be proven because they paid the right people. But
what makes you think that?
You can't spend that much money in that short a period of time without more or less laundering. Like, I'm gonna pay you $5 million to come perform. You don't make $5 million performing. It may take you a whole tour to do that shit. And yet you made $5 million for 30 minutes. Well, hell, Beyonce didn't even perform. How much did she get paid?
She got $1 million.
1 million? That was it?
No, Beyonce got 10 million.
Man, that's money laundering like a motherfucker.
Beyonce got 10 million, while Oprah got 1 million, Lizzo got 2.8 million, Usher got 3 million, Kelly got 3 million.
It's money laundering.
I mean,
it's washing money.
Yeah, it's just a very long list of millions that she paid out to have them.
Yeah, it's money laundering. I mean, anybody would be able to see through that. Can Usher go anywhere and make $3 million maybe for a Saudi king or something for his wedding, his child's wedding? Well, Usher ain't doing no $3 million on one show. Nowhere.
Nah, Usher got to do a tour in Vegas for months in order to get that kind of money.
And that's why I say this shit's money laundering, man. This is bullshit right there.
But you know what, bro? I've been saying that for a while, man. A lot of what politics is just money laundering.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because there's so let me go find the number. I found the number of the approximate number of how much the government wastes a year. Oh, here it is. It is, where is it? Let's slide through. So in improper payments, right? Just in improper payments alone, and by improper payments, those are payments that were made in error without proper documentation. 247 billion.
Yeah, we gotta clean that up. So
that was
you know
billion,
what I mean?
Right? Billion with a B?
With a B.
That's fucking crazy. So just random checks being sent out to random people and nobody knows why.
That's it, bro. Let me see if I could find the actual approximate, because I did put it in here the other day. But yeah, the government wastes billions and billions of dollars like every year.
All right, so with that, you have the is it Doge? With Elon Musk and Vivek, and the timeline that Trump has them on to complete the bulk of eliminating all of this wasteful spending by the government is going to be July 4th, 2026.
Trim, baby,
what do y'all
trim.
think about trim, baby, trim? Yeah. So what do you guys think about Donald Trump's announcement and his choice to put them in this position to eliminate? Do y'all think that they'll get the job done? Do you think that they were the right people for this job?
It's hard to speculate.
That's hard to say. It's hard to say. Elon, I don't think so. I think because Elon gets bailed out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a lot of bailouts. So
Yeah, you know, the thing is, man, like, I've told people, like, when you come from Dulles Airport into DC, anyone ever been in Dulles to DC?
mm-hmm.
Every major company you could think of is right there. You see these signs. Microsoft, Verizon, Google, all the boys, Airbus, Boeing.
Mm-hmm.
Man, a lot of money to play out there in Virginia. Data centers, some about their water is cheap out there. So you see a lot of data centers.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the biggest customer to the data center? The Pentagon. Those people
Right.
got a lot of power, man. You don't
Okay, you ready for the total government waste in a year? The approximate 472 billion to over 700 billion per year. That's how much they waste. And by waste, I mean between improper payments, like sending Medicare, Medicaid to the wrong people, fraud and abuse. There's a lot of that in the government. Duplicative programs. So programs that like overlap each other, which make one of them redundant. Unnecessary infrastructure projects.
Bro, when Trump
and bureaucratic inefficiencies and misallocated subsidies.
When Trump talks getting rid of like Department of Education, people shriek and they be like, oh my God. But all they really do is give out money. And when you talk about the duplication, every government that you can think of gives out money, grants and shit like that. So why can't there just be one big grant organization that just gives out money? And that's what Trump or the people who talk about getting rid of the Department of Education speak of. Like, if all you're doing is giving out money, then why can't just one big government agency just give out the money and not you? But it's their influence that they attach to the money is what they fight for. You understand? That's their livelihood right there. It's not the giving out the money, it's the influence of attaching their policies to that money. That's how they make your ass dance for the money. That's how they make you include transgender in your schools or, this or that. Don't stop and frisk too many people if you want money for your police department.
Yep.
That's how they control you.
Yeah, that's why I do think Elon and Vivek, I think they'll do good in that position. 'Cause, these aren't really people that you can that need to really dance for the money.
I think, but they're up against people who do need to dance for the money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the weak point for Elon is that a lot of his money is free zone and comes from the government.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, that's kind of their fault though. They are the ones that push this whole green shit.
Yeah.
And I think the thing with Elon, he's investing, like Tesla is more than just a car company. I mean, they just put a rocket in space. Like, I don't think he's I don't know, man. He's a weird guy. I don't think as much money as he has and stuff and his influence he has, I don't think he's necessarily just totally like motivated by money.
Yeah, I agree with you because I think he wouldn't have bought Tesla if he was just strictly motivated by money.
Nah.
Not Tesla, I'm sorry, Twitter.
Yeah. I think it's something more for him. He's kind of motivated by the future and how we can get there. And I think if you got a government that's just wasting money, how can we really get to that next step? We focusing on all the wrong things.
Hey, I don't mean to change subject on you, HB, but this might be interesting to you, HB. We all know about Whoopi Goldberg. I got a message from Artie Chico. You know Artie Chico in the chat, right?
Yeah.
He sent me some shit about Whoopi Goldberg. We all know Whoopi, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
You know, Whoopi's kind of would you say she's kind of racist?
Not kinda. She's extremely rude. I wouldn't even say racist. I would say she's just a hateful, ugly woman.
So Artie Chico sent me a text message about Whoopi that she admits it, like, I'm still out here working because I need to pay my bills. I ain't well off enough where I ain't gotta work. I think she makes $8 million a year, something.
Yeah.
Review. And so when Auto Chico sent that shit to me, I started looking into Whoopi's daughter. I said, she have any children? Do you know did anyone know Whoopi's children?
I didn't even know she had kids.
Porsche.
Yes, Whoopi Goldberg has she has a daughter.
Yeah, a daughter.
I'll pull her up really quick. She got married. It was a few weeks ago where we talked about Whoopi Goldberg and her little shrine of Negro, paraphernalia.
Yeah.
And her boyfriend at the time. But she was married to, that Jew and all.
Mm-hmm. Do you know who the first husband is?
What was it?
You don't
Is
believe
it
it.
Alvin Martin or the other one?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Ted Danson her first husband?
Nah, this is a second one, I think.
Yeah, so it's like her second husband. Yeah, here's her daughter. I mean, because that like Ted Danson is definitely her daddy. I mean.
Mm-hmm. Do you know the circumstances under which she met Alvin Martin?
No, I do not.
Oh, that's her daughter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn.
Do you know the circumstances under which she met her Alvin?
No, can you tell us, John?
I'd rather you look it up because I'm not sure, but I swear she was on drugs. Like heroin.
That makes sense. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. She looks like a dope fiend.
But I also got something else I want to tell you. Once you confirm that or deny it, I found something else very interesting about her daughter.
Uh-oh. What'd you find out about her daughter?
I want to confirm or deny this.
Used to be.
I knew I went wrong.
Whoopi Goldberg met Alvin Martin while she was receiving drug counseling in New York City. At the time, Goldberg was addicted to heroin, homeless, and had dropped out of school. Martin was her drug counselor. That should be something wrong with that, seeing that she was his client and he was her counselor. Goldberg and Martin married in 1973 and had their daughter, Alex, later that year. They divorced in 1979 after 6 years of marriage.
HBCU's on that boy. Ain't that what they call it here on that boy?
Yeah, that boy. She had that boy on her back. She had that boy on her back. Oh boy. She was on that old boy. God. She hit that dope and was like, Whoopi. Whoopi.
HB, do you know why they call her Whoopi, man? I know we're going way off the topic. I'm sorry.
No. I know that's not a real name.
Porsche, I know we're going way off the topic. I'm so sorry, Porsche.
Why they call her Whoopi?
Porsche, you want to look at why they call her Whoopi. And this nigga had the gall to name himself after this shit. You got Portia, you got. I don't, if I told people would say junk all over your line, so I ain't gonna say shit. I'm gonna let Portia look it up so to verify it. Yes, she did. You remember the other day we had a niggeress on Instagram just talking all that kind of shit about white people, and you remember she burped on stream. Remember that?
Yeah.
Well, wait till you find out why Whoopi is named Whoopi.
Was she selling pussy too? She's selling pussy.
Sounds like
on that dope.
Twitter page a lot.
You want Portia? Do you want to be spoiler? You got it for us, Portia. I know Portia probably got this shit. I don't even want to spoil it.
Pussy farts, queef.
That's disgusting, man.
That's nasty work. Jeez, man.
But you know what's more interesting about Whoopi is that as I was looking into Whoopi, I found out that she had a daughter. Her daughter has 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. She had one child with HJ. That's all they wrote. HJ. A biracial child, half get crack and half black, who was a high school classmate who she met while living in Berkeley. This could be Get Crack's baby. This could be Get Crack's baby.
Makes sense.
She met while living in Berkeley. The family ceased all contact with Get Crack after he went to prison. I mean, this is Get Crack's baby. I think she had a baby with Get Crack, HB.
He used to be a wild boy, man. I wouldn't be surprised.
And they disavowed Get Crack. They don't want to fuck with him no more because he went to prison. Now he out here on YouTube. Trade stocks. Well, you find out why Whoopi is called Whoopi and why she changed her name to Whoopi yet?
You gotta tell us. I think
Portia want me to do the dirty work. If I told you, motherfuckers out here being gonna believe me and shit.
If you go in, and I wish I could show my screen, but it has like.
What do you need me to look up, John?
Oh, that's how I find the Portia. I ain't even know about it. Does anyone remember this? Let me see if you guys remember this. Oh, sorry. God. Let's see if you guys remember this. Let me share my screen. Give me 1 second. Man, this shit's so funny. Sometimes I had so much fun with you guys. Here we go.
Okay, contestant number 1. Which former Hollywood Square celebrity do you want to hear fart on a talk show?
I'll start with Whoopi Goldberg, please. All right.
Okay, Whoopi Goldberg it is.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That was a hint for you guys.
Did she just queef?
No, she just farted.
Damn.
So her daughter used to call her Whoopi because she farts so much.
Oh, god damn.
And so she adopted the name Whoopi because she farted so much. And you can see that here. Whoopi's stage name is because of farting.
That's wild.
That's
She used
just
to fart a
disgusting.
lot. She used to fart a lot, Portia.
Jesus Christ.
And that's the origin of Whoopi's name, Whoopi.
So, is there any more to her daughter? Because I never even knew she had a daughter.
Yeah, she has 3 children. One by Yeah, Gary said I kind of called it. Yeah, that's true. Whoopee cushions, yeah. Whoopee, she liked to fart.
Oh wow.
Whoopee
Damn,
Goldberg.
man.
Whoever knew she had a grandson that was half a get crack.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Did I tell you she cut off all contact with the father because he went to prison?
I thought you said that his family did. She cut
No,
off.
her family cut off all
Oh,
contact with get crack after he went to prison.
damn.
The family ceased all contact with get crack after he went to prison at a young age. So this woman get up here and she tell people to like be dismissive and vindictive toward men, and like she cut her granddaughter off from the father, right? Like that's kind of amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like damn, like even if he went to prison, is he just like irredeemable? Like, does the child not deserve to at least have some contact with the father? Jeez.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck that ninja.
Mm-hmm. Get correct.
As long as he didn't do anything egregious, I'm guessing it was probably drug related, whatever he went to jail for.
Probably. He went at a young age, they said.
Yeah, it's probably drug related.
He probably one of the lucky ones.
Get crap. We gotta ask him about his prison stint when he come back up on here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Crack did a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised. Man.
Hey, yo, Portia, not to get off topic. Portia, you still here? I don't know, Portia made. Well, I'll tell you, AP. Yo, that Streamlabs is kind of hot, bro. I will say that. That shit kind of hot.
Yeah, the camera looks real nice on the StreamYard. It's like it's a lot clearer for some reason.
On the Streamlab.
Streamlabs, yeah.
Yo, that shit kind of hot, Portia. I ain't gonna lie to you. From the desktop, that shit is hot.
Yeah, it's John, my level of tech and savvy, that's a challenge. Whenever I logged in the other day, I was like, oh my gosh. But since I was there, like you just kind of have to figure it out. So I managed to share my screen and all of that.
Well,
but
I mean,
I would like to know the fixins,
From the web version, it's more or less like StreamYard. But from the desktop version, whoo, you got a lot of power, Portia. Oh, you got a lot of power. You would love it.
I can't manage to get on from my desktop version.
We have to talk about that behind the scenes, but
Okay.
From the desktop, you're gonna love that.
Okay.
Because you can transition scenes. Or you could have like you and HB could be broadcasting to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
But Snowman and I could be audible, right? So we can hear them on YouTube, but they're just not seen. Or Snowman and then HB and Portia could be seen. Or you could be playing something totally different on YouTube while all four of us are talking behind the scene. Like that shit is powerful, very powerful. Like it from the desktop, it's very slick. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Like I was able to add Universal Jones up, but here's the interesting thing.
Where is Universal Jones at?
He had a meeting.
So let me see if I understand what you just said, John. You're saying that they could be streaming a stream, and then in the background, we could all be having a conversation in the background that the audience doesn't hear.
Yeah, it could be both ways. They don't hear you or they can hear you.
That's wild.
But you could be seeing something that I could be playing a movie to YouTube. And I could stop the movie, we comment on it, no one's seen. right? Or maybe Portia HB and Snowman can come in, and I can't come in. That shit is slick. You can make HB see one camera, Angry Snowman see another camera of you, Portia. If you see what I'm saying? Everyone could be seeing, different. That shit is wild. Like, you can do a lot of interesting things with it. You can resize. You know how you add a screen, and so on StreamYard, when we add a screen, we have to create layouts more or less to size the screen, right? Well, in Streamlabs, you can just draw it. You can make it smaller, larger, right there on the screen, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And when you're ready for it to present it, you just hit a button, transition. And then, of course, you can modify the transition. You can flip upside down, play a bell, whatever the hell you want it to do, as it transitions to the next screen, which may be the screen shares. That shit is slick. I'm telling you, very slick. Very, very slick.
Yeah. I think you gotta keep doing those standalone videos, like quick little, 20-minute videos, and keep kind of fiddling around with it.
You know how like Crack does the streams where he's doing charts, right?
Yeah.
You can actually draw on the screen. They allow you that facility to draw on the screen, like a highlighter and shit.
Yeah.
That shit's real slick. You can have your ticker of people donating. It's very slick, very slick. So many features I probably haven't even tapped into, but I think from a desktop you'll like it, Portia.
Yeah, whenever we talk about it offline, I'm interested to see if it's easier to navigate.
Now it's not easier, but
no. It's definitely not easier. But I think it definitely has more bells and whistles, though. Like way more bells and whistles.
Like when you want to share a screen here, you can be, I can see how you're working on it in the background. But there you can be working on it in the background. Let me get it right, size it up, whatever. And then when you're ready, it's just like, boom, hit a button, transition. That part I kind of like, that's pretty slick. HB, I mentioned to you the other day, DJ Academics. Remember him?
Yeah.
He played gained a lot of weight and everything. I haven't been following that long, but I like him, man. What do you think?
Yeah, no, man, John. I've been following DJ Academics for like 8 years now, man. What's crazy is he got his fame on. He used to have a channel called War in Chirac. That's how he got his initial fame.
Is that how you found out about
it? When this shit first started, like 2012, he covered all of that shit. That's how he got his startup.
Is that why he's so close to Dirk?
Yeah. That's why he's so close to all of them. He's known them for since 2011, 2012.
Damn, they would have been like kids then, right?
Yeah. A lot of them were kids. A lot of them were like 16, 17, 18. And he's been following it since then.
HB, did you see him fall out over Dirk when Dirk got arrested, man? Like he really must. Like I see what you're saying now. When you say he's been following them that long, and I saw how he responded to Dirk, I was like, damn, that's weird. But now you're saying, well, he's been following them since that's how his claim to fame, like since they were children. It makes sense now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's literally his bread and butter was the war in Chirac. You gotta check out some of those old videos. Because it's still up. It's just called War in Chirac. And I'm telling you, some of that stuff, like, it literally is, it's like he documented everything that happened between the BDs and the...
no shit. Portia, you ever follow you ever watch any DJ, what's it, DJ Academics, right?
DJ Academics,
Yeah, I watch him sometimes.
He got a good head on the shoulder. What do you think, Portia?
Yeah, I think Academics is cool.
Go ahead.
I listen to some of his stuff. I don't care for, but like if he's talking about like political stuff, or some cultural things that I'm interested in, I like to listen to him.
Well, I'm not saying that I necessarily enjoy the rap stuff, although he's kind of drawn me in with this Dirk shit. And now that HB has told me like he the background on him is more interesting to me. But he seems very intelligent.
Yeah,
even
no,
though he's talking about bullshit, right?
Yeah, no, he's a college graduate. He's I'm pretty sure he's Jamaican.
I saw a flag behind his back. Yeah.
Yeah.
That, yeah.
So yeah, he's not, he's definitely not a dummy. He's just he just likes to fuck shit pretty much.
But I think that he elevates it though. Like
no, he did. What's crazy is, and a lot of people won't admit it, but he's part of the reason why that Chicago wave got so big. Because he was the only one reporting on the back and like the street beef part. Nobody really, they would talk about it, allude to it in songs, but he would really break the shit down. And like when somebody got dropped, he would do his, and then he gave all these guys nicknames too.
No shit.
Yeah, so like Lil Reese, he called him the Grim Reaper because a lot of people died behind Lil Reese, and there's so many different players or characters who then died, so you don't know about them. But like Dirk is literally attached to all of that shit. So
he all makes sense now when you're saying this. HB did.
Yeah,
when he fell down. Did you see him crying over Dirk, bro? I mean,
yeah.
Like he was getting hurt by that man being arrested.
He's known Dirk for years, man. Like 10 years he's known this man. And it's like it's one of those situations too where Dirk, they, Chicago niggas hated academics at first, but then as academics got bigger, they started to appreciate him more because he was the only one covering the shit.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for what he does, man. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that, I can listen to him even though I don't know shit about what, the people he's talking about. Like he's covered the whole Puffy shit.
Yeah.
He's covered that as interestingly as the lead attorney.
Yeah.
Like, man, bro, I heard him talking about Portia. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Portia. I know she don't want to hear this.
No, John, no. I'm listening to you guys. Go ahead.
But HB knows the background to a lot of this shit. Like, I don't know if many people knew about the whole what you call this shit? War in Chirac?
War in Chirac, yeah.
And so that's interesting to me, Portia. So I knew you want to get to more serious topics.
No. I'm gonna have Portia play one of his videos so you can see how far this guy has come. Let me see.
Yeah, no, like John, I like the other stuff too. I'm not as well versed in these things as y'all are. So I don't.
And I'm
learning.
I'm commenting not necessarily on the content per se, some of it content, but the way he covers it, I think he elevates even ghetto shit. Right? Like he was talking about when he bought jewelry, and he related it to himself. Like, bro, you getting ripped off. As soon as you go in there to buy that jewelry, they ripping you off. Your man that brought you in there, he getting more than you. You hyping him up on your Instagram. He making more money off the post of you Instagram. And, he really broke it down. I said, damn, some of this shit I never thought about. And then he talked about like Puffy's kids. And he said it kind of in a way that I've said it, but in a more expansive way. He talked about how, like, I guess Puffy's kids are now taking over his Instagram or YouTube or whatever the hell Puffy got, right? And they're basically, hey, yeah, we living life, Puffy kid, blah, 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 and he's like, one of those kids should have had a business interest, but they all seem to want to, like, look at me lifestyle.
Yeah.
And I don't follow those kids the way academic does. I can talk about it on an abstract level, but he, knows enough to talk about it and then give intelligent insight as to what he thinks they should have done and why they've gone wrong or going wrong.
Yeah.
So in listening to him, it was very interesting, bro, how he broke down Puffy's kids, And anyway, you got this about
Yeah. So this is 10 years ago. This is 10 years ago video about Lil Durk from DJ Academics. I just want you to hear it. I want you to hear where he started from. Go ahead, play it, Portia.
And now, back in the war in Chirac, and now the 5-star war general Lil Durk, he's fresh off a 3-0 flawless victory over the house cat Tiger. And now, while we're still nursing those wounds, casualties were high, egos were checked, and the Savages came back from Cali unscathed. Now, they're back on home turf, and they're back in the epicenter of the Category 5 hurricane that's known as the war in Chirac. Now, Lil Durk, being the 5-star war general that he is, he has clocked back into the Pentagon, and he's doing some housekeeping. Items number 1, 2, 3 on the table is that number 1, he has to address the urban myth that exists that he was choked out by the Chirac Grim Reaper himself, Lil Reese. Now, number 2 is clean up beef with obviously Chirac's Baphomet, who we know that's Chief Keef, because it's been said that you beef with the Chirac Baphomet for too fucking long, you suffer through 40 days and 40 nights of just pure bad luck. And ain't nobody got time for that. Now, number 3 is, of course, get that fucking album drop. Come on, Lil Durk. Come on. I'm trying to hear that album. Now, let's focus on number 1 because it's been a big urban myth within the Chirac Savage community. Did Lil Durk get choked the fuck out by Lil Reese? Now, Lil Durk said, "Fuck no. How the fuck does the Secretary of Defense of Chirac get choked out by Lil Reese,
Wait,
the 5-star war general himself? How the hell you?"
You see how he can the thing that a lot of these Chirac niggas didn't understand was that he was satirizing it, like he was being satirical, but he was making it like mainstream at the same time, like comparing it to the US government, comparing the dumb shit that they're doing in Chicago to the government. And they didn't get it at the time, but he's the reason really why people take them so serious, why everybody started copying Chicago niggas. Like everybody gangbangs now.
He been doing this shit a long time.
Yeah, this is literally a 10-year-old video. 10 years old. And he would be like this is the guy you would go to keep up to date on all of it, because he had a way of like being funny but keeping it serious too at the same time. He wasn't all like, sometimes niggas will cover this shit and they'll take it way too serious. Like, bro, it's just niggas in the street acting dumb. But he would relate it to you where even if somebody like Portia could listen to him and she could understand the intricacies of what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's his skill.
Yeah.
And he's intelligent enough to break down silly shit on the street level.
Right.
This could be people with hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right. Because somebody would exactly like a fucking Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk could listen to academics and understand what's going on in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Or
with Puppet.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like he break that shit down, man. Like I said, damn, like man, you guys should go out and listen to DJ Academics. I like him. I like him a lot. Yeah.
He has some great lives, man.
Yeah, DJ Academics. Yeah. But he uses Streamlabs, I think, or OBS or something like that.
Yeah. Most of those types of streamers, they do use that. StreamYards is really for like what we're doing, like where you have multiple people trying to hit the panel. But if you're just trying to do like a it's just you and you're trying to break something down, that Streamlabs is what you want to do. But if you want to like bring in the audience and stuff, you got to go with StreamYards. That's why I see a lot. I see a lot of bloggers. They'll go back and forth, depending on, you know, they'll start out the stream with Streamlabs, and then they'll go to StreamYards when they want the audience interaction.
What, do they end it, or do they just hop over to another one?
No. They'll just keep it up. They'll just keep it up. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. But yeah, I've seen it.
Man, you know what? I want to jump to someone else you guys may know. KyleeCTCross. What do you think about him?
I don't get it with KyleeCTCross, man. I think he's really for like the youth. Like I just don't really get the appeal of him at all.
Anyway, I was listening to academics. He was saying Kai is making like, did he say 200 a day, 200,000 a day?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not very familiar with him. Look again, Garen, hop on the panel, man. Tell us what the fuck he does.
Yeah, I know he's a streamer. So these guys, they pretty much stream all day. They play video games. They invite like celebrities over. They have a bunch of, you know, pretty girls over, and they just kind of just goof off all day, pretty much. That's
Is that right?
That's pretty much the gist of it. But then they do like IRL streams too. Like KyleeCTCross, probably one of the bigger streams that he did was he spent like a week in a prison, but it wasn't like a real prison. It was like a closed down prison. So he just had like a bunch of other streamers come in there dressed up as prisoners, and you know, some celebrities came in there dressed up as prisoners too.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, but you know, usually when an artist needs to get their album out there, they'll go to KyleeCTCross and you know.
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah. Well, it looks like he lives in Europe or somewhere. Is that right?
I'm not sure. Garion will probably know. Garion's like more in that age range where he knows more about these streamers. But you know, they make a lot of money off of so they got like, you know, obviously the streaming, and then they got a lot of sponsors too.
Bro, that's fucking amazing, bro. Like that's really amazing. You know what I mean? When you really think about it, HB, motherfucker making 200,000 a day.
Yeah, it's insane, especially when a lot of their audience remember when they were still like living with their moms. Like a lot of these guys started out living in with their moms. Like KyleeCTCross, he was living with his moms when he first started streaming.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I Show Speed, he was living in his mom's crib when he first started streaming.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, that's why they have such a cult following, because people saw them go from, you know,
started from the bottom. Yeah. Bro, I heard these motherfuckers like, Portia, I'm so sorry. I heard these motherfuckers like, I think it was KyleeCTCross do like Super Bowl numbers.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, no, John, these bloggers or these streamers right now, they're bigger than the rappers right now.
Bro, you man, we could go on for
Aiden Ross too. Aiden Ross is he's the one that did the stream with Trump. They're all cool. Like Aiden Ross, I Show Speed, KyleeCTCross, they all do streams together. So that just
you want to intervene, just let us know. Go ahead.
That just shows you though that how much pull that these guys really have. And KyleeCTCross actually, he had this crazy story. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find it real quick.
I actually KyleeCTCross, not that I'm 110% invested in the kid, but he has streams that I have watched. Because I'm just fascinated by the fact that all they do is play video games and talk to people, and you can see the chat, you know, while they're streaming, and then they have like all those different sounds and shapes and fun things that pop up on the screen. And he did one with Nicki Minaj, like I watched that one. He did one with Kevin Hart, I watched that one. Like, you know, I think it's insane how many followers he has, but also how much money he makes. And I found out about how much money he makes from academics. And then the story that you were telling earlier, John, about the jewelry, I actually learned about that from academics as well. So this is not that I'm not interested or entertained, you know, it's just I don't watch them all the time, but when I do, I do. And so that jewelry thing, I was really interested in that because I did not know how much the artist or the rapper or the purchaser loses from buying the jewelry. You know, because academics, he breaks things down really good. Yes, I got it.
Okay. Yeah, from what I'm hearing with that jewelry shit, the jeweler pays 10% of what the rapper pays. So if something is $1,000, the rapper's paying $10,000 for it. And that's pretty much standard. All right, go ahead. Listen to this though, John. Listen to this.
Secret Service calling me 5 times. I don't know goddamn about politics, man. I don't know nothing. I don't know not a goddamn thing, man. I got the Secret Service calling me 5 times. I don't know goddamn about politics, man. I don't know nothing. I don't know not a goddamn thing, man. I got the.
All right. So the backstory on this, he's saying he had the Secret Service calling him a bunch of times because Kamala Harris wanted him to endorse her. So what ended up happening was some girl he used to mess with pretty much ghosted him, and then she started hitting him back once Kamala started running, and he didn't really understand why. So this girl is trying to get back in good graces with him, and then she tells him like, "Hey, I want you to endorse Kamala," and he's like, "How the fuck do you know? How the fuck did Kamala know that I used to fuck with you?" And it's like these guys, honestly, I feel like these guys are like, I think they're kind of like assets where, yeah, they make a lot of money, but the powers that be, they promote these guys and they keep a eye on them. They know exactly what they're doing. They know about all the bitches that they fucking with. So Kamala reached out to one of his little girls and tried to get him to support her.
You know, I heard that Chris Wallace is leaving CNN, and he's going to become like a streamer.
Yeah, man.
Then Don Lemon did the same thing. Tucker Carlson. You might remember HB. I was saying, man, I think Trump should really go and talk to some of these streamers. It'd be more effective than talking to these mainstream people.
Big time.
And now we see Chris Wallace, a mainstream guy, coming on to YouTube or Twitter to try to stream. And I think these young boys, young guys, young men and women, it really beat them to the punch.
Yep.
And this streaming shit, like, you can reach a lot more people, be a little bit unfettered in what you say, like Tucker Carlson, interview people that they don't want you to talk to, like Putin. And the mainstream media just doesn't afford them those opportunities. And the successful people like the KyleeCTCross, the Tucker Carlson, the really talented ones, like they're gonna find like a gold pot on YouTube or Twitter or wherever the hell they go. They build their own spaces, whatever.
Yeah. They're on a lot of them. They're on Twitch, and they're signing $1 million deals to exclusively stream on Twitch. Like you talking, like these niggas are signing like 40, 60 deals.
Yeah, I was watching the stream with KyleeCTCross. I think Academics was playing it, but it was KyleeCTCross stream where he was offering like 60 mil. He turned it down. I said, wow.
Yeah.
And these people really have some serious, like they are the next wave of the media, bro. They can move things.
Yeah,
They can
no,
create a protest in any city in America, right?
they can. Kai had a giveaway in Manhattan, downtown Manhattan. He started they tried to arrest him because he started a riot. So many people showed up.
That was him. I remember that. I didn't know that was
Yeah,
him. He did
yeah,
that?
that was him. That was him.
Damn.
It was like it's like 20,000-30,000 people showed up downtown because he was giving away. I think he was giving away PlayStations or something. But it wasn't even about the PlayStations. They just wanted to see him.
Yeah, damn. That is some power that I don't even think the media has had in our lifetime, bro.
Nah, they definitely not these celebrities. They don't have that type of power no more. I would even argue some of these politicians don't even have that type of power.
Hey, Portia,
Kamala
Portia,
definitely don't.
Portia, you said you watched that academic show about casting out, right? This is the analogy that academics made. He looked up the highest NBA player, Steph Curry. I think Steph Curry made $55 million in 1 year. Nigga, Twitch offered him or somebody a kick or whatever the fuck, offered him basically 60, and he turned it down. While Steph took the 50 million or whatever, he got offered more to get online and talk shit than a basketball player. Man, that's some amazing power, bro. That's like these young boys, like, this is amazing, man. Like, to think about that, putting in back when academics putting in basketball terms, which are probably the highest paid athletes outside of baseball, man. That's an amazing number. Don't you think, HB?
Nah, hell yeah. It's I didn't even think about it like that. That is kind of crazy.
And that's the perspective that I think Art gives you. You know what I mean? Yo, that's amazing. Anyway, Portia, you got Don Lemon. He done quit X.
Yeah, I just brought that up because of what you were mentioning about the, celebrities or, like these different anchors going to social media or, streaming, going into the streaming world. And Don Lemon, as of today, he quit X, after he did that soft quit because he didn't get the Cybertruck and all that other stuff. And then he started his own show over there, and now he's quit. But I'm sure he can go on all of the other platforms that you both were just speaking on, and he can, do the very same thing along with Chris Wallace.
But when he jump into that domain, he don't have control. Part of the Aiden Rosses and other people is that they can allow the trollers. We watched Don Lemon, man. I bet someone had to moderate his panel strongly. But Casanat and I would imagine Aiden Ross and all these big time Twitters, they get off on the troll. There's millions of people chiming in. Don Lemon ain't getting that kind of engagement.
Well, he quit because Elon Musk said that all of the legal disputes against X in any capacity, they have to be heard in Texas. So it doesn't matter what state you're in. If you're going to file something, you got to come to Texas for it. So I think that is hilarious. Because Don Lemon is still, suing him right now for, whenever he first tried to get on with the company earlier, even though he's been profiting solely. That's his only stream of income right now. But as far as the streamers are concerned, I think it's, $200,000 a day is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine? What would you do? What would you do with that?
It's an amazing number for a young man. You have to tip your hat to him. Portia, I talked about Joy, beautiful Joy REID the other day. And I said something and you said, well, you asked me a couple questions about it. I said, man, she can't stay on the air much longer. You remember that? I said, just you can't come out with that hatred ass talk while the Democrats got to pivot. You're on the air because the Democrats allow you to be on the air. That's MSNBC. What channel is she on, Portia?
Joy Reid?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it MSNBC
I think she's on
or
MSNBC.
CNN? Let me look it up. Because I really don't know.
But we had
what
Tom in the
network.
chat saying like her ratings don't look good, right? And Portia, this is my thought. And I want to get your opinion on it because you follow politics much more than I do.
MSNBC.
Well, if you Googled her, then you know what the headline is. Put it up on the screen. Tell us what you see when you Google. Google Megyn Kelly and Joy Reid, Portia. If you've covered this already, you already know. But if you haven't, pull it up for the people. These white people getting their voice back. Listen show us what Megyn Kelly said about Joy Reid.
Let me.
I mean, I can pull it up.
Oh no, I was going to because I had it up, but I closed it out. I'm trying to find it, John, from the messages. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I found it. Oh gosh, let's see. Oh, here we go. I hope I don't know if HB lost connection, but hopefully he comes back up because I wanted to talk to you guys about Tom Brady's ex-wife and what y'all think about what's going on with her. But Megyn Kelly says there's no way MSNBC can keep racist Joy Reid on the air. And you know, it's kind of interesting because the way that Megyn Kelly was talking about Joy Reid in this segment, you would think that she would never do anything like that.
She said
you know, with
something
the
else,
political climate.
She said something else, Portia. Can you Google Megyn Kelly hair, Joy Reid, and see what you come up with?
Hair?
Yeah, hair. Like, yeah, you know, sister, crown that kind of shit.
Oh. Where is your hair?
You done ruined it for everybody. Boys, these white folks getting their voice back. Homeman out here talking shit, but he gonna deport your ass. And Megyn Kelly, did she cut her hair out for one point, but she grew her shit back. And I guess she want a big talk to Joy Reid, and she got her voice back, Portia. What'd she say?
I think that in this clip here from the Gateway Pundit, the video that they have from Twitter, I think, okay, here we go. Megyn Kelly said, it's a TikTok situation until Joy Reid, her ass is fired. There's no way MSNBC, which is in a full meltdown now about how bad their losses were, there's no way they can keep this woman. I realize they're the same problem that the Democratic Party is. Like, they have a base that they need to keep, but she and her little friend, Elie Mystal, are truly the most racist people on television. And here's her latest messaging, as some groups indeed are reportedly planning some march like the Women's March. Now they're trying to get a march ready. That'll do it. So this looks like it's going to be maybe like in the first minute and a half or so.
We've got to spend another minute. Yes, another minute.
I want to hear her say this.
Yeah.
On Joy Reid. It's a TikTok situation until her ass is fired. It's just, there's no way MSNBC, which is in a full meltdown now about how bad their losses were, there's no way they can keep this woman. I realize they're in the same problem that the Democrat Party is. Like, they have a base that they need to keep, but she and her little friend Elie Mystal are truly the most racist people on television. And here's her latest messaging, as some groups indeed are reportedly planning some march, like the Women's March. Now they're trying to get a march ready. That'll do it. They're going to bust out their pea hats again. Okay, all right. They worked out so well the last time. And listen to Joy Reid's reaction.
Hey, I just want to give some free advice to the white progressives, particularly white progressive women who may be thinking about marching against the Trump victory, maybe putting back on the P-word hats and doing that thing. I would just say probably don't send any of those invites to any Black women you know. I'm just going to tell you right now, they're not coming. Like, I'm pretty sure Black women have resigned from the Save America Coalition, Save Democracy Coalition, and definitely the Save the Democratic Party Coalition. I think that's probably not happening. I would just keep those invites maybe among your own friends, because I don't think they're coming. But yeah, I think Black women are now on the Save Black Women, Prioritize Black Men, and prioritize Black communities, Black businesses, and that, and you know, the Black spaces. But Save America, Save the Democratic Party. Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
Okay. First of all, where is your hair? What happened to your hair, Joy Reid? It's gone. Like, it's gone from, like, it looked like Trump's hair, and now it's gone altogether. Anywho, this is what happens when you get bitter and.
That sounds like, Black women, whenever Black women are trying to diss, She said, first of all, where is your hair? Where is it? Where did it go? Where is it at, Joy? She just called her bald headed. Wow. Yeesh, that's rough. Yeah, Fish, she is ugly already. That is true. She is a very wildly unattractive woman. And yes, she is bald-headed. She sure is. That's for sure. I cannot believe. Oh, wow. John and HB. I guess something happened to both of them. Oh, Lord. Oh, goodness. Yeah. So, yeah, Megyn Kelly said that about Joy Reid. And, wow. Like, from a Black woman, that is like an ultimate insult for someone to call you bald-headed, even if you are. Doesn't matter how bald-headed you are, just saying it is enough. It's enough to really, set you off. I'm not shocked that Megyn Kelly said this. I'm more or less shocked that she said it on air. But I feel like these white folks finna start turning all the way up. Because if you guys remember, Donald Trump, his attorney, said what he said about Letitia James. And that was a lot for me. Not that I disagreed with him, it's just that I was shocked that he actually quite literally said that. He really said that. And so for those of you that did not hear it, take a listen.
Let me just say this to Big Tish James, the New York Attorney General. I dare you to try to continue your lawfare against President Trump in his second term, because listen here, sweetheart, we're not messing around this time, and we will put your fat ass in prison for conspiracy against rights, and I promise you that. So think long and hard before you want to violate President Trump's constitutional rights or any other Americans' constitutional rights. It's not going to happen again.
He said, Big Tish James, let me tell you something. I dare you, Tish, with your fat ass. I promise you, I will put your ass in prison. If you closed your eyes, and just imagine, you think that was a Black guy. It would be so hard to believe that this man said that. And it's a white guy. But he said that. He really said it. And he meant it.
It's telling you, this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. These telling you, man, white folks, unfortunately, especially conservative white folks, they've been playing the back burner for too long now. They not about to be holding their tongue no more. They about to be calling these people bald headed. They about to be calling them fat. Telling y'all, these next couple of years, y'all better get shit. Y'all better get y'all shit in order, cause white folks gonna call you out on it. It ain't gonna be none of that, poor downtrodden black story. It ain't none of that shit's going on no more. They gonna tell you they gonna tell it straight to your face.
I've been waiting for this for so many years, and I know you've heard me say it before, HB, but I miss the old white folks, and I can't wait for them to come back.
Yeah.
And it's nothing but joy for me, because it's like, man, are y'all gonna keep on letting these people talk about y'all like this?
Seriously.
Y'all just gonna stand by and take it? Y'all ain't gonna fight back? Ain't no damn way. If I feel disrespected in any way, some stuff, yeah, but like the stuff that the Democrats do with the Republicans, I ain't going for it. I'm gonna go ahead and check you on the spot. Black people, y'all need to get ready. And I just caught it in that video I played. He called her Big Tish. I was like, oh wee.
Yeah,
no, he didn't.
This is this is I'm not gonna lie, I really truly believe a lot of this shit started with the manosphere when you had a lot of male YouTubers just saying, listen, we're gonna stop this bullshit, we're gonna stop the charades, we're gonna stop the games, we're gonna stop playing nice. And Trump embodies that. A lot of it is bullshit, but when it comes to this race shit, white folks are tired of it. They tired of being the brunt of all the jokes. They're tired of being blamed for everything. I mean, white people get blamed for everything.
Everything. Literally everything.
Imagine trying to blame Be Brave. Imagine trying to blame Be Brave for anything in life. But it's like,
better yet, imagine trying to blame white people for the hurricane in Florida.
Yeah.
Because they have abortion bans.
Yeah, they voted for Trump. They said that's why the hurricane hit. Y'all voted for Trump. Y'all brought that on. Reset TV. They even blame white people for black crime. It's insane. It's insane. This shit is really out of control, and I think now America has spoken. They were silent with their votes, but now they understand. See, I think what happened too is a lot of white people thought that what they thought was the minority. They thought that they were different. Be Brave. The reason why I don't say anything when Be Brave talks is because all he's saying is what every black person that I know thinks anyway. You're not saying anything new. Be Brave thinks he's an outlier because he's white and they don't say it. But most white people feel the same way. I'm not gonna say white people think that most white people think that black people are bringing down America, but I think that the white people who don't say what it is, that's a problem. Yeah. And they recognize that. They recognize that. It's a big issue. You got to speak up for yourself. If you don't got nothing, at least have your balls, man. At least have your spine. Say something.
Yeah. Don't let these women run around out here carrying on like that. And then, even with the, just putting racism on anybody just because you feel like it. It's like, black people are tired of that. Everybody's tired of it. But white people, they showed y'all with the way that they voted. So y'all ought know.
Nah, I'm super tired of it. I'm just tired of black people putting white people on a pedestal and blaming them for everything. And anything that happens, you want to bring up Brad and Karen, like they're your goddamn mama and daddy. Like, I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of these black folks. Any problem, you want to look to the white man for every single problem. When we gonna be introspective? When we gonna try to solve our own problems? I'm just tired of it, man.
That's what Joy Reid said in that one clip that Megyn Kelly was talking about. She was like, whenever y'all form these little marches, don't call us. We're not going to answer because we're going to start focusing on Black businesses and strengthening the Black community because the results of the election let us know how y'all feel about us. They were never your allies, Joy.
That's what these fake pro-Blacks, that's what they really see. I always knew that these white folks weren't my allies. They don't care about what happens. They don't care what happens in the middle of Detroit, Michigan. They don't care about what happens in Chicago. They don't care about that shit. I knew they weren't my allies. Dudes that look like me getting shot down every day. White folks could care less. I knew they weren't my allies.
Doesn't faze them at all.
They could care less. They could care less. You know how many dudes I knew growing up got shot down in the street like a damn dog? These white people don't give a damn about that. And see, with these Black women, they got tricked into believing that these people care. They don't care about you. They don't care about your plight. They don't care how you feel. And now they're gonna let you know. They're gonna let you know exactly how they feel. And I'm glad. I'm happy for it.
It's like you see everything that y'all have been saying that we are for the last almost 10 years publicly with this whole coming off Obama and we can just say whatever we want about white folks. Everything that y'all said that we are, see, we've been silent, but now y'all finna see. So everything that y'all said, this is what it's finna be. And so whenever y'all get pissed off for real, now you'll have a reason. Because yeah, I said that. Yeah, I called you bald headed. Where's your hair, Joy? Where's your hair?
Seriously,
where's bald headed bitch? Where's your hair? Where's your hair? Huh? Show it to me.
How much money you think she get paid every how much money you think her contract is for every year? What you think she got, like a $5 million, $10 million contract?
Maybe like $3 million.
How she ain't got no damn hair? How she ain't got no damn hair? You got all that money, you ain't got no damn hair. That's a shame. Now watch her come out and play the victim. Watch her come out here and play the victim. Oh, I got alopecia. Black women been suffering. Yeah, Black women been suffering for 25 years.
Well, I just looked it up and it says that she's like it said it's not a lot of information, but she makes up to $8 million per. Oh, yeah. There it goes, right there, Samson Simpson.
Yeah. No, Innate, you're an outlier, Innate. I already know, Innate, you're an outlier. You're an outlier.
Yeah.
You're in the trenches, Innate. I'm talking about middle America, white folks that don't see no Black people. Innate, you in Pontiac, Innate, you in the Yak. Your neighbor's probably Black, Innate. You probably got a baby mama that's Black. I ain't talking about you, Innate. I'm talking about the white folks. When I drive across America and I see these white folks in these towns that ain't not one Black person in that town. And they're the ones seeing all of this shit online where they're getting blamed for shit. They're getting blamed for, systems of white supremacy and you're culturally inappropriate and just a bunch of fucking gay ass words that really don't apply to them.
Yeah, so I haven't checked this out yet, but there's a compilation of showing white men fighting back against woke people after the election.
Mm-hmm.
I get just TikTok videos and uploads. Oh, we have somebody else in the building.
Yeah, I think it's Reset TV. I never seen Reset TV hit the link.
Oh, this is Reset TV?
I think it's Reset TV. Is that Reset TV?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh man, salute, man.
Can you guys hear me?
You were just I thought you were just a button in the chat, man. I didn't know you were a real person, man. Damn, salute, man.
Reset. Tell us your name again, Reset.
Gravitating Away.
No, there's another name you go by.
Reset TV.
Reset TV.
Yeah, that's Reset TV.
No, because the one with the dreads,
My twin brother. I smoke hip hop.
Oh no.
Oh, that's your brother. I smoke.
Yeah, my twin brother. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Okay. Yeah. I know y'all get, man. They think y'all. Yeah, I know I smoke.
Okay.
Hey, and Dirty Dude, I got you, man. Next time I'm in West Virginia, I got you, man.
But guys, this entire post-election has been interesting. I just took a bunch of neighborhood teens to a college tour, and I think there's a shift happening because a lot of these kids, they don't speak like victims, man. And we were speaking on some good stuff, and the young ladies and the young brothers definitely are not with that victimhood right now. And I'm gonna do my due diligence to tell them stay away from the Democratic plantation.
Yeah, they gonna have to have tough skin these next 4 years, because they gonna hear some shit they ain't never heard before, man. They gonna hear some shit come out of white people mouths they only saw in movies.
Hey guys, these white folks are emboldened again the way I used to love it.
Yeah, right. They gonna straight up tell you, get off my lawn, boy. They gonna straight up tell you.
Ain't nothing makes you take care of your business like some good old white folks telling the truth, man. Ain't nothing like it, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I think a lot of these black folks, they need it too, man. Unfortunately, see, I don't need it. I never needed the white man to kick my back in or breathe down my neck to get things done. But a lot of these black folks, they need the boogeyman to get in order.
I mean, it's not that I'm blind to some of the stuff going on, but I just view myself as superior to damn near all that. It doesn't really affect me. I really believe we can make anything happen. And it's one thing to tell these kids they could be anything, and on the other side of the mouth tell them how much of a victim they are. That shit is detrimental, man.
It is. It's the worst thing. Me and Stanley were talking about that yesterday. How I was trying to let him know that idea of white European beauty standards is so detrimental to women, because if you embrace that idea of white European beauty standards, then pretty much you're just telling women, like, if you don't look a certain way, you'll never be beautiful.
I.e., all the blonde weaves out in my neighborhood.
Exactly.
Same ones talking about white supremacy with blonde weaves.
My bad, Portia. I lost my internet connection for a minute there. Sorry about that.
Oh shit. John's back.
Who got them children in the background? Gravitating away?
I just picked them up from daycare. I closed the door.
Nah, no problem, man. This is your first time I seen you on the panel.
I listen though, pretty hard, and I'm watching you build something nice here, man.
Oh,
I like your views, John. You may not think that, but trust me, I try to be balanced, but I really love your views. Sometimes I want to say fuck them all, honestly, but I try to be balanced.
Is that your name in the channel, in the chat? I'm sorry.
Gravitating Away or Reset TV?
Nah, yeah, he's Reset TV in the chat.
I don't think I've seen him in the chat, man. Reset TV. I never seen him in the chat or the. I don't think so.
I float by every now and then. You talk about some good stuff, man.
Okay, fair enough. What part of the country you live in?
I live in South Florida, and in the worst Democratic county in all the state here, Broward County. Really hated by the most.
Didn't you guys flip red this election?
No, the whole state's been red for quite a while. It's just this county is very liberal. It was Miami-Dade that flipped red. Shout out to them.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, let me ask you: is that the county where the hanging chads was, where the black lady was in charge?
Yeah.
Boy, you remember that, the hanging chads?
It's pure delusion down here, man. My parents are elderly. I try to help them. We got a few properties just like you, John. I help them run the property, but I told them I'll do it from afar. I'll hire a property manager. I can't stand this county. Cannot.
Portia, do you remember the hanging chads election? You might have been. I don't know.
It was a while back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Well, was it wait, let me see. Was it the hanging chance where the black woman was in charge of the election down there?
It was down here, and it was a black woman as well that was replaced not long ago.
You're right. DeSantis replaced her because she was also in charge. What? She was involved in another scandal recently, though, right? Was that the same
Yeah,
one? Right?
it's down here, but it happened actually in a couple of liberal counties over here. It's a couple. It's a lot of fraud going on here.
But one of them, it was a real serious scandal. It was a black woman that was like the commissioner or something. I can't remember exactly what her.
You're talking about a decade ago, or you're talking about recently what just happened?
Shit. Which one recently and which one was a decade ago? Which one was recent?
The decade ago, it was a lot of fraud going on with the funding, and it's the same thing. It's always like that down here. It's all dealing with funding,
And what was
misappropriated funds.
And what was the one recently?
It happened. The one recently wasn't in this county. It was just above us, somewhere in West Palm. I forgot. It was in West Palm, I think.
Didn't they want DeSantis to fire her? And maybe he did fire the lady.
No, he fired that one. She been got replaced.
Yeah, what was that involving?
Misappropriation of funds, along with other charges, but that's the main core of it all. There was misappropriating funds.
During the election? Was it like some with mail-in ballots or something during the election? I thought
that too, but the more severe charges was just a misappropriation of funds. That was the more severe claims. That happens all the time with liberals down here. You know, baby mama get a job, baby daddy get a job, cousin, homeboy ain't doing nothing. That's what happens.
Anyway, it's very interesting. Okay.
7 hours. You look like you built for this live stuff, John. I salute you.
Oh,
Shout
man,
out to you.
The whole time, man. It ain't just me, man. It's Portia, HB, Stanley, Crack.
I'm gonna be floating over here more often, man.
When I left here, when my internet went down, we were talking about DJ Academics and Aiden Ross and all those type of people. And I was like tipping my hat, like those guys really. Damn, I got someone to do it. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you got the Greg Form. If the chat's listening, you got Black Conservative Perspective. It's several channels, even Chaotic Truth. You know, a lot of people help with this election, man. It's not so much about loving Trump, man. It's a mindset we need back with the young folks, especially because a lot of these older guys, they're gone. They're done for.
Yeah, you know, like the population, you know, the college population, they came out and voted for Trump in droves, you know. And, you know, they probably weren't expecting it just because of all the woke stuff we see. But when the kids are pushing back against it, and that's what I see in my everyday, like at my job, these kids, they don't like that stuff at all. And it's been like that. It's been that way for years. So now that they're finally able to vote, they made their voices heard.
You know, Portia, this is an unpopular opinion, but I gotta say it. The reason why the manosphere, especially Black manosphere, is not thriving because these guys spend a lot of time talking about what Black women aren't doing or doing whatever, which is true to a certain extent. But when you look at the Democratic Party and a lot of these policies that are in place against our interests and us physically, it's a lot of brothers that support that mess. Like where I'm at, you can't speak a certain way without maybe 10, 15 men trying to attack you for your political views, for your conservative mindset. Like it's really a lot of Black men that empower these Black. Like if you don't like how our women are, I always say we got to get the Black men back in order. And usually women respect a man with a purpose, not a weakling that follows the woman. And that's what I've noticed with a lot of these Black spaces. So that's why I said I got to move away from my county. It's a lot of Black weak men down here. And I was so happy. I was so happy when I saw majority of the swing states voted for Trump. You got Black men and women, which a lot of times the left leaves out. A lot of Black women were for Trump this election. Casually, that has not been talked about. But there's a lot of Black women that's been pushing for something new. So
yeah, I agree. It's we went from like 99% to 92% or so, or 90%. And so black women that voted Republican, it went up, you know, to like 7-8%, somewhere around there. I
Oh
haven't checked
yeah.
the exit polls in a
You
while,
know,
but I thought that was something to rejoice about, because I was happy to see that number.
because it's gonna happen faster. I see it accelerating because you would think after an election where Kamala got blown out, you would think they would strategize and start changing their talking points, but these folks has doubled down, tripled down on the same talking points, same narrative, and it's a turnoff to a lot of people. Even, to liberals who are more centralist, it's a turnoff because it's like extreme progressiveness on the left is turning everybody off. And I'm really on the ground with this, and I'm noticing. I talk to these liberals, and they're telling me, man, I don't know what's going on with the Democrats, but I'm not for it anymore. So I say, hey, let them keep talking like this. You'll see more of a shift happening, and a lot sooner than later.
Yeah, they're not playing around. I have this video pulled up here, and I haven't seen it yet, but this is supposed to be just like a compilation. We can watch a couple of minutes and then talk about it, of men fighting back against woke people. And I'm going to assume that the majority of the woke people are going to be women, but I do know and realize that we will have some men also. So,
Hey, Portrait, I'm sorry.
Oh, John, you're back.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed it. What was your thoughts about what you were talking about before? What we were talking about before I got dropped off?
About
like specifically Megyn Kelly asking Joy Reid, "Where's your hair?"
Oh, yeah. So I didn't hear that the first time, but I was kind of like, whoa, that's crazy that she said that, because, black women, with the weaves and wigs and all of that, whenever you say something like that to a black woman, that's like some offense.
Wait, that happened?
Right there.
Portia, you got to run it back. You're gravitating away.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Portia. When all y'all get it out, I want to give you my thoughts on it. So run it back for us, Portia. People in the audience won't mind.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to see this one, but let me mute.
We've got to spend another minute on Joy Reid. It's a TikTok situation until her ass is fired. There's no way MSNBC, which is in a full meltdown now about how bad their losses were, there's no way they can keep this woman. I realize they're in the same problem that the Democrat Party is. Like, they have a base that they need to keep, but she and her little friend Ellie Mistel are truly the most racist people on television. And here's her.
There are a couple of points I want to make right here. This is a TikTok situation to her ass is fired. She's shooting straight for the head. Like, she ain't holding
she's speaking spicy.
She hold nothing back. And them white women on this stage right there, where they hair?
You see.
That's some long hair on them heads, ain't it? They ain't cutting that shit off. They growing this shit long.
Yeah, John, whenever you stepped away, I said, if you closed your eyes for Trump's attorney and Megyn Kelly, if you closed your eyes and you just heard those words, or if you just had a transcript of those words, you would think they was black. The way that they talking.
Facts.
Facts. I get words coming from Megyn Kelly. At one point, didn't Megyn Kelly cut her own hair off?
Yeah, she did.
She done grew it back.
Yeah.
And
real low too.
And she got her voice back. And she's outright for this woman to be fired.
It'll happen. They'll let her go shortly. The ratings are all time down right now. Not surprisingly.
That's what I said before. Right? I said there's no way this woman can sit on TV like this. No way. Go ahead, Portia. Play some more.
The latest messaging, as some groups indeed are reportedly planning some march, like the Women's March. Now they're trying to get a march ready. That'll do it. They're going to bust out their pea hats again. Okay. All right. They worked out so well the last time. And listen to Joy Reid's reaction.
Hey, I just want to give some free advice to
the white progressives, particularly white progressive women who may be thinking about marching against the Trump victory, maybe putting back on the P-word hats and doing that thing. I would just say probably don't send any of those invites to any Black women you know. I'm just going to tell you right now, they're not coming. Like, I'm pretty sure Black women have resigned from the Save America Coalition, Save Democracy Coalition, and definitely the Save the Democratic Party Coalition. I think that's probably not happening. I would just keep those invites maybe among your own friends, because I don't think they're coming. But yeah, I think Black women are now on the Save Black Women, Prioritize Black Men, and prioritize Black communities, Black businesses, and that, and you know, the Black spaces. But Save America, Save the Democratic Party. Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
Okay. First of all, where is your hair? What happened to your hair, Joy Reid? It's gone. Like, it's gone from like, it looked like Trump's hair. And now it's gone altogether. Anywho, this is what happens when you get bitter and bitter and bitter. And we've
Where is your hair? Where is your hair? That is some serious, like, ire. I mean, like, to say that coming from Megyn Kelly, this, you know, attractive in shape, blonde haired, white, you know, the women that have been, or the people, just white people, period, that have been, you know, ostracized, you know, they're the greatest threat. For her to say that, and for her to know to go there, just imagine all the pent up.
Yeah, that threw me off. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not gonna lie.
They holding it in. She said, "Bitch, where your hair? Why you bald headed, Joy?"
College tour. You know, you gotta have tough skin.
I mean, that's what I heard. I know that's not what she said, but that's what I heard.
I hear you. I read between the lines.
That's what I heard.
But Joy Reid is so disgusting and nasty. She's so disgusting. And then this is what I was telling a lot of Black liberals, and I don't mean to bring up the whole race thing, but who did you think was in your corner as Black women and Black men think you're on this progressive crusade? You really think these white folks, the majority of them on the left, was on your side? Like, hello, this is a nigga wake up call. And y'all got it good. Y'all got it very good.
And then too, you know, I think, unfortunately for the N-word wake up call, what we have seen since the election is that the wake up call is coming by way of the Black men who so happen to vote for Kamala. You know, seeing the way that Black women are reacting towards them with their hatred. Because unfortunately, even whenever you see the numbers from the election, the Negro wake up call, it's not even coming from the white people. It's like they look over this stuff. They look over it. You know?
I agree.
And it's like, what are we doing? Like, the fact that Megyn Kelly said that, and I played that clip of Trump's attorney, he called Letitia, he called her Big Tish. He called her big and fat. I'm like, these white people they got something for you.
He also said we're gonna put her fat ass in jail.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, John.
Mm-hmm.
I think because that's some heavy stuff to say, like coming out of the mouth of these people. Because John ain't been saying it, but it's game on now, and I can't wait. I want to see all of it. Every single thing that they say, John, I'm ready to hear it, because it seems like they've been practicing. Because you know, white folks, they pay attention. They've been practicing, so they know just where to go.
What Democrat is going to defend Joy Reid talking like that? What white woman is going to defend Joy Reid talking like that?
Facts.
Well, John, when I looked it up, whenever you told me to Google it, it's already articles saying that Megyn Kelly spouted some racist comments towards Joy Reid.
I will say this, Portia. It was pretty brave. And I don't have to tell you, as a Black woman, I always thought that was something that white folks would stay away from, especially white blonde women. But hey, she went there. So yeah, that's what it is now. That's the temperature now that you're gonna see climbing and climbing. But that's crazy.
Yeah, she fired those shots. So it's like it's game on now. Because I mean, for me, like, John, what can Joy Reid say in response?
She ain't grow,
Can she
she can't
respond
grow
to
her
this?
hair fast enough to respond.
Well, what is she gonna say?
I know what she can't do. She can't grow that hair fast enough.
She can call her racist, sure, of course, but I mean, what is that gonna do? You really
Megyn
are bald
Kelly,
headed, though.
Megyn Kelly melted down during the first election of Trump and cut her hair off. Remember that? He said she's seen blood, or what did he say? And she cut her hair off. You remember that shit?
Mm-hmm.
That was Megyn, right?
Yeah.
But now
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly's hair is down her back. Can Joy Reid do that?
Joe Reid still paints her hair blonde, so there's a lot of confusion on that side. All this pro-black talk. That's the thing that amazed me with pro-blackians, man. It's a lot of contradictions, and I give it no attention at all. But she's insufferable, to be honest. I would love to defend any black woman that goes through some type of criticism like that. But the bulk of them, man, I can't. I'm sorry. Especially the likes of a Joy Reid. She's insufferable, man. I'm sorry.
I think the reason why Megyn Kelly is saying these things, honestly, is because instinctively she knows no one's going to come to Joy Reid's rescue and demand that Megyn Kelly be fired. It's game on with these niggas now. You can speak your mind. You can say, you can call him a fat ass. He ain't got no hair. Shit, who gonna come to her defense? She about to be put off the air. Megyn Kelly calling for it, but the ratings are down, 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 and her message is so unappealing.
Watered down. Yeah.
Her message is so strident, and it's just like most women can't listen to that kind of strident language talking about hoping people have abortions and just I ain't with you women anymore. Like, it's so divisive. Megyn Kelly sees that no one can come to her defense if I attack her directly.
To be honest, the whole my body, my choice angle, most of the women that I know that have chosen to take or get abortions, it's something that's very secretive. Women don't usually, for the most part, and maybe it's my opinion, women are not open to discuss that. It's like a private affair. You know what I mean? Like, so just going out there and pushing that as your main talking point, the Joy Reids of the world, I knew it was just like the beginning of the end for the left. Like, it was the beginning of the end. And rightfully so, man. Good riddance. Good riddance.
Portia, she just didn't attack Joy Reid. She also mentioned another name. Did you hear the name she mentioned?
No, I can't recall. What did you hear? What was it?
Oh, Portia. She mentioned another name. Did you guys catch it in the chat, the name she mentioned? It was a lady named Eli Mistel. E-L-I-E Mistel. M-Y-S-T-A-L. I think that's
Yes,
her
I
name.
did hear that name because I've never heard it before, so that's why I didn't remember. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Portia came out. I mean, Megyn Kelly came out swinging, Portia. Pull up Eli Mistel if you like. I'll pull up.
Please do.
Pull up. Oh, Portia. This will put into context how she came out swinging. And there's no one that can come to the defense to counsel Megyn Kelly. The Democrats can't defend the Joy Reids and the Eli Mistels anymore. It's over. And Megyn Kelly sees the opportunity like a predator woman. Predator. She sees their prey. No one's going to defend them. And Eli Mistel is just, she better not say anything. No one's going to defend her. She's further down the chain than Joy Reid. I'm sorry, Eli Mistel. Damn, I thought that was the woman, but it's the man. I'm sorry.
Oh, this goofball. Okay.
There's another one that
They're trying to make Trump win. The whole point of this ruling.
He looked like a Albert Einstein type, like he black. He looks so strange to me, and he sounds crazy. I never even knew his name.
Yeah, Eli Mistel.
He's born of any masculine energy, man. This guy's a joke to me personally. All of his talking points.
Can you think of the other name, John, or are you talking about this one?
I think that's who Megan Kelly mentioned as being a racist. But there's another one that I thought of that she's gonna go too. I'll show you a picture of her. You guys might remember this woman here. That's who I was thinking of when. But Eli Mitchell, she said he's a racist, and here's another woman that she gonna fall by the wayside too. Remember her?
Definitely, yes.
That's the one that said obesity is racist.
I wonder if diabetes is too.
All these people about to lose their jobs. You know, these are the people that Booker T. Washington spoke of when he said there is a class of people that make their living off of racism and shit like that. And Megan Kelly just called two of them out. Eli Mitchell. I just added this one to the list. Joy Reid as well. Like, a lot of these people going to find it a hard way going forward with Donald Trump coming into office. Portia, you heard about that DEI shit Trump talking about? Did you go into that yet?
No.
Oh, did
you mean what? Yeah, what they're conflating as white reparations.
Niggas already won.
Yeah, they're running loose with this narrative that Trump is pushing white reparations when it's not even close to that. So, yeah, I seen it.
John, look at the screen. You see that? Because I had it queued up.
This guy.
I haven't heard it yet, but I wanted to listen to Rashad about it. So he says Trump wants to pay reparations to white people who have suffered from DEI and higher education. And Rashad Ritchie, whatever, is talking about it. And I'm just like, what in the hell is he talking about? So, John, can you give us some history here?
I don't know the ins and outs, so of course you probably have to play it, but I think what Trump is attacking DEI. And the blacks really are fearful of they're protecting all their ground, and in my opinion, honestly, the blacks are getting a full frontal attack on almost every ground. They're losing politically.
Yep.
Right? They're losing economically with the migrants. And so when you start losing all these ground, you start trying to defend them, then other people start attacking where you can't defend. It's human nature, right? And so you got Megan Kelly, you bald head ass bitch. Where your hair at?
Stop it.
You got Trump saying, I'm going to DEI. And the NAACP, as I posted yesterday, they talking about, we're going to defend you, black sisters. We're going to defend y'all. Well, shit. That's all you got? You're going to need more than that because everybody's attacking now. Everybody's
on all fronts.
Right? And they're going to make the Democrats bear hug these niggas in defense. And that's going to drive more and more people away from them. Like, this shit is military strategy. Like, Trump, what Trump is doing, oh man, it's beautiful because it's giving a lot of people freedom, like Megan Kelly, to say what she couldn't have said 4 years ago. But now she can go on social media and say it and not lose her job with Fox News or whoever the hell. Tom Homan can say about the immigrants and you see the blacks. I mean, they just don't know which way to turn. And so that's what I find very interesting to me, Portia. To see white women and white men getting their voice, and the blacks can't even defend them.
It's the funeral of the pro-blackity blacks, man. It's the funeral for real.
I'm trying to see if this, because the only people that I'm seeing talking about this right now, John, are the Negroes, and you know how I feel about these Negroes, like Joy Reid and Rashad Ritchie and Don Lemon and what's the fat one's name? Roland Martin and Al Sharpton. They're the only ones. So here's a short little, it looks like a TikTok video of some sort.
What's up, Master Kim?
Let me see if I can make this bigger. No, I don't have TikTok. I wonder if it'll let me play it because I want to hear something about this. Oh, look. Okay, I think it's going to let it work.
Haven't seen you in a while, Michael. How you doing?
You on
Oh,
mute,
give
Master
me
Kim.
1 second. Hey, Master Kim.
But I think it really dovetails in what Master Kim talks about a lot. Is that like people are really tired of that racism.
Discrimination.
Oh, you got the
Yeah,
push. Okay, go ahead.
It is.
Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all. We are going to have real education in America. Thank you.
So, in other words, reparations for white people. Any comments on that, Trumplex?
Deranged.
Portia,
Deranged.
what she doesn't understand, Portia, is the biggest fight in this country, you know, in any locality among public schools are the Asians fighting against the blacks, saying the blacks should not be, we should not lower the standards for the blacks in New York City public schools. And the blacks keep talking about white people, but they keep overlooking the Asians, the Hispanics that's tired of this shit too, that are being disadvantaged by set asides for black people. And they're just tired of hearing it. And I think the blacks are so focused on the whites, they're overlooking the animosity that they're building up among other groups of people. That's just my opinion.
You know,
I concur.
John, you know, my patience is always so thin for this sort of thing. I'm going to have to let that sit for a moment because what she just said is not what I heard. Do you know that other black people have been disenfranchised by this DEI shit too? Me included? You know how much money I couldn't get on my academic scholarship because they said that the other black kids that were dumber than me had to get the money instead? And so I had to work 3 jobs to put myself through college. Are you kidding me? And I was on a scholarship. Like, if you don't go sit your dumb ass down somewhere, you have no idea what this DEI stuff does. Oh, and you know what else, John? You want to know what else? I have a mom and a dad in the house. You know that? Yeah, and so because of that, I can't get nothing extra. So whatever I get out of my academic scholarship, it was supposed to be a full ride. Come to find out, oh, well. And then whenever I tried to apply for the scholarships on campus, John, I couldn't get them. You know why? Because the stupid blacks, the single mama blacks, the first generation blacks, they had to get it over me. Why do that? Listen, I'm telling you, that kind of that triggers me. It triggers me. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
You know, I think that as much as he's appealing to white people, like, this also affects, as I said, the Asians and the Hispanics.
Yes, it affects everybody.
But I think the Asians and the Hispanics are more or less content with falling wherever they fall, right? And the blacks want some upliftment. And that upliftment comes at the cost of, when you're talking about a slot in college, it comes at the cost of an Asian or Hispanic or white people. So now you're driving them all in the corner together. And I think that's where blacks are really headed. Is like a dead end where you're down here by yourself fighting against everyone else. And, you know, I would love to hear what Master Kim has to say about this.
Hey, sorry about that. I was on mute. Yeah, you know, I guess just in general, you know, and maybe just a little bit more of a macro comment. I think employers in a lot of society are now going to, just like what happened with the Me Too, it's probably more riskier to hire a female to be a coworker and to be a boss of that, and it's too risky. So, for example, there's going to be a lot of employers that if they're probably it's going to probably push forward discrimination and not want to hire African American candidates for the fear of being accused of being racist because there is no defense to that. So sorry about that. You know, that's just kind of a little bit more of a macro comment. Not that
Master Kim, let me give you a hypothetical. When is inauguration?
January 5th,
and there's
right?
a lot of tension between now and then, right? Would you say that's fair? Trump's about to be. Would you want to? Did you see that black woman that I showed on video talking about how she said we've showed so many, but just pick one. Talking about fuck white people, F white people, blah 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 blah.
Yes.
Would you want to bring at any point in time, but between now and January 20th, a black person looking for a job, her name Shaquisha, and she sends your resume, maybe she looks qualified, whatever. Would you want to bring her in between now and this politically tense time of Trump being inaugurated? All the news is going to be on. In the context, would you want to bring her into your organization?
No, not at all, because of being so, you know, belligerent, let alone, you know, she's a risk to the organization for sure.
And that is what I'm saying. Like, these blacks are really acting out in public. The numbers in overwhelmingly they voted for Kamala, and most people will assume that they feel a certain way about this election based upon what you see on social media. And
You see how they acting, John? See how they acting? You know what they need to do? See, because if I was white, Joy, you're fired. I ain't paying your black ass. You work for me. I'm white. Every other black person that's out here on social media right damn now, John, that works for some white CEO, y'all gotta go. Bye.
Portia, she got white coworker women, and she's talking about like, yo, just leave me out of this. I ain't dealing with you. Like, can you imagine working with her?
Wow.
If you're a white woman, and she all on social media, like, man, that's crazy. Like, there's no way I would hire these people. These people have like backed themselves up into a corner where no one else really wants to deal with them, strictly over one election. And their hatred is all more or less based on propaganda of a man that was once loved by black people. And now they're crashing out over this same man. That I bet you that many of them, to this day, Portia, still listen to the same Trump song. How many Trump songs? I'm talking about, you like adulatory Trump songs on the radio today.
I can't remember the number. Let me see how many.
And so that's what I'm saying. It can't be anything but propaganda. And these people have backed themselves up into a corner against everyone else.
Like, John, it's I can't find the exact number. I used to remember, but it's like over some 600 times in 600 different songs that he's been mentioned in. I mean, it's a lot. But you see, for me, for Donald Trump, I fire all my black staff too. You know, if y'all really want to go here, and that's probably why God made me black, John, because if I was white and I was in this like this society that we're currently in here in America and Trump just won, I'm finna go full white. You said I was racist? Oh, that's what you, okay, let me show you. You said I was discriminatory? Oh, it's a private company, remember? I can do whatever I want. Get the hell out. I'm not, you know what? You owe me reparations. Give me my money back, LeBron.
I think that speaks to it all. Don't you say, Mexican? Don't you say, Portia? That map of the
Hell
election
yeah.
really just speaks to it all.
Facts, super facts.
I still have it. I saved that because I had to send that out to my my
Portia, you
friend
said
John that kicked
something
me out the group chat.
profound. You said something profound. I think a lot of black people would agree with you. Like if I was made white, today is the day for me to speak my mind on a lot of issues with you Negroes. I'm sorry.
Portia, when Master Kim up here, I got something. I've been wanting to share it with you. Yeah. I was going to do a stream on it. Go ahead.
Here's that map really quick, just in case y'all didn't see it. This is where the Negroes are populated in America, and they're in the dark purple. Kimmy Cakes just mentioned, just because this is breaking news, before you get into that, John, Matt Gaetz has been appointed as Trump's attorney general. That is crazy. That out of all of the announcements so far, this one is whoa for me. He is finna light Letitia's fat ass on fire, like his attorney said. So maybe that's why he did that like that, John, because he knew that Matt Gaetz was going to be the hammer that we know that he is. Go ahead, John.
Oh, Portia, I like, with Master Kim up here. Oh, Master Kim, I've been wanting to talk to you so long. I did a stream about that young man here that was, and I know I'm going off subject here, but when I got Master Kim, I got to go where, while we have him here. Come off mute, Master Kim. Master Kim, I did a stream about a young black man, a former NFL football player that was shot. I mean, he was ambushed, killed. As soon as he got out of his Uber, they didn't even give him the chance to rob him. They just shot him and his girlfriend. I sent you, and when I sent you the message, what did I say to you, Master Kim? His employees set him up. That's what I said, right?
That's a dog. Yeah, that's a doggone shame. It's just breathtaking, and it's so funny from the robbery what they could gain versus. And again, I'm using that lady, that Portia cashed that money to pay her rent, and she just didn't have the decency to thank Portia, but yet shouted her down and called her names. It's so strange that these people that could actually help their whole family get to the next level, they're actually robbing and shooting over petty amount of money. That's not going to change their life by any means.
And so then, Master Kim, there was a story about this guy, this rapper. Oh man, Master Kim. Man, I could have read this shit from a mile away. Right? I be out in the streets, Master Kim. I know how these people do. I know how they do you, Master Kim. I've been watching them, paying close attention. I know what goes on, Master Kim. Yep, Master Kim, you ever heard this rapper called PNBROCK?
No.
Oh, this shit was beautiful, Master Kim. This shit was beautiful, Master Kim. I mean, this shit was classic. Employees get your ass killed every time. Let me see if I can find it for you, Master Kim. Let me see if I got it. If I pulled up the right.
How long ago was this, John?
Oh, this is a nigga wanted to have a little chicken. Wanted to have a little chicken. Chicken. He wanted to have a little chicken. I want to have a little chicken, Master Kim. A little chicken. Little fried chicken. What are you with the Roscoe? I've been to Roscoe's.
Oh nah, not another Roscoe's incident.
Oh man, these niggas get real creative here, boy. I tell you.
The rapper.
They use their incompetence sometimes. You go to these black ass restaurants, they be like, oh shit, it's gonna be 45 minutes. You never thought they could be setting your ass up for a robbery, did you, Master King? Huh? Nigga, they use their incompetence as an advantage against your ass. And here's PNBROCK thought he was just waiting for his food, thought these niggas just incompetent. And it was taking long, but they were waiting on the robbers, the jackals, to Come get his ass.
And within seconds, he was already shot. So
Back, everyone. It's been 2 years since the murder of rap star PNBROCK in broad daylight. He was from Germantown, you may recall. He was shot and killed while eating lunch at a restaurant in Los Angeles. And now there's new exclusive video coming out that sheds light on what really happened that day. The news magazine True Crime News is devoting a special edition tonight to the never-before-seen videos. The host of the True Crime News.
I gotta pause this shit, Master Kim, before I forget it. Man, one day I was showing the room, Master Kim. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna look the nigga up and I'm gonna talk about this shit on it because I just fucking remember. Let me come on. And I showed the room to a nigga, Master Kim, no lie. And a woman in my house had a flyer up, right? She had lost her dog by the pet workstation. She put up some flyers and shit like that, right? So I showed the room to a nigga. And it was a young Asian girl there. Her name was Cindy from Georgia. I could call her ass right now if I wanted to. And so the black guy came to look at the room, asking, man, this is some wild shit. This shit just came into my head. I just thought about it. So the black guy came to look at the room, and I was showing the room, and the Asian girl was real friendly with the nigga. And he saw the flyer up in the house. I lost my dog. And I guess he made some conversation with the Asian girl. I think I left him with the Asian girl. And, you know, she was still chatting him up. You know, hey, this is the room. What's it like living here? Blah, blah, blah. And he took note of the flyer. And there was a black girl that come home that lived there whose dog was lost. Cat, whatever the fuck it was. So he left and he called the flyer, lured the black girl away from the house. And then another guy came back to see the house. And now I don't use my regular name on the Craigslist ads or was that whatever. So this guy, by the time he came, he had already gotten my real name from the other guy that showed up. So he knocks on the door. The ladies, the black girl who had the flyer for the dog, she had left, thinking someone had found her dog. But it was the guy who came to see the room. And the black guy that showed up said, hey, my name is blah, blah, blah. Such and such, me, set up a time for him to see the room. So the lady, the Asian woman, Cindy was her name, she thought none of it because he knew my real name. She let him in. And he and the other guy that lured the black guy away, the black woman away in pursuit of her dog, came in and raped and robbed the Asian woman. That's a true story. One day I may call Cindy on stream because she stayed there. She ended up continuing to live there in the house after she was raped. That's an amazing story. But anyway, so when I see a lot of these stories about people getting robbed, I always look at it from a different direction. Like someone schemed that shit up. That's why I sent you that text. Like his employees set him up. And so you see here that this Negro incompetence was used to more or less rob this man. Let's listen to the story.
Anna Garcia joins us live here right now at CBS News Philadelphia. So Anna, tell us about this video, this surveillance video.
So it's got two components to it. One is the actual shooting, the murder. And what that video very clearly shows is that PNBROCK, Rakim Allen, never stood a chance because the shooter came in, put the gun up, asked for the jewels, and within seconds he was already shot. So the opportunity to hand over the $500,000 in jewelry wasn't even there. And PNBROCK was carrying a gun. He had it in the back of his waistband, but didn't even have enough time. The man is shot, and then the shooter, you can see him grabbing the jewelry off of him, also points the gun to the girlfriend who's having lunch with him, takes some of her jewelry, but she is not shot.
Now let's talk about the girlfriend, because at first, wasn't there kind of like an implication that maybe she was involved in some way on this?
The implication was she had posted a picture from Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles where this happened.
So the location, she's saying where we are.
Where we are, and she posts a picture of the food, the chicken and the waffles, not of them, not that she's with him. And then the shooting happens. But What we didn't know now that we do, what we didn't know then that we know now is that photo had nothing to do with the murder of PNBROCK. The setup had started the minute he walked into the restaurant. He's wearing $500,000 in jewelry. There's someone there who spots him, does a fist bump. We see this on the video. He contacts someone else, a father and son team.
Okay.
And the food was delayed by almost 40 minutes. But it was just slow that day in the restaurant. So keep that in mind. She didn't get to post that video, that photo till much later. And it was those two that were responsible for the death of PNB. And it was.
You read that, Mexican? What do you think about it, Mexican?
Well, you know, it's obviously I hate to criticize, you know, the deceased and, you know, the victim, but, you know, who else walks around, especially in the hood, with $500,000 worth of ice, right? They're almost asking for it. I hate to say it. I mean, no one should be violent, but you know, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. And of course, they're gonna, you know, I'm just coming back from Orlando, but when I go to Orlando, Miami, I've got a dope ass Omega watch. I don't even wear my best Seiko watch. I put us an Okie Doke watch because I want people to make no confusion. And I shouldn't compare me, a middle-aged man wearing a Seiko watch, to some dude dripping $500,000 in jewelry. But yeah, he's unfortunately put himself in that position where, you know, you can't plan for a random robbery or ambush, you know, whereas these guys plotted it, man. It's a shame, but it's almost stupid too that the dude was wearing that type of stuff, you know.
I mean, you can't, you know, like, I mean, if you're gonna wear $500,000 jewels, I mean, I ain't gonna tell you not to wear it, but you can't stay there for 40 minutes wearing it. Hell, someone in the restaurant may come in those 40 minutes, may decide to rob you. Let alone they may call someone to rob you. You just can't take those kind of chances. You can't be sitting there alone. You can order something to go, sign a couple autographs, get out of there. They don't have
And you
time.
bring your girl with you too, which was foolish.
But they don't have time to plan and plot on you. But 40 minutes in there, bro, anyone could have robbed and killed him. They don't understand the way of the world, Master Kim.
All it took was a phone call to say such and such is here, delay the order, and that's all it takes. Unfortunately, that's all it takes.
Moved around here in the hood, man, for so long, Master Kim, for so long. And there has to be an element of unpredictability. You understand? That's why Trump is so dangerous, because it's unpredictable. If you're sitting there 40 minutes, bro, like, it's easy to get you. It's predictable. And that's just a simplistic, you know, example. But I think in life, in business, you can't be predictable. In some aspects, to your vendors, you need to be predictable. To your, you know, people that you owe money, things like that, you need to be predictable. But in strategizing, you know, how you're going to go about, like, negotiating the lease or something, as you talked about as you explained so clearly with the Baltimore store, there were multiple ways you could go about it, and you could be unpredictable and carve out an advantage for you. And this young man, I think, just did not understand the way of the world, sitting around with $500,000 worth of jewelry on in the ghetto, thinking that the people that were right there in that static moment was his only threat. A killer is a phone call away. And in that case, exactly was, right?
Do you remember, John, you know, when we talked about businesses before, and I think both of us have kind of mentioned, you know, just like when you go to your rentals and clean it up in the laundry room, you act like an okie doke so you don't stand out because you don't want that type of attention, let alone you disguise the fact that you're balling it too. You want to, you know, when you're busy, you don't want your employees to your house. You don't want your employees to think you got it like that, you know, and on top of that, John, what's the first thing a business owner says when they got 20 grand? The first thing come out of their mouth, oh, it's not mine. If my margin's only 2%, right, it's only, you know, $400 of that is mine. You know, this belongs to Georgia Lottery or this belongs to, Samir who loaned it to me, or you know what I mean. It's the first thing to come out of when people see money floating around that's not our money. That actually belongs to Sunoco because that's their gas money. To desensitize that's my physical liquidity. That's actually someone else's. In theory, right?
Mexican, I want to show you a couple photos. And this is the guy that was shot here in DC area. He's supposedly a restaurant owner, and I'll show you the headline before so you can make an informed decision. Here's the headline: Celeb chef, NFL turned celeb chef, shot during attempted robbery. Here's some of the pictures of him. I'll show you the robbery. Here are the pictures of him. You can see how he's dressed, his appearance, and maybe a few pictures. Let me see. Okay. And I just want you to give me your opinion of him. Let's see if there are any more pictures. Here are pictures of him. Let's see. Let me get some more pictures. So I want you to draw your own conclusion once I can get more pictures of him. Give me 1 second. Here's a good one here. Let's see. Oh yeah, here's a good one here. It's another good one. Let's see. Damn, it's not a good one. I want to get a good one, Mexican. Give me 1 second. What that look like? But anyway, the point I was trying to say is Mexican, he seemed a very flamboyant guy. You can see by some of the pictures that, when you're in a restaurant business, it's a hard business, Mexican, right?
Yes, indeed.
And oftentimes you just don't have time to be flashing and flaunting. Like you got to be down to business, right, Mexican?
Well, yeah, that's right. Especially at a moment's notice, he probably had to go pick up 15 cases of chicken breasts. And if he's all geared up, who's going to load it out of the Tahoe? You know what I mean?
Look at this picture, Mexican. Oh, I was looking for this one. What do you think about that, Mexican? Okay, he fly, huh? All sizzle.
Oh yeah.
No stuff. You show up like that in front of your employees, Mexican, they be looking to get you. They be looking to get you. What you say, Mexican? They be looking to get you, huh?
Yeah, so it's sending out the wrong message of success or what small business is about. Obviously sets them up to be robbed. When the reality is there's it's a very rewarding business, but it's a very draining business, and the margins are tight. Not every day is very busy. Not every day is successful. So, but it's the upside. Portraying the upside makes them a mark, I suppose.
It makes them a mark indeed. Master Kim, you've owned restaurants before, right?
Yes.
You ever taken your photos like this?
No, never. Because I'm too busy in the back doing dishes because people aren't showing up to work, and I'm too, I'm trying to realize I got to pay my cooks cash. Where am I going to get $900 extra at 10:30? The ATM only lets you get 600. You know what I mean? I got to go write a business check, go to a local liquor store like a hood rat, cash a check so I can pay my cook. Isn't that strange? With my apron on.
Was
this a famous chef or NFL player?
He was a former NFL player. Master Kim, look at these pictures. Man, these niggas gonna come rob him. He's smoking, drinking, having a beautiful time on the front of magazines, getting all that shine. And he got to come in that kitchen and scream and yell at these people to get the work done, right, Master Kim? Did I tell you who he hired, Master Kim?
No.
He hired boys in the hood. What? What did you say, Master Kim? What did I just say? He hired boys in the hood. Up and no good. That's what he said.
One phone call is all it takes.
All it takes. Master Kim, I also left out that this guy is African, right? He's African. He ain't know about these boys in the hood. Master Kim, he ain't know. No cultural relativity here, Master Kim. He just didn't understand. Here's more pictures of him. Look at him. He's a chef, y'all. That's a chef. He got his ass killed fucking around, showing up. Should have been in the kitchen with the apron on, a real apron, not that leather apron. Working. You want to shine. And when they rolled up on him, they ain't even give him time to take the jury off. They just shot his ass because it probably was his employees. They didn't want him to recognize him. What you think, Mr. Kim?
Yeah, you know, and in fact, you know, one could say, I don't think so. No one on this panel thinks so, but I'm sure there's a certain amount that would say, hey, well, you probably deserved it, you know, flossing up in the hood like that with that much jewelry and stuff. And not that I'm trying to justify it by any means, but there's a certain, the guys that probably shot him probably think he deserved it. Acting a fool for that long and that, you know, which is almost like the devil. And then keep in mind, if these guys catch a case, it might be a win-win. Their lives are not completely ruined. They do a quick 5 years. They come out highly respected by the community.
They were young boys, Master Kim. You are definitely correct. They were young boys, as they said. They'll do probably 5 years. Wow. This man's restaurant will suffer without him being there, right? But the message is not about the robbery. It's about, like, you got to keep your head down. Keep yourself out of the line of fire. By focusing on the business. If that's what you're going to do, open up a business, you better be focused on that. And if you're going to be dealing with the public, you better not make yourself a target by being someone could envy. Be it your car, your clothes, your flash, your personality. Like, you're out and open. You're a target.
I mean, there's usually nothing wrong with feeling accomplished. The problem with a lot of black folks, they overdo it with the flexing and the gesturing of trying to show people how much money they have. So, you know, my empathy is only so much, and that's how I'm gonna end that.
Master Kim, you remember the time you mentioned something like you can't pull up to your business, take the front parking spot, and pull your Bentley in there. Remember that, Master Kim?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That there's all these Jedi reverse psychology tricks you have to do to inspire your staff and to try to keep the theft down to a minimum. But you have to be like hands-on and meager. And I mean, for example, during COVID, garbage was not being picked up every week. It was me jumping in the big old garbage can, you know, the dumpster, squishing the garbage down. You know what I mean? For a couple weeks worth of garbage, which is huge. But the lead by example, and you're right. You don't want to floss that success because it makes you a mark, and people respect a hardworking business owner, especially when they got like soy sauce on their uniform, they got soap suds up to their elbows, and no one is envious of that person. In fact, they respect those type of business owners, and we see them all day long. When we see the owners working at their bakery or the hair salon, and they're knee deep, you don't become envious of them. You respect them, and it's almost like a movie.
Yeah. It very much is. And you know, I think these young men don't respect that, don't understand that, and they want to show off their success. And one arguably could say without much success, right? Like, this man wasn't in DC downtown running restaurants. He's out in the ghetto. And he's showing off like he's achieved marvelous success. And he lived in the ghetto, right? Not like the ghetto where I live, but, you know, a little bit nicer than here. But showing off like that, you know, it really got himself in a bad situation. Same thing for the PNBROCK guy. You wearing $500,000 in jewelry around poor people that could set you up from a million different angles. And I don't think that they're able to conceive the threat, you know, that showing off exposes them to. So yeah, I just found these two very very much connected, and one kind of hit closer to home because it's right here in DC. Yeah, and I'm glad you up in Master Kim to kind of expound on that. Yeah. I'm looking at the chat here. Plavid X says, John, what do you suggest a rich man do to satisfy his egotistic needs? It seems a massive and unequivocal. You know what I would suggest, man, honestly? If you really got to do it, go out of the country and do it. And don't put it on social media either. But you can't just be traversing in the ghettos with $500,000 jewelry on and expecting not to get touched by someone. Yeah, look, if you got that kind of money, why not go out of the country? Right? Or go somewhere where there aren't killers and robbers. Yeah, go to Montana. It's nice places up there. South Dakota. No one's going to kill you and rob you if you walk around with $500,000 jewelry, but you can't do that in America, broadcasting where you are in the inner city. You know, go out of the country. You can do it. Go to Greece, Spain. Well, again, I see what you're saying, Sammy Jerome, but I wouldn't suggest going anywhere and just flaunting like wealth. Like, you know, I was Master Kim, you see here?
Yes.
I was watching this guy on podcast, DJ Academics, and he was talking about basically how stupid it is to buy a lot of jewelry, buy expensive jewelry, right? And this is DJ Academics. You should really subscribe to him. I think you'll find it very I think you'll find him very interesting. But anyway, so he was saying, like, once you get so much money, you ought to draw, not the jewelry that you got on, because a lot of these people standing around you got the same jewelry on, and that shit could even be fake. It just looks as real as yours. If you ought to draw, why do you need jewelry to draw more attention to yourself? Does that make sense, Master Kim?
Yeah, and you're right. It's almost like at a certain point, you need to get a couple nice jewelry pieces, but then that's it, and then migrate over to, you know, buying a big old piece of commercial land out of foreclosure. You know, there's this guy I know. There's a strip bar at 8 Mile, and this guy's Chaldean. He got his own liquor. Most strip bars, you have to buy grandfathered existing strip bars. It's almost impossible to fabricate a brand new strip bar with a liquor license, at least in Michigan. It's, you know, especially up 8 Mile where there's like 10 strip bars. And this guy did it. He bought a liquor license, built a brand new facility, ultimately sold it. But, you know, he's just got a big chunk of money. He's going around buying tax foreclosure commercial properties. And he called me because he knows I wholesale gasoline. And I told him, you know, it's a little tiny Clark building, like an 800 square foot building with a canopy. And I was like, you need to scrape that building and build a brand new one before anyone's going to give you money. Because, you know, Shell, Sunoco, BP, they'll give money to do a brand new gas station to the supplier, and then we in turn take that money and do what's called a pass through. So he bought the property for, I think, $100,000, completely lien free because it was in a sheriff auction foreclosure. And now just to being the middle guy, he can make $600,000 clear and free, just being the middle guy between the money he's going to get from the brand, the money he's going to get from his tenant, just being the middle guy. And he's not a Patel. He's a Chaldean American, which are like the white Christian Arabs out of Iraq. It's just so strange. And I could have swore this guy's like a high school dropout, Arab up in Michigan. But it's like, I'm thinking, man, and I'm using this as an example. If you got that much liquidity, you could pay some small hat to be searching commercial foreclosure and just be scooping up these commercial properties. And you got to pay the ongoing property taxes, and maybe there might be one or two lien holders that are still on the title that you need to remove because it's not worth suing them. You know. So the reason, I don't mean to shift gears, but yeah. But again, I maybe I'm incorrect, because this is also kind of mature man thinking. Young guys, they want to buy the jet skis and the jewelry and all that stuff, aren't thinking of commercial properties. And this guy also is like 51 also. So I guess I need to also mention that what a 50-year-old man does versus a guy in his mid 30s or young 30s is obviously going to be different. So it's probably not the right perspective.
Hey,
So
Mexican, let me tell you what I've been thinking about lately and what I'm pursuing. I'm thinking about pursuing. I can always throw my hook in the water, lure in the water, move on if it doesn't work. So I was talking to my business partners the other day, and someone wrote me a bad review, and they didn't even stay in my house. And I talked about it on my on the stream that I'm thinking about developing, right? And it's basically I'm going to start doing virtual housing hunts or virtual housing tours online. And so from maybe 12 to 2, someone looking for housing, they can log on to the stream, ask questions, jump on, talk to me. What's up? Yeah. What are you looking for? You want to wheel and deal, or you want to go off stream, whatever. Real estate agents can come on, whatever. And as we build it out. But my thought is, I really want to get rid of the middleman. And you mentioned the middleman earlier, because as I mentioned earlier, someone wrote me a 1-star review and didn't even stay in my place. Never walked one inside the threshold, never crossed the threshold. And so I said, well, I was talking to my partner. I said, you know what? Maybe I can build a virtual housing, just like they do with housing for sale, even for rentals. I'll do it for like room rentals and build that out on this platform, the John Galt platform, the Urban Landlord. And we had a couple of people that I advertised it on Facebook, and we're going to start advertising. We're going to start streaming to Facebook, I'm thinking. And I've had 3, 4 people from that stream email me or text me or whatever about rooms for rent. Isn't that amazing, Master Kim?
yes, that is through your Facebook advertising.
So from the Facebook advertising, I brought them over to the YouTube stream.
Yep.
In the YouTube stream, so here's how I go. In the Facebook ad, I list the YouTube stream and the links to all my properties, and then I like advertise the stream and say, hey, if you're looking for housing, and then I like post an event. We'll be streaming this time to kind of view what we have available. You come on, ask questions, or at least view what we have available. I tell them what the prices are, so on and so forth. And from that stream, people call me asking about places to rent. Right there on the stream, live, Master Kim. People were sending me text messages. The white John Galt says it's a bad idea. Maybe it is, but it cost me nothing to try it, right? What did it cost me to try it? Nothing. 30, 40 minutes, hour and a half of my time.
Because this is in addition to all the other things you got going on, the Airbnb and everything else,
Right.
So it's in addition to that. So if you get a booking separate from the Airbnb, it's nothing but a win. I listened to you and Universal Jones a little bit earlier today, and you were commenting on that, how they get 30% right off the jump, plus taxes and fees.
But then more importantly to that, Mexican, which really like gets in my craw is I don't have a refund policy. I more or less adopt Airbnb's refund policy. They give me a selection. They say, here are 3 policies: flexible, moderate, or strict. I choose the most flexible policy because I want you to be able to cancel whenever you want to cancel. And so a guy didn't cancel in time. It's not my policy, it's Airbnb's policy. Don't ask me for a refund. Ask Airbnb to give you. They have billions of dollars. And the guy kept asking me for a refund. I wouldn't do it. And he wrote me a 1-star review, and he had never stepped foot in my house. And that pissed me off. And I said, I can't deal with that anymore. The middle. I got the dope for sale, Master Kim. Airbnb doesn't own the dope I do. Why should I abide by their cancellation policy? I am the dope man. I control the product, not them. And so they really pissed me off. So the white John Galt said I shouldn't advertise my channel. Why not? Explain to me why not. What do you think, Master Kim?
You know, that's a touchy one, because right when you just read that text, I'm thinking, well, why wouldn't you? But then I'm thinking, okay, well, you know, I don't know. That's a touchy one, because each could be right? If, you know, your property, and it'd be different if you had some janky ass, little scrubby ass properties. I would say it doesn't matter, but you got high level, very expensive properties, and you need to maximize the most maximum dollar out of them. So I guess that's you got to give it a very deep thought, I guess. Compared to if you had some shitty ass properties, you could just go with the flow. It doesn't matter. These are just former crack houses that you renovated, for example, but they're not. You've got very high level, very expensive pieces of property in DC. So I'm the wrong person to ask whether that's a good idea or not, but it will certainly need some investigating. That's for sure. I would feel negligent to even comment either way, because where your properties are located.
Plavidex says, Plavide says, you brag about doing borderline slumlord thing. What? I brag about trying to improve my things. I had Lolo up here telling me what I should do to improve. Yeah, indeed. I agree with you, Samuel Jura.
You know, John, I thought about this today. As the Senate, is a lot of people are losing seats, and a lot of the government and cabinets are going to be switching hands. These people got to pack out and move out of their rentals or sell their houses and move back to goddamn Wyoming or wherever they're from. So I'm thinking, man, the rental market must be on fire because of you know, the government employees coming and going. I mean, obviously, hence the houses that you have, it must be just on fire, because you've had politicians stay at your place as well because of the whatever was going on with the government at the time.
You know, there's so many layers, Master Kim. You know, they're clearly the politicians. All of them don't own the place here, like AOC. I've shown you guys where she lives. And then there are the let's say the staffers. Okay, they live typically on Capitol Hill, right? And then there are the let's just say the government workers, right? They live all throughout the metro area, right? Then there are the organization type people, where they're the transient, I ain't gonna say transient, but the dynamic population, where people are coming here. We've had some on the calls here. Yeah, coming here to work for, you know, some nonprofit, you know, the NCAA or the Petroleum Institute or whatever the hell.
Right.
Then there are clearly what they call the Washingtonians, primarily black people. Then there are people that come up and down the East Coast. Let's say between here and New York City is a really dynamic population of people that move back and forth. So it is a very hyper dynamic population of renters. But the thing you mentioned about politics was very interesting. They don't leave, Master Kim. That's the big lie, or the big untruth. When Obama left office, what did he move to? Right up the street from the White House. They don't leave.
Yeah, interesting, because they've got influence and everything else. They get on board with, you know, one of the companies or whatever lobbyists that they were connected with. Yeah, I guess you're right. At that level, if they're big enough to be there, they're big enough to stay there as well, obviously.
I mean, there's a whole economy of people that just want to be connected. And the farther you, or what's the word, further or farther you get away from DC, that connection gets, you know, tattered, right? So you got to get back here to get in to know what's going on, what's moving and shaking. And that's how so many of these people make a living, that they can't leave. When they leave politics office, they oftentimes go into lobbying. Well, hell, that's right here, right? So, it's a very sticky market. That's the case.
So it's almost like Hollywood. If you're legit or in music, you got to be in Nashville or Hollywood or whatever.
Right.
If you're not, you go back to your little dusty ass little town up in Canada or wherever you're from, you know?
Right. And be a nobody in their eyes.
Yeah.
Master Kim, I really want to talk to you about Georgia politics. I'm pulling it up now. If you have time, and I'm looking for what I saw, which was so interesting. Oh my God, it was so interesting. Let me see if I can find it in my email. Otherwise, but it was a map by map, county by county. It was amazing to see, Master Kim. Let me see if this is it right here, Master Kim. Let me just Google by county. And I think you'll see a pattern here, Master Kim. And I wish Stanley was here to really talk about it, but let's see. Yeah. I think I found it, Master Kim. Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, give me 1 second. Let's see, pulling it up here now. Shit, how you get rid of this? Right. I'm pulling up here, Master Kim. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see it very well. All right. You see the map that I got on screen? Oh, you don't see it. Let me see. Do you see it, Master Kim? Let's see. Ah, you see that map, Master Kim? What do you see there, Master Kim, when you look at that map? I just want to know what you see when you see that map. It's pretty much as I predicted, but I want to know what you see, Master Kim. Master Kim, you there? Master Kim may be on mute there. But anyway, you guys, someone says candy stand. Master Kim, come off mute when you get a chance. I want you to look at Atlanta, around the Atlanta suburbs. I wish Master Kim was off mute here. You don't have to go on mute, Master Kim. I want you to look at the Atlanta suburbs. Cobb County, Harris Trump, 56-42. Let's see who's just joined here. Meal Monkey. What's up, Meal Monkey?
Hey, what's up, John? How you doing today?
One day at a time, man. One day at a time. What's up?
I was actually surprised that Athens isn't blue. Since it's a college town.
Well, this is by county.
Yeah, but the county Athens is in isn't blue.
Well, I think that county,
being the county seat and the biggest town in the county,
I did a real deep dive into this. I want you to look around Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
Are you very familiar with Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir. I lived in Savannah for 3.5 years, and I also was in Columbus many times for training. So
you in the military,
and I've been to Atlanta. Yeah.
I guess that former Fort Benning. It's not Fort Benning anymore, is it?
No.
What do they call it now? Fort Harris.
I don't even know. I don't even know because Trump has promised to turn them back to their old names. So we'll see.
Some shit, I imagine. Fort Harriet Tubman. You know they made Harriet Tubman a 1-star general. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. That's ridiculous.
What do you mean? You don't want Harriet to have her stars, her flowers, as they said?
She wasn't in the military, sir. She wasn't in the military.
What do you mean?
She was not in the military.
Didn't they say that she led some soldiers or some shit?
Yeah, we had Indian scouts too, sir, that weren't in the military.
Maybe we'll make them soldiers.
Nah.
Make them 1-star generals. Let me. Did anyone know about this before? I go.
I'd never heard of that.
Nobody knew. Come on, man. God damn. No, man. You guys, we're making history right here in real time, and no one knew the Harriet Tubman was made a general. Man, y'all niggas need to keep up, bro. God damn, we need to keep up.
She was nominated. She was commissioned as a 1-star general in the Maryland National Guard.
That's right. Hey, listen. You too could be Harriet Tubman on Veterans Day. You too. Sign up, nigga. Be a Harriet Tubman woman. You too can be Harriet Tubman woman. If I was Donald Trump, I'd say, go ahead. Give Rosa Parks an announcement. Yeah. Make George Floyd the general. Make that nigga general.
She can be a general in the Maryland National Guard. Don't mean shit to me or anybody outside of Maryland.
Make George Floyd a seaman or something. Whatever the hell, or the Navy seaman. He could be served with Stanley. George Floyd, I don't know, nigga. Y'all built statues for the nigga. All of him is one of yours, nigga. Put him in the military. George Floyd, Harriet Tubman, and who else you got, Master Kim? Master Kim stepped up. Who else you got? Harriet Tubman, George Floyd. But I'm gonna go back to these Georgia results here. What I want to show you, what I think is going on here. Look at some of these counties that went to Biden. Kamala.
Yeah.
New Henry. Clayton County, you know it's over there by the airport. What was it? Camp Springs and all that ghetto shit. Old Nat. Who know about Old Nat Ave? Old National. Old National Highway over there. Ain't that over there in Camp Springs over there? Henry County, I think Evander Holyfield bought a property out here. Henry County, Clayton County, that's Old Nat. Henry County, Fayette County, I think that may be where Evander bought the property, but whatever. Clayton, you got Fulton, you got Cobb. And then once you get outside of that bullshit area, look at them numbers. Ooh-wee. Oh, have mercy.
Those numbers look the same but opposite.
Now this would be like up where the money is in Atlanta. Cherokee.
Yeah. It's where white flight went from Atlanta.
Let me look this shit up. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, Mayo. One minute, I'm just looking something up. 1 second, Mayo. Oh man, Mayo Monk. Bartow County, population 109,000. Let's see. What? What? 75% black, white. Sorry, 75% white. And then if we go back to this screen and we see Bartow County. What is it, Bartow? What is Bartow? 75% Trump. What? Is that a coinky dink?
No, sir.
What? Explain something to me, Mayo. What are you seeing, Mayo? Because I don't want to be casting.
White people voted for.
Say what, Mayo Monkey? Give it to me.
I said white people voted for Trump. Black people voted for Kamala. For the most part.
Is that what happened? Is that what you see happen?
That's what I see, sir.
75%, 11% black, 10% Hispanic. And what do we see right here? Almost direct alignment. God damn. I'd be damn. How'd that work out? Trump won Berkeley County with just mainly the white vote alone. Is that right? Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What? Let's go a little further up north Atlanta. How many of you guys want me to go over to Stanley's County? I go over to Stanley's County if you want me. If you want me to go, Mayo, you know who Stanley is?
Yes, I know who Stanley is. I just don't know what county he lives in.
Listen, Mayo, you know I'm from Alabama, right?
No, didn't know that.
Right? And if I were to show you a map of Alabama, let me show you. I'm going to show you a map. Let me show you a map. Let me see if I can show you a map, Mayo Monkey, and see. We about to dig into Stanley. I'm trying to draw that motherfucker up. Right? That's really what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to draw that motherfucker up.
You trying to trigger Stanley, sir?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You know, so Mayo Monkey, right? This is where I'm from. Let's just say I'm gonna put a dot on the map. Let's say I'm gonna put a dot on the map.
Yeah, it's not up on the screen, sir.
I know.
We're still looking at the Georgia. Okay.
1 minute. Let me see. Let me see if I can put a dot on the map. If not, let me see. I'm just gonna put the Mayo Monkey. You see where Atlanta is right here?
Yes, sir.
And this is where I'm from, right in this area, right in here, right here. Right, see, right in here, right off of
Yes, in Alabama, Oxford. You're between Oxford and Atlanta on the Alabama side. Talladega National Forest.
Niggas want to leave Alabama, Mayo Monkey.
What, sir?
When a lot of niggas want to leave Alabama, Mayo Monkey, and they want to go to the big city, you know where the welfare.
Go Atlanta.
Yeah. And the bitches are naked and nude. You know Atlanta got them strip clubs.
Oh, yeah.
I was a little conservative for them. They don't allow them abortions the way they do in Georgia. You know, the rap music, strippers, hoes. You know, that's what Atlanta's known for among the black community. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Dope game, shit like that. Right. So when a lot of people, when I was growing up, they take this highway right here on their way to Atlanta. But then when they run out of money and they stop once they cross, they laugh. Mayo Monkey. And they end up in Carrollton off the highway right here. You can see it. Villa Rica. Nigga got a little bit more money, he get closer. Right? So we go back to this county map again. And so you see where we're coming from, right? We're coming from west to east, going into Atlanta. Yep. Stanley lives, I think he said he lives in Carroll County. Mercy, look at them numbers. Look at them numbers. Have mercy.
Yeah, Stanley lives in a. Now, what's the demographics of Carroll County, sir?
Mm-hmm. We're gonna get anybody surprised that Stanley lives in a 70% Trump?
Oh no, sir, because people want to live where it's safe.
You don't want to know them numbers. I just gave y'all niggas loads of ammunition.
74.5% white, sir.
Woo!
In Carroll County, Georgia.
Have mercy. So,
what's up, Sam?
I understand. I do understand. I understand. Let me put the map up. Let me put the link in the chat, and I'm gonna put Stanley's County right there. You see them?
I can put the link in the chat for the U.S. Census report for Carroll County, sir.
You see what them numbers like? You see what them numbers look like? Have mercy. So when these motherfuckers get up here and they talk about all that liberal Democrat shit, look where they live, bro.
Oh yeah, because they don't have to live under it.
I want to deal with that shit. Do we got any more questions about this bullshit? But anyway, so we look around like, if you look at all the counties around Atlanta that voted for like Trump, you'll find something interesting. I ain't gonna tell you. You look for yourself. And one of the things you might find interesting if you look at this map is look how gentrified, look how gerrymandered Atlanta is, Fulton County.
Oh yeah.
You see that? Why is it so gerrymandered like that?
Because whoever's in control of the legislature can do that, sir. It's part of the law.
Who do you think lives right here?
Mainly black people, probably, sir.
No. Who do you think lives right here?
Where? Fulton County?
No, listen. I want you to pay close attention. This is Fulton County, right? You see how it looks weird gerrymandered, right?
Yes, sir.
Now follow my cursor. Who do you think lives in this little circle right here? Right here.
Oh, probably rich white people.
And who do you think lives right here?
Rich white people.
Who do you think lives right here?
Rich white people.
And right here?
Rich white people.
Look at them numbers. Have mercy.
It's where the old white residents of Atlanta moved to.
It's right up 400, ain't that right?
Yep.
Trump's vote runs straight up 400. Let me ask you, is there any like public transportation going up 400 like that?
Probably not that far up. Probably not much past Cobb County.
That's where the Braves moved, right?
Cobb County is, I know.
The Braves moved to Cobb County.
Yeah, and I believe Cobb County has the theme park too, the Great Adventure theme park up there.
Right. Anyway, man, I wish Stanley was here. Where is Stanley when we need him to go back over this right here? When Stanley gets, what do you think, guys? You think we should go back over this when Stanley gets back up here? I think we should.
Oh yeah.
What do you think he'll say about this mayor monkey? Living around all those Trump supporters.
Oh, you know, I can't blame somebody for wanting to live where it's safer. I can't.
Trump supported neighborhoods are safer, communities, counties are safer.
Because of their demographics, sir.
What do you mean by
that? Who lives in the county? Let's look up. That's Carroll County, right?
Yeah.
He lives in. What's the next blue county?
The next blue county over from Carroll is is that Fulton? Douglas County, which is a blue county, which went 65-33 for Trump. Douglas County is the seat of Douglasville is the seat, maybe the county. I usually stop there, smoke a little weed at their truck stop, and on my way to Atlanta, Douglasville. Yeah, good old Douglasville. Travel a lot. Is that Stanley? It's Douglasville. I had to zoom in. It's Douglasville. Where is Douglasville? There is Douglas. Douglas County. Douglasville is the county seat. Oh, man. Stanley, where are you? We need Stanley up here. Someone said we don't need Stanley up here now. So here's Douglas. On your way from Stanley's County. So Stanley basically lives down there in Alabama, right? And so here's Douglas on your way into Atlanta. So he moved it to a Trump County in Atlanta. You know, I guess this is damn near considered the Atlanta suburbs nowadays. That's why he talks about Atlanta a lot. That's the next county over.
All right. Now, I pulled up the crime rates for both Douglas and Carroll counties. Oh, let me see if I can find that on best places. There we go. Oh, it's Carrollton, Georgia. Okay.
Carroll County probably encompasses Carrollton.
Yeah, Carrollton's the largest city.
Right.
Well, you can actually you can actually bring the crime rates blame most of the crime rates in most of these counties to one city in the county.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's literally you can try. I think the best study I ever saw broke crime down to zip codes, as far down to zip codes, and I think like less than 1% of zip codes in the United States accounted for like 80% of the crime. It was crazy.
Hey, we're gonna switch. We're gonna switch lanes just 1 minute. We got people in the chat, and I want you guys to give shouts out to. I'm seeing Plavid E and who else? White John Galt. And so I would like, for those guys that have comments about the host, I would love for you guys to give them their flowers while we're here with 8 hours and 45 minutes and 19 people in the audience right now. We're not asking you to contribute, but we would like to hear a little bit more detail, from the White John Galt and Plavid E. We put it up on the screen. Portia may clip it. Tell us why you think your favorite host holds down the channel. We would love to hear it. We're going to put it up on the screen, and Portia's not here right now. Stanley and HB, they're not here. But HB, Portia, Stanley, at least put it up on the screen. Tell us what you think, why they're your favorite hosts. I'm assuming if they're your favorite hosts, you say they feel they hold it down. Put your comments in a little bit more context in the chat so I can put it up on the screen here. We would love to hear more about that before we change topics here. So I'm going to clear the page, and I think they were, again, we stream 24 hours a day, and I think that people that that make this channel what it is, Portia, Stanley, HB, me, John Galt, get crack as well. Would love to hear why you think, your feedback about them, your compliments, honestly. So Plavid E says Portia holds down the channel more. I agree with that, man. I can't argue with that. It's simple. Most people go to sleep at night. Stanley stays up. I agree with that too. Stanley, Stanley, he does hold it down at night. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Give us a little bit more feedback. Mayo, you're up here quite a bit. What do you think? I love to hear feedback, man. Good, bad, and
no, I
indifferent.
think what you guys are doing is great.
Yeah.
I mean, once Fight Club ended, which wasn't a great conversation platform in the first place, especially late night YouTube, dropped like a rock. And it's a lot more civil conversation here than you find on other platforms like CT.
But CC's not going 24 hours either, so
no.
Most of the time he's up, yeah.
And CT's out just for the bag. I mean, that's obvious. I can't blame him. It's his show. He can do what he wants. Yeah.
I think, honestly, and I'm just speaking about me, right? I can't speak about anyone else, right? Because I haven't been watching enough to know. I think that I like the 24-hour concept. I think it will only work if you don't put money first, right?
Well, because you actually have to see what works and what doesn't also.
Right. And that takes
time.
Right. When I used to develop software, right, we would throw a product out there, see what features get used and what features don't.
Yeah.
And then you would fix the bugs in those features that are getting used and kind of start to decommission the features that really aren't getting used but have bugs. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And so someone white
I
jungle.
mean, we do Windows R&D now as users.
Yeah, indeed. Well, what type of work do you do, by the way?
I'm an aircraft mechanic by trade, sir.
Oh yeah, I think you told me that. White jungle says it's simple. Stanley stays up. Without Stanley, this would be a 24/7 channel. Yeah, I do agree with that. That deserves respect. Yeah, I do agree with that. I would say, why don't you pick out, get you guys that are in the chat, who is your favorite personality? Hey, don't be shy to say it's not me because I'm here, So, Mayo Monkey, who you like when you come up? Who do you enjoy the most up here? You don't have to name them if there's no.
I actually enjoy a lot of the conversations that Portia has.
Okay, yeah, it's good. I like Portia.
Yeah.
Helen Haynes said, Portia. Look at Portia. Portia, you got to come up here and hear it. Who else? John, I'll be back. You, Portia, they're giving you your flowers. You got to go. White John God. Who else? Portia jumps in. Let me put this shit on the chat in case Portia wants to clip it. Portia jumps in for everyone when they can't stream, so everyone does what they can. Then Portia does everything else. Yeah, that is true. I will agree that I'll leave it up long enough for Portia to clip it. And then who else do we have? Someone else. Tell us. White Young God, you got any comments on? Usually you're running your mouth in the chat. And now he's absolutely quiet. Let's see what someone just said. I don't enjoy. Oh, okay. Who don't you enjoy? Helen Haynes. I'm curious. Lolo, Lolo's coming up with another lunch with Lolo. So you will enjoy that. I can't remember. I gotta look in my chat, see where she's going. No offense, but Portia is the hardest working one here. That is correct. No one can take anything away from Portia. She makes the show what it is. Like all of us get up here and talk, but sometimes the shit you don't even feel on the stream, like the comments just showing up and coming down. Like, look, I need to take the comments down right now so you see who's on the chat, right? See, that's the kind of thing you take for granted what Portia's doing. So you see, take that down right now. You know who's on the panel, right? Mayo Monkey and John Galt. White John Galt. Let me put this back up on the look at Portia. You got to get back up here.
Well, one thing I can see too is that I see on all these panels is the ones that actually have conversations with the chat and bring them into the show do much better than those that just ignore the chat.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, Latino for Trump said, I enjoy Stanley, and believe it or not, he's very amusing. Yeah, you know what? I recognize something in Stanley. That's one of the reasons why, he's up here, a lot of people like Stanley, a lot of people hate Stanley. We see the feedback, Portia, everyone else sees the feedback, and you're like, yeah, shit, Stanley gets feedback, like him or not. You know what I mean? And that's saying something. If you can get people writing about you, then there is something there. And he can battle with the best. Look, we got more feedback coming in here now. Kimmy Case, look at you. You like Stanley too, even though you disagree with him. Who else? Everyone has qualities that differ, but they're good. That's what makes it, I think, the channel much more appealing. You're getting a lot of different perspectives. And I think, honestly, that's what brings a lot of people of differing personalities up on the panel. From a Be Brave to Melanie Fox, or whatever the hell her name is, right? You're not going to get that level of diversity typically of people. And, say what you want to say about it, but she is a fairly high intellect, right? So give me 1 second. Matter of fact, what we need to do here? We haven't done this all day, I don't think we have. And so what we should do right now is, how about this?
Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
Yeah, you guys do that, by the way. You definitely do that, by the way. Shop Lowe's Customs. John Galt on the Urban Landlord John Galt's channel here. But yeah, as I was saying, Portia said, White John, we are all here because of oh man, you're all here because of all of us. Honestly, like, if it was just me, shit, we probably wouldn't be live right now. Stanley is a smart guy, but he's arrogant at times, and his refuses to let others speak fully without being cut off mid-sentence isn't, yeah, I think he does that more when he's drunk than when he's sober. That's my thoughts on it. And I think honestly, once you start getting into anecdotals with him, even though he does it himself, he tends to try to shut you down. So I think there's a different way to discuss things with Stanley, in my opinion, and it takes an element of wit and intelligence to discuss things with him, and an element of not taking things personally either. So it's probably why I'm able to tolerate Stanley. What's up, Latino?
Not much. I'm just pissed off that there's still no chicken in the supermarkets.
Man, what was I gonna say? Latino, while I got you up here, let me go through these comments. Mayo was my favorite on Ock Nation. He was concise. I vaguely remember Mayo from Odd Nation. Vaguely, man, vaguely. I remember the name, but I didn't know that was from Odd Nation. Everyone has qualities that differ from, but are good. I mean, you know, I think that is the best compliment is that, like, even if you disagree with the person, you can listen or not listen to someone else that may come along that agrees with that person. You can listen to him too, right? But I think the beauty of it is, and Latino, if you correct me if I'm wrong here, you've seen some of the biggest names in broadcasting, even if they're not very good.
No, what you and Portia and the rest of you guys do, you guys dissect the story. And I love that because that way you get to know more or less if the shit is real or if it's BS, you know?
Yeah, you know, you think about like Tucker Carlson, Don Lemon, who else? I mean, you know, then you expand into the people that were never on TV, Joe Rogan, Aiden Ross, so on and so forth. You know, I think that they and I mentioned this when Trump was running for office. I think that the internet is really surpassing TV, you know, broadcast TV, whatever, for people who either have an you know, profound opinion or allow profound opinion, like a Joe Rogan, to come on and express their opinion. I think that beats the hell out of TV all day long. And that's TV's biggest problem, in my opinion.
In order for TV to survive, they need to make a comic section. And they're not going to do that. Like where you could just like do comments just like how we do here, but they wouldn't do that.
But how many times you found yourself screaming at the screen on TV, right?
Oh, dude, many times. These people are liars, man. And it's just like, you want to know what pisses me off about the media? Like, at least you guys, right? Like, I've noticed that if you guys came here and did a story and you guys are wrong, you guys would come here the next day and correct yourselves. These people would never do that.
Yeah, we'll let someone come up and correct us. I've let Lee Clinton come up here and correct me. And we stay on air. We don't edit this shit out. And I think honestly, that's what people really are looking for. You know, hell, some of these people may end up clipping it and sending it to someone else. Say, hey, look, I corrected this conservative or whatever the hell they want to say who thought he was right about something, you know. Anyway, I just think it's something that the mainstream media, it's a blind spot of the mainstream media. And I'm not saying we will be able to fill the void, but someone taking on the 24-hour propaganda, military grade propaganda, in my opinion, will take these people on and will win.
Elon Musk buying CNN.
That's not my goal or intention. But I do believe in my heart of hearts that someone is going to see what we're doing, someone with more capability than us, and going to take me and run with it. That is my opinion, Latino. I don't think I've ever said this before, but I do believe that.
If Elon buys CNN, man, there's a possibility for that.
Because it's so he could do it without CNN, but I think it's so radically out of the box in terms of a platform where people can jump up at any hour of the day, 24 hours a day, and express their opinion. I don't think you can mimic. I don't think that's being mimicked more or less anywhere else on YouTube. There may be people up talking, and they may be live, but they're not going to let you up and just speak your opinion like that.
That's why you guys are so great, man. I'm telling you.
Anyway, what else, you guys? Someone said, I said this, John, already about your stream. Who else? Oh, Latino, you dropped off. Let's see, who else is in the chat? We have 22 people in the audience, guys. Yeah, I do believe that, like the Kai Cenats of the world, the Aiden Rosses, like they're going to win over broadcast TV. Male Monkey, I think I remember Wicked World more than Male Monkey. I think I may. Do you know why he's not on there anymore? In 8 ways. If you know why he's not on Aki anymore. You know what's interesting, man? Hey, Kim and Case, you got to come up. We wish you much success on your channel as well. Man, I've been watching Ak for a while now. It seems like he's getting kind of stuck. I don't know what you guys think. You watch Ak, Latino?
Ak?
Yeah.
Like act like the guy that talks about the rappers and stuff?
No, Ak Nation, the guy that talks about the I guess like black crime in the inner city type shit.
Nah, I've never heard of the guy.
Yeah, Ak Nation, yeah.
Oh yeah. The dude that be sleeping on camera. Yeah. I mean, dude, I was on there before, and he treated me with respect. That he basically said, "Hey, if you feel offended about race and stuff, this is not the place for you." And I'm like, "Nah, man. Like, I could care less about any of that stuff."
Yeah, he's at like 45,000 subscribers now, but he's been stuck there for a long time.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I think they've been shadow banning him or something like.
I mean, who? Come on, dude. Like all the stories that he tells is just on a daily thing about black people. Like that's like, come on, man. It's just black. It's like, damn, dog. Like the other people that make crimes too, bro.
I think if someone listening, they know. I would think that he's gonna have to if you're just gonna go down that lane, like, hey, well, let me show you all some fucking. You're gonna have to get out in the streets or something.
Yeah.
Like Joe Cool, do some, you know what I mean? Like
some interviews like you do.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Go talk to some hood boys, whatever, that would, spice it up a little bit. You know what I mean? Because everybody can consume the news. There are a million different people that probably can go about analyzing it. And, he's been very good. I will give him credit. Like some of the names just come on burritos and sunbro, whatever it's called, sun burritos.
Yeah, the names. Sun burrito. This dude, I'm like, what y'all talking about, bro?
Well, see, I didn't say he has to offer solutions. Like there is an avenue, there's a lane where you say, look, I ain't offering a solution. I'm just highlighting stupidity. Right? And there is no bounds, there are no bounds to stupidity. So it doesn't matter how you show the stupidity. Right? If you're gonna package up what the news shows you, then now you at competition for everyone else that can find that same free source of information and digest it a little differently than you, right? And in business, like it is what it is. You plateau sometimes, and then you say, okay, well, shit, it's time to pivot. I can stay right here, and that's fine. That's cool. 45,000 subscribers ain't nothing to sneeze at, right? Don't take it like I'm pity patting or criticizing.
That's pretty good, man.
I watch his channel, right? I've been on his channel.
Same.
But I'm just talking about business in general, not Ak in particular. So don't anyone run off the Ak and he's criticizing you. Shit, Ak from around here in DC. So,
Ak is cool, man.
And he let me talk on his channel. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't have anything negative to say about him. If he were up here right here now, I would tell him right now, here's some advice I would have for you. Bro, you got good, like, in my opinion, he seems to have some understanding of the way the media works from me listening to him, right? And I think he has, if I could reach out, I think I've reached out to him, never got any feedback from him, White Young Galt. So when you guys send him a clip, Yeah, I would love to meet up with Ak, because, and the next thing I'm about to say is, I think he has good like, you know, with a comment, like he has good comeback, like wit, right? You know what I'm saying? And I think that him out interviewing people in the hood. Matter of fact, let me show you some shit. Let me show you some shit right now. I've been thinking about this shit for a minute. Oh,
Yeah, he's a.
See, I'm out here giving free advice, man. I ain't hating on nobody. Understand? Right? I ain't got to say none of this shit, right?
He's a person that could walk down in the hood and get
Yeah,
along with people.
that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. He already got big numbers. No one gonna like fuck with him.
Nah,
Right?
and he has a good vibe.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He got big numbers. He got. Let me see if I can show you something.
He be saying some funny ass shit too, man.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Having me dying.
Let me see if I can find this shit.
When they mixed the buses together in the 70s or whatever, he's like, nobody want to be riding next to no little nappy. I'm like, yo, you fucked up, bro.
One second.
Can never take any of this stuff serious, dude.
Let's see. God damn. My hand's so fucked up, I can't do shit. Man, you never understand how important your small finger is, bro. The finger you point with, right? What the fuck is that one? You know what I mean? What's it, index finger?
Yeah, the index.
Man, you never understand how damn important that damn finger is. All right. Yo, all right, so look at this video right here.
I don't see nothing up on the screen.
Give me 1 second. Bro, so let me maximize. I don't even know if I gotta play. It ain't nothing but stupidity, right? Let me minimize it. This is a video I could easily do. This is like 2 blocks up from my house. You know, like, right? Welcome to Congress Park, most dangerous neighborhood DC with Paco Panama and Dre Shine.
And that's where you at, John?
Bro, 2 weeks. It's 2 blocks up the street, bro.
Come on, John.
Man, this shit ain't rough, man. Look, this ain't look. Man, if I played it, I could be like, man, shit, I might have rolled my scooter past these motherfuckers 4 weeks. My bike. Nigga
while
walk
smoking your joint.
But anyway, my point being, though, look, that motherfucker did 74,000 views. Nigga just went out to the street, talk some more silly ass hood niggas.
And that's it.
You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna do hood shit with no solution, go in there, prove the point. Show these niggas to the world there ain't no solution. That's where the money is. That is where the money is. People got to see it up close in person. They don't want to see no curated news segments. I mean, they do, but this is how you get 75,000 views doing this shit, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once you get to 45, this is how you get to whatever the fuck this guy got. You know, 202,000 subscribers. Just going to the hoods.
Like, for instance, I wanted to go to that barbershop because I used to go to that barbershop when I lived in Boston where that kid got shot.
Which one?
The one in Boston where the kid got shot in the head or whatever. I wanted to go to that barbershop and talk to the barber because I actually have his phone number. Like, I have his phone number like on my phone, and I wanted to like interview him to see like what he thought about the whole ordeal and like what he's going to do now and all that stuff. That would have been a great content. for YouTube.
Yeah, I think so. We call him up one day.
Yeah, he's bad at English, so
you could be
one of those Dominicans that never wanted to learn English but got his business together.
Man, speaking of fucking calling people, did you see my stream earlier where I did some I'm taking a novel approach, I think. This is a lesson to you young guys that follow the already laid path. I'm blazing a path, that hasn't been, followed yet. And Latino, so what I did was I figured I'm going to do a virtual open house for renting rooms on YouTube.
Nice. Smart idea.
And so I advertise on Facebook, then I tell them to come on to the stream and I show them what I have available for rent. That's pretty slick. And my goal is to cut out the middleman of Airbnb, right? Or like minimize my dependence on Airbnb. So yeah, Plavity said, yeah, that's why I think he's being shadow banned. Yeah, that's why I think he's getting shadow banned. Now I saw Ock the other day. He maybe he's filming off site, but he was in like a finished room or something. Shredder, what advice have you tried to give Ock? What advice would you give Ock, Latino?
Me? I don't know. I have an issue with most of these YouTube channels except yours. And maybe CT.
Well, Shredder said he tried to give Ock advice. What advice Shredder, what advice did you give? Garen says he's too scared. What's he scared of? Shit, he's on YouTube every night. It was shit. I'll ask you. Now, you said your favorite was Portia, right? Latino?
Yeah.
Yeah, Portia is a glue to the channel.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, Portia. I was saying, we have all these channels in YouTube, and one problem that I find is that nobody has a set time. And it's just all over the place. And usually when a person has a set schedule in life with job, work, kids, and all that, you have like a period. So if somebody could accommodate that period and that time, then those people will be there. It's like those it's like The View, basically. You know how all those old women that don't work watch The View at a certain time. Yeah, that like, I don't know. It's just, it has to be better structure.
In the way, he said we should stop waiting 20 minutes to actually start the stream when it goes live, be on time, and get a studio and be. Oh, maybe he's talking about okay. I haven't noticed that about, but I probably catch it midstream when he's already going live and all that, so I can't really comment on that. Anyway, enough about man. I like Ock, so I like his show. Hell, he get to 45,000, man. That ain't nothing to sneeze at. Trust, believe me. And as proof of that, Steve Kim is always on Jason Whitlock's. I've heard him say that, calling people gliders and shit like that. I mean, he's even called that CT as well. So yeah, shout out to Ock, man. I like Ock. Let me get back to what I was about to show you, Latino. Man, I've been wanting to cover this trial. I was this close, Latino, to go in New York to cover this trial. What's up, Portia? Here we go. Listen to this, Latino.
No, he's on a stool. No? If you want to shoot, you gotta go to the back. Oh.
Got anything from your client? What? Can we get a couple of words from your client? No, can I ask him a couple of questions? Mr. Gonzalez, you have anything to say? You feel Mr. Penny
I
was
want you to pay attention to that, Latino.
guilty or not?
You ready? Do you know what's going on right there, Latino?
All they showed was a guy coming out of court.
Why was he coming out of court, Latino? You don't know?
No, not really.
You see what his name was though, right, Latino? What was his last name?
I couldn't see because my phone is cracked, dude.
His last name was Gonzalez.
Spanish dude.
Spanish dude.
Ándale.
You know what he's in the courtroom for, Latino?
I'm imagining it's not nothing nice.
Well, he's a witness, Latino. Latino, man, I remember. I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Can you see what's on the screen here?
Yeah, it says witness in Daniel Penny trial. Lied about his involvement.
What did he lie about, Latino? Why would he lie, Latino? You got any idea?
I don't know.
What we're seeing here is cementing of the white Hispanic coalition right here in live time in court. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying here.
Yeah, you might have to expound a little bit on that, John, because I was listening to that whenever I had stepped away, and why would he lie initially to come back and say that he lied?
This nigga should be on trial just like the white man. And he know it. That's why he lied. Because just like the white man, that held down George Floyd and he's now in prison, this man held down Daniel Penny or whatever, Michael Jackson. He held down Michael Jackson while Daniel Penny was choking his ass. You can see it on video. If you need me to show you the video, I will. But while Daniel Penny was choking Michael Jackson, Daniel Gonzalez, I think that was his name, Gonzalez, was restraining Michael Jackson so that he couldn't get out of the chokehold. I'm going to show you the video. And so that's why he lied, understand? So let's go down to the video here, to the article. You need me to scroll in, probably zoom in. Let me see. Witness after witness has described the abject terror they felt while riding the train as homeless man Jordan Neely entered the car snarling and threatening strap hangers. One teen testified she was so frightened she thought she'd pass out. That nigga was going crazy on that train. What are you saying? Portia, you remember I showed just the other day, one of my tenants was saying, I don't give a fuck, call the police. Remember that, Portia, just the other day?
Yeah.
And here's Penny 2 years ago saying the same shit, right?
Yep.
And I told you how you have to segregate tenants, Portia, because if the white girl damn near passed out hearing this nigga talking about he about to kill somebody. Black people like, shit, I hear that every day. An older woman said she was scared shitless. And these are witnesses now that are going to be on the stand, describing the context to either blame or absolve Mr. Penny of why he choked that nigga out. Now, the nigga didn't die right. They had a pulse. When Penny let him go, the man still had a pulse. So he wasn't dead. He didn't choke him to death. Understand? That's a very significant point. He was not choked to death. Understand? An older woman testified she was scared shitless. The 29-year-old man said he was pretty terrified. All testified they had never before experienced that type of acute panic while riding train. Now, Portia, let me explain something to you. Who else is up here? Latino. Now, they're on the F train, Portia, coming into New York, probably headed to work. The F train is mostly populated by Mexicans and Asians. Gonzalez, the motherfucker that held him down. Gonzalez. That's the man right here on the screen. Gonzalez. He's not black. He's Hispanic. Latino, you understand what I'm saying right here when I say that, right?
Now I get what you're saying. Now it all makes sense.
Now it makes sense. Them Latino about that law and order, Porsche. This nigga headed to work, Porsche. This ain't no hood nigga. This ain't no Puerto Rican.
It's crazy that you saying this now. And I mentioned this before on the panel. I had when was it? What's the name of these people? The census, right? Come to my house and do the census. And when they asked me the question, like, what do you see yourself as, black or white? And I'm like, I'm none of those. She's like, well, you have to pick one. She's like, you know what? Just let me cross out white for you. And I'm just like, okay.
But Porsche, it ain't about, like, these Dominicans are proud to be Dominican. They're not trying to be white. That's what the niggas
or black.
Niggas be like,
it's like, damn, man.
Porsche, honestly, I'm telling you, like, these niggas really don't
so annoying.
Understand what the Democrats have pushed some bullshit propaganda. Like, I mentioned the book Race in America. How racists live in America. New York Times, I think what they call it anthology, where they published a series of articles where they talked about how Dominican police and black police, how they even face discrimination, how there's a difference between Dominicans and even Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, I could.
And I don't think black understand it, and they tend to buy into this black-brown coalition. There is none. Hell, there ain't no brown coalition.
I can suffice to that.
Don't get along with each other.
I was in the car. I was in a car with a black friend of mine, and we just happened to finish smoking, right? When we got stopped, you would think that the cop would say, oh, where's the weed at or whatever. No, the first thing that he saw was my black friend and said, do you guys got guns or anything in the car? And I'm just like, what the hell? Like, like how it go from being stopped because we're smoking and to automatically just assuming that. But every time I'm with my Spanish friends, the first thing they ask is, you guys got any drugs in the car? So yeah, you're onto something.
Porsche, this is why Richie Torres is a homosexual. I didn't even not know he was homosexual. Remember I mentioned him, Porsche, right? You remember I mentioned Richie Torres being a homosexual out of the Bronx. Yes. Came out saying, look, this homosexuality, this unlawful, this bill like criminals, we don't go for that shit in the Hispanic community. And here's a Hispanic, Gonzalez, came to the white man's aid. Just like they did with Porsche. Am I not on to something here?
Yeah.
And I want you to listen to what is said in the next couple sentences here. But on Tuesday, one was visibly petrified to be in that courtroom with protesters. Who you think were the protesters, Porsche?
Blacks.
Yeah. BLM.
All themselves against the Hispanics and the whites, just like the voting patterns. Just like the voting patterns, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And multiple kneeling supporters inside the courtroom. What? Scared to be on the stand, Mr. Gonzalez. He gotta be silent in public, but when he went in that booth,
he sang.
When he went in that booth, that nigga did what he had to do. Don't you think so, Porsche?
He became Aretha Franklin.
These niggas ain't this man. Look like he worked, man. I know he worked because I'm gonna get to it. This motherfucker worked. I'm gonna show you what this man had to go through. These niggas in his life.
He became Aretha Franklin real quick.
Poor these niggas have built a coalition that's at a dead end. And I'm about to show it to you, Porsche. A working man being driven in hiding by the criminal supporting black Democrat voters. Don't ever leave that word out. They all Democrat voters.
Yeah, it usually, happens that way.
You look like he nigga in the coalition, ain't he? Ain't he in the black and brown coalition? But oops, his name is Gonzalez. He ain't with that bullshit.
Yeah, he had to separate himself from. You said what?
Can you read it on the screen right there, that caption portion?
It says, witness Eric Gonzalez, who helped Penny restrain Jordan Neely's arms, arrived for court testimony Tuesday.
That mean that nigga should be charged, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he know he should be charged because why? Look at it. Look at him right here. What are he doing?
He's assisting. He's helping him.
In the murder.
Restrain him.
Black ass nigga. Let me see if I can find the picture. Where is the picture? Where you assisting in it? Where's the picture? That's an assist. Just like the young rookie cops that assisted in the George Floyd murder, the man who went to jail who was just looking, he ain't even touched George Floyd. He went to prison too. This nigga should be on trial. Look at it. That's him with the backpack right on his back. That's him holding Neely's hands down. Why ain't that man on trial?
And he was just a bystander?
Neely was just a bystander. Penny was just a bystander.
Yeah, they were all bystanders, for sure. But if you're gonna charge this white dude, they should have charged him too, John.
He a co-defendant. A co-defendant.
Yep.
Why do you think they didn't charge him?
Is he brown?
You know why they ain't charging him? I'm gonna show you why. I'm gonna show you why. Let me see if
That's the shit that happened in New York, right? With that dude.
Yeah. Look at it. And it was the fear of losing his freedom, Eric Gonzalez, that's the man shown earlier, that made him initially the nigga lied to investigators. Gonzalez was the man in the black cap seen in the now familiar footage helping to restrain Neely's flailing arms as he fought for his wealth. Can't breathe, y'all. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Whoa. Let me back the fuck up now. Whoa. Oh, Portia. I did not know this, Portia. I did not know. Portia, I said the nigga was coming on the F train, and that is true. So I thought he was from like the Queens or something, but what did he say this nigga was from? Have mercy. Have mercy.
Oh, the Bronx?
Where did Trump have that big ass rally at?
In the Bronx.
What have I been telling you? These people don't take no shit from the niggas in New York. If there's one place where niggers, like Portia, I'm gonna tell you, Latino, I'm gonna tell you a true story. I was on the Bronx. I was on the I swear it was a D train. Headed to the Bronx, Bedford Park. Lee Clinton, jump your ass in here if you want to dispute me. And a nigga was acting a pure D in the train. 59th nigga acting a fool. What? And from 59th, these express trains, so it go from 59th to 125th. That nigga acting a fool. 159th, 125th. They niggas, they rule the domain. The Hispanics, they just be meek and mild. They don't want no problem. 125th nigga still, that's Harlem. That's Apollo and shit. Niggas still rule the roost. 145th niggas, and this black woman was acting a pure D motherfucking fool. 145th still acting a fool. But when she got 168 Porsche, she zipped them lips. Because you know what 168 is, Porsche?
I do not.
That's where the Trump held that rally.
Okay.
And my lady said to me, this bitch gonna have to shut up or get off the train in a minute. Watch. That black bitch shut her motherfucking mouth when she left Harlem. There's no lie. That's a true story.
I keep trying to tell you that whole reset thing is real.
These are different people. And she knew that if she kept on her mouth, talking that black shit,
she was gonna get reset.
It damn straight.
Yeah, I keep trying to tell y'all. Y'all look at me like I'm a bad person for saying that, but it's like no.
The niggers know in New York they don't play those fucking games their ass up there with them Dominicans. That's why they real quiet.
You get reset real quick.
And so back to this article portion. This Dominican from the Bronx where Richard Torres, even the homosexual Democrat, said, hey man, I ain't with that Black Lives Matter shit. That's what he said, right, Bush? I ain't with that. Defund the police, which is Black Lives Matter, all that. But the homosexual Dominicans, even he said he ain't with it. He went against that. He went against the T. He probably okay with the LGBT. But Richard Torres ain't with that T.
Yeah,
would you say that's fair, Portia?
Yes, I would. I would say that's fair.
He'll go along because he'll beat. He a G. But he ain't no T. That shit don't line with the Latino. They probably can swallow the LGBT, but they can't swallow the T. The Bronx resident, Eric Gonzalez, testified that he arrived at the station as the train was being held, and he stumbled upon the physical struggle unfolding on the dirty ass subway floor. Bro, I'm here to tell you, man. The reason why most people don't even let you walk in their house with shoes on is because of the subway floor. That's true. Niggas be shitting, pissing on there, anything. Everything goes. And so when you see that white man on that floor, man, like, bro, like, most niggas ain't getting on that floor. Not no working class. Hell no. Let me scroll back up and show you the man. Look at how the man. Did you see that? Did you see this man getting on the floor? Hell no. Ain't nobody getting on them fucking subway. Look how these people standing up. Man, these subway floors are filthy.
Yeah.
Man, we're going to get on that goddamn floor.
Yeah.
Look at all.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
See, you have to understand. You have to understand New York. You understand? Look at all these people standing around Porch with their hands folded. They're like, man, I ain't fucking around with that.
Yeah, it's like it's unfortunate, you know.
Look at the way Porch
it's like, damn, hard day.
Now, that's not a white man right there. Look at that. Boy, I promise you, that's not a white man.
Well, that looks like one of those sand people.
That may be an Albanian. That may be who knows what the fuck he is. He ain't got no sympathy for this dirty ass nigga choked out on a train. That's the way New York is. I promise you. A nigga might think he white. A nigga really might say he white, man. Hell no, that man is not white. I promise you. This man here is African. He don't give a fuck about him.
But they have to classify as white, don't they?
I mean, classifying, government can put them in whatever slot they want to, but they live a whole different world, right? I'm saying in New York, they show enough live in a whole different world. And look how he looking at Porsche. Look at him. Like, he ain't got no sympathy for his head. Like, look, choke him out, guys. That's what you gotta do. Choke him out. You see him?
just go ahead, you know.
Whatever you gotta do. I ain't got no sympathy. He ain't saying stop. Leave him alone.
Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here.
He probably speaking. He might be Russian. Who knows what the fuck he? I can't. Can anyone identify what this man is?
No, I can't. You know, maybe if like some New Yorkers, if Kimmy was still here, or who else? Lead Clinton, Black Knight or Ignat. Because you know me down here, John. We don't. There's only a handful of what we see. Okay.
And what you just said is a mouthful, because like they brought in diversity, and these are people who are hard like a motherfucker. Like some of these people this don't mean shit to them. See a man choked out on a train for acting a fool. That's how it work, and they work.
Wow.
And I think the blacks in many cases. In this man case, he ran into a buzzsaw where didn't nobody give a fuck about him. Look at the African. Look how far off the African is. Can you see it, Portia?
John, do you see the forehead on this dude? Jesus Christ. Jesus, the forehead on this guy.
Portia,
I can see it really big because I'm looking at my Mac desktop, and my God, today. Ooh,
Portia,
yeah, he's definitely.
in New York, I guarantee you, Portia, damn near everybody on this train was pissed off that they're late to work. Guarantee you. Anybody give a fuck about that nigga? Nigga, you made me late to work. Damn fucking tell you. Anybody from New York in the chat? If you disagree, put it in chat.
That's, you know,
everybody on that motherfucking train like, man, this nigga done made me late to work.
you know, that's another part of it too. Like in a state like Texas, it ain't no trains that's gonna get you nowhere that you need to be. But in a place that's like tight and close knit like that, you know, these people depend on that form of transportation. And you know, I feel like New York is more cutthroat whenever it comes to getting to work on time. That's just the impression that I get. You know, I could be wrong, but
No, you're absolutely right.
to be held up by the train because some homeless guy, didn't he say like he want to go to jail or he want to die? Well, I mean,
This article gets so good, Portia.
Be careful what you wish for, sir.
But Portia, you're absolutely right. You have to understand there's so many people in New York that a job does not have time for people's BS. They could just easily hire the next person because
Portia, do you remember when I showed the text on the screen about the young lady in my house where the other girl was washing her hair? She said, "This is my hair day." And she said, "I was."
Oh yeah.
That's inner city living, Portia. I'm telling you, that's inner city, like where a lot of shit is shared. And remember, when I first came away, I'm like, yo, the tragedy of the commons is a motherfucker in these inner cities. All these people are dependent on everyone else providing a civil train ride into work. You understand? The price is going up. They bearing the cost because they can't afford to have a car. And then some crazy motherfucker get on here like this, talking about he ready to die.
Yeah,
ain't nobody got time for a Portia. I've been there, Portia, and I got a high tolerance for bullshit. Right? I got a high ass tolerance. And so a lot of this shit just go over my head. I've been on train when nigga took a purity shit. And I'm stuck on there from the 59th to the 25th, 100.
I've seen people pee on the train and everything.
Pure the hot dog cart shit.
He pooped on the train.
Portia. Listen, Portia. I get on the train and I think it was Columbus Circle. God is my witness.
Pretty gross.
Anybody know? Portia, what is in that ways have on the screen? What was it? John? He said, John, what is that? 100 John?
100, yeah.
He know what I'm talking about. I got on the train in 105th, I'm sorry, at 59th, right across from Trump International Tower. This is a Columbus Circle. Trump got a building there. That's where he met Mitt Romney when Mitt Romney was begging to be the Secretary of State. Nice area. And as I got on the train, everybody rushed off. Portia, I'm fairly new to New York. I ain't really understand the subtle cues. So I got on the train like, damn, well, shit, I give me a seat by myself. Not paying attention to everybody and rushed off. Doors closed. We got, what, 59th to 125th? That's what, 50 blocks, 65 blocks? Something, give it take 66 blocks. I look down to my right, Portia, my left, whatever. A motherfucker was shitting in a bag and that shit leaked all on the floor. Don't lie.
Yeah, John, that's...
The smell of that shit, have mercy, Portia. Have mercy, Portia. You can't imagine a motherfucker eating
I can't.
Hot food, potted meat Vienna sausages, whatever the fuck they eat, homeless people eat. The smell of that shit almost killed me dead, boy. And I had 60 blocks to ride with that shit. 60 blocks to ride with a motherfucker that done took a pure shit.
And you still smell that shit.
It was
all
so
day.
watery. It was like applesauce.
Oh Lord.
All over the floor. Have mercy.
God damn it, dude.
You know, John, that's disgusting.
Yeah, that's graphical.
And so, like, when you subject people like people like in Portia, I got a high tolerance, and I'm sitting laughing. I ain't throw up in nothing, but the smell of it.
Oh, dude. I bet you ain't gotta explain.
Oh my God, John.
Oh, have mercy.
I'll tell you a story, man. I'm in the subway one time where my daughter and my family, basically, we're going to the aquarium. This was in the summer 2 years ago. And there's a homeless guy there, and he's already like looking at our direction and like moves a little closer. And I'm just like, bro, don't. I just like gave him like the nod and just like don't. And he knew what to do, and he got up and moved. But there's people that don't say anything and look scared, and they just keep, you know what I mean?
So, Portia, let me go back to that. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Portia, Latino, I'm glad you're up here on the chat, because here's a Dominican guy. I'm sure he's Dominican. Bro, I'm sure he's fucking Dominican.
Gonzalez, he's probably Dominican or Puerto Rican.
And they got the Bronx too, bro, with a decent looking job. A Puerto Rican would have a decent looking job. I'm just being honest. I'm sorry. I should even say that. I'm sorry. Any Puerto Ricans at all, you do have decent jobs too, but the Dominicans dominate shit up there. Okay, so fair enough.
No, we do.
All right. He wanted to jump in. Everyone was frantic and saying, "Call the cops." So I assume one was trying to restrain the other. Talking about the white man. Gonzalez told the jury that he jumped and tried to help, but after later learning that nearly had died, that Penny had been arrested, the white man, Gonzalez was so spooked to be what? Pinned for murder. That he took all of his vacation. That means that nigga worked. I told you he was Dominican. And went into hide. I wonder if he voted while he was in hide.
Probably voted red.
Who? Penny? Hold on, wait.
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. What?
I know who Penny voted for.
What is this? What's the white guy's name again?
Penny.
Oh, so that is Penny.
This is Penny right here.
So, but who? So who is Michael Jackson?
Wait a minute. Michael Jackson is
the guy that got choked out.
Michael Jackson is
Neely.
Right. Penny is the white man, like a coin. And Neely, just think about just niggas kneeling. So kneeling, niggas kneeling, because the names do get confusing. So you remember? So look, I'll put it up on the screen. Neely, niggas kneeling. Neely, niggas kneeling. So this is how you kind of correlate the two. And Penny.
You could teach an English class, John.
Penny, at least a nigga worth a penny. Neely won't worth a penny. So the white man got to be Penny. There you go. And so the Gonzalez said, look, I ain't trying to go to prison. But he did, nigga. Once he realized the nigga died, he like, oh shit, my instincts worked against me. Back in Dominican Republic, if a nigga acting wild, a Haitian nigga acting wild, we could restrain that Haitian nigga. But in America, these white liberals, as you can see from the train,
it gotta be a Haitian nigga. It could be another Dominican doing something stupid.
As you can see from the train station here, Portia, I want to point something out. You see what it says? West 4th Street F train. You see it? Can everyone see that? West 4th Street F train. That means that this was in Manhattan more than likely, which means this is under Alvin Fat-Ass Bragg's jurisdiction.
Oh gosh, John, I haven't heard his name in so long.
Yeah, well,
I forgot about him.
You're gonna hear it now, and what you about to see, what we probably are about to see, As again, I keep trying to say it, but this is going to be with a funny Willis twist. How much money did this white man raise for his defense portion?
Nearly.
Yeah. The white man, Penny. The white man is Penny. Remember Penny?
Didn't he have
Oh my God! You know what,
Neely.
a GoFund or something for him?
John? You know me and you both. We're from the South, and I'm used to general Negro last names. So
Right.
you know,
Neely. You got to
Neely.
associate it with kneeling.
That's different for me.
You got to associate it with kneeling.
Yes, Neely.
Like Kamala kneeling.
$2.9 million for his legal defense after being charged with second-degree manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide in the death of Jordan Neely.
He's gonna be able to afford a lot. He's gonna be able to get a lot more fundraising. I guarantee you. If you probably Google it, you're probably doing all kind of side channels that aren't being reported. People that don't want their name associated with him.
Mm-hmm.
It's cause. Portia, I'm telling you, like, other than the really, really rich, and people making $400,000 or $500,000 and above. In New York, what Brave talks about is true. It's really true, Portia. You can deny it all you want, but it's true. It's the poor man's, working class man's, the middle class man. The man making $150,000, they all ride it, Portia. The man making $200,000, they all ride it, Portia. It ain't until you get to about the $400,000 where you really don't give a shit. Call Uber, private transportation, or you drive. Pay for parking. Portia, there are parking spots in New York City that cost $1 million. In Brooklyn, not in New York City, not in Manhattan. In Brooklyn, a parking spot, $1 million. So you understand that most people have to catch that train.
$1 million? For what?
Parking spot. A covered parking spot. $1 million. And that was probably 5 years ago that I remember reading about that. So you understand how vital the train is. When Be Brave says it's infrastructure, like, it's very, very vital for everyone. And that is why I was telling you, when they were choking this nigga out, I guarantee you most of those immigrants on that train, as you can see, most of them were immigrants, except for the white man, probably was saying, let's get the train rolling. I gotta get to work. I can't be late. I lose my I've shown you the text messages, right? These niggas don't work. I keep trying to tell you, they're disconnected from the economy. Michael Jackson here don't work. He don't understand. These people got to get the fucking work, bro. You come on here raising hell, raise their blood pressure on their way to work. They want somebody to fucking stop this shit. That's what, like, is it not? Portia, let me ask you, do you think it's a coincidence that the white and Hispanic coalition stopped this nigga just like they stopped this liberalism at the polls?
I can't. That they stopped this, the
same way the white man and a Hispanic stopped this nigga.
Oh, well, I didn't think about that, John.
They stopped that fucking liberalism headed by the blacks at the polls. That was the coalition right there. It worked. Wasn't that the coalition? Stumbling the guy right there on the spot. Just like they stomped it out in the polls. Guarantee. There's no better example than that.
Now you want something.
Came together and say, hey man, nigga, we ain't going for this shit no more. We ain't waiting for the police. We're gonna solve it right here, right now.
Yeah, you on to something.
White man, military trained, government trained. That's Penny. And Hispanic just jumped his goddamn natural nature coming from the Dominican. Ain't nobody said, hey, he can't breathe. Leave him alone. Look at the Arab man. This diversity that the Democrats have brought in are the ones that really had no sympathy for the Negro cause, the Negro sentiment. It's really very interesting. Go ahead.
I want you to so the Michael Jackson, the knees on Neely, this video that I have playing here. So is this how he made his money to be able to
Yeah. So Portia, like
ride the train?
Yeah, so Portia, if you ever been to like a tourist section, I saw this shit in New York. I've seen it a lot of places. But a lot of times blacks would be doing antics to make a living. So in New York, they'll do this, or they'll come on the train and do like acrobatics. If you can see the poles and shit like that, they'll be doing flips and shit. And so it's kind of dangerous because they could kick you in the head or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so people don't really like it, but they can't say anything about it and they can't stop it.
Mm-hmm.
So here comes, and oftentimes you see this guy will come on and say, and oftentimes they'll be talking about white people and it'd be a train full of everybody else, right? These white people, we white people that, I'm like, bro, it ain't that many white people on the train. Like, honestly, Portia, as you can see in the picture, how many white people in the picture when they choke Neely out? Not that many, Portia. Not many white people ride the train. There aren't any white people in New York. Like, Portia, I swear to you, it's the most amazing thing to me. Like, it blows my mind. It's like niggas have a problem with white people in New York, and it ain't that many white people. Like, bro, you got some niggas up here that come from blood sport country that would kill your motherfucking ass, right? If you fuck with them. And you over white people, bro, you better sell your ass down. Like, anybody remember Junior? They got killed in the Bronx?
Yeah. I remember Junior.
Bro, these people don't play no fucking games, man. And that's all.
So we're gonna go with New York City, the racial demographics. Because now that you're saying this, I feel like I need to know.
Go back to that map that was red.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, John, I see what you're saying, man. Like, Hispanics got tired of
I don't know
all these releasings of these criminals. It's like, didn't this guy get locked up last week and he's back again at it?
Like, Portia, you remember I told you about that daycare center up in the Bronx? They were running like real serious dope. I talked about it.
Yeah, you did. And you were talking about how
them were fucking
the difference between the blacks and the Dominicans, how they
Dominicans, Portia.
Yeah.
You think Dominicans run some shit like that? Puerto Ricans ain't run no shit like that. That's the Dominicans.
Yeah,
like
family oriented, man.
Real big money. That's real organization, and that's real discipline that you gotta maintain that shit. These people would kill you. And you fucking with them, like, you know, like it's just a different. And I really don't think that, like, that black and brown coalition, you know, only niggas are buying this shit. Like, those people really will fuck you up. And you know, seriously.
You know,
and they
John,
yes, Portia, like that junior shit is real. That's why niggas don't get online in the Bronx with Hispanic people. That's why I'm telling them they know better. But outside of you pushing this black and brown shit, like, it don't work.
John, I'm gonna tell you something, man. One time we were in DR, and there was this thief robbing houses, and I think his time was up, man. He got caught, and they tied this man into a light pole, and everybody was taking shots, man. And if it wasn't for my dad, that guy would have been dead today. My dad is American's ways came in. It's like, no, don't kill this man. Let the police come. And the police came and also beat him up and locked him up.
You know,
they don't play that, man.
Even they shot the baseball player down in Dominican. Like,
yeah, Ortiz for messing with the dude's side chick.
It's a different level of criminality, Portia, honestly. You know. Anyway, so back to this article. Gonzalez.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah. But it's an organized level of, like, dangerous, which is you can live amongst them. You understand?
Yeah, we're not going to target you,
right?
Like, for no reason.
But you're not going to get online with no foolishness like this guy.
Like, we're not gonna do a drive-by and shoot up a whole block. No, like, who is it? Who's the guy? That guy? All right, let's get him.
Gonzalez jumped and tried to help, but after later learning that Neely had died, he went into hiding, which means he was working. Oh, listen to this, Portia. Look at there. So now, you know what they did here, Portia?
Oh, he got immunity to testify.
Which means they forced him to testify. They forced him to testify by giving him immunity, saying, we're not going to charge you for your role in the crime. That's why he needed immunity, understand? This is just like the guy who testified in the George Floyd case. He was a criminal, but they gave him immunity so he could testify against Chauvin. And this guy is testifying against Penny. That's why the state, the prosecution, called him and not the defense. They're playing hardball with Penny. He admitted to lying about being at the scene much earlier and then nearly hit him, prompted Penny to swing into action, all that to save his own hide. The admission took a wrecking ball to his credibility as a witness, but it didn't make Gonzalez an unsympathetic figure. His efforts to assist Penny, including struggling with nearly taking the man's pulse and rolling him onto his side in a recovery position, captured on video and examined frame by frame. The footage proved that both he and Penny were ensnared by the old adage, no good deed goes unpunished. Despite his deal with the prosecutor, he was still worried what would happen if his testimony were to help Penny go free. What do you think he means by that? Before I scroll down, what do you think he means by that?
John, before I answer that question, just so you can give me some clarity, because I'm not, familiar with these things. Is this like a typical ride on a NYC subway, in your opinion?
I wouldn't say that's typical, no.
No.
No,
Like,
that's extraordinary.
Yeah.
Jumping on it, fighting.
Now, what I would say is typical is like, it's the people that say coming from Harlem to Manhattan, say on the express trains, the 4, the 5, the D, the A trains. It gives you a lot of time to solicit money because you have people capture audience. Like I told you, that the guy that took a shit on the train. So you have a train that's going 60 stops without stopping. So now you got people with the opportunity to set up their own music and shit and start dancing and shit, right? So you to Google New York City performers on train, you see people dancing and shit because they got 60 blocks to dance, right? And shit like that. Or they're going across the bridge, say on the A train, they're going across, or the Q train, they're going across the bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge or whatever. They got a chance to dance and they'll do all that shit. And they're doing flips and shit. And they could easily kick you in your head, right? Or kick you or something, laying on top of you. And you can probably Google a video of it. And it's just annoying. You don't want to hear their music, you just want to ride on a train with no annoyance. And you got someone blasting music, rap music or whatever, that's that's probably more typical. You see that a lot.
Yeah, the first time I was on a subway, I was little, I was young. That was the first time I had ever been to New York. And I just don't remember it being crazy. But like ever since I've been an adult and as many times as I've been to New York, I've not ever gotten back on a subway. So
it has to be like the express stops, like long stops, where they can really get crazy because you're trapped. So they can go, let's say they can go the length of the train selling, snacks. Well, they can't do that on a local train. They can't, they don't have enough time to hit everybody. But if you're going 50 blocks, they can go up and down, both sides of the train asking for money or selling something like that. And then they can get violent, like what's his name? Neely. Right. And so that's really what you face a lot of times.
Okay, so we have in this article, the footage proved that both he and Penny were ensnared by the old adage, no good deed goes unpunished. Despite his deal with the prosecutor, Gonzalez was still worried what would happen if his testimony were to help Penny go free.
So what do you think about that? Why do you think he was worried about that?
I'm kind of stuck here. If no good deed goes unpunished, why would you be worried if his testimony were to help Penny go free? It wasn't this Neely guy like causing such a ruckus, like that people were getting afraid, like the women and children and whatnot. Like, what are we?
Yeah, that's what the people testify, right? So let me show you what he said, though. You see this?
But on Tuesday, one was visibly petrified to be in that courtroom with protesters outside and multiple Neely supporters inside.
Who do you think the Neely supporters were?
The progressives and the Negroes.
There you go. So here again, they're trying to subordinate justice by pressuring this guy to tell the story in their, that goes in their favor. And they've given him immunity more or less to tell the story in their favor.
Okay, but John, how fair is that whenever you take immunity into consideration? Because now that I know that I have immunity, it doesn't matter if he recants his original statement or not. He has immunity.
Well, that's what his immunity is based on. That's why Derek Chauvin is in prison. You understand? The simple fact that they have given him immunity will more or less be on the basis of you're going to come in and say, well, we need you to say the Young Thug trial was the same way. Like, there's a pattern here. Is that these black politicians, DAs, are willing to put someone in prison to the extent that they're willing to look away at the one guy who committed the crime, Gonzalez, to convict the white man, Penny. You see what I'm saying? Like, they have to let the person of color go and give him immunity so that he will testify against Penny. It's the only way it works. Because if they did not give him immunity, you know what he would say? He would come in and plead the fifth. He says, hell no. You can see he was scared of being charged. So there was no way he would come in and testify without some guarantee of immunity. No lawyer would let him do that. They said, go in there and plead the fifth. Right? And so there you go. So that's why he's pleading the fifth. And by pleading the fifth, he's hurting Penny's self-defense claim. Well, by not pleading the fifth and by giving him immunity, the prosecution is calling him in to try to get him to testify, not in a good light for Penny, the white man. And you'll see it here. So it says, you're scared of people that are looking for a prosecution of my client at Penny's defense. Now, this is the white man. His lawyer is asking the Gonzalez, you're scared of people that are looking for a prosecution of my client. Do you understand who he's referring to, Portia?
Gonzalez.
No. Penny,
No.
the white man's lawyer, is asking Gonzalez, right?
They're scared of people that are looking for. Oh.
So he's saying you scared of the niggas, aren't you? You scared to get up here, aren't you? And Mr. Gonzalez said, what?
Yes.
Yes, I am, sir. Who are you afraid of? You're afraid that if you testify in a way that's helpful to my client, you may suffer repercussions, sir. Correct? Affirmative. Who is he afraid that would punish him? Or that would?
You know, John, if I may, because after this show, I'm gonna start up the show about the Rashad Ritchie and the DEI thing. And so I was listening to Rashad Ritchie trying to get to the DEI thing, but before that, he spent so much time on what we're talking about right now. And forgive me, God, please forgive me. I'm listening to him, which I try not to listen to these people all the time, but what we just read just right now, right here on Rashad Ritchie's show, he didn't say any of this. He said that the Gonzalez guy said the opposite, so he flipped it. And he says that Gonzalez was afraid of, you know, the white people, you know, that were in defense of Penny and what they might do because he's a person of color, and he's scared for himself and his family, and so that's why he decided to come forward and tell the truth. And then Rashad Ritchie was like, I don't have any remorse or sympathy for you. You see, that's why you can't listen to these people.
Look at this portion. What does it say? This is Gonzalez responding.
All these protests going on, I'm scared for myself. I am scared for my family, said Gonzalez, a father of two, underscoring how politically charged this farce of a criminal case is.
And these are some of the people outside protesting. So now you put a face to it.
Why is his hat? You know, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Portia, do you know who that black man is right there?
No. Oh no. Oh, is that? Please don't tell me that. I can't remember his name, but is that the BLM dude from way back when? Did he get fat? Is that what?
Yeah, he done got fat off his money. He living in Brooklyn. He got it.
He been eating everything. Is that Corey Bush?
Are these the people that he's afraid of?
Oh no, it's not her. Look like her.
Are these the protesters that he's afraid of? Boy, look at that nigga over there. Look at that nigga over there. Boy, look, Portia.
John, anytime Negroes gather in groups of more than two, I'm always afraid. So I mean, right now I see 5. So
Portia, what do you think about that?
You know, I was trying to behave, but John, I can't.
Oh,
it's
man,
not even. What? Who does he think he is? Neo?
Portia, we got.
Oh yeah, the guy with the hat.
Portia, how do you think? Hood man, can you come up? Hood man, please come up.
Hold on, wait. Okay, John, I have to see. Now you're making me do this. BLM male leader from NYC, because he you know, you remember because he did a debate with Candace Owens.
Yeah. I remember that. Hawk.
Oh no, so that's what Jordan is talking about. Or no, who said that? No, that's what Hood Service said. When a hawk becomes a turkey.
Yeah, Hawk. That's that nigga. That's that nigga.
Yeah, Hawk Newsom.
That nigga Hood. Well, come over, Hood. Come on, Hood.
What happened to him?
Boy, you know he kind of turned toward Trump, if my memory serves me correct.
Yeah, he did. He went on Fox News before Tucker got up out of there.
Portia, what?
Oh, John, let me pull this up.
You ever heard that movie, No Country for Old Men?
Oh, yes. One of my top, yes.
In some sense, that title kind of should be applied to blacks in that, like, No Country for Black Men, or No Country for Blacks. Like, they are creating, you know, segregation in a way for them, where there really is no avenues, no opportunity, not even any political influence. I
You see
showed
this,
you the
John?
TikTok the other day. Who is this Hawk?
Yeah.
Damn. Portia, Google where that nigga live in Brooklyn. He was living good in Brooklyn somewhere. He was living in Brooklyn, nigga had to be living good.
Yeah, because you remember whenever they came out with all of the stats and reports from his spending.
Mm-hmm. New York such hard living, Portia did. Nigga get a chance to grab some money, he gonna improve his lifestyle first and foremost. He gonna get him a bit bigger apartment. He ain't trying to live in them crunched up ass apartments.
Hold on, wait, what is this?
Hood ain't coming up, man. I'm really surprised. I'm disappointed. Hood, you need to come up.
It says that he lives in the Bronx.
And he ain't doing so well after all, I guess.
And it looks like he got arrested earlier this year in May. It says that Hawk Newsome arrested after berating officer at NYPD's officer manslaughter hearing. He called the officer, he said, "You a vagina." He got all in his face. I mean, John, do you mind if I show? It's 50 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead and show. Yeah, I would love to
go for it. Go for it.
This is you know, just when you thought that it couldn't get any worse.
You see how I'm all up on you? You're a vagina.
Is that like how New Yorkers threaten one another? You a vagina. Does it stick?
Portia, you know, you gotta take a look at you gotta keep track of like consent decrees. Because with Trump coming in office, a lot of the ways that the Democrats have been able to handcuff these police is by consent decrees. Who is it? Black Knight in their ways? One of them two would know. And if Trump removes some of these consent decrees, nigga ain't gonna be talking to them cops like that no more. Hell no. Ain't gonna be able to do that. And that's gonna be some of the winds just blowing in the opposite direction of these rabble rousers. And that they've been able to come into these cities, raise all kind of hell, and not be prosecuted in any way. Like they're crossing state lines, protesting this shit. It's gonna be interesting to see if they continue this kind of behavior when Trump comes into office. I don't think so.
I'll tell you something. If my dad was to see that video of me getting in that police officer's face, my dad would have smacked me so hard across the head.
Was that Black Knights that came up here? That was Black Knight portion that came up here talking about how they used to crack heads back in the day. In that way, you used to be a cop too, right?
I don't know. Did Nate? I don't know if Nate was ever a cop. I just know Black Knight was.
Well, one of the things is, Portia, like those consent decrees, if you look all over the country, most of these inner cities are under consent decree. Hell, St. Louis is under consent decree from the Mike Jones shit. And that Mike, whatever the fuck that nigga name, Mike Brown. And that shit didn't even happen in St. Louis. Imagine that. Right? Baltimore is under consent decree. I'm sure New York, New Orleans, all those places are under consent decrees, which really affects how the police can prosecute blacks. And more or less that comes from the federal government. The Department of Justice implements the consent decree against these police departments. And I would bet you that Trump is going to start removing those consent decrees. I'll look it up in just a second just to prove it.
Yeah.
I see here on the screen, it says, throughout his testimony, Gonzalez's face moved from deer in the headlights to horror to the shame of being caught in deception, the kind of shame that sends a cat right to the confessional. What a sentence there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But removing his words from the equation, the video showed that Gonzalez intervened fearlessly, Both he and Penny activated their instincts to protect New Yorkers from the Gotham City-like chaos and violence that plagued the underground at the time. Now one is facing almost 2 decades behind bars, and the other, it seems, did everything he can do to avoid being a helper again.
That's a
The
helper.
perverse and dangerous lesson: next time, don't get involved.
That's right.
That's crazy. Like, so you're telling me if somebody's smacking a woman, like, I just gotta stay there and let it happen?
And this is exactly what I was talking about, Portia.
Like, no.
The Black Lives Matter, I don't think the Democrats can defend this if Trump attacks. You see this on the screen here. See it on the screen?
Under President Trump, is Minneapolis pending consent decree with the DOJ dead?
That's what the Democrat niggers fear. All they can't defend it. They run that black train into a dead end.
They're gonna have to learn how to act up now.
Pending consent decree with the DOJ dead.
See, Obama, and you'll see, I can't remember who this is. It's Merrick Garland put these consent decrees on a lot of these police officers. Minneapolis was poised to become the first city in the nation with this police department overseen by both state and federal consent decrees, prescribing sweeping court enforceable reforms. But as Trump prepares his return to office, it's possible the federal consent decree will never come to pass. I don't think Democrats would be able to fight back against that. That's what Richie Torres, when he got on that video, he's pushing back against it, wasn't he?
Let me see. Okay, so really quick, just for myself, after the and others, in case y'all are slow like me, slow to catch on, after the 2020 murder of George Floyd, Minneapolis was poised. Let's see. It was poised to become the first city in the nation with its police department overseen by both state and federal consent decrees prescribing sweeping court enforceable reforms. But as former President Donald Trump prepares his return to the White House, it's possible the federal consent decree will never come to pass. I guess, John, if you could help me here. So Minneapolis wanted to have their police overseen by state and federal?
No, what happens at Portia is like, it's a money racket, right? So this is a city like New Orleans, you know, or Minneapolis. Nigga get his ass whooped, beat up, whatever. The federal government would come in and say, you need to appoint a monitor. Usually he's black. And you're going to oversee the police department. You're going to pay him maybe $250,000 a year. And he's going to impose some rules on your team, your police force, to make sure you don't have any problems with blacks again. To make sure, you know, you're policing in a manner that will reduce your interaction really with blacks. It's really the outcome. You understand? And so in a city like Chicago, as an example, maybe even Minnesota, you're looking at what, for police in Chicago to pull you over, he got to pull so much information, that information will basically hang his ass. You got to pull demographic information, right? So let's say you got to pull race, age, sex, whatever. You're working in a black ass neighborhood in Chicago, and all you're doing is interacting with blacks because by virtue of where you live.
Right.
And then what happens when you got to kill one of them?
Well,
You just hung yourself because why? You documented you did committing more or less a disparate impact, and disparate impact is a word used in the law.
mm-hmm.
And if you disproportionately pull over or engage with one race over another, then the federal government can come in and say, look, you've been fucking up. Statistically, you've been pulling over more black people than white. It doesn't matter if you work in a black neighborhood, the city ain't all black. And now they can use those statistics against you. So the police respond in kind of say, well, I ain't pulling over nobody. Fuck that. Keep his statistics. I ain't about to report on myself, so fuck that. And that is what the consent decree does. It makes them keep track of statistics. They ultimately get used against. You know who that really worked against? It'll blow your mind, Portia. You remember the nigga Walter Scott, old nigga behind on child support? His own mammy said if he got pulled over, he said he wasn't going back to jail again. Anybody remember Walter Scott? Portia, you remember Walter Scott?
Oh, you're gonna have to talk to me and remind me.
Portia, Walter Scott. Anyone remember Walter Scott?
That's not the dude that got shot while he got pulled over, was it?
Walter Scott.
With the lady?
I'm getting a Scottish novelist and poet. I imagine that's not who you're talking about.
Nah, it's not a scholar.
I actually went to his shooting site. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Killing of Walter Scott.
I remember now that. Yeah, I think I kind of vaguely remember.
Yeah, no, I don't remember Walter Scott. That one doesn't stand out to me.
I believe he was in the passenger seat, and I believe there was a kid in the back.
He was driving.
No?
Share with him.
Oh, this one. Yeah,
That guy.
That guy.
Fortunately, I ran this field, by the way.
You did what?
I ran this field, by the way.
Oh, really? Jesus, John, you've
I
been
go over there like, every old nigga, 55 years old. Nigga, you should set your ass down. You should. And what did that first game was the person recording this shit is a nigga. Sorry. What time is it? Say that word. It's 6 o'clock.
Oh, 6:47 your time?
Nigga, he a motherfucking African nigga. And this is the backstory nobody wants to talk about, Portia, but I tell it. He left the country with this video and shit. Like, and I don't even know the backstory because my memory is fading. But basically, the Democrats paid him to leave the country. This is an African nigga or something. I can't remember where the fuck he's from. He had the full footage of this shit. So we don't know what the real footage of this is. All we know, and what we're seeing here is the latter part of it, not the part where he pulled him over. He's fighting with the police and shit. And so it was severely edited or not corroborated to be the full footage. But he clearly fought with the man. His taser was, they were fighting over the taser. And the man shot him. But the bigger point is that when this man was at trial, this will blow your mind, and most of these niggas ain't listening to nothing. He had just had a child, Portia. And so he had requested that he be moved to daytime. You see it's daytime, right? When he shot this nigga. And he had requested to be moved off nighttime so that he could spend more time with his baby. He said, I want to spend more time with my baby, so let me work daytime. Less stressful, all that kind of shit, right? You understand what I'm saying, right, Portia? Latino.
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
And now this gonna blow your fucking mind, Portia. You ain't ready. Latino, blow your mind. You ain't ready. But by the fact that he had been working at night, all his cases were, you know, when the Negroes wake up, they want to get loose, beat their baby mamas up and shit.
At 12 p.m.
So all his responding records were to who, Portia?
I don't know.
Niggas whooping their baby mamas.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Because he's working at night when the niggas wake up and they want to get loose. In the daytime, he ain't dealing with many niggas. He dealing with old niggas, right? Riding around on expired tags. But at night, you got to go into niggas' houses. And so in the court, they were talking about how, like, all the niggas' houses he had to go into at night and how they, you know, like that shaped his opinion on shit.
Mm-hmm.
Then he switched to daytime so as to get away from this shit and deal with his children. University Jones said it correct. The domestics. Portia, you like, I bet you if I showed you, you remember all those text messages I showed you when niggas be fighting and shit in my houses?
Mm-hmm.
That shit don't happen at you know, 8 o'clock in the morning. They sleep. Right? They nocturnal.
So.
They sleep all day and then they come and start fucking shit up at night. Right? That's when they up. They got their weed blowing, the music, right? So this man was responding to all that bullshit at night, right? And the government used his workload against him by saying, look, you arrested a black man Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. And they built a case to say you're racist because of all of the statistical data that they were able to use against him. You understand? Mm-hmm. And that's why the consent decree is so effective, because you're effectively building a case against yourself because they demand that you collect a lot of data. Every time you pull someone over, you need to collect, is he black, white, male, female, 22, 25, 35? And so once you get into some shit with a nigga, they're going to use all that data that you collected against yourself, against you. That's how it goes. That's a consent decree. Right?
And that data mining is not a good thing then. Because I mean, we should be looking at the individual here.
Well, the government uses it against you. You know, the government can take a sword and slice it against you or slice it, you know, in your favor. And when you're pulling over a lot of black people, they're going to use that against you. And that's kind of how it works. And that's
do you think
Hmm?
Okay, so you know, Trump, you know, he just announced Matt Gaetz as his AG. He seems to have a jam-packed, fiery team that are all in support and in favor of his you know, agenda, but some even more conservative than he. Do you believe that now that, you know, Trump is on his way, he's announcing his administration, that a lot of this stuff is going to change in the justice system, state and local, because of Trump being president again?
Damn right.
I do believe this, that if you appoint someone that's not going to prosecute the police, they are aggressive enough to pull people over, ride around with expired tags, where otherwise they may not. Right? Mm-hmm. And the criminals out here, when they do get pulled over for expired tags, they know they can run and shit like that. And the police have in the back of their mind, like the guy that killed Walter Scott that I just showed you. that even if the state doesn't arrest me, if they're on my side, the federal government come down and crack the hammer on me. And I think without that in the back of their mind, they'd be more likely to pull people over. Without the consent decrees, you're going to get people that are police chiefs that are going to give their police officer a little bit more slack. And I think that'll be good in the long run. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Yeah.
Well, hopefully they pull it together, because I don't think that this is gonna work out in their favor too much longer. I mean, and of course I could be absolutely wrong, but there has to be some sort of balance with this, because it's totally unfair with the whole Brown thing, but it's also New York. And oh yeah, John, we watched the press conference of Eric Adams yesterday, and oh my gosh, was it crazy. And so if Eric Adams starts to do his job,
I mean,
maybe,
he's starting to.
Maybe something will happen.
I think that's a byproduct of Trump being elected, is that a lot of people who really didn't believe in all that liberalism but had to go along with it can now kind of spread their wings and just do the right thing, right, outside of politics. And I think that's him. It's Eric Adams. I never believed he was this liberal. I just don't believe it. Coming out of Brooklyn, and I think he's Jamaican or something.
And wasn't he a police officer?
Half-ass police officer, but just that background. Like, I keep trying to tell people, I just don't think it's natural. Like, I've lived around enough Jamaicans, and we've had American men on this panel enough to know he just can't hold his tongue about certain things, and that would be homosexuality, the LGBT agenda. And I would say that's probably most Jamaicans. And so when you bring up Eric Adams up here playing that whole LGBT agenda, it just doesn't ring true to me. It's not natural to him because he doesn't believe it. And so that's my thought. Hey, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Well, John stepped
I'm gonna get
away.
off. I'll come back on in a bit.
Okay. Thanks for joining. I see Crack is in the building. Hey, Crack. I see Universal is in the building. Good evening, mugger-fugger. Shout out to Universal. Sam I Am. Crown Reese. Hey, Crown Reese. Black Manta. Eric W. I want to show you guys something, and maybe John will walk back in and catch this. So, if you didn't know, President Trump met with Joe Biden at the White House today for ice cream. Yeah. And to welcome him back to the White House. And afterwards, reportedly it was going to be a press conference with both Joe and Trump, but instead of them, we got the one and only, Karine Jean-Pierre. And I want to play this for you guys, and I want to see if there's anything at all, that you notice different. Not that you watch Karine Jean-Pierre every day, but you've watched her enough to kind of, know her mannerisms by now, I'd imagine. So let's see what she had to say about, and this is about 3 minutes, what she had to say about the private conversation that took place today between Donald Trump and Sleepy Joe Biden.
Of having a smooth transition, and importance of having an orderly transition. The president respects the will of the American people and wants to make sure that occurs. That is what he believes the American people deserve. And so that is as far as I can go. That is what I am sharing with you from the president directly. And look, we're going to make sure, as Jake Sullivan was saying, that his team has what they need, right? They want to make sure that it is indeed an efficient, effective transition, so that we hand over the people's business so that they can continue the people's business.
Can you say how President Biden answered some of those detailed questions?
I will say that the president certainly looked forward to the meeting, appreciated the conversation, and answered any questions that the president-elect had, offered up his thoughts, but I'm not going to go any further than that. Get Mary.
You said gracious, cordial, substantive. The president obviously hit on a wide range of issues, but did he get a sense that the issues that he was impressing upon, that any advice he was giving was being well received?
I think so. I think that's why the president was wanting me to let you all know that there was a very good back and forth, and it was substantive, as I mentioned before, and I want to be mindful. It was a private conversation, so I don't want to go into specifics or details, but look, they met for more than 2 hours. They met for a very long time, or nearly 2 hours, pardon me. And I think by the length of the meeting tells you that they had an in-depth conversation on an array of issues. And so, look, the president reached out to the president-elect wanting to make sure that he gave an opportunity to the president-elect, afforded him that opportunity to have a meeting with him to talk about the different issues that matter to the American people. But nearly 2 hours says a lot about how the meeting went.
Any plans to keep a line of communication open?
The president is always going to obviously keep that line of communication open to the president-elect. We got to remember, this is not about the two presidents. This is not about President Biden or President-elect Trump. This is about the American people and what's right for the American people. And if anything, the president has led by example, right, over the last week now on making sure that we have this cordial transition of power.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
We got Hood up here, Portia. Hood, we missed a lot of topics. I wanted to hear your thoughts.
Oh, hey, Hood.
Good evening, everybody. Man, a man got to work and sleep sometimes, man. I was knocked out. I was up early this morning.
Now, when I saw you in the chat, I said, "Now, we talked about a couple of things. I bet you had some opinions on."
I actually, I need to maybe after I eat, I'll feel better. But I was planning on doing a show, but I'm tired. My body's telling me to just be lazy. But there was some things I wanted to talk about. Have you listened to any of the speeches Trump's put out lately, talking about his agenda and all that? Trump is basically going full into the culture war.
Yeah, we talked about some of that. We talked about the DEI and the schools and all that.
Well, that's what I wanted to do a show on, actually. I got a lot of content to do a show about that particular thing, but it's not just the DEI stuff, the transgender stuff too, saying, well, we're going to stop teaching kids to hate America. There's a lot going on there, and I want to look into the agenda a little bit, because what cracked me up is you got Don Lemon and Joy Reid basically saying it's white reparations, and that is hilarious.
Let me ask you, what did you think about what Megyn Kelly said about Joy Reid? Said, "Where's your hair, bitch?" Well, she didn't say bitch, but I added that.
It was heavily implied. I'm gonna make sure you catch it. Don't you worry there. Okay?
Yeah, I didn't catch the Megyn Kelly comments, but Joy Reid might be getting fired from what I hear, man. The ratings crash. Everybody on the left. Well, this was a video being put out by a Black Conservative Patriot. I watched a little bit of it earlier, but basically there's a ratings crash on the left. And this is actually extended down to even live streamers and stuff, man. But a lot of people are just tuning out the left, apparently. And so you know how that is with the media. When your show starts to tank ratings, your job's on the line.
Well, I think it's a little bit deeper than that, Hood. I don't think she can pivot. Right. there's really nothing else she can pivot to do. She's not pretty enough to just have on air reading some shit. And so
That's
the
true.
racial grievance TV shows, the racial grievance content is gone, in my opinion. I think Trump has effectively killed that. And so where can she go from here? She can go the Don Lemon route, but I don't think she's very talented. Like, Don Lemon is not very talented. So
Nobody watches Don Lemon's podcast. They said Chris Wallace, who used to work for Fox, and then I think he went over to CNN or MSNBC. He just said he was going to quit and maybe do a podcast. And I mean, there's a lot of things happening right now. The media landscape is changing, so it's difficult for the old giants to move like these agile live streamers. And at the same time, the audience is developing like a genuine apathy for the old media. Like a lot of liberals, the reason why a lot of liberals are really committing suicide and what's the word when you kill family annihilation? The reason why a lot of liberals are doing that kind of stuff right now is because of their association to the media, because all they do is watch the mainstream media, get their skewed outlook from the media. And now that Trump has won in such a definitive landslide, a lot of people are looking at the media like, well, what are you people good for? You know, whether or not I believe in my particular ideology, I want you to tell me the truth, you know, and the media has telling people the truth. And so people are getting sick of them.
You know, I've mentioned many times that, like, there are no conservative liberal radio stations. There's no liberal Rush Limbaugh.
No, well, you're wrong. There's no liberal talk radio, but every radio station is liberal by default, outside of the conservatives.
Liberal talk radio. There's no Rush Limbaugh on the liberal side, and I think kind of the same thing you'll see on the social media space. There really isn't a lot of space for a liberal open panel, and I've mentioned this before because I don't think they can defend a lot of their points. So it's more or less by bullying you or propagandizing you into their point. And so when the Joy Reids of the world lose their platform to bully you, the Don Lemons to bully you like he tried to do with Elon Musk, then there really isn't much of a platform for them. No one wants to hear what they have to say, and they dare not allow you to come up and challenge them.
Well, this is what the media is discovering lately. This is why you hear calls for like control of social media platforms, which is really no censorship. But one thing, all right, the liberals, it's been revealed that the liberals can't win an open debate. And so they resort to bullying, shame tactics, or outright censorship. And then on top of that, the liberals, not only can they not win the debate, they've already won the significant debates worth winning as far as liberalism is concerned. Like, what more rights could a woman ask for right now in America? What more rights can a gay? They're fucking buying babies, bro. What more rights can the gays ask for?
Before we get too far away from it, because I do want you to see it, and then Hood Conservative, shout out to you. I got to hop in your chat the other day, and your show, it was awesome. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed your breakdown and how many clips and things that you put together to make your show what it is. So
well, thank you for that, Portia, because you know there are people, I ain't gonna point no elbows, but there are people who don't think I actually do something worthwhile. They don't say no names.
Hey, you know, Stanley likes to be called out. You make that motherfucker come up and he probably listen.
I really want to talk to Stanley. I'm having a good day. Let's not.
I really thought
he said not today.
I really thought it was like a really great presentation of just like how you have your clips and everything in order, and just how you kind of, you know, talked about the topic the way that you did. I thought it was a great job. So shout out to you. But I want you to hear what Megyn Kelly said about this Joy Reid.
You're gonna love this.
Yeah.
We've got to spend another minute. Yes, another minute on Joy Reid. It's a TikTok situation until her
Hey,
ass
I'm
is
listening,
fired.
but I'm gonna run in the
It's
store
just,
for a
there's
second.
no
I'll be right back.
way MSNBC, which is in a full meltdown now about how bad their losses were, there's no way they can keep this woman. I realize they're in the same problem that the Democrat Party is. Like, they have a base that they need to keep. But she and her little friend, Ellie Mistal, are truly the most racist people on television. And here's her latest messaging, as some groups indeed are reportedly planning some march, like the Women's March. Now they're trying to get a march ready. That'll do it. They're going to bust out their pea hats again. Okay, all right. They worked out so well the last time. And listen to Joy Reid's reaction.
Hey, I just want to give some free advice to the white progressives, particularly white progressive women who may be thinking about marching against the Trump victory, maybe putting back on the P-word hats and doing that thing. I would just say probably don't send any of those invites to any Black women you know. I'm just going to tell you right now, they're not coming. I'm pretty sure Black women have resigned from the Save America Coalition, Save Democracy Coalition, and definitely the Save the Democratic Party Coalition. I think that's probably not happening. I would just keep those invites maybe among your own friends, because I don't think they're coming. But yeah, I think Black women are now on the Save Black Women, Prioritize Black Men, and prioritize Black communities, Black businesses, and the Black spaces. But Save America, Save the Democratic Party, yeah, I don't think that's happening.
Okay. First of all, where is your hair? What happened to your hair, Joy Reid? It's gone. Like, it's gone from, like, it looked like Trump's hair. And now it's gone altogether. Anywho, this is what happens when you get bitter and bitter. Joy Reid, it's happened to your hair. Okay. First of all, where is your hair? What happened to your hair, Joy Reid? It's gone. Like, it's gone from, like, it looked like Trump's hair. And now it's gone altogether. Anywho, this is what happened.
Mm-hmm. Joy Reid, where's your hair at, Joy? Where's your hair, Joy? Megyn Kelly just called Joy Reid a bald-headed scallywag on live TV. That happened.
Damn straight, because she is. And this ain't the first time. I mean, she shaved her head before because everybody was getting on her about the Trump thing, but I guess she just thought to bring it back.
But no one said anything before. I think now it's different.
Bald-headed.
You talking about when she came back?
I'm saying, like, I think this is a new day here. She wouldn't have said this 4 years ago, but today she feels comfortable saying this.
Man, I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't sound any different than what the regular Joy Reid that I've always heard. I don't know.
That was Megyn Kelly calling Joy Reid a bald head bitch.
Oh, you're talking about Megyn Kelly. Yeah, that's Bae right there, man. She been going in. Yeah, man. It's MAGA time, man.
Remember Megyn Kelly cut her own hair off, remember?
Megyn Kelly cut her hair off.
Yeah. And she grew her shit back and shit. Portia, put them women back up on the panel.
Wait, she like bald or like a shortcut?
She cut a shortcut.
Oh, okay, yeah. I remember that. All right.
3 women on the panel with long hair. Megyn Kelly got her shit back down her back and said, Joy, where your hair at, bitch?
Yeah, man. They're trying to make alopecia great again.
Now, I don't know if there's a full clip of it, but 4 years ago, them women would have been jumping in, interrupting Megyn, saying, Megyn, don't say that. She looked beautiful with her hair short, bald, and shit like that. Today, they ain't feel no compunction. They're like, ooh, let me save my job by defending this Black woman. I think things are different now. I think things have changed. That map shows you that people, like, they're willing to, like, get a little looser with their lips today. Same with the man who say, we're going to put your fat ass. Man, I mean, that's touching on the golden rail when you call a woman bald or fat. Am I wrong, Portia?
Nope, you are precise
And we've
You
had
are
go ahead.
Chris.
We've
I'll
had
say you're right on. Yeah.
we've had politicians come out right now and dance. They I would say they really crossed the line and say, "Yo, fat ass, we put your fat ass in jail."
Yeah,
Now,
who said that? Somebody, I forgot who said that the other day.
who said it? Huh?
No, one of the guys
Who said it?
actually did call one of them a fat ass.
Mhm.
Is this it right here?
I dare. Let me just say this to Big Tish James, the New York Attorney General. I dare you. I dare you to try to continue your lawfare against President Trump in his second term. Because listen here, sweetheart, we're not messing around this time, and we will put your fat ass in prison for conspiracy against rights. And I promise you that. So think long and hard before you want to violate President Trump's constitutional rights or any other American's constitutional rights. It's not going to happen again.
Portia.
My man said, "Listen up, Big Tish."
Who is that man right there? Who is that man right there, Portia? Do you know who that man was, Portia?
What is his name? So many names.
But for the last 4 years, we've been here told we can't say nothing about these.
It's Mike Davis. It's his attorney. It's Mike Davis. Mike Davis.
What role is he going to play?
I don't know. They thought that he was going to be the attorney general, but as of right now, he's still he's not been announced to his role in the party, but he's still Trump's attorney.
He can't get confirmed after saying that. Can't get confirmed.
I mean, gosh, Matt Gaetz has said far worse.
Is it racist for a white girl to call a black girl bald headed?
Hell yeah, that's racist. But that shit
Absolutely.
gone. That race car, man, that big joker been played by 8 years ago. It worn out, man. They done played it. The game done moved on. The big joker off the board now.
Nope.
Race was
not anymore.
Race was a big joker.
It's still on the table, but it's dying. I wouldn't say it's off the table, but we're leaving the era.
Brave, you hood sir, you just heard a white man get on live YouTube. A clip that can be spun around the world millions of times. He could lose his job, his livelihood, and all this. And he had no fear in saying, "Your fat black ass, we put your black ass in prison, nigga." It's basically what he said to him.
I'm sure you're a sports fan.
That's what I heard.
Any sports fan can understand this. The momentum can shift several times during the course of a match.
I'm 49 years old. I ain't never heard a white man talk to a nigga like that in my life. All my life, white men be shuffling their goddamn feet talking to black people. That's all I've been knowing all my life. Shuffling their goddamn feet. I couldn't imagine a white man calling a fat ass black woman with some power. He didn't call this bitch a fat ass black woman.
I could. You know when I realized it was gonna come back around? When Jasmine Crockett and AOC and MTG had that fight in the courthouse. And she called her if I remember correctly, a big bat built something.
Bad built white woman.
Badly built, bleached, blonde, Barbie bitch, something to that effect. There was a lot of B words.
Yeah, man.
Great alliteration.
Yeah, because once you do that, you open the doors. Once the power shifts, it's like
I think what's significant here is that white men need white women's permission. And if white women turn, it's fucking hell on earth again.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. But I think that was like a crack in the armor when MTG stood up for herself. And how did she attack Jasmine? How did she attack her? Look what she pointed out.
That hairpiece. That hair.
And what else?
That's a good question. What else was it?
I think it was them lashes. What?
The lashes. Thank you,
I don't
sir.
want you guys to have to think about it. Let's just watch it.
Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about
just
AG.
I
don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about. I guess
I
you
think
still
your
stuck in the
fake
courtroom.
eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you
Meeting will
attach a
suspend.
person's
Meeting will
opinion to another
suspend.
person?
Are your
Move
feelings hurt?
her words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play,
Baby girl? I don't think
we are gonna move, and we're gonna take your words down.
I
Thank you very
second that motion.
I'm just curious, just to better
AOC
understand
such
your
a
ruling.
fake
If someone
suburbanite
on
ghetto
this
bitch.
committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be
Well, I don't need
engaging
to hit this nigga,
personalities,
but
correct?
I do want
What
to.
now?
I do want. Hold on, please.
Chairman,
Give
I'm
me a
making.
minute. When she hit them hair,
Yeah.
she hit them eyelashes, Portia.
Listen,
Yeah, his
hitting those
parents were
eyelashes
too.
is far worse than what Jasmine Crockett said in response. I don't care how much of a dig she think that was, it wasn't.
When she,
Oh yeah.
when
Think
she
about
hit them
this.
eyelashes, that was
Go
it.
ahead, John.
It struck. That shit struck blood. It drew blood. And my eyelashes.
Oh yeah. Them white boys was like, after they watched this, they say, "Oh, we can talk about these bitches now." Okay.
And so you can't.
The Democratic coalition is held together by competing interest groups, right?
You're breaking up.
And the biggest interest group.
Yeah, you're breaking up. That's why I
I'm
did.
gonna come back in a few minutes.
No, you good. You good, bro.
But
yeah, once this went down, bro, it became open season for. Okay, we could clap back at them now. We just need to. We just need the opportunity. We just need to lay in wait, and now is the time.
But I think this show how like fragile they are. She hit that bitch where it really hurt. Them eyelashes. And then this white man come along and he went further. He said, "You fat ass." And now Megan Kelly said, "You bitch, you bald head." Nigga, that's the Holy Grail. That's the Trinity. You fat, you bald head, you wear all this fake ass shit on your head like we see on Pop the Balloon. Them niggas like.
Hey, somebody gonna call one of them. Somebody's gonna call one of them a strag in the courtroom soon. I'm telling you, it's coming. They're gonna look around like, what's a strag?
Add all that together, they
You
been
see the comment on the screen from Crack, John?
What is it?
South African parliaments are more civilized than this shit. I can hear Crack saying that actually.
But you add all that together and they been stripped bare, bro. You fat, you bald head, and you got all this fake shit in you. Next thing coming is the nails. It'd be.
Well, you got
Am I
nails.
still
John,
breaking up?
Oh no,
Nah, you're good now. You're good now.
Let me say this real quick.
Bald headed, but weave too, John.
Let me say this real quick. The Democrat coalition.
So many of them, without the weave, they're all bald head. So when Megan Kelly called them bald head, most of them know without this fucking weave on my head, I'm bald head too. Bitch, you talking to me? I see all these bitches. Put the picture back up of them white women up on the stage with their hair down beyond their shoulder portion on Megan Kelly. And I tell you, ain't none of the white bitches say, "Stop talking about her bald head. That shit look good. She like Jada Pinkett, Megan." They sit there and look at it. Is that a smile on the woman face in the middle? Is that kind of a smile?
Yes, sir.
Okay, she said it. Megan, don't say that.
That's a nice white lady smile. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
here on this panel. Not that I agree, but I'm here. Hood Conservative. What were you about to say, Hood Conservative?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to point out. So the Democrats, they exist on a coalition of groups, and the biggest group is women, and women are also the most widespread, meaning they encompass all the other interest groups. Every other competing group has its own women. So one of the ways that the Democrats are weak is once the women start catfighting, it will actually dissolve the other ethnic um, coalitions that they have. So think about it like this.
Damn, what be happening to your phone,
All
bro?
these black women telling white women, all these black women are telling white women that we're no longer going to participate in the struggles now. You're on your own. What happens when the white girls say, okay, well, you're on your own too? Are we going to side with the Latinas? Do you think the Latin women and the black women are going to make a coalition now? No, the whole thing falls apart. And once the girls fall apart, well, the men can do what they do in peace.
Well, I think the Latino women are going to vote with their Latino husbands, and the Latino husbands work with the white men, so it's a natural alignment. That's why you see these numbers coming out the way they are. I think that really is where it all boils down to. Good, sir.
Yeah, and
Women,
it speaks.
most
Go ahead.
women tend to actually vote with their men, and so that tracks, right? But black women are uniquely like manless in this scenario, so they are also the most loyal to the party that replaces your man. I mean, a lot of it just does make sense on a like practical level if you think about it without any like emotionality. It works out that way.
So then, with that said, let me ask this question, because I know people talk about this was an election, the dividing lines of this election. It was race, it was gender, it was class. Can we add families, those with families and those without, as a dividing line for this election?
I just think it was class.
Childless cat ladies was a great line.
I think it was class, bro.
Okay. Well, I think it was all of them, yeah, I think it was all of them, but I think class may have been the biggest one. Based on the reports that I've seen, the reports say the biggest dividing line was gender.
Hey, Hood, were you up here when I showed the Georgia map, like county? I'm giving you a data point. Like,
No, I don't think so.
oh man, how familiar are you with Georgia, by the way?
Hardly. I know Atlanta and Lithonia. That's it.
Lithonia, it's all that. Well, Hood, I'm going to give you a little data point when you hear Stanley talk. I'm a country nigga from Alabama, by the way. And I grew up not far from Atlanta, and I've shown you niggas the map. And I'm not sure if you can see my screen, but I think you'll find this interesting, Hood, and all of you other guys in the chat on the panel. Growing up in Alabama, I used to come from west to east, like right here, boom, coming into Atlanta. And so if you look at where the Democrats won in Atlanta, you can see this, right? It's all the black ass areas. Atlanta, Columbus, Macon, Savannah, Augusta. It's where the blacks control. But you might be curious to know where does Stanley live, Hood? Right? He talk all that liberal bullshit, doesn't he? Right? He talks all that liberal bullshit. Here's where Stanley lives, Hood. Let me see if he. You see that? What? Hood, you see that?
Yeah, man.
What you make of that, Hood?
Well, he's close enough to the blacks to still look like he cares.
What you making them voting on, though, Hood?
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, Stanley's not like an unintelligent, uneducated sort. He's apparently made good choices in life, so he's going to live in a decent enough place. Those tend to be surrounded by white people. It is what it is.
Why don't he live here, Hood?
Why not? You're asking me shit. I mean, are you implying Stanley doesn't have the courage of his convictions to go live amongst the unwashed masses that he says he cares about?
Are you asking me why I don't live among the blacks?
Why don't he live
John,
around?
Is that what you're asking me?
Why don't he live around the people that he?
Motherfucker, I asked you a question, John.
I'm asking, why don't he live around the people that he? Why do you think that is?
It's all performative. There's so much about being on the left, quote unquote, that it's a performance. It's virtue signaling. It's I'm better than you, and here's why.
Do you think that affects his outlook on life? Like he lives a life of contradiction, right? He knows that his bread is buttered by living around Trump supporters, racist Trump supporters. While only 29%, that's the Negroes. We looked it up, right? Right? Was anyone here when we looked it up? The demographics of Carroll County. Hood, he could have bought a house cheaper right here. Or here. Definitely here. He could have really got some good, cheap shit right here, Hood. Why you think he didn't do it? He just go out here damn near Alabama. He damn near Alabama, Hood.
For the same reason none of those BLM ladies live on any Martin Luther King or Malcolm X Boulevard.
Not own a house on Martin Luther King.
Yeah, it's easy to advocate and be an activist at a distance. You know what I mean? It's easy to go into Atlanta, do some protesting, do some BLM, do some city tearing, and then go back to the next county where it doesn't affect you.
Hood, if you're familiar,
that's like the liberal rioters, man. They literally took buses to riot in the inner city, and then they went back home to their comfortable suburban life where nobody knows their name. Nobody knows that they just burned down the ghetto.
What do you guys make of? Can you see this on the screen here?
Let me see.
Yeah,
I can see it. It says
So you see what it says right here? What does it say? Fulton County.
Yeah, Fulton. Damn, 70. Yeah, it's damn near inverse.
Right? And then as you go to the north of Fulton County, what does it say?
Yeah, damn near inverse again.
What? What does it say? What?
Yeah. 81%, 82%.
What? 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 What?
Isn't Atlanta like the black business mecca of what, the South? I would say this. I don't know if it's the United States, but definitely the South.
So what you're seeing is basically like, look at these numbers: 66, 51, 58. Even though Trump is winning, look at the numbers: 60, 72, 79, 70. Now look over here: 75, 69, 66, 71, 82, 82, 81. Now, where is the money? This is Atlanta again, right? This is Atlanta. This is like Alpharetta, Buckhead, all this shit. Right here in the little square right here. It's Buckhead, Alpharetta, all that kind of shit. These are the people that tried to succeed from Atlanta. You remember that? Does anyone remember when the people in Buckhead, North Atlanta tried to succeed?
Something like
Does
that just
anyone?
happened in Louisiana too, where basically the white majority part of town decided we're going to form our own township because we don't like the way you majority black leaders do things.
And they were successful. The people in Buckhead were not.
Yeah, that
But
was like what it was. That was last year, wasn't it?
I think last year they've been rumbling for that for a couple of years now. But right here, up above the cursor in that little square right there, is more or less the most affluent part of Atlanta. All the rest of this shit down here, especially down here, is like the ghetto of Atlanta. It's that little square right here. Right? Where is it? Right here. A little square seemingly disconnected from the rest of Atlanta is where the money is. These are the people that try to succeed. And as you can see, all around them are what?
MAGA land.
MAGA land. They are MAGA themselves. But they trapped in Negro hell. You've heard about the robberies and the break-ins and the Airbnb parties and shit in the mansions in Buckhead. These people want to get away from shit. And that's really the racial breakdown of the election, in my opinion. The working class party, it's not even about race, it's the working class party versus the non-working class, which primarily is black people that don't work in America. That's my opinion. What do you guys think?
I think you're spot on. I think Negroes like goodies and handouts.
I think we're like really segregating, really by by the working class, and it's so ironic, or maybe not ironic, that it's breaking down by race. But I think that fact will really render the race card irrelevant. I know Hood doesn't think so, but I think it's done, bro. You can't use this shit anymore. Every time you use it, you're gonna run a Hispanic away. So how valuable is it? Yeah. Anyway, guys, what do you think?
Yeah, I think pandering to the Negro vote doesn't work anymore because people know better.
So let me ask you, how do you think they'll respond to being like the, what is it called, a knee baby and shit like that? What's it called? You know what I'm talking about? Free zone?
Knee baby. No, I've never heard. Like on your knees, like what you mean? Just like whoopee? Is this the whoopee thing again?
Porsche, you ever heard of a knee baby before? Anyone know what I'm talking about? Fucking knee baby.
You country niggas just be coming up with all kinds of wonderful shit.
Knee baby, like a titty baby.
Boy, you never heard of a knee baby before? What's a knee baby? Y'all got niggas to be cool. A knee baby. You never heard that portion before?
Is a knee baby like a titty baby?
I never heard the term a titty baby.
Like knee, as in like knee on the neck?
No, like yeah, like Kene. I'm a little fucked up. Yeah.
Well, is it like a knee baby, like the baby, always around your mama, always trying to be on her titty, always on her knee, always up under your mama, cry
Right.
baby.
Gotcha.
Let me pull up the definition. I can't believe you guys never heard of a knee baby. Maybe I'm an old nigga. I haven't heard all this bullshit over the days. Can you see my screen here? Knee baby. A knee baby. Let me maximize this shit. Because of a baby of this age may be taken into the mother's lap, i.e. on her knee. A young child
Yeah.
slightly older than a baby. Now, do you get where I'm going here or not? Do you,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
do I even need to go any further? You got where I'm going.
Yeah, man. That's why they scared, bro, because they're afraid that
Calling
Trump is
niggas
going to
babies.
take a lot of. They're afraid that Trump is going to, detach a lot of these niggas' mouths from the titty. That's what it is, bro. I got an acquaintance in my text right now, going off about Trump, talking about how, because I guess his wife has like a non-for-profit, federal program, and he's scared that shit gonna get pulled.
Hey, Hood, are you here?
Oh, it's got to get pulled. The gay disco with the free drinks is over.
Hood, man, no one can do this like you. Can you do a stream calling blacks the knee baby?
I wouldn't use the term knee baby. I'm not in love with the term, but I will definitely call niggas babies and children. I mean, that's a lot of the, I do a lot of like deep critique of black culture. So you're not really far off. It's a very like juvenile sort of place we're in right now.
Hey, Hood, did you get my email about the title, the idea?
I saw it, but like I said, I was literally napping before I jumped on the stream. So I saw it pop up, but I didn't open it yet.
Okay, don't worry about it. True gonna take care of it. Go ahead, John. My bad.
Listen, that's why I believe they're gold in them their heels, Hood. But a guy like you could really mine it, right? Are blacks like a young child, slightly older than a baby? And the immigrants who are really like the new baby in the house, they've come along, the government, Democrats said, shit, we gotta mine these new immigrants. That's the new baby.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna drop down for a second and I'm gonna go dig up this clip of Nixon saying something to that effect. And this is back in the 70s. He was talking about like the racial groupings and shit, back before they was able to cancel a white man. I think Nixon was maybe the first white man to ever be canceled. Now that I think about it, holy shit. Yeah, I'm gonna find that clip and I'll be back in a second.
You gotta do something on this knee, baby. I'll jump on your pedal when you do that. What you think about that shit, Free Zone? What you think, boy? A black's the new knee baby of the Democrat Party.
Oh, of course. They're not the new. They have been
I was gonna
all
say.
along. Yeah,
Always.
it's not new. They have been.
There was no
like when you're hooked to the government, right? You don't have to compete. So now that they feel that they're being stripped of all of that, they're afraid that they have to actually compete with everybody else in the market.
Yeah. It's so interesting. He's like fascinating. I'll be quite honest with you.
Yeah, because I mean they're attracted to the inefficient bureaucracies of the government. Anybody who's ever been to the DMV knows what I'm talking about. There's just the government's just not efficient, man. They're just not, and that's why they're upset about everything. That Joy Reid today said that Trump was assembling a clown car, talking about all the people that he's appointing, and going off about how none of them are qualified to do what they're doing, even though they have like a plethora of experience for their position.
What do you think about his appointment to the Department of Defense? That's kind of weird, right?
Which one is that?
The guy from Fox News. What did you think, Portia? Free Zone.
Is that the Paul guy?
What was his name? Shit, I can't remember.
You said Secretary of Defense?
Yeah, I think he's Secretary of Defense, some shit like that.
Yeah, Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, that's him. Yep.
I mean, I don't know too much about him.
I mean, I'm not sure why they're coming down on Pete so hard. He used to work for Fox News, but he's a very decorated veteran. wildly decorated veteran, and you know, they're super upset about it, but it doesn't quite make sense to me as to why.
Because they don't like Fox News. That's the only thing I can come up with. Like once you say
That's
Fox News, I
basically
mean,
it.
that's it.
Yeah.
But I know he had a veteran background. I just didn't know the extent of it.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to change it to something else really quick, but I think that this is important.
Well, before you move too far off, I just posted that Nixon link in the studio chat if you want to take a listen, because he was talking about the governing abilities of the Asians and the Africans and the Latins, and effectively ranking them. It was interesting.
Well, you know what? Let's look at that. I'll probably cover this on the next show, because I want to make sure that we can get as much with you all while we have you here. But however, Melania came out and she gave a press conference about.
Hold on, Portia. See, we got to get cracking all this. I don't know if you see we got to get cracking all this, right?
Get cracked. Did you see where Nick Fuentes just got doxxed and some woman showed up to his house, so he pepper sprayed her?
But we
Oh,
Then kicked her down.
and it became one of the hardest memes. We're gonna kick 2025 off great, man. That was a great meme. Your body, my choice. Oh, fucking hell.
We also discovered or realized or uncovered that Get Crack has a baby by Whoopi Goldberg's daughter. We did discover that in the stream as well. Get Crack has a daughter by Whoopi Goldberg's daughter. Has a baby by Whoopi Goldberg's daughter. And Crack went to prison early on in his life. We discovered that as well.
No, why is the little girl from like the Disney Channel? Sky Jackson got a white pookie baby daddy who already knocked up a first bitch. The internet is roasting this whole deal. They like, see, black men were never wrong.
Portia, did you hear that about Get Crack and his baby mama?
I didn't know Crack had a baby mama.
Yeah, hell yeah. You want me to pull
What a coincidence. Neither did Crack.
Oh, wow. Crack, I didn't know you were a dad. Well, you know, Crack, you're a great dad.
I think this is why he hides himself. I think I would too if Whoopi's baby mama was Whoopi's daughter was my baby mama, but
oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Crack does have a
right, right.
Yeah, Crack. I know you're really personal and private, and you keep things to yourself, but your family, Crack. You could have told us.
Let me see if I can find this shit.
You could have told us, Crack.
Crack can see that we're like doxing him right now. Who his baby mama is, at least we got the bead on who you are. Let me see how I can find it. You know who put me on to this? Portia. RD Chico, one of the listeners.
Oh yeah, earlier, Artie.
Right. So
you know, I rarely see Artie in the chat. Like he comes around like maybe once a month.
Oh really? Well, he sends me email. Let's see if I can find this.
Well, you know, he might be listening, but he don't ever, you know, he types in the chat maybe once a month. You know, sometimes they get scared for other people to know that they're over here.
Yes, but Crack, you've been in the news. I want to let you know that, Crack, you've been in the news. And Portia, here's what I want to share with you. Can you see what's on the screen here?
Let me pull this up.
Sorry. Let me.
I got you up.
Oh, you got me. All right. You see that?
Yeah, I got
Crack, you've been doxxed, my friend.
Uh-oh.
I think Crack is Vietnamese and black.
Cracky Jean is not my lover.
I didn't even know. I didn't know she had kids at all. I need to see what these kids look like because
I
that's an ugly
am
girl.
the one. The kid is not my son.
Crack, you got a baby out here, Crack. Vietnamese with the. Went to prison too, Portia. Can you believe that? I can see crack in prison.
Yeah.
I can really see crack in prison. He be crazy.
Hold on, wait. This Asian baby, she had one child, a biracial Vietnamese. I got his picture right here. Oh, wow.
Crack. We got you that, crack. I think we figured you out, crack.
You know, I don't think that it's culturally appropriate that they named him Mason. That's just me, you know.
Crack. Who named the baby? Crack.
That's just me. It's cultural appropriation. Mason is a white name. Okay.
Now a lot of niggas be naming themselves Mason too.
So what's Goldberg?
I have never met a black guy named Mason.
Crack got a ghetto ass like pseudo email Eric with like a K and some shit like that. So he could be doing some more ghetto ass shit, right? Crack,
Okay,
so
let me.
had black.
There he is. There he is right there.
He could be had black.
There he goes. That's Mason Dean. That's her.
I can see that.
Apparently, this is Crack's son, Mason Dean.
I can see it, Portia.
You can see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Didn't Whoopi Goldberg have a daughter with Ted Danson?
No,
Yeah.
no.
No.
Portia,
What
pull
is
it
it?
up.
Alvin?
Okay.
Okay. Let me pull it
up. Hood, you gonna love this. Hood, you gonna love this right here. So we've exposed crack, right?
Oh god.
And now we're gonna expose who are we about to expose right now? We're gonna expose. I guess
Alex
this would be
Martin.
Crack. This would be Crack's stepfather, or father-in-law, some shit, right?
Yeah,
This
it would
is
be
Crack's
father-in-law.
This is how he met Whoopi and made this light-skinned girl. Roll it, Portia.
So this is Whoopi and her daughter. She looks like her father and her mother, which are, you know.
Yeah, she does kind of look like Ted in the forehead.
It's not Ted's daughter.
No, it's not Ted. It's
Tell him, Portia. Let the monkey out. It's a monkey.
It is Alvin Martin.
I mean, I know it's not. I know it ain't Wesley Snipes, baby. Like, who is it?
It's Alvin Martin.
Who's Alvin Martin?
Hey, come on, Hood. Hold on. It gonna be sit down, Hood. It's coming.
It wouldn't surprise me if he was very light skinned, possibly Semitic.
You focusing on the wrong thing, Hood. I promise you.
Okay, I'm just trying to guess here. It's a guessing game. Who is Alvin Martin? Don't make me Google.
Tell him, Portia. Come on, don't
No,
don't ruin it for us, Hood. Come on, Portia.
Let's see.
This is Crack's stepfather, by the way.
Okay. And Alvin Martin. Okay,
Will they
let's
be
share this
stepfather?
tab. So we have Alvin Martin here, her ex-husband. He met her. He was her counselor while she was going through a drug program. She was addicted to heroin.
That boy.
There he is. There they are. You can see how their daughter favors the both of them in the most unattractive way.
I'm still recommending an early life check.
So basically, she was hooked on drugs, Hood. He likely took advantage of this woman and got her pregnant.
Yeah, what part of early life check is not making sense to you guys? I know what I'm talking about here.
Can you tell me, what does that mean when you say that early life check?
Where did his parents come from? What is his racial or religious ethnicity?
Well, I don't know, but the bigger point is we can look that up. But the bigger point is he probably took advantage of her, Hood. She was a drug addict. She was on that boy, that heroin. And here comes a man that impregnated her and had a baby. Like, Get Crack said his stepfather was a small hat. And maybe a small hat. Maybe that's what made her pick up the name Goldberg. You know what Whoopi came? You know what Whoopi came?
Well, he's explaining what an early life check is. I don't think he's giving confirmation. I mean, he may know he's actually in the circle, but it tends to be a pattern I've noticed. And God forbid I keep noticing patterns.
So he's a drug counselor from England who is most known as Whoopi Goldberg's ex-husband. He rose to prominence in America as a result of his marriage with Whoopi Goldberg. Alvin allegedly leads a humble life and helps individuals overcome drug addiction. So he is from England. They were married for 6 years. Alice Louise Martin, he is from England. So we got us a Brit over here. And he has multiple children, but he is of Caucasian ethnicity, holds American nationality. So yeah, he was a drug counselor. And as they continued their professional relationship, a deeper connection blossomed, ultimately leading to love. Their relationship took a new twist in 1972 when Whoopi discovered she was pregnant for Alvin. Alvin was a responsible man and he married Whoopi in 1973. At the time, Whoopi Goldberg was 18 years old. She gave birth to their only daughter, Alex, in May of 1973. The marriage did not have a happily ever after ending as they parted ways after staying together for 6 years. The divorce was finalized in 1979. Whoopi disclosed that she was the one to blame. She says that she was the one to blame for the failed marriage. She found it difficult to commit to the relationship and she was never really in love. She once mentioned that she never loved her ex-husband because none of them have been able to impress her. Whoopi reiterated that settling down with someone was never a part of her plan. She confessed that she has only fallen in love once, but has not disclosed details about her lover. Out of all three of her marriages, which were all three married to white men, Alvin was her
heroin.
longest.
Once you fall in love with heroin, nobody can compete. No man can compete with heroin. I promise you. I've seen it a million times.
Like, he's a drug counselor. He probably supplying this shit to her. I wonder how she looked back in the day. She might not look terrible. A drug counselor, seared. I worked in a damn substance abuse facility, volunteering on probation one time. Some of the women ain't had bad looking. You do have some leverage over them. You got money. You could let them use your cell phone or whatever the hell. Let them use your phone.
So Whoopi is a victim of grooming, is what we're all casually discussing here, right? That's what happened, right? She was only 18, right? She was a weak, drug addicted individual. He probably was slightly underage when they first met. I mean,
And I don't think the marriage lasted 6 years. He probably had to go dig that bitch out of drug holes. Hey, sign these papers. It's more than likely what happened. Ain't no way that fucking man stayed with no damn drug addict. He might have married her to stay out of prison. Right?
Now you're thinking like a criminal. Yeah, that makes good sense.
I am that nigga young dog. Shit, half criminal, half law-abiding.
Gosh, I really wish that I could find that video right now to share with Hood Conservative about Whoopi Goldberg and her slavery paraphernalia. I can't remember who no, it was HB that brought that story up about the interview of her talking about what happened with her and Alvin Martin back in the day whenever Whoopi Goldberg went off on Montel Jordan because of that blackface joke that they did. Do you remember that, John?
I don't remember that one.
Oh gosh. Oh Lord, I just need to start writing this stuff down. Oh, it was Todd. Excuse me, it was Ted Danson. He did the blackface.
Yeah. I remember that.
And she encouraged, like, so she wrote the joke and she told him to do it.
Yeah. We showed that a while back.
Yeah.
No problem with this shit.
As I said, don't get mad. Whoopi Goldberg wrote it. And then there was the I don't know, like she did an interview with someone, and like in her home, she has all this paraphernalia of like black racist tropes from whenever. And she has like a lot of blackface stuff in her home. And it's incredible to me because, you know, she preaches all this black this and black that. And, you know, she did encourage her husband to do blackface. And all of her husbands have been white. So.
Hey, Portia Hood, while I have you up here, before I forget, my memory, you know, it's all fucked up. You know I went to Tuskegee, Portia. You do know that, right?
Yes, I do.
You know, a lot of friends from Tuskegee. Hood, Portia. You can imagine, right? I graduated from there. What if I told you none of my friends were in like group chats together? Now one of them niggas had mentioned the mass shooting at Tuskegee.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
I got a nigga in my back door. Who is it? Who? Oh, all right, hold on. Which door you at? Oh, all right, give me 1 second. Give me a minute.
Conservative, did you hear about that mass shooting at Tuskegee?
Yeah, I did. I really didn't look into it, but you know, I know it was like a black thing or whatever. Apparently they're gonna make all the kids use ID now, which is weird because they say black folk don't have ID. So I don't know how all these kids are gonna get into school Monday, but that's what they're gonna do.
Portia, why do you think that no blacks have my black friends, all them graduates of Tuskegee, have mentioned the why do you think they haven't mentioned to me the shooting, the mass shooting at the university that they got their degree from?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask a probing question. Are these also Kamala voters?
You know, the hood. I showed you the map earlier. What was the map? You know, I need to bring that map.
Well, these are your Tuskegee bros, and I don't know where they live. I just need you to, you know, paint the picture for me. Like, did they also vote Kamala? Are they left leaning?
Most of them live in there, and you know, you remember that map I showed you, hood?
Yeah.
Right, where those areas hugging the Atlanta suburbs.
Right.
Right here. Remember this? Remember this map right here? Anyone see this?
Right. Right.
Can't see the map. Let me share it with you. Most of them live right there, hugging Atlanta. Right? You guys may not remember, like,
what is that, like Buckhead or whatever they call it?
Oh no, Buckhead is up here in a little square. See that little square right here? What my church is? That's like Buckhead area. And you see, this is Fulton County, but as soon as I step over the line, boom, 66, 69, 75, Trump. Hood, if you're interested, let me show you something, Hood. Man, look, I am
Wait, John. Let's not go far past the point. Are your Tuskegee friends in your group chat, are they Kamala supporters?
Well, this is where they live, Hood. They live here.
That doesn't really tell me about them as individuals, though.
Where they live, though, I'm telling you where they live. Right, Stanley, he live over here.
Well, I'm asking you. Let me try it this way. In your conversations with these individuals, have they give you an impression of which direction they lean politically?
I just told you, I gave you enough data points. And I'm sorry, this is the way I talk.
Why are you doing that? It's a yes or no question, bro. You're killing me right now.
Now, one of them niggas have mentioned the shooting at Tuskegee's campus where we all went to school. So what does that tell you?
That's what I'm getting at, but you refuse to answer the fucking question, and now you stole my goddamn point. You nigga.
I shouldn't even have to tell you. You already know. Portia, you know, don't you?
Why they won't talk about it?
And then one of them niggas sent me a text message about that shit.
Well, I mean, but why would they though, John?
Well, they would if it was a white man shot that motherfucker, right?
Well, yeah, but you already know what time it is, and like that video that you sent whenever it happened, listening to the shooting, and the girl that was standing up trying to get the video, that was madness. It was madness. And then of course you think about a prestigious university that of Tuskegee, you know, they don't have, but you know, it wasn't like national news. I mean, you had to go and look for that. It wasn't just your friends. It was mainstream media too.
They know about this shit, Portia. They know about it. The niggas probably were there.
Why we have this narrative that like black folk don't commit mass shootings, or this is my favorite. I had to actually, somebody looked into this one day, and then I saw them talking about Patrice O'Neal was on the Opie Anthony show, and he was talking about serial killers, and he was like, "Yeah, I didn't know black serial killers were prolific." But see, if you watch the news, they won't let you know that this is the reality.
Hood, your audio real fucked up, bro. But the answer to why they didn't send me a text message, they never mentioned, they never, yo, John Galt, what the fuck just happened on the campus? Even though they were there. And if I sent them a text message saying, oh man, it's fucked up, they probably wouldn't acknowledge it. And the reason why is right here on the screen. Can you read that portion?
It says, in order to continue advancing their illogical arguments, modern liberals have to pretend not to know things.
That's it. Now you understand why the niggas didn't see me. Now one nigga sent me a text message.
Yeah.
You have to act like they don't know things, Hood. They see shit, it don't make sense to them, they just act like they ain't see it. And that's what you're up against, really. That's what we're all up against. People that are willing to go along and act like they don't see shit. They know the motherfuckers. A man shouldn't be in a woman's bathroom. They act like they don't make sense to it. They act like it makes sense to them. In order to continue advancing their illogical arguments, modern day liberals have to pretend not to know things.
Yeah, but isn't that what they always do? I mean, even whenever we talked about FEMA earlier, and that woman, whatever her first name is, Washington, she wanted to sit here and I wish she could have been there for that, John. Like, she wanted to sit there and poke all of the blame on white Trump supporters, white folks, whatever. Even though that wasn't the case. You know, they ignore black on black crime. They say that that's a white supremacy or a white issue. Even in this Tuskegee, I'm sure they would find a way to say that it has something to do with white people. Oh, there's a comment from Master Kim. He said, is it safe to say they stay away from convo that would lead to real viewpoint of hood violence? So for their own safety, shut the hell up and mind their own beeswax.
Well, I think the juice behind all of that is the money that you see people like Al Sharpton get paid to like grease the wheels of people just being quiet, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We got Mitt up here. What's up, Mitt?
Yo,
oh yeah, hey Mitt.
How y'all doing?
Good.
What's up?
Got a day off.
I'll be right back, by the way. Go ahead, Mitt. Go ahead, Portia.
Got a day off. Just enjoying the conversation.
Okay, that sounds good.
Don't mind me. Just checking some emails and listening. I came in a little late. I seen you guys. I was off and on listening. What is the main topic, if you don't mind?
Oh gosh, you know.
I apologize.
We don't really have one. We don't really have them. Yeah, we've been talking about a whole host of things. So many things.
What was the major topic?
Well, we talked about the FEMA employee. I think it's Marn'i Washington, and how she,
The black lady.
yeah, she completely admitted to, doing what the Republicans said she was doing all along. Okay. But then she tried to take that and spin it and say, well, no, we had to do that because Trump voters are hostile, they're violent, they're trying to shoot us, they want to kill us, and all this other stuff that she was saying. We talked about that. We've talked about, I mean, gosh, honestly, at this point, this is 12 hours going off of 24
Oh
hours.
wow, shit.
So, I mean, is there anything in particular on your mind that you've read politically that, you want to say something to?
Not so much read. I was just watching the news, and
Or
I'm just
non-political. It doesn't have to be political. It could just be anything.
the topic down here. What we've been talking about is how the Haitian people shot at a Spirit Airlines flight, and how violent those Negroes are over there. And we were saying, when Trump get in office, we want to know what he's gonna do about that situation over there. So
Well,
I've been
they
following it,
might not want to find out, They might not want to find out.
and
If I could think of anything.
but just listening to Trump policy that he says he's gonna implement, the gender, the gender thing. Uh, so I was just listening, re-listening to what he was saying, but that's pretty much it. We really can't talk about politics at my job. We really have to be discreet about it. So,
You gotta wait till you get home to do it.
well, some of my close coworkers will like talk about it, but you gotta be mindful. You got eyes and ears everywhere in this damn place I work at. So,
Well, just for the people that aren't aware of this, we have, a little over 5 minutes before this stream ends and we start up the next one. For those of you that did not know what happened, Haiti is well, they're already playing with fire because they're Haitian,
they are.
right? But they're tripping. So let's see what's going on.
Fox, I'm Jeanette Francine. Right now, we want to get an update on a breaking news alert we first brought to you yesterday evening. Take a look at your screen. Developing this morning, a scare in the skies. It could have ended much worse. A Spirit flight that left Florida was hit with gunfire as it was landing in Haiti. You can actually see those bullet holes on your screen. Fox 35 Orlando's Marley Capper joining us live this morning from Orlando International Airport with the very latest details on this situation. Marley, good morning to you.
Jeanette, good morning. I mean, this flight left from Florida with the intention of landing in Haiti, but instead it landed in another country and it landed with bullet holes in the plane. Passengers tell Fox News that they heard a loud bang and then an eerie calm as the pilot had to change course. This is a routine flight for Spirit Airlines to go to Haiti, so definitely was shocking when this happened. And as they're about to land, bullets ripped through the hull of the plane. The crew quickly reacted and diverted the plane to the Dominican Republic away from Haiti for safety. And after landing, they had an inspection where they found clear damage to the aircraft consistent with gunfire. The U.S. Embassy in Haiti said the security situation is both unpredictable and dangerous. We talked to a Boeing captain and professor with Florida Tech about the dangers when traveling to certain areas. Here's what he had to say.
When I'm flying, when we fly over these different international areas, is to have a good understanding of the security issues that are going on, not just for the airports we're going to, but also airports that we're, or countries that we're crossing over. You don't want to do a last minute divert someplace and discover they're having a civil war. So knowledge of what's going on in the international arena is important for pilots.
Hey, Portia, I don't mean to change the subject, but I wanted to ask you a question. I don't know if you heard the feedback from the chat and the panel, but everyone was giving you some positive feedback. I know we only have about 9 minutes, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to what people were saying, if you even heard it. before we end the stream, I was just curious if you heard it, if you wanted to respond back to it.
Oh yes, I did hear it when I got disconnected.
A lot of people had a lot of other things to say about you, boy.
Yeah, I am a woman, so I do get emotional. I do. However, it made me feel really good. It was a lot of peace, a lot of gratitude, a lot of appreciation just to hear you. I mean, I don't even know what made you think to ask that question to our audience, but I just think of myself mostly as I think of myself as the help, like the behind the scenes person that just likes to comment on things from time to time, and I know that I do like the silly stuff a lot of times. I really do. I like the, non-political things, but I do like, of course, the serious topics as well. And, you never really know what it is that people think of you until they're put in a position like the one that you put in earlier. Give me 1 second. Like the one that you, like the way that you phrased it earlier, to give the people to say, like, who is your favorite personality? I wasn't expecting so many people to say that they enjoy hearing me, but I'm grateful for that. I mean, you guys know I do a lot of this politicking in real life, in front of crowds, and I move around a lot in Texas doing it, but you just never really know who's interested in hearing your perspective. And I just got to say shout out to all y'all. And like John always says, there's no way that we could do the 24 hours without each other. We couldn't do it without each other. Now, of course, yes, y'all know I'm always here. Even when I'm not here, I'm here, because that's just how it is for me. I just be worried sometimes, and then of course I want to make sure that I'm there to help all of the guys when they need me. But I do love y'all so much for that. I thank you all so much for that, and y'all keep rocking with us.
What do you think? Who's your favorite personality on the panel?
I would say it's a mixture. A couple of you guys, because you guys, I'm more for it into it because of entertainment. I don't.